On the deck of the evil blade pirates, warm blood seeped down along the grain of the planks. Campbell's head, eyes still bulging wide, rolled half a circle and came to a stop at the trembling feet of a group of pirates. The bounty poster's figure of 7,640,000 berries was smeared into a dark crimson blur by bloodstains. Fernand's Noah sheathed his blade. The narrow sword named Shiu shivered lightly, flinging off the final droplet of blood. Behind him, the sound of a skull bursting rang out, shaking the hearts of the evil blade pirates. They watched the ghost-like figure who had followed Noah casually swing a pair of roundhead crutches, shattering the first mate's skull. Blood and white brain matter still clung to the weapon. Before this ghastly scene, the pirates dropped their weapons one after another and knelt, begging for mercy. Noah ignored the supplicating pirates and fixed his gaze on a faint light blue panel that only he could see before his eyes. Battle Settlement, Evil Blade Pirates, Small Scale defeated. Participants 21. Gained experience, Swordsmanship 47, Physical Arts 32. Synchronized Embedding, A Gene 095. Gained Swordsmanship 14, Physical Arts 10. The digits on the panel flickered briefly before settling in place. Noah's brows knit slightly, still no experience related to Haki. He lowered his head and glanced over his attribute panel. The values behind Swordsmanship Beginner and Physical Arts Beginner had risen again and seemed not far from intermediate. Yet Armament Haki and Observation Haki still glaringly read none. Name Fernand's Noah. Swordsmanship Beginner. Physical Arts Beginner. Armament Haki none. Observation Haki none. Conqueror's Haki Beginner. Devil Fruit Ability none. Character Embedding, A Gene 095. Having crossed into this world for less than half a year, Noah had now formally embarked upon his path as a pirate. It was the very year that Ace set out to sea. Compared to himself, that man had already reached the grand line, leading the Spade Pirates to carve out the title of Fire Fist. Half a year earlier, Noah had crossed into this body. The original owner had been a villager on a small island, always dreaming of going out to sea to become a great pirate. He then made the same choice as Luffy, yet met a different fate. He drowned in a storm at sea. His corpse drifted by chance to a deserted island where Noah's soul crossed over and took possession. At that time, while trying to fish for food, he was nearly swallowed whole by a sea beast. In utter despair, his conqueror's Haki suddenly awakened, though he could not consciously control it. He guarded the sea beast's meat bit by bit until a passing merchant ship appeared. After much pleading, he managed to board and escape danger. Yet midway, they encountered pirates blocking their route, and to survive, Noah could only grab a blade and charge. But he was weak, and the original owner had never trained at all. He was nearly hacked into mincemeat. At the brink of death, his conqueror's Haki erupted again, saving his miserable life. Seeing everyone stunned unconscious, Noah's murderous intent surged. He picked up a blade and slaughtered the pirates one by one before pretending to be dead himself, though otherwise there would be no way to explain things. Just as he laid down, a war system suddenly appeared with a settlement panel. Physical Arts Swordsmanship. Everything he had used in that battle would be converted into experience, including the conqueror's Haki he had unleashed. After one round of settlement, Noah's physical toughness was markedly enhanced. Compared with the original weakling state, his transformation was earth-shaking. Now he could kill a cow with a single punch. The change was nothing short of astounding. Though he was still a pushover compared to the renowned powerhouses against ordinary pirates, he could easily take on 3 or 4 alone. Already considered a competent fighter. The experience gained in Conqueror's Haki especially let him faintly grasp how to use it, although it remained unreliable. After groping his way for a few days, Noah came to understand how to utilize the war system. Once he realized this was the pirate world, Noah displayed his strength before the merchant ship's owner and took up the role of guard. There were many guards on board, and as long as the number exceeded 10, the conditions to trigger a battle were met, allowing him to slack off and still benefit. For 3 months, he developed, quietly, steadily growing stronger. During one voyage, when the merchants entered an island, he saw a large number of slaves captured and pinned up. He had originally paid them no mind until he noticed among them a man with a strikingly peculiar appearance. This was someone he had seen in the anime. A man often joked could be anyone, the demon man Agene. Back then, Agene was even more emaciated than in the future, skin and bones as if at death's door. Clearly, before becoming a pirate, his life had been far from pleasant. Just as Noah hesitated over whether to save him, a pirate ship approached from the sea. Noah did not recognize the flag, but through recent probing had learned many rumors. When the ship docked, a man on the bow who called himself Krieg appeared, and Noah's memories from his previous life instantly He looked at Agene, then at Krieg, already grinning savagely on shore. Though Krieg's underlings were far fewer than they would be later, he still let his pirates rampage across the island, at will proclaiming his arrival. Noah narrowed his eyes. Since Krieg had no intention of sparing any wealthy targets, the merchants had already ordered their guards to resist the Krieg pirates, and naturally urged Noah, this capable fighter, to join the battle. Noah watched Krieg, whose equipment was not yet as ornate as in the future, but who already displayed monstrous strength. Clad in heavy armor, wielding a gigantic spear that swept through crowds, carving a path as he roared with wild laughter. Noah knew that for now his own strength fell far short. Truly worthy of being a named character in the original story, one who had entered the Grand Line. Had he not encountered Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, he might well have had the potential to break into the New World and forge a notorious name. The island's defenses were not weak, yet before Krieg's terrifying might they could not hold him back at all. Noah no longer hesitated. He ran straight to the slave pens, and while no one was paying attention, released all the captives. Noah focused especially on the skin and bones deathly pale Ajin, whose eyes seemed utterly despairing of the world. "Follow me." Noah said only those two words. Those words carried an irresistible authority like a decree from the heavens, yet also like a beam of light in the darkness, a guiding lantern. A spark of life returned to Ajin's gaze, no longer so numb. He rasped in a voice like grinding bones, "All right." At that moment a system notification sounded once more. "Congratulations, host. Hero Unit Ajin's loyalty has reached 90, fulfilling the 80 loyalty requirement for character embedding. Embed this character. Once embedded, he will share a portion of the experience from your battle settlements calculated separately and not taken from your own allocation. Current embedding slots 01. Reminder: once embedded, the character's goodwill and loyalty toward you will be subtly enhanced." Noah's eyes lit up at once. This was simply an innate method for cultivating his own subordinates. Without a second thought, he repeatedly answered yes in his heart. Thus Ajin successfully boarded Noah's great ship. Listening to the distant screams and sounds of slaughter, Noah immediately led Ajin to the nearby armory. He saw a sword whose blade was narrow and slightly longer and straighter than ordinary blades. Beside it was an inscription: fine-grade swift-blade Shiyu. Ajin meanwhile found in a corner a pair of strange weapons, the very pair of crutches he wielded in the anime. Weapons in hand, Noah then searched out food for Ajin. The man had become this thin only by sheer will and bodily talent, but even a legendary glutton for hunger could not go on like this. After securing food, Noah took Ajin to find the merchant. When the latter resisted, Noah knocked him out, then called the guards to... Though the Krieg pirates had not yet grown to their later scale, each of them was fiercely brave. With the monstrous Krieg present, no one could withstand even a single exchange. Armored from head to toe, Krieg left Noah with no desire whatsoever to join the fray. In any case, the people on that island were hardly good folk. If they died, so be it. The only one he needed to save was the merchant who had once helped him escape. By then he had repaid that debt of gratitude. After that he parted ways with the merchant and began leading Ajin to act as pirate hunters while strengthening their own power. "Lord Noah, how should we deal with these men?" By now Ajin's physique matched the image from Noah's memories, and in terms of combat strength under Noah's guidance, he had reached the level he possessed when first appearing in the story. In this stretch of sea, the names Ghost Sword Noah and Demon Man Ajin had gradually begun to spread. Noah looked down at the pirates kneeling and kowtowing before him, begging incessantly for mercy. From on high he said, "I'll give you two choices. 1. Follow me and become members of my Noah pirates to climb to the pinnacle of this world. 2. Noah merely watched them with an indifferent gaze while Ajin raised his roundhead crutches beside him, eyes cold and terrifying. The kneeling pirates did not dare hesitate, fearing that if they were a heartbeat late, Ajin's crutches would come crashing down on their skulls. Their heads were nowhere near as hard as the first mate's. They had no desire to spill their blood across the deck. One after another they shouted, "Captain," some even trying to lick Noah's boots. Noah kicked aside one such ill-intentioned pirate and said, "Since that's the case, from today onward the Noah pirates are officially founded. You are all founding members." At these words the pirates' eyes lit up. To be a pirate was to follow someone. Who they followed hardly mattered. It wasn't that following Campbell had been bad, but following Noah promised far broader horizons. Their mindset shifted quickly and they moved into action at once. Watching them, Noah stepped into the captain's cabin. Ajin laid a sea chart out on the table and stood respectfully to one side. Noah tapped lightly on the table with his fingertips plotting in his heart. His golden finger was formidable. He had discovered that when he led a battle himself, the experience gained after settlement far exceeded that from battles led by others, even if their intensity was identical. This meant hiding under someone else's command was not conducive to growth. Besides, he had already crossed into this world and possessed a cheat. To still live by others' whims would make this transmigration utterly pointless. Comparing himself to Ajin, Noah felt that his current strength was no weaker than Luffy's when he first set out. He then randomly chose some unlucky captain and took over his ship. He would serve as captain and gather a large number of subordinates, appointing Ajin as commander of combat, responsible for drilling the crew and leading them in clashes with other pirate groups. Only through war could war feed itself, allowing strength to rise rapidly. And the fastest way to grow. Noah stroked his chin and thought of the Marine-Ford War 2 years from now. For Emperor's 3 admirals, the fleet admiral, the hero of the Marines, the 7 warlords, countless vice admirals, high-ranking officers of the Emperor crews. These were all monsters of the sea. If he could take part, even not as a leader, he would gain an ocean of experience, but one such battle would make him immeasurably stronger. Yet to intervene in such a war as a Marine meant serving the Celestial Dragon, something Noah could never accept, so he dismissed that path at once. As for pirates, the 7 warlords. According to the World News, Ace had only just earned his Fire Fist title and was still in the first half of the Grand Line, not yet in the New World. 2 years later, when the Marine-Ford War began, he would have had enough time to scheme for a warlord position. If Blackbeard could achieve... Drawing his thoughts back to the present, Noah instructed Ajin, "Those men are yours to drill." In 3 days, Noah pointed to a spot marked Black Reef Archipelago on the chart. Far from any marine branch, it was a haven for pirates. The East Blue had relatively few pirates, but only relatively. This was a gathering place of sin and the perfect training ground to hone his crew and enlarge his strength. Yes, Ajin accepted the assignment without the slightest hesitation. On a small island in the East Sea, 19 pirates had stripped off their shirts and bare-chested beneath the scorching sun were engaged in a grueling training session. In front of them Ajin was also training rigorously, even while being burdened with weights. With Captain Nuya leading by example, the pirates, though filled with inward complaints, dared not disobey. Standing aside, Nuya declared, only by enduring the harshest hardships can one rise above others. He continued, our next destination is the Black Reef Archipelago where many pirate crews dwell. He proclaimed, first wealth. Seize from those wretched paupers who can barely afford a meal. Only by taking from the rich can we reap abundant rewards. Second, recruitment. Display your strength, for any who survive may rise to become squad captains. Nuya folded his arms over his chest, his tone laced with allure as he declared, I, Nuya, am a man of integrity. From the plundered wealth, I take 60, while the remaining 40 is shared among you according to rank. At these words, the 19 pirates, who had originally grumbled about the hard training, suddenly found themselves filled with renewed vigor. After all, what do pirates seek if not money and fame? If deprived of fame, surely they would fight for fortune. As for the third motive, Nuya left it unspoken, for it was undoubtedly the pursuit of strength. The gap between swordsmanship and physical prowess was but a single wall waiting to be breached. Once this battle concluded and the accounts were settled, both he and Ajin would undoubtedly achieve breakthroughs and become even stronger. This was an excellent opportunity to enhance the might of the Nuya pirate crew. As soon as the wealth distribution plan was revealed, the 19 pirates trained with feverish enthusiasm. Thus, 3 days later, the Nuya pirate crew hoisted their sails for the first time. Captain Nuya, our supplies of food and fresh water are nearly exhausted. The nearest stop is Weir's floating town, and we are. Ajin spoke in a tone that was at once emotionless and ominously severe. His meaning was clear: either replenish supplies normally, or resort to robbery. Nuya did not answer immediately. Instead, he asked how much money remains on board. 33 million belly. Ajin replied honestly. This sum partly earned from their previous days as pirate hunters, and partly retained from the Ideo pirate crew's spoil. Those wretched paupers are not worth our time. If we are to target the grander prey, Ajin, one must preserve one's dignity, Nuya said as he patted Ajin's shoulder. Those nobles, lavishly attired and suffused with the scent of wealth, are our true quarry. Oh, what can ordinary folk and what money might they yield? Henceforth let strict rules be established. These shall govern the Nuya pirate crew. First, without my direct command, do not attack the paupers arbitrarily. Second, our plundering targets are limited to wealthy merchants and nobles. Once the loot is secured, it will be shared according to our established rules. Nuya's authoritative voice resounded across the deck. As the sea breeze lifted his cloak, revealing the long knife at his waist with its cold, gleaming edge, he added, third, most importantly, intra-crew violence is forbidden. Any defire shall be executed. The moment his final word fell, the very air seemed to still as Nuya exuded an inexplicable, almost divine aura. The initial excitement on the faces of the 19 pirates softened into reverence as they regarded the handsome young captain, whose very presence radiated a godlike authority. They suddenly realized that their captain was not merely a fool seduced by money, but a leader whose presence inspired awe beyond measure. With his face alight with admiration, Ajin knelt on one knee and solemnly declared, I shall follow your orders, Captain, prompting the other pirates to also drop to one knee in unison. Nuya nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards the horizon. Set course for Weir's floating town for resupply. And while there, inquire about which of their nobles is the richest. After all, having sailed with pirates, Nuya had witnessed enough while trailing merchant ships. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Might makes right. Once you choose piracy, all remnants of kindness must be set aside. On the deck, Ajin had already begun to reassign the training tasks. Amid the shouts of the pirates, their grievances gave way to a resolute, disciplined fervor. Nuya, absently stroking the hilt of his knife, fixed his deep gaze ahead. Weir's floating town was not far, and soon the Nuya pirate crew made landfall. Since none aboard possessed the art of drawing, the crew's flag was temporarily abandoned. Moreover, Nuya could not carry on with the Ideo pirate crew's flag, leaving their vessel looking rather dilapidated, and upon docking mistaken for a merchant ship. They anchored and disembarked. Though Nuya maintained a calm facade by his side, Ajin, whose grim, ghostly expression betrayed nothing, led 15 pirates while 4 remained to guard the ship. Each one exuded a fierce, dangerous aura. In a world where most were rudimentary in education, it was immediately apparent that these newcomers were no friends. Apart from Nuya's serene demeanor, the other 20 pirates, especially Ajin clad with armaments, instantly struck terror into those gathered ashore, who cried out in panic, pirates have come! Pirates have come! Ajin frowned and slightly raised his curved staff, while Nuya, expressionless, commanded, bring someone over, but do not. In a flash like a phantom, Ajin darted away. Moments later he reappeared, hoisting a trembling, terrified man with one hand, and throwing him before Nuya. Pressing his curved staff against the man's face, Ajin demanded, who here is the wealthiest? Halting mere inches away as the man trembled uncontrollably in fear. A cold wind lashed the terrified man's face as he looked up to behold Ajin's fearsome visage etched before his eyes. The man, shaking uncontrollably, stammered in the rear of the island within the largest villa lives Lord Fogg, guarded by 8 formidable escorts, and in his terror revealed everything. Nuya swept his hand forward and commanded, move. Seize the money. As his pirates followed in his wake, the terrified man was naturally ignored. The pirates, though not particularly clever, were not foolish enough to test the sharpness of Nuya's newly decreed rules. Several heads soon paid the price. Before long, Nuya led his pirates to a villa at the rear of the island. Though the town was modest, Lord Fogg was undeniably a 5-story European villa loomed ahead. As Nuya strode in with his fierce retinue, the villa's guards had already taken. Yet facing these pirates, the guards felt no fear. Under the command of their captain, they advanced steadily toward the mansions. Subsequently, the head guard stepped aside, and Lord Fogg, dressed in sumptuous attire and exuding the air of a plump, cunning merchant, made his appearance. Casually, he waved for the door to be opened, his condescending gaze appraising Nuya and his crew before his eyes rested lasciviously on Nuya. "It has been ages since I have seen such a lovely lady. Truly a pity she turned pirate," he remarked, causing the pirates' Ajin's anger soared as he gripped his curved staff tightly, his eyes radiating a dangerous, bloodthirsty aura that enveloped him like a spectral menace. Having slain many under Nuya's command before, Ajin now appeared like a blood-soaked demon, utterly terrifying. Startled by this transformation, Lord Fogg's guards immediately raised their guns, aiming at Nuya and his men. Nuya placed his right hand on the hilt of his famed blade, Shiyu, a cruel smile etching his lips, and without a word delivered a command as cold as ice. 1. Leave none alive. With that, he lunged forward like an arrow, leaving nothing but a fleeting shadow. The head guard's pupils contracted in shock, for he had never imagined that this handsome man could be so formidable, a quality far superior to any pirate he had encountered before. Drawing his long knife in his right hand and aiming a pistol with his left, Lord Fogg staggered backward with a roar of fire, while his guards had already opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. As fire burst forth and a hail of bullets rained toward Nuya, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared when a slender blade intercepted an incoming bullet. Nuya's right hand trembled slightly, and the bullet veered off course. "Monster!" cried Lord Fogg in terror, for he had never seen such a feat before. In times past, heedless pirates had easily perished beneath their guards' bullets. This was why Lord Fogg had so brazenly, but unexpectedly. Crack! The sound of shattering bones reverberated in the air as Lord Fogg, as if seeing a ghost, turned his head in horror. A spray of red and pale fluid splattered across his face, for Ajin's curved staff had smashed through, shattering nearly half. Like a watermelon, nothing could impede the relentless assault of the curved staff. Such a horrifying outcome might be shrugged off when inflicted upon strangers, but when those nearby were the very guards who had served Lord Fogg for years. Blood and brain matter mixed as they splattered over Lord Fogg's face, leaving him so terrified that he wet himself. Meanwhile, having easily deflected the bullet, Nuya was already at his side. Besides Ajin, whose speed nearly equaled Nuya's, the other pirates surged forward. The guards who once relied on bullets to repel pirates now found themselves contending with a formidable force. After shattering the head of the guard leader with his curved staff, Ajin immediately set about demolishing the guards' guns, ensuring they could not shoot at Nuya. The pirates charged forward, brandishing their blades at the guards. Within moments the guards crumpled into a pool of blood. "Sir, spare me. I'll give you 10 million. Lord Fogg immediately fell to his knees, his pampered nature and pain were forgotten as he frantically kowtowed. "Only spare me, and I will hand over 10 million belly." Just as the word benefit was about to escape his lips, a flash of cold light swept past the back of his neck. A head slid from Lord Fogg's neck, its visage frozen in terror. Nuya wiped the blood from his blade and sneered, 10 million. How one is too stingy to even trade one's life for money. Soon, all the guards were slain. "Up!" Nuya commanded with a sweeping gesture toward the villa. The servants hiding at the back, upon witnessing the terrifying appearance of Ajin and his men, dared not resist. One after another they knelt and pleaded for mercy. Having followed Nuya for months, Ajin knew his captain's character well and commanded 2 pirates seize those in the courtyard. Kill any who resist or try to flee. Before long, the pirates joyfully piled gold coins, belly, and assorted jewels within the courtyard, while the servants, terrified by the ruckus, dared not even lift their eyes. They had clearly witnessed earlier that the young man positioned at the villa's gate, their captain, was a being capable of dodging bullets up close like a monster. Nuya barely glanced at the amassed treasure before turning his attention to the freshly displayed battle settlement screen. Battle settlement defeated Lord Fogg's merchant crew. Minor participants 30, gained experience swordsmanship 8, physical prowess 7, embedded bonus Ajin 95, gained swordsmanship 3, physical prowess 2. A brief display of swordsmanship had enhanced his skills. Nuya could sense that his understanding of the sword had deepened. He was but one opportunity away. One more significant battle, and he would master the very breath of the sword. "Captain Trouble, there are other pirates here." Just as Nuya was absorbing the modest gains from his battle insights, a blood-soaked pirate staggered over, only to collapse unconscious mere moments after arriving. Nuya recognized him as one of the 4 who had remained on board. By now the pirates led by Ajin had nearly looted every valuable from the villa. Hearing the commotion, they quickly gathered at the villa's entrance. Seeing one of their own, they hastened forward. "Fetch medicine," Nuya commanded the kneeling servants. "If he dies, so shall you." At once 2 servants raced into the villa and soon returned with medicine and bandages, tending to the injured pirate and barely keeping him alive, bringing a collective sigh of relief among the servants. Ajin examined the injured pirate, his body marred by numerous stab and gunshot wounds, and remarked, "Captain Nuya, his injuries are severe, but not fatal." Nuya nodded subtly, and gazing into the distance beyond the villa said, softly, "Someone deliberately spared him. It appears they intend to challenge us." In the distance, a man clad in full steel armor and wielding a massive battle axe, exuding arrogance, and accompanied by a formidable pirate aura, charged forth aggressively. Estimates suggested at least 100 men. "It's the colossal pirate crew." One pirate cried out. "Captain, they are led by Colossal, a man of monstrous strength. Let's retreat." One pirate terror in his eyes suggested, "Captain, we must run." The Kolike pirate crew had embarked on their path to piracy after a daring raid on the island where Ajin was rescued by Nuya. Though their bounty and numbers would later pale in comparison for now, they boasted a 10 million belly bounty, 5 ships, and nearly 200 men. This made them one of the most coveted figures among pirates. The former Ideo pirate crew, though once notorious for high bounties on their captain and vice-captain, relied on petty slaughter and robbery, and could not compare to the Kolike pirate crew. Thus, at the very sight of this formidable pirate force, the crew was thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, Nuya nonchalantly unsheathed his famed blade Shiyu. He glanced back, casually, and when his unruffled jet-black eyes met the fearful gazes of those advocating retreat, a subtle aura of authority rippled forth from within him. In an instant, the pirates were struck as if by lightning. Their minds plunged into chaos. Nuya then turned to face the grinning Kolike pirate crew, the blade Shiyu glimmering coldly in the sunlight. Ajin assumed a battle stance, a faint blood-red aura emanating around him. Nuya's voice thundered among the pirates, "When brave souls meet on a narrow path, victory belongs to the courageous. Today let me see if you have the mettle to board my ship, the Nuya ship." With that, Nuya charged directly at Kolike. Ajin, like an arrow, silently surged towards Balu, whose slight limbs were reinforced with rounded shields on his chest, back, elbows, and knees. The other pirates gripped their blades tighter as they glanced at the piled-up gold coins and jewels. They did not know their captain well from the short time together, yet one fact was clear. Their captain exuded an aura so immense that it defied imagination. "Fight with all your might." A pirate raised his blade with a ferocious snarl and bellowed, "If I must die here, then I will be the one to board, Captain." Hearing commotion from behind, Noah's lips curled into a slight upward arc. With the first pirate defeated, the remaining dozen pirates were ignited with fervor. They charged forward with their swords drawn. "Kill! For Captain Noah, for the Noah pirate crew." The pirates of the Noah pirate crew shouted loudly, attempting to dispel their fear of being outnumbered. Noah held his sword before him, the blade glinting in the light rain. He moved swiftly, the howling wind rushing past his ears, the blade slicing through the air. Noah seemed to hear the wails of the air cut by the fine rain. Moments later, Noah transformed into an arrow shooting towards Kryjek. As he raised his blade, in the instant it sliced through the wind, Kryjek's massive spear came crashing down with a roar that tore through the air. The steel armor gleamed coldly in the sunlight, and Kryjek's fearsome face twisted into an arrogant smile. "Kid, come serve under me, and I'll spare your life." Noah's foot barely touched the ground as he leaped lightly. The spear grazed his side and plunged into the rock, the vibrating clang echoing as the solid earth shattered and debris flew. Kryjek, known for his brute strength, could have heavily injured Noah if that strike had landed, even with his current physique. However, Noah's fine rain blade floated lightly, and Kryjek only felt the flicker of the blade as it slipped through the gaps in his armor. Amidst the sparks, a fine crack appeared on Kryjek's left armor, and blood spurted out. Kryjek's face turned cold, his eyes narrowed like a venomous snake as he lifted the massive spear and swept it towards Noah. The air howled and wailed, producing a thunderous sound. In the face of this furious retaliation, Noah merely tapped his toes lightly and gracefully dodged backward. "Too slow." Noah smiled, mocking. "Kryjek, your spear is so slow, how can you make a living with it?" "Bastard." Kryjek's face turned from green to white. Since he set sail, who had ever dared to mock him like this? He suddenly lifted the massive spear, its tip aimed directly at Noah. Noah held the fine rein with one hand, and as he sidestepped, the spear tip swished past his head. His steps were light, as if strolling in a garden. He looked at Kryjek, his dark, yet bright eyes seemingly able to see the faint wind swirling around the spear tip. Suddenly Noah extended his left hand and gripped the heavy spear shaft that passed through the air with a fierce squeeze. Kryjek's pupils constricted. He grasped the spear with both hands, trying to pull it back, but saw that Noah was holding it firmly with just his left hand, unmoved by his own prideful brute strength. "How is this possible?" Kryjek nearly shouted, his eyes filled with shock. At that moment, the pirates of the Noah pirate crew clashed with Kryjek's subordinates, the sounds of swords and guns melding into a chaotic symphony, the scent of blood filling the air. As Noah faced Kryjek, Akin and the Iron Wall Baru, this duo from the original story, had already engaged. "Captain Kryjek is the strongest. That kid looks so tender, he's doomed." Baru laughed heartily. Their side was vastly outnumbering the other, plus they had the invincible Captain Kryjek. It was a guaranteed win. Thinking of this, Baru cheerfully said, "Hey, I see you have some strength. Why not join our Kryjek pirate crew? Just ask me, Lord Baru, to be my subordinate, and I'll let you keep your life." Akin said nothing. His face was grim, his gaze icy. The faint scent of blood surrounding him, coupled with his expression, made him seem like a demon emerging from a pool of blood. Baru was taken aback. Then he became furious. "Since you wish to die, I, Lord Baru, will grant your wish." He struck his circular shield with his hands and charged at Akin. Akin's gaze turned cold. "Just as I wanted." He was already charging forward, swinging his round-head staff, twice drawing circles in the air, then bringing the staff down towards Baru. Baru, full of confidence in his defense, did not dodge and charged forward directly. But when the terrifying force of the round-head staff, equal to Kryjek's, struck his shield, crack! That was the sound of the shield and arms breaking bare, his hands twisted grotesquely, bones protruding, blood spraying onto his face, and the steel shield on his chest showed spiderweb-like cracks. "Ah!" Baru screamed in agony. Already squeamish at the sight of blood, the intense pain made him lose his sanity, and he fell into a frenzy. However, Aiken's assault had just begun. He wielded 2 roundhead staffs. One staff broke the shield, and the already frenzied Baru was lifted by the residual force. Aiken's left staff drew a circle and the hammerhead of the staff became stained with blood like a burning flame. When he stopped, it was like lava erupting from a volcano, striking Bear's chest. Bang! Bear's chest shield shattered completely. He flew away like a rag doll, knocking over numerous pirates from Kryjek. Monster! Monster! A pirate from Kryjek's crew shouted in terror. Akin glanced at his captain's battle. He saw Noah merely defend, moving like a butterfly dancing, letting the big clumsy Bear Kryjek swing his spear without ever touching Noah. Since his captain was enjoying himself, Akin naturally would not interrupt. He looked at the many pirates from Kryjek's crew. Their side had only a dozen members, and they were fighting and retreating, already covered in wounds. Perhaps it was due to his devilish training these pirates were still holding on. Not too useless yet. Akin, wielding his staffs, suddenly darted into the ranks of Kryjek's pirates. With a twist of the roundhead staff, a large head was crushed on the spot, followed by another strike that made a pirate understand what it meant to have their chest meet their back. Such a terrifying scene was even more frightening than when Kryjek was rampaging. The pirates of Kryjek's crew saw this, and instantly lost morale. Your crew seems to be on the verge of collapsing, Noah suddenly remarked, having not attacked since leaving Kryjek with a wound. Kryjek shot Noah a sideways glance, then fixed a menacing glare on him, suddenly sweeping his massive spear. Noah, however, lightly jumped, and then pressed his foot down, accurately stomping the spear into the ground. Kryjek's face and neck bulged with veins. His face flushed his arm, veins threatening to burst. Yet despite this, Noah's foot remained as steady as a mountain. Noah wore a look of regret on his face, although he said nothing. But Kryjek could clearly see that it was an expression of disinterest, as if his opponent was too weak to pique his interest. Damn! Kryjek roared, I am Kryjek. A new surge of strength erupted from Kryjek's body, and with all his might, he finally shook Noah's leg, which felt as heavy as a mountain. Noah's face showed a hint of surprise. His current strength was not weak, although it seemed he only had basic sword skills and body techniques. But the two abilities were just a small barrier away from reaching intermediate levels. In swordsmanship, Noah only needed a bit more experience or some time to comprehend on his own, and he could break through to intermediate swordsmanship. Intermediate swordsmanship meant understanding the breadth of all things, but to cut through iron. Not comprehending this would elevate his strength by a whole realm. On the other hand, the fine rain nourished him silently, with energy continually washing over his body. Whether through self-training or experience gained in body techniques, Noah's physical attributes were steadily improving. This was why he could suppress Kryjek the Brute and possess a reaction speed that Kryjek lacked. Combined, Noah's current bounty could rival a supernova, just crossing the 100 million mark in the Grand Line. With such strength, it was clear that even Kryjek, who lacked complete equipment now, would not be Noah's match in the future. Thus, when Kryjek broke through his limits to move Noah's foot, Noah was indeed surprised. Being forced back 2 steps by Kryjek's sudden surge of power, Noah looked at the man, now panting heavily with steam and sweat pouring off him, and an idea popped into his mind. If Akin could accept, why couldn't Kryjek? He didn't care if the other was a scoundrel. Having crossed over into the pirate world, he certainly wouldn't avoid beef, doing whatever he pleased. As for Kryjek's great ambitions and lack of loyalty, in the face of absolute strength, having disloyal subordinates would lead to others being loyal. With that thought, Noah said, Kryjek, how about joining me? Kryjek was momentarily stunned, then his face twisted with anger from being insulted. He was not yet as sinister and cunning as he would later become. Overall, he still harbored some bravado. Who do you think I am? I am a man destined to be the pirate king. Kryjek roared, slamming his spear into the ground, using the recoil to leap up, the spear tip falling towards Noah like a shooting star. This time, however, Noah did not dodge. He gazed at the gleaming tip of the spear. His eyes narrowed suddenly, as if he heard a faint breath. Noah tightened his grip on the fine rain, closed his eyes. The long blade emitted a gentle sigh as he inhaled and exhaled. He suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, everything scattered, leaving only a glimmer of cold light approaching. Noah horizontally positioned his blade, and a tidal sound suddenly erupted. All the pirates present, including the servants in the villa who did not dare to flee, widened their eyes. They all looked towards the source of the tidal sound. There stood a young man 2 meters tall with messy hair and a handsome face, sharp brows and bright eyes. Around him it seemed as if countless giant waves were swirling, the sound of crashing waves and roaring tides resounding continuously. Noah opened his mouth and slowly uttered 2 words. Tidal break. The fine rain he held in his right hand suddenly slashed upwards. A black wave of light surged upwards, rippling against the tip of Kryjek's spear. There was no needle point against a wheat stalk, only a sharp scissor slicing through thin cloth. The steel spear was effortlessly split in 2. The black wave of light did not dissipate, instead transforming into a flying blade of light, continuing to sever the steel spear, splitting Kryjek's armor in 2. PFF. Blood splattered in the sunlight, resembling a blooming red chrysanthemum. A deep wound appeared on Kryjek's left shoulder, extending to his abdomen, exposing bone. He stared at Noah in disbelief. This seemingly frail young man. This young man who wanted to recruit him had unleashed a terrifying sword chi that sent shivers through his soul. Monster! Monster! Just as this thought crossed Kryjek's mind, he rolled his eyes, and like a rag doll flew away, ultimately collapsing on the ground unconscious. Captain Kryjek. Many pirates from Kryjek's crew, who had been watching the battle between Kryjek and Noah, changed color, looking at Noah with disbelief in their eyes. Previously Kryjek had been so spirited, to them this monster seemed to rival even the so-called marine admirals. Even with akin this monster, they had believed Captain Kryjek could defeat that pretty boy and free up his hands to deal with this, but now with just one strike. Just one strike, their immensely revered Captain Kryjek had met a tragic defeat. Long live Captain Noah. The first to roar was a pirate from the Noah pirate crew, who had rushed up to follow Noah and akin. His eyes burned with fierce flames, even though wounds covered his body he was determined. He slashed forward with his sword, knocking down a pirate from Kryjek's crew. He seemed tireless, even faster and strong. He had bet correctly. He had to board the ship, named Noah. At this moment, with that single belief, he seemed to undergo fiercer, more brutal, like a monster about to awaken. His face covered in blood was not just his own, but more of the enemy. With Kryjek's defeat, although his crew was large, their morale plummeted, especially with akin, who seemed destined to claim lives. The remaining members of Kryjek's crew quickly surrendered, dropping their weapons and kneeling on the ground. Don't kill us, we. Seeing this, Noah calmly said stop. His voice was not loud, but akin and the members of the Noah pirate crew engaged in combat all halted their attacks, as if obeying a divine decree. Clearly they were outnumbered, yet each one seemed like a ghoul. Akin approached Noah. Lord Noah, how should we handle these people? Hearing this, the members of Kryjek's crew trembled all over. Noah walked up to the kneeling pirates and said, I am Noah for non-Noah. From this day forward, you will be members of the Noah pirate crew, of course, as probationary members. Upon hearing Noah's words, the pirates from Kryjek's crew immediately sighed in relief. They could change allegiances as long. Akin immediately send someone skilled in medicine to treat the brothers. Be sure to save their lives, Noah instructed. Akin turned and went to arrange it. He not only sent the villa's servants into action, but also mobilized the newly joined probationary pirates of the Noah pirate crew. As the pirates treated the wounded, two miserable figures were brought before Noah. They were Kryjek and Baru. Lord Noah, how should we deal with these two? Akin asked. Noah glanced at them. Compared to Kryjek's wounds, Baru was completely unscathed. Noah intended to go easy on Kryjek, but Akin showed no mercy towards Baru. Baru was still gasping for breath, which was a testament to his physical strength. Treat them, Noah waved his hand. Akin nodded and immediately called over several probationary pirates to treat Kryjek. Afterward, Akin led people to clean the battlefield. The weapons used by the pirates were all worth belly, so they couldn't be wasted. Once all of this was done, Noah walked to the center of the yard, stepping on the chaos. His gaze, however, was fixed on the illusory screen that only he could see. Battle settlement defeated the Click pirate crew, small scale. Participants 247. Experience gained swordsmanship 847 or body technique 564. Synchronized embedding Akin 95. Gains swordsmanship 254, body technique 169. After the battle, Noah received the most experience he had ever gained after completing a fight since his arrival in this world. He closed his eyes, and through his insights gained during the battle, his swordsmanship naturally broke through. Consequently, he gained more experience in swordsmanship than in body technique. This made Noah, who had just comprehended the ability to cut iron, feel as though he was in a special place, as over 800 points of swordsmanship experience flooded into his mind. Before him lay a sword. A shadowy figure grasped it tightly, with one hand practicing in front of him. The speed of the sword swings grew faster, and the force behind each strike intensified. With just a glance, he could perceive the heavy and orderly breathing of all things transforming into indistinct black currents rushing towards him. Whoosh! Noah suddenly opened his eyes, an invisible aura bursting forth from within him, like a tidal wave splashing forth a torrent of black water. Everyone turned to look at him. Akin, being the strongest among them, felt the most. His eyes were filled with admiration. Lord Noah has become even stronger. Akin tightened his arms. After this battle, he had gained many insights, and his physical abilities seemed to have strengthened. These changes all stemmed from following Noah. Thus Akin felt that everything he had now was due to his association with Noah. Unbeknownst to him, his loyalty increased slightly, and this increase would allow Akin to gain an additional 5% experience after the next battle settlement. Continue with what you were doing. Noah retracted his sword intent, and waved his hand casually. A warm current swirled around his body, a manifestation of the body technique experience at work. Noah brought up his attribute panel. Name Fernandez Noah. Swordsmanship intermediate. Body technique intermediate. Armed color none. Observation color none. Conqueror's color beginner. Devil fruit ability none. Role embedding 13 Akin 96. 2 more cultivation slots. How did this happen? Could it be because of the upgrades in swordsmanship and body technique? Noah did not speculate further and shifted his gaze to Click and Balu, who were still unconscious and receiving treatment. However, he quickly redirected his focus. Firstly, these two might not follow him. Secondly, even if Noah did not mind helping them, did they possess the necessary loyalty to meet the system's minimum requirements? 80 points of loyalty were certainly not low. Akin was the type of person who would not waver once he had made a decision, and Noah had saved him from dire straits. Previously, while bringing Akin on as a pirate hunter, Noah had taught him how to fight step by step. A mentor, friend, and benefactor. These 3 identities combined resulted in Akin's current loyalty of 96 points. It's hard to say for Balu, but Click was inherently treacherous and ambitious. Noah felt that the chances of getting Click to follow him wholeheartedly were slim. The only reason he considered bringing them aboard was primarily because of the battle settlement. This aspect does not differentiate between friend and foe as long as it appears and involves swordsmanship body technique or devil fruit abilities. Anything related to battle will be aggregated into experience, serving as nourishment for Noah's strength. Not to mention later on Click could serve as a good source of experience early on. Noah believed that as long as he became strong enough he could keep him in check. Noah sat on a white chair in the villa looking at Click, and he recalled another famous pirate crew from the East Sea, the Black Cat. According to the information he received in this world, the Black Cat pirates were annihilated half a year before his arrival. In truth, the bounty of 16 million on the head of the crafty Kuro had grown tired of the pirate life, faked his own death, infiltrated Siribu village, and disguised himself as the butler Clabatel, seeking to acquire Usopp's childhood sweetheart Kaya's inheritance. Now with Click, why not have another Kuro? Moreover, Noah was quite interested in Kira's silent steps. If he could transform that into his own experience, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength. With that thought in mind, the Black Reef Islands suddenly seemed dull to him. However, since he was already here, he might as well take care of it and recruit more subordinates. Noah did not play the elite route. The more people there were, the faster his strength would grow. Soon the wounded were treated, and the battlefield was looted. Akin approached. "How are the casualties?" Noah asked. Lord Noah's 7 brothers died this time, leaving only 9 alive. Among them 3 have lost an arm, and 1 has lost a leg. Akin respectfully replied. "Bring them over." "Yes." Akin waved his hand backward. "You lot come here." Soon 9 blood-soaked pirates, almost wrapped like mummies, arrived before Noah. Noah looked at the 4 pirates who were missing arms and legs. "I know I am not a heartless person. Firstly, for this haul you will all receive distribution as team leaders." As soon as these words were spoken, the 9 pirates immediately opened their mouths in excitement, wanting to cheer. However, as soon as they moved their mouths, they pulled at their wounds, causing them to hiss in pain repeatedly. Noah continued. "You 4. He primarily addressed the 4 severely injured pirates. "You can choose to leave or stay. If you stay, you can continue as combatants if you are not afraid of death. If you are afraid, you can become logistics, and I will support you. If you leave, you will receive 3 times the current distribution amount." Upon hearing Noah's words, the 9 pirates, especially the 4 who were missing limbs, widened their eyes in disbelief. Noah's voice was not loud, but no one dared to speak loudly. They were all very cautious. Thus the former members of the Click pirate crew heard this, and looked at Noah in disbelief. They had already witnessed the terrifying power of their new captain, and now it seemed they had discovered another quality that this captain possessed, benevolence that the other captains lacked. You really will let us go and give us 3 times the money." The one speaking was Locke. Noah remembered this person. He was the first to propose fleeing, but also the first to follow Noah and Akin in attacking the Click pirate crew. Locke had a face full of stubble, and his black beard had turned blood red from the battle. He had not yet had the chance to wash his face, and now he was covered in blood. A massive figure with a face full of flesh looked at Noah with great excitement. "Of course, even if you want to leave, you may do so. This is your freedom, and also the freedom of a pirate, but it is only valid for today." "Why?" Locke asked. "Haven't we all left? Are you worried we will take one more meal from you?" Noah replied. "I told you after this battle, you will become team leaders. Those people." Noah pointed to the former members of the Click pirate crew who were now apprentice members of Noah's pirate crew. "They will be evenly distributed among your ranks, becoming officers in my Noah pirate crew. Even the smallest officer will not be something you can decide. However, right now you are not yet officers. You can only become team leaders after making your choice." Noah had a degree of patience for Locke. The reason being, he found that phrase "long live Captain Noah" very pleasing to the "I understand." Locke nodded vigorously. He then knelt on one knee and looked up at Noah in admiration, saying, "Please let me board your ship, I beg you." The other 8 pirates, even the one missing a leg, imitated him. "Please let us board your ship, Captain Noah." This scene stirred the original members of the Click pirate crew with excitement. Just thinking of Noah's terrifying strength and his current benevolent actions, he was simply the ideal captain, causing them all to wish to bow down. But they also knew that they belonged to captives and slaves with no say in the matter. "Good." Noah smiled rarely. "Akin." "Here." Akin slightly bowed. "Find someone to make prosthetics for these 4, and the cost is on my account." "Yes." After arranging for the former members of the Noah pirate crew, Noah turned his gaze to the eager apprentice pirates. He smiled, and said, "As long as you perform excellently, there will be opportunities for you to become official crew members on my Noah's ship. By then what they have you will also have." "Yes, Captain Noah." The pirates shouted loudly, their voices echoing throughout the island. On the coast, the remaining members of the Click pirate crew exchanged glances. Hearing this commotion, could it be that Captain Click was defeated? They immediately shook their heads. Captain Click was the strongest man they had ever seen, a monster like that could not possibly lose. It wasn't until a while later that a group of former companions forced the remaining pirates off the ship to recognize a new leader, only to find Click and Balu, the first and second strongest members of the Click pirate crew, lying on the deck. Lord Noah, the total amount of loot is 140 million belly, along with many jewels and gold coins estimated to be worth several tens of millions. Akin took out an account book. Of course this was not done by him. Most pirates had little education, and Akin was one of them. He could not even recognize many large characters, so how could he manage such matters? Therefore, when Noah saw this obviously freshly written account book, still stained with ink, he was momentarily stunned. He asked who did this. "Locke. He can do this." Noah truly did not expect to have such a talent among his ranks. Noah quickly arranged, "From now on this matter will be entrusted to him, and you will oversee the distribution." "Yes." Akin nodded but did not leave. Instead, he remained standing there. He said, Lord Noah, Click has awakened. Oh, bring him over. Yes. After a moment a man was brought in, and it was Click with short light purple hair. Click wore an expression of unwillingness, his eyes filled with deep fear. Noah's strike had shattered his worldview. Click could hardly believe that there was someone in this world capable of unleashing such terrifying slicing attacks. Upon seeing Noah, the recently stitched wounds began to bleed again uncontrollably, staining the bandages red. Don't be agitated. Noah wore a gentle smile. He looked at Click saying, so how about joining my team? What if I say no? Click stared at Noah's face. You will die? Noah maintained his smile, though it contained a chilling undertone. Just as he had stated, if Click did not agree, he would directly kill him and toss him into the sea. Feeling this cold, killing intent, Click, who was already keen on preserving his life, had no choice but to lower his proud head. Compared to Click, Balla's subjugation was much simpler. Akin merely stood there, and Balu trembled all over, not daring to even look at Akin a second longer, demonstrating just how terrifying the 2 strikes Akin had delivered on him had been. Thus, all 97 remaining members of the Click pirate crew were absorbed into Noah's pirate crew. Including Click and Balu, they all became apprentice members of Noah's pirate crew. After the pirate crew grew in size, Noah immediately held a banquet at the villa. Of course it was at his expense. Otherwise, having his subordinates pay for a banquet would be too disgraceful for him as a captain. Once the banquet began, the pirates naturally rejoiced. However, Noah issued strict orders prohibiting attacks on the local populace. As he put it, the chives had already been harvested, and the remaining roots could not be touched. With him speaking, no one dared to cause trouble. The main reason was that Akin was like a ghost. He neither drank nor ate meat in large bites. Just standing there frightened everyone. As Noah's most loyal lackey, others feared him even more than they did Noah. A day later, under the wary gaze of ordinary people on the island, Noah's pirate crew left without committing any offenses, even trading normally with them. After replenishing freshwater and food, Noah moved from the original Evil Blade pirate cruise ship to Click's pirate ship. Under Click's anxious watch, he took down the pirate flag that belonged to him. Then Noah generously hired a painter on the island to create a flag for his pirate crew. The flag design was simple, a black background with a bloodied white skull with crossed swords and guns beneath the skull. The style was simple, yet matched the spirit of Noah's pirate crew, as this was a team that was meant to fight and shed blood. The flag was raised by Locke, the temporary treasurer of Noah's pirate crew. He was filled with excitement, almost moved to tears by Noah entrusting him with such an important task. Set sail, let's go. Noah drew out his sword, pointing the slender blade towards the sea. Destination Black Reef Islands. Oh, the pirates' voices echoed across the waters. On the island, some people looked at the spirited Noah, displaying his commanding presence, and revealed expressions of yearning. Surely this is what a true great pirate looks like. At this moment, at the town of beginning and end, Lobetown Marine Headquarters. Smoker, who had been assigned here, held 2 cigars in his mouth, exhaling smoke when a Marine entered after delivering a report. After saluting Smoker, he said, Colonel Smoker, regarding the news about the potentially dangerous Click pirate crew from 2 days ago, they have entered the vicinity of the Black Reef Islands. They are likely recruiting there. Black Reef Islands. A glint of light flashed in Smoker's eyes. He had only recently arrived in the East Sea and did not know much about this place. But one thing was clear. This area had not seen any major pirates aside from the notorious Fire Fist, who had been elusive for half a year because a certain vice admiral often returned home. Smoker felt both satisfied and disappointed about this. Now that he knew the gathering spot of these infamous pirates, he had no reason not to pay a visit. As a natural devil fruit user in the weakest East Sea, could there truly be someone capable of defeating him with Haki? Go gather the troops and eliminate this group of pirates. Smoker slapped the table, grabbing hold of the tin-hand weapons placed beside him. At the edge of the East Sea in the Black Reef Archipelago, a fierce wind began to blow across the sea, filling the sails of the ships, likely knowing that the Noah pirate crew was approaching with great force. The main pirate ship, along with 6 smaller vessels, sped towards the Black Reef Archipelago. Noah leaned against the ship's railing, polishing his saber with oil specifically for blade maintenance. Although he had learned to cut through iron, neglecting maintenance could lead to a day of damage. Therefore one must learn and master. If Noah could wield the aura, now not to mention the observation Haki, even a mid-level naval rear admiral would not be as with strength comparable to a naval rear admiral. Plotting to become one of the 7 warlords would become much simpler. Unfortunately, while there are those in the East Sea who can use Haki, they are few. After all, the pirate world is vast. But it seems unlikely that he would encounter them, as the East Sea is known to be the weakest. Before that, he could only focus on improving his swordsmanship and physical skills to build a solid foundation. Once he mastered both armament Haki and observation Haki, Noah would soar to great heights. Lord Noah, ahead is the Black Reef Archipelago. Akin's footsteps ceased behind him. Noah looked up at the horizon, where the outline of the Black Reef Archipelago resembled a giant beast lying on the surface of the sea. He squinted and asked in a low voice, "Are Click and Baru behaving?" Click's injuries have mostly healed, and he wants to challenge me. Baru has resigned to his fate and intends to distance himself from Click. Akin's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Lord Noah, do you need me to confront Click? After we deal with the pirates at Black Reef Archipelago, they'll give him a little lesson. Noah sheathed his sword. Those who do not behave should recognize their situation. Akin's current strength was even greater than in the original story. He was never weaker than Click in the original, and now Akin was stronger. Defeating a rookie like Click would be effortless. Even if Click was ambitious, he surely would not dare to entertain any other thoughts before he was sure he could defeat Noah's second-in-command. Understood, Akin nodded. Noah tapped his fingers on the ship's railing. By the way, how are Locke's accounts coming along? Very clear. I even noted the barrels of wine purchased a few days ago. Akin paused and added. He said he wanted to learn arithmetic, so he could manage larger accounts and contribute his strength to you. Noah smiled. This guy was indeed an unexpected talent worth cultivating. If Akin's loyalty reached the required standard, Noah wouldn't mind granting him a coveted position, letting his crew know that anyone who becomes his trusted subordinate could gain the powerful abilities bestowed by Captain Noah, even if that person was once just an unremarkable little pirate. The 7 ships, 1 large and 6 small, had already surged to within 1,000 meters of the Black Reef archipelago. Prepare, everyone. Noah suddenly drew his saber light rain. Akin silently tightened his grip on his 2 roundhead truncheons while Locke and other small team leaders clutched their large sabers, excitement and exhilaration gleaming in their eyes. Cleek and Baru were still wrapped in bandages, with one reluctantly raising a gigantic steel war spear, and the other had a newly acquired round shield held close. The pirates on the 6 remaining ships were grinning ominously. They gazed towards the front, where the waters near the Black Reef archipelago were a dark gray and the rocky edges of the islands were as black as ink. In the distance, several pirate ships were docked at the port, their masts adorned with various skull flags resembling a terrifying ritual to summon souls. But as the 7 ships of the Noah pirate crew approached, the dimness of the Black Reef archipelago was overshadowed by an even greater darkness. At the port, many pirates stationed there spotted the 7 ships of the Noah pirate crew. It's Cleek's ship. Someone at the port recognized the leading vessel and shouted loudly, followed by a commotion. Several pirate crew members left behind rushed into the island to report the news. Cleek's reputation had recently soared, and in the East Sea a bounty of 10 million made him an absolute ruthless character, a great pirate. Moreover, the number of ships coming was 1 less than the combined total of these pirates, so these pirate officers dared not be careless. Noah stood at the ship's bow watching the pirates peering out. There were throngs of pirates, nearly 300, just guarding the edges, their eyes glinting with the greedy hunger of wolves mixed with fear of the arrival of the Noah pirate crew, but more so bloodthirsty grins. They were all desperate men, who feared whom? The Black Reef archipelago had emerged as a pirate den only in the last 2 years, as it was far from any navy branch. Cleek had previously come here to reinforce his crew, so some pirates recognized the ship that now belonged to Noah. Have they changed their flag? Someone pointed at the black background blood-red skull on the mast, puzzled. Just as the words left his mouth, Noah lightly waved light rain forward from the fearless warship, dual the name of Cleek's flagship. Swish! A black water-colored blade aura shot through the air, accurately cleaving the most prominent lookout tower at the port. The stout wooden tower snapped in response, crashing down and raising a cloud of dust. The port fell silent in an instant as all the pirates who witnessed this horrifying scene focused their gaze on the figure at the bow of the fearless warship. I am Fernand Noah. Facing the sea wind, Noah's voice carried through the breeze, clearly reaching everyone's ears. From this day forth you belong to me. Who is in favor? Who is against? A group of brutish pirate captains with faces full of muscle hurried out from the island, each wearing a burly pirate raised a giant axe and shouted, "You little ones, take them." Before he could finish, Noah tilted his head back, giving Akin a knowing look. Akin understood immediately, his thigh muscles taut, knees slightly bent. Bang! In an instant, Akin's figure shot out like a cannonball, the steel head of his roundhead truncheon smashing into the face of the pirate captain wielding the giant axe. With a crunch, the head of the once arrogant pirate captain was driven down by half, and the tremendous force sent his body flying like a broken sack, crashing into a row of wooden crates, silencing him forever. This ignited the powder keg completely. Kill! Dozens of pirates howled as they charged toward the gangplank, blades glinting in the sunlight. Noah drew his sword, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Little ones, follow me to kill. Oh oh oh. The pirates of the Noah pirate crew responded loudly. Noah was the first to leap off the gangplank. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a long knife, with several small notches on the blade, came slicing toward him. He sidestepped, his wrist twisting, as light rain gracefully arced through the air, precisely cutting through the wrist of the opponent wielding the knife. Oh! With a scream, the hand and long knife fell to the ground, but just as a cold glow appeared at the neck, the head flew off, and the scream abruptly ceased. After casually killing one pirate, Noah did not pause. His figure darted through the crowd like a specter. His intermediate swordsmanship became increasingly refined under the nourishment of experience. Each strike carried just the right amount of force capable of breaking the enemy, while conserving excess energy. The warm flow of physical energy coursed through his limbs, allowing his speed and reaction time to far exceed that of... To him, the attacks of these pirates seemed like they were in slow motion. As soon as a pirate approached, raising a knife or axe to strike, the blade of light rain had already lightly swept across their necks. What kind of monster is this? Surprised gasps echoed. The pirates looked at the figure moving leisurely amidst the blade light, a chill rising in their hearts. They had never witnessed such a style of combat. Elegant, efficient, yet suffused with an overwhelming sense of oppression. While Noah was reveling in his kills, Akin was not far behind, even more violent and terrifying. Each swing of the roundhead truncheon was accompanied by the brutal cracking of bones. His movements had become even swifter than before, evidently having advanced further in strength under Noah's synchronistic embedding. A peculiar blood-red aura emanated from his body, resembling burning blood flames, eerie and terrifying. He was completely like a vengeful spirit in blood, perfectly embodying the title of Ghost Man. Apart from these two, the other members of the Noah pirate crew performed admirably. Cleek wore a grim expression. Even though his injuries were not fully healed, with just a swing of his massive steel war spear, several pirates were sent flying, creating a vacuum of personnel in the area. Baru was much more conventional, wielding a round shield in both hands, knocking down one pirate with each strike. His pressure was not as impressive as Locke's, who had dyed his beard red with blood upon entering the battlefield. The battle lasted only a few minutes, and the port was already littered with groaning pirates, many of whom had become corpses. Among them were members of the Noah pirate crew, but the vast majority were pirates from the Black Reef archipelago. The survivors sat slumped on the ground, their eyes fixed on Noah, Akin, and Cleek, as if they had seen demons. Noah casually slashed at a pirate captain, his relaxed demeanor resembling someone kicking a stray dog by the roadside. With the last pirate captain of the Black Reef archipelago slain by Noah, the remaining pirates lost their will to resist. Noah, Akin, and the resentful Cleek were too ruthless in their killings. The first two primarily targeted the pirate captains among the Black Reef archipelago, while Cleek killed indiscriminately, completely uncaring of who the opponent was, showing no mercy. Unlike Noah and Akin, who had already held back after breaking the enemy's spirit. Now, does anyone have any objections? Noah elegantly drew a white cloth to wipe the blood from the blade of light rain. His movements were slow, as if engaging in casual conversation. But merely standing there, a deep abyss-like aura radiated outward. Like a king descending, even Cleek did not dare to meet his gaze, lowering his proud head instead. No one responded, nor did anyone dare to respond. An hour later, the masts of all pirate ships in the Black Reef archipelago flew the flag with a black background and blood-red skull. Locke ran to the very center of the Black Reef archipelago, his face flushed with excitement. There was a small castle once home to an unknown noble, but later targeted by pirates. Now it had fallen into Noah's hands. Captain Noah, I finished the count. There are a total of 8 pirate crews in the Black Reef archipelago, totaling 521 people. Excluding the 436 who have been killed, the remaining survivors all chose to join us. In addition, we have found 5,362,433 berries. Noah nodded. This was a decent amount. It seemed Locke was indeed suitable for this position. He waved to summon Akin. Akin, go assign the crew. All original trainees who performed excellently this time will become formal members and join the main ship. The others will be assigned to other ships. Understood. Akin took on the task. Before long, the assignments were completed. Noah stood at the highest point of the castle, looking down at the subservient pirates, feeling the power surging within him. Battle report: defeated the United Pirate Crew of Black Reef Archipelago. Small-scale participants: 636 experience, gained swordsmanship 1253, a physical skills 1137, synchronized, embedding Akin 96. Swordsmanship 438, physical skills 397. This battle involved more participants and more masters, and the post-battle report was as expected. Looking at the many injured below, Noah soon issued an order. Notify everyone to rest for 3 days. In 3 days our target is villager Syrup. Yes, Captain Noah. The wind fluttered the newly raised flags, creating a rustling sound, and the night gradually descended upon the Black Reef archipelago. To celebrate, the new recruits joining Noah ordered the preparation of wine and had the chef make barbecued meats. Little ones, the feast is on. Noah raised a cup of wine and laughed heartily. Oh, long live the pirates cheered loudly. Inside the small castle, Noah sat alone in a chair, a table before him laden with food. Cleek and Baru sat on either side with Akin present as well. Akin said nothing. Cleek and Baru had performed very well this time, and Noah naturally did not hesitate to grant them the title of captain, a rank higher than team leader, marking them as mid-level officials of the Noah pirate crew. Aside from the two, Locke also received a promotion. Since he preferred a lively atmosphere, he was not here, but was drinking with the other team leaders. Noah raised his rum and downed it in one gulp, while Cleek, Baru, and Akin all toasted to Noah. After 3 rounds of drinks, the night grew deep. As the overall commander of the battle, Akin took on the role of night watchman. After assigning someone to guard outside Noah's room, he exited the castle to patrol outside. This made many pirates who did not wish to stand watch complain. The second-in-command of the ship was on watch. Oh, what could they say? Akin scanned the coast, confirming everything was fine, when suddenly a pirate exclaimed, "Lord Akin, there's something in the sea." My. Akin approached the spot indicated by the pirate and looked out at the sea. It was a wooden chest that had been sealed, soaked through for the most part. Pull it up, Akin ordered. Immediately, 2 pirates struggled to drag the 1-meter-long, half-meter wide, and thick wooden chest to the shore. Open it. Akin tightened his grip on the roundhead truncheon. The 2 pirates pried open the wooden chest with knives. Soon a stench of rotting fruit wafted out from within. It turns out to be fruit. I thought it was some sort of treasure. One pirate shook his head regretfully. Another pirate began poking around in the rotten fruit with a knife, and then showed an expression of surprise. He reached in and pulled out a round object, silver gray and feather-like, adorned with strange spiral patterns. In short, this peculiar fruit resembled a cantaloupe, but was also unlike it, looking extremely odd overall. Akin took it from the pirate and began examining it carefully. For some reason, holding it in his hand made him feel as if the fruit was resisting him. Simultaneously, a strange sense of aversion arose within him. What a strange thing. Akin furrowed his brow, unable to discern anything after a long look. Perhaps Lord Noah To Akin, Noah was all-knowing and invincible. Just a little fruit. Surely Lord Noah would know. A Jean walked through the castle's first-floor hall holding the silver-gray fruit, where pirates lay sprawled in deep slumber, the night breeze dispersing the lingering aroma of the feast. Warm yellow light streamed from the windows on the second floor of the castle. A few pirates outside saw him nod and bow, to which a Jean responded with a slight nod before raising his hand to knock on the door, the sound of his knuckles against the door panel echoing sharply in the silence. "Come in." Noah had not fallen asleep. The slight drunkenness could not affect him. He spread out the East Sea maps he had collected from various pirate crews, his fingertip resting on the location of Zillabu village as he contemplated the next route for the Noah pirate crew. Should they continue to drift in the East Sea or head straight to the Grand Line? Hearing the knocking, Noah looked up as a Jean pushed the door open and entered. Noah's gaze first fell on a Jean's tense profile before shifting to the fruit in his palm, his brow slightly raising as a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. "Lord Noah, this is..." A Jean handed the fruit to Noah. "I just fished it out by the seaside mixed in with rotten fruits. Please take a look." As Noah took the fruit, a subtle tingling sensation coursed through his fingertips, as if countless tiny electrical currents were surging beneath the surface. The silver-gray, almost metallic spirals shimmered coldly under the light. Its shape was indeed peculiar, neither resembling common berries nor possessing the plump curvature of natural fruits, but more akin to a meticulously polished stone. A devil fruit. He traced the surface of the fruit, his voice calm and unperturbed. This devil fruit's ability was, since it was unknown, he naturally had little interest. For him, the priority among devil fruits was the latest version of the mythical Zoan type, or the natural type's thunder fruit, or perhaps the paramecia type's float fruit. He truly had no interest in the commonplace paramecia or Zoan types, which had low potential. A Jean's pupils dilated. It's that kind of devil fruit that grants superpowers, but turns you into a landlubber. A devil fruit. Though a Jean was functionally illiterate, he had certainly heard of the infamous name of the devil fruit. He never expected that such a legendary item would appear right before him. Noah flipped the fruit over and casually tossed it back to a Jean. "However, I do not know what specific ability this devil fruit possesses. Perhaps it can be identified through a devil fruit encyclopedia, but such items are typically unattainable for the average person. If you get the chance, try to snatch one." In the pirate world, devil fruits come in all shapes and sizes, but the characteristic spiral pattern on their surfaces never changed. The aura of this fruit was fainter than that of ordinary fruits, yet it carried a more restrained sense of oppression, as if its power was locked within that silver-gray shell, with feather-like patterns resembling metallic blades that could cleave through all. Although uncertain about its ability or type, Noah's instincts told him that this devil fruit possessed tremendous power. However, he would not gamble on something whose ability remained unclear. "You should eat it." A Jean was embedded in his battle system. As long as he followed his own path, without dying, he would surely awaken the fruit's powers through subsequent combat experience. Noah was not at all opposed to his subordinates becoming devil fruit users. Uncertain of its abilities, a Jean accepted the devil fruit. Upon receiving it, there was no longer a sense of revulsion towards the devil fruit itself, but rather a Jean distinctly felt the fruit's aversion towards him. It was merely a fruit, yet it exuded an inexplicable sensation of prickliness. Moreover, just holding it made him feel as if the item was straining to break free, yearning to leap towards someone, but that someone was not him instead. A Jean looked at Noah. "What's wrong?" Noah, noticing that a Jean was staring at him without eating, chuckled. "It's not poisonous, go ahead and eat it. It might just taste bad." A Jean shook his head and placed the devil fruit on the table before Noah. "Lord Noah, it is resisting me, it longs to be near you." Huh. Noah was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? Suddenly he remembered something. Before his transmigration, he had heard of a setting regarding devil fruits that the powers of a devil fruit often resonated with the characteristics of its consumer, and that devil fruits would select their most suitable master. Could it be? Noah abruptly looked at the devil fruit on the table, taking it in his hand once more. In an instant, a jolt of electric sensation surged through his soul. It was not an illusion, it was the signal that the devil fruit was sending to him. It was rejoicing it had finally met. Noah narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the silver-gray, almost white metallic fruit once more. In his past life, he had enjoyed reading the One Piece manga and animation, and he had seen the forms of various devil fruits. What lay before him now was a brand new, unknown devil fruit. Should he take the gamble to wager on a devil fruit whose specific ability was uncertain? After a moment's hesitation, Noah quickly smiled with ease. With the battle rewards he could obtain, even if this devil fruit's ability was mediocre, he could still become the strongest in the world. I, Noah, am destined to become a king. A powerful aura suddenly surged from within Noah as the experience of Conqueror's Haki silently increased. A Jean felt a rich, special power assaulting his brain, yet he persisted, looking at Noah with admiring eyes. But soon a series of thuds echoed from outside the door. Creek, who was lying in a room in the castle, hurried out with a terrified expression, looking up at the second floor. Balu crawled out with a wobbly demeanor. "Well, what's going on?" A Jean's voice drifted down from the second floor. "Don't mind Lord Noah's power, they will wake up on their own shortly." Creek and Balu exchanged glances. Balu could see that in Creek's eyes beyond fear there was a glimmer of ambition. In the second-floor room, Noah, having unintentionally unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, no longer hesitated. Feeling the natural attraction of the devil fruit towards him, he picked it up and gently took a bite. Disgusting. Fishy and foul. An indescribable strange taste exploded in his mouth. Noah suppressed the urge to vomit and swallowed the remaining flesh of the devil fruit. Though the first bite was supposed to be sufficient, one could never be too sure. How do you feel? Ajin asked, watching Noah's face twist with discomfort as he held back the urge to retch. Noah remained silent. The nausea lingered in his mouth. Speaking would likely cause him to vomit. After a while, that feeling, simultaneously a warm sensation began to flow from his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body, limbs, and brain. Noah instinctively commanded this force to envelop him. Then silver-gray feather-like tufts appeared on his arms, chest, and face. With a whoosh, a pair of large silver-gray wings extended from his back. His legs transformed into those of an eagle with talons forming at his toes. His head morphed into that of an eagle, a sharp beak protruding from his mouth. In a moment, Noah transformed from a 2-meter-tall human into a majestic eagle nearly 4 meters tall. However, this eagle had golden vertical pupils, and as its gaze fell upon Ajin suddenly felt as if his entire being was being seen through. At the same time, a darkness inexplicably enveloped the sky over the Black Reef Islands, and a violent sea wind swept in, producing a howling sound. Within the Black Reef Islands, apart from Noah, only Ajin, Creek, and Balu remained conscious. Yet as Noah transformed into a silver eagle, an indescribable sense of heavenly might seemed to descend upon them. The oppressive sensation weighed heavily on the hearts of the three. Balu was the first to crumble, already shaken by the Conqueror's Haki, and now, with this additional pressure, he tilted his head and fainted. Creek, engulfed in endless fear, opened his eyes to find himself in an unknown space with a giant eagle soaring in the sky, its golden gaze piercing him. Above that giant eagle was Noah, appearing aloof and godlike. Creek felt his heart racing, nearly ceasing to beat, as if he were suffocating. Ajin remained the calmest. Amid the growing fear, there was an endless reverence for Noah. Unbeknownst to Noah, at the moment he transformed into the silver eagle, he felt an unending surge of power within him. His physical strength had directly increased by several tiers after transforming into an eagle. Power, speed, defense. All attributes reached unprecedented heights. Is this the power of a devil fruit? Noah gradually reverted to his human form, though his eyes still shimmered with a golden glint. The overwhelming majesty resembling that of a god made Ajin dare not meet his gaze. As Noah ceased using the power of the devil fruit, the darkness enveloping the Black Reef Islands dissipated, and the fierce wind subsided. Creek in his room gasped for air, drenched in sweat. He looked fearfully towards the door in the direction of the second floor. Even though he couldn't see Noah, the seed of fear that rooted within him was firmly planted. On the second floor, Noah clenched his fists. Even without transforming into beast form, his current strength had greatly increased. Truly, this devil fruit was miraculous, capable of defying fate. Noah called up his attribute panel. Although he had some calculations regarding the ability of the fruit he had consumed, he was not yet entirely certain. He gazed at the illusory, transparent screen that only he could see. Name: Fernandez. Noah: swordsmanship, intermediate; martial arts, intermediate; armament, Haki; none; observation, Haki; none; conquerors, Haki; beginner; fruit ability, Zoan type, bird fruit; mythical type, Veðrfölnir form; beginner character, embedding, 13, Ajin, 97, mythical Zoan. Noah felt both astonished and delighted, yet it also seemed only natural. How could a devil fruit that chose him, Noah, be ordinary? Amid this surprise, Ajin's slightly increased loyalty felt inconsequential. At the moment Noah consumed the devil fruit, in a certain region of the East Sea, a warship was stationed in the ocean. Smoker held 10 weapons in his hands, 2 cigars clenched in his mouth, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black sea surface. How long until we reach the Black Reef Islands? Colonel Smoker: it will take just 6 hours to arrive by dawn, replied Smoker's officer. Smoker nodded. The smoke from the cigars obscured his expression. The following day, early in the morning, the Noah pirate crew was orderly conducting their morning training. Led by Ajin, the reluctant pirates ran laps around the perimeter of the Black Reef Islands. Some pirates grumbled to themselves. Even as pirates, we still have to exercise. Should I not join the Navy instead? But that was as far as their thoughts went. Noah stood atop the castle holding his sword, the blade flipping as a gentle breeze brushed past. After consuming the mythical Zoan bird fruit in the Veðrfölnir form, Noah began to develop the fruit's abilities, primarily applying them to fit his current combat system. Although it was a Zoan type, it did not hinder him from using swordsmanship. In Norse mythology, Veðrfölnir is an eagle that resides at the top of the world tree between the eyes of the giant eagle. It has the ability to control lightning and storms, possessing the all-seeing eye that perceives the essence of all things in the world. If the black dragon Nidhogg represents annihilation, then Veðrfölnir is the guardian of order. Among the animal-type mythical Zoan fruits, Veðrfölnir is one of the absolute top-tier devil fruit abilities. After consuming this devil fruit, Noah now possessed the power to command lightning and storms. His originally dark pupils were tinged with a faint golden glow, and he could see the movements of even ants and insects within a 1,000-meter radius. This was just the initial grasp of his abilities. Noah believed that this perfectly suited devil fruit would exhibit even greater powers as he developed it further. With this in mind, Noah sat cross-legged, adopting a sword meditation posture, attuning himself to the breath of all things. After comprehending the iron-cutting technique, he sought to improve his swordsmanship. Gaining experience was one aspect, but his own training could not fall behind. Although he could now unleash flying slashes, placing him within a broad definition of a swordsman, Noah was aware that compared to swordmasters like Rear Admiral Tontada, his swordsmanship still lagged behind a level. At the lookout of the Black Reef Islands, as noon approached, anticipating a hearty meal upon the shift change, a pirate using a monocular, spotted a shadow appearing on the sea. The first to see was the emblem of a seagull and an anchor on the warship. The pirate's expression changed instantly as he shouted down, "Not good. The Navy is coming." "What? The Navy is coming? How could the Navy come here? What are we afraid of? We have Captain Noah, Chief Jean, and Captain Creek. It's just the Navy, why should we fear them?" The news of the Navy's approach quickly reached Noah's ears. Noah sheathed his sword with a Jean and Rock flanking him. On either side were Creek and Balu. The two glanced at Noah, their eyes filled with trepidation, remaining very quiet. As Noah and the four approached the port of the Black Reef Islands, the warship was less than 1,000 meters from this location. On the warship, Smoker immediately felt a probing gaze sweep over him. He looked towards the source and met Noah's eyes. As the warship rapidly approached the port of the Black Reef Islands, Smoker clearly saw Noah's appearance. Dressed in black with dark tousled hair and a youthful, handsome face. Though there was nothing particularly remarkable about him, merely catching a glimpse evoked an intense sense of crisis within Smoker. "Colonel Smoker, that's Creek. He seems to be serving as a lackey for that guy." Smoker's officer also noticed and exclaimed in surprise. Smoker's eyes shifted left, naturally landing on this rookie pirate of the East Sea. "Interesting, but seems they are no ordinary pirates," Smoker scoffed coldly. "Prepare the cannonballs. Oh, let's send these pirates a little gift first," Smoker commanded. His officer immediately went to make arrangements. Soon the cannons on the warship were aimed at the port of the Black Reef Islands. At the port, Noah looked at Smoker with a hint of surprise. He never expected that the first notable Navy he encountered would be this one personally leading the team. Noah intended to exchange a few words with this upright Navy character from the original story. Suddenly a series of whoosh sounds filled the air. Several black cannonballs were fired from the warship. "Rude bastard." Noah drew his sword, his eyes growing colder. The sharp sound of shells slicing through the air grew closer, accompanied by the scent of gunpowder crashing toward the harbor. Click. Barrow and a group of pirates turned pale, instinctively wanting to retreat. After all, they were mere mortals, and intercepting cannonballs was an absurdity for them at this moment. However, Noah, holding the rain blade, showed no intention of dodging. Akin quietly stood beside him, fully committed, as if he would not retreat a single step, even if he perished in the cannon fire. The key figures of the Noah pirate crew stood at the forefront. There was no reason for them to withdraw. "Such things are of no consequence to me." Noah's voice was as calm as an ice-covered sea. His figure flickered, creating a series of afterimages, and the blade of the rain blade accurately struck the first cannonball. It was not a hard collision. Rather, he slashed at an angle following the cannonball's trajectory. The iron sphere seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, grazing the harbor's rocks before plunging into the sea, exploding into a spray of water. After a brief display of swordsmanship, the remaining cannonballs came in rapid succession. Noah slightly exerted force with his fingers on the rain blade, causing a faint silver glow to emanate from the blade. This was the power of the devil fruit Veðrfölnir quietly flowing. This time he aimed to combine the fruit's abilities with his swordsmanship. Noah stood calmly in place, merely twisting his wrist, and 3 crescent-shaped slashes tore through the air, moving so swiftly, they nearly caught up to the trajectory of the cannonballs. As easy. The slashes sliced through the iron casing, the fuses severed midair, and several cannonballs fell languidly onto the shallow waters outside the harbor, thudding softly with no smoke rising. "Long live Captain Noah." The pirates cheered for Noah's miraculous sword energy, their voices echoing across the Black Reef Islands. On the warship, Smoker, who was holding a cigar, suddenly shook it, ash falling like rain. His aide, clearly knowledgeable, gaped with wide eyes nearly bulging out. "Sea Colonel. Is that the Flying Slash? How can there be such a swordsman in the East Sea?" Smoker remained silent, narrowing his eyes, staring intently at the young man in black at the harbor. In that brief moment, he distinctly felt an aura that resembled both a storm and lightning. Though faint, it carried an undeniable oppressive force that no ordinary pirate could possess. This fellow, who could make the East Sea pirate rookie Click willingly bow down, indeed, had some skill. However, it seemed he had caught a big fish. The chill in Smoker's gaze intensified. It seems the gift was misdirected. Noah weighed the blade in his hand, the silver glow on the blade gradually fading. "Smoker, opening fire upon meeting is the Navy's way of hospitality." His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to the warship as if wrapped in the wind. Smoker's pupils contracted, realizing that the other party knew him and must have understood his abilities. Although Smoker's title of White Hunter had yet to be established since coming to the East Sea, he had not concealed the use of his smoke fruit powers in the slightest. The fact that the other party was aware of him, yet chose not to flee, indicated either arrogance or confidence. Smoker looked at Noah's calm face. It must be the latter. As this thought arose, Smoker suddenly leaped from the edge of the warship, his feet enveloped in swirling smoke, landing gracefully on the rocks of the harbor, his tin weapons spinning in his hands, producing a sharp metallic sound. "They're just pirates. What hospitality do you expect? You vile scum don't deserve any." Smoker's voice was raspy from the smoke. He glanced at the surrounding pirate ships, and then noticed that all the pirate flags had become identical, meaning these pirates were part of the same crew. Click. This rookie not only bowed down, but had also joined this pirate crew. "Who are you? I don't recall such a figure in the East Sea." Smoker's eyes fixed on Noah. "Fernandez, Noah." Noah raised his gaze, the faint golden glow reappearing in his eyes. "You only need to remember that I will stand at the pinnacle of the sea." "Arrogant." Smoker scoffed coldly, no longer wasting words with Noah. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Attack." On the warship, the aide issued an order, and a large number of cannonballs were fired once again. Click, and the others widened their eyes with Barrow exclaiming, "Aren't those Navy men afraid of hitting that cigar, guys?" Just then a cannonball seemed to confirm their thoughts, crashing directly into Smoker's back. However, the explosive scene Click and the others anticipated did not occur. The pitch-black cannonball passed directly through Smoker's back and headed straight toward Noah in front of him. "What is this?" Akin and the others were shocked. Noah opened his left hand, and an invisible breeze emerged from his palm. As the swift cannonball entered his grasp, it instantly lost all momentum, quiet as a stone. "It's just the power of the devil fruit. There's no need to worry," Noah said as he advanced toward Smoker, planning to test his strength against this elite sent from the headquarters. Devil fruit. The legendary devil fruit. Click and the others were stunned. But soon they cast this thought aside as the naval bombardment approached relentlessly and a bloody battle was about to commence. Boom, boom, boom. Several cannonballs landed in other areas of the harbor, but fortunately the pirates managed to evade quickly. Following that, Smoker's aide drew his great sword, leading a large number of Navy soldiers charging toward the pirates. Compared to the mixed bag pirates, Smoker's troops were all regular soldiers. With guns and cannons, bullets arrived before the men did. Right from the start, several pirates were struck down by bullets. Akin, being the fastest, surged forward, overflowing with a bloodthirsty aura. He spun his roundhead hammer and aimed to strike directly at a Navy soldier's head. Clanged. A large sword intercepted belonging to Smoker's aide. The aide felt the immense power from Akin's hammer and feared his grip would break. "Akin the demon. I never expected you to become a pirate," the aide shouted angrily. Akin merely shot a cold glance at the aide and swung the roundhead hammer fiercely toward his chin. If it hit, the aide would likely die on the spot. The crisis forced the aide to furrow his brows, his head jerking back sharply as a gust of wind brushed past his neck, narrowly evading the strike. At that moment, Akin changed his right-hand roundhead hammer's tactic. Having gained considerable experience from past battles, he adapted swiftly. Though his swordsmanship experience could not be maximized in effectiveness after each battle, he integrated it into his unique style of fighting, forming a battle technique uniquely his own. If described by levels, Akin's staff skills and physical techniques had barely reached the intermediate level, capable of earning over 100 million in rewards in the first half of the Grand Line. The powerful roundhead hammer collided violently with the aide, the speed so swift that the aide could barely perceive it. He could only desperately block with his sword, but the result was overwhelming force striking him, the impact flooding through his body. The aide spat blood, staring at Akin in horror. The demon's strength was terrifying. He staggered back 2 steps, creating some distance from Akin. After a brief engagement, he realized he was no match for the opponent. If he forced a fight, he would likely perish here. He couldn't fight Hedon, he had to maneuver. The aide quickly devised a strategy. However, while he set his plan, the other Navy soldiers suffered greatly. Initially, under the orderly gunfire, the ordinary pirates of the Noah pirate crew indeed fell in numbers. But as Akin charged into the Navy's formation, Click, Barrow, and Locke further disrupted their ranks. Click's enormous steel war lance swept across, causing the Navy to scream as they were struck, their fates unknown. Barrow and Locke fought with less aggression. One wielded a shield, the other a sword, yet both exuded a sense. As the two pressed into the Navy formation, some soldiers who wished to shoot from the shadows found it ineffective, having to resort to their sabers for close combat. This significantly eased the pressure on the ordinary pirates, who charged forward with maniacal laughter. In an instant, both Navy and pirates found themselves sprawled in pools of blood. Noah's rain blade glimmered with a silver light, his afterimages flickering. Smoker only barely witnessed a shadow before his head and neck were cleaved in two. Ordinary pirates might think victory was assured, but Smoker was a natural type user of the smoke fruit. He ignored the severed neck and simply crossed his 10 hands before him, smoke billowing from his body, transforming into 2 smoke serpents that coiled toward Noah. Noah's swordsmanship instilled a deep chill within him. Had he not been a natural type able to elementize, that strike would have claimed his life. This pirate is far too dangerous. Seizing the opportunity while Noah was momentarily drained, Smoker spared no effort, launching the 2 smoke serpents with his fist, their speed rivaling Noah's blade, as a peculiar black energy gathered on his fist just before it struck Noah's face. Though minimal, it sent shivers down Noah's spine. Observation Haki. Noah was not startled, but instead pleased. He used the rain blade to counter Smoker's weapon, his face neither flinching nor avoiding, allowing the punch to land squarely on his face. Bang! Noah staggered back a few steps, almost falling to the ground, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his head spinning with a buzzing sensation. Indeed, it was observation Haki. Even though Smoker relied heavily on his smoke fruit powers in ordinary battles, his mastery of observation Haki was minimal, yet it still inflicted significant harm on Noah. He felt his face was already swollen. However, he faintly sensed a peculiar, inexplicable willpower. After landing his blow, Smoker furrowed his brow. This guy, is he truly unable to evade, or is he intentionally not dodging? Continue. Noah wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, pulling up a mysterious smile. Before his transmigration, he was an ordinary office worker leading a monotonous life, without much excitement. Even flying away couldn't bring waves to his life. But after transmigrating, it was different. In this magnificent world, he would undoubtedly leave his mark. For no other reason than he is Noah, he wants to witness the scenery at the pinnacle of the world. Even without cheats, he aimed to live a grand life. That was his choice. Smoker's face turned cold as he charged forward once more. Regardless of what the other party was like today, he must arrest this person and take them to the underwater prison. Noah gave him a strange and dangerous feeling, one so intense that just fighting him sent a chilling terror coursing through him, a feeling Smoker had never experienced before. Smoker took a deep breath, a surge of smoke pouring from his body like white clouds enveloping Noah and the battlefield they occupied. The other pirates or Navy soldiers naturally did not dare to disturb their king. Is this the tactic you wish to employ? Noah looked toward the obscuring smoke. Perhaps sensing Noah's tenacity, even after taking one of his punches, Smoker still felt secure in his natural abilities and chose a more cautious approach. Concealed within the white smoke, his 10 weapons suddenly appeared, striking directly at Noah's head. Noah could not allow. Smoker was unaware, but Noah was fully aware he was a devil fruit user. Smoker's weapons contained sea stone. If he were to make contact, he would surely be defeated. If his crew did not have the means to deal with a natural type user, then Noah's pirate crew would surely falter before even entering the Grand Line. Thus Noah could not afford to underestimate Smoker's weapons. He flicked the rain blade with his right hand and immediately gripped it horizontally in front of him. Clang! The power from Smoker's arm transferred to the blade. Immediately afterward, a dark fist came rushing toward Noah, once more again targeting his right cheek. Don't hit faces, didn't you know? Noah's expression turned cold. Although he intended to use this experience to comprehend observation Haki, it did not mean he enjoyed being hit in the face. His right hand clenched into a fist, a subtle airflow swirling around him. A golden glimmer flashed in Noah's eyes. Originally, Smoker's punch, propelled by the smoke fruit as a booster, could only be seen as a blurry shadow. But now under Noah's gaze it became shockingly clear. As the cool breeze brushed against him, Noah felt a remarkable lightness sweep through his body. Not only his eyes, but even his body could fully react in that moment. He unleashed a powerful punch, echoing with a thunderous roar. Smoker's eyes widened. As his left fist, wrapped in observation Haki, collided with Noah's fist, a terrifying force equally as formidable as his own surged into his fist, even amplifying in strength, forcing his fist back. What kind of monster is this? Smoker's face changed drastically. He immediately withdrew his punch and weapons. With a wave of his left hand, a mass of smoke serpents surged toward Noah. The white snakes coiled around Noah, tightening their grip, but Noah merely trembled, dispersing the smoke with a forceful quake. Noah opened his mouth and exhaled, sending a storm of wind from his lips. Smoker's released smoke was easily blown away. What is this? You are a user. Smoker's eyes widened. He wanted to approach and probe Noah's specific powers, but saw his aide being smashed in the chest by Awakens' roundhead hammer. With a crack, the aide fell to the ground, unable to rise. Beside the aide, his sword had already been split in two. It could be said that he was risking his life to block Akin, yet the gap in strength meant he couldn't hold out for long. Aside from the aide, the other Navy soldiers were in dire straits as well. Smoker had brought over 200 men, yet now less than 50 remained standing. And that number was rapidly dwindling. The reason was clear: Click's presence had no match. Even Barrow and Locke had the Navy working together to withstand their interference. Aside from Click, who seemed unimpressive in the original story, he was still a monster to ordinary pirates and Navy soldiers. Do you still want to fight, mister? Smoker, Noah said with a smile. Smoker's face darkened, his expression almost dripping. After defeating the aide, Akin twirled his roundhead hammer, intending to deal with the remaining Navy. Smoker immediately unleashed a massive cloud of smoke. Before it could reach Akin, a figure floated in to intercept. Ignoring me, Noah swung his blade forward. The flying slash reappeared, instantly splitting the smoke cloud in two. Upon seeing this, Smoker snorted coldly and shouted, "Stop! Cease!" Noah softly commanded, his voice like the wind reaching everyone's ears. Click and the other pirates immediately halted. Take your men and leave. Smoker fixed his gaze on Noah and nearly gritting his teeth as he uttered those 3 words. This was the first time he faced a pirate who actively retreated. But if he didn't leave now, he could rely on the smoke fruit powers to remain unscathed. But what about the others? The Navy he brought would likely not have a single survivor. Moreover, up until now, aside from that one punch, he had gained nothing from facing Noah. He'll remember you. After finishing with the injured Navy, Smoker cast a deep look at Noah from the warship. Noah merely chuckled. Smoker, the punch you delivered today will be the greatest honor of your life. Smoker's expression turned completely frigid. Soon Smoker left with his subordinates in disgrace. We won. Locke was the first to cheer. The other pirates understood and looked at Noah. Long live Captain Noah. Noah smiled and waved his hand. Boys, clean up the battlefield. It's time for a feast. The battlefield was being cleaned up by Akin. This battle had resulted in numerous casualties. Smoker brought regular troops, and they were more well-trained compared to the Navy from other branches. Although there were 2 exceptionally strong figures, Akin and Clicky, how could they not handle the remaining pirates? Lord Noah, excluding you and the 4 officers including myself, there are only 93 left. Akin reported to Noah. Noah waved his hand. That's how pirates are. No one knows where they will fall, but we still have to move forward. Stop saying such disheartening words. Prepare for the banquet to celebrate our victory. Understood. Akin nodded, admiring Noah's magnanimity. Noah stood at a certain black reef, letting the sea breeze brush against his face. He closed his eyes. With his back turned to all the pirates, no one could see the joy on his face. I didn't expect to gain armament Haki like this. Noah murmured softly as the battle settlement panel appeared before him. Battle settlement repelled the Navy branch Logue Town. Small scale number of participants 491. Experience gained swordsmanship 1023. Body technique 1135. Devil Fruit ability 100 armament Haki 13 synchronized embedding akin 97. Gains swordsmanship 400 body technique 451. Armament Haki 5 The experience of swordsmanship and body technique continuously flowed within his mind. Noah could clearly feel that these two abilities had become stronger. Next was the Devil Fruit ability. 100 experience points were not much, but they led Noah to further ideas for developing the power of the Veðrfölnir form. Or rather, this Devil Fruit was inherently attractive to him. Even without experience, Noah's development speed would be rapid, but with experience points, it was like a flash of inspiration that would greatly accelerate the process. Noah slightly spread his palm, and a silvery wind swirled in his hand before being compressed repeatedly until it turned into a bead-like white sphere. Noah casually tossed this silvery ball into the sea ahead. Instantly, a massive swirling vortex appeared, its range spanning several dozen meters. Behind Clicky Barrow and a group of pirates turned pale at this scene, all of them staring in shock. Is this the ability of a devil fruit? Clicky's eyes widened. Captain Noah, did he also eat the legendary devil fruit like that smoky cigar guy? Barrow gulped several times. What are you standing there for? Continue cleaning up the battlefield. Akin shouted coldly, blocking the view of the crowd with his not-so-thick body. Thanks to being bound to the battle system, Akin's loyalty had gained a 40% experience bonus after reaching 90. Once the battle ended, while Noah gained a lot of experience, he also reaped substantial rewards. As the second-in-command and head of the combat team of the current Noah pirates. When Noah was ready to dismiss the matter, he needed to maintain control of the situation. Clicky cast a deep glance at Noah, then shifted his gaze to Akin. After the banquet, let's have a match. Even if he lost to Noah, and even if his ambition to become the pirate king was gradually being worn away, Clicky at least wanted to be one who stands above all others. Alright. Akin nodded, his cold dead fish eyes staring at Clicky. He would not lose, even if the opponent was Clicky. The swirling sea currents formed a massive water tornado. Noah opened his mouth and unleashed a gale. The fine blade-like winds sliced through the water tornado, causing it to dissipate back into the sea effortlessly. Noah couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it is a devil fruit capable of defying fate. He had eaten the very He thought that even if he were just an ordinary person, the moment he consumed the fruit, ordinary Navy captains would have to and now, unless he encountered a Logia-type devil fruit user, even against a Navy Vice Admiral, Noah felt that he wouldn't necessarily lose if he unleashed all his firepower. Moreover, the experience of armament Haki had already been acquired. Noah tightly closed his eyes. Although the armament Haki experience gained was not much due to Smoker being a half-baked user during the battle, perhaps because of the power of the devil fruit Veðrfölnir form, he could sense that strange will energy. And now that not so much but extremely rare experience transformed into a very vague, indistinct figure. This figure freely released its will, turning the will into an invisible armor that violently struck towards him. Bang! A heartbeat echoed in Noah's mind. Armament Haki is different from Conqueror's Haki. The former can be enhanced through training. The latter can only passively strengthen with the owner's strength and willpower. Noah's eyes suddenly opened wide, and he swiftly drew out his sword. He gazed at the slender and sharp blade of the sword. Under the sunlight, a cold and sharp light flickered. Veins bulged on Noah's forehead, and the veins on his hand also protruded. His calm and handsome face looked somewhat ferocious at this moment. Noah was simply staring at his sword. Gradually, a power known as will surged from within Noah, extending into his hand. The faintly emerging black aura felt solid. Noah suddenly exerted force, his entire being resembling someone holding their breath. Instantly, from his wrist to his palm, a metallic black texture emerged. It quickly spread over his palm and back of the hand, as if donning a layer of black metallic armor. Noah's eyes held an inexplicable expression as he carefully examined the armament Haki he had just barely grasped. He looked at his attribute panel. Name: Fernandez. Noah's swordsmanship, intermediate body technique, intermediate armament Haki, beginner observation, Haki none. Conqueror's Haki, beginner devil fruit ability, Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast, Veðrfölnir form, beginner character, embedding, 13 akin, 97. At this point, only observation Haki is missing. Compared to armament Haki, the difficulty of learning observation Haki is much greater. Most of the fodder in the new world can use armament Haki, but when it comes to observation Haki, Noah doesn't think those guys are capable. After comprehending armament Haki, Noah naturally worked hard to practice, hoping to elevate it to intermediate level before entering the Grand Line. According to his guesses, the standard for a Navy Vice Admiral should be intermediate body technique, plus intermediate armament Haki and observation Haki. Some elite Vice Admirals might elevate one aspect of body technique, swordsmanship, or Haki to an advanced level. Such beings could contend against the high-ranking officers of the Four Emperors' crews. Those high-ranking officers likely possess Haki at an advanced level. Their swordsmanship, body technique, and even devil fruit abilities are developed to advanced levels. Individuals like Conqueror have even awakened their devil fruit abilities, but such occurrences are ultimately rare. Noah believes that when all his attributes reach intermediate level, relying on the mythical beast-type Veðrfölnir form would be sufficient for him to contend with the high-ranking officers of the Four Emperors. The high-ranking officers here refer to the 3 calamities and the 7 warlords at the normal level. Based on the experience points Noah has gained over these days, even though the attribute panel does not show it. But in terms of experience points, it takes 1,000 for an ability to reach beginner level. From beginner to intermediate is about 10,000. And from intermediate to advanced, Noah estimates it would require 100,000. Fortunately, experience points gained are not just added like in a game, but every experience translates into a special energy that reinforces the body. Body technique enhances physical quality while providing insights into various aspects of body technique. Swordsmanship deepens the understanding of cutting iron and breathing. Thus, after every battle, both Noah and a kin who is bound to him become stronger. And during this process, whether it's Noah or a kin, they might gain entirely new powers due to certain insights. Just like Noah gaining a small amount of armament Haki experience which could lead to understanding its application, thus directly reaching beginner level. The development of the fruit's ability could reach beginner, or even intermediate or advanced levels. One can only say that this battle system is incredibly powerful. Not only does it allow Noah to grow stronger at any time, but it also enables him to cultivate a group of subordinates who are completely loyal to him. As long as these people follow the steps and do not perish prematurely, even those without talent can become super strong individuals at the level of generals or 4 emperors. Lord Noah, the cleanup is complete, and the food and wine are ready. A kin respectfully approached Noah from behind. Noah nodded. Let's go and enjoy a good feast. Learning armament Haki is truly delightful, and it deserves a proper celebration. Once I grasp it well enough, I will start. Cheers. In the castle, the pirates were shoulder to shoulder reveling in comfort. The wine flowed down, and they feasted on meat. This drunken and carefree life was exactly what pirates yearned for. It wasn't until the afternoon that all the pirates finally quieted down. On the second floor of the castle, Barrow and Locke were drunk, while Cleeky had a slight flush on his cheeks. He slammed his palm on the table. Akin, let's have a match. Akin glanced at him indifferently, and then turned to Noah. Noah stood up. Let's go, I'll choose a spot for you two. He also wanted to see the current strength gap between the second and third members of the Noah pirates. A moment later, there was an empty space in the Black Reef Islands where only 5 people were awake. As the sea breeze blew, Cleeky had completely sobered up. He held a massive steel war spear clad in steel armor, and his eyes were fixed intensely on Akin. Akin appeared somewhat slender, but when he held the round head cane, his entire demeanor became extremely serious, blood-red aura swirling around him, causing Locke and Barrow, who were watching, to widen their eyes. Noah stood not far away, saying lightly, Akin, if you lose, you will have to relinquish the position of head of the combat team. Understood. Akin nodded earnestly. Cleeky's eyes brightened. This meant that if he defeated Akin, he would become the second in command of. Since that's the case, here I come. Cleeky shouted loudly, swinging the massive steel war spear in his hand like a fire poker, creating a whistling wind sound in the air as he unleashed a powerful horizontal strike towards Akin with no reservations. Akin chose not to take it heeded. Although his current strength was not necessarily inferior to Cleeky's, this kind of hard confrontation was not his style. With a light leap, Akin seemed to sense in advance as he dodged Cleeky's sweeping spear. Holding the round-head iron hammer in his right hand, it spun horizontally in front of him. At the moment Akin landed, he paused and his figure became like the wind, and the round-head hammer flew towards Cleeky's chest like a cannonball. So fast, Cleeky's pupils constricted. Barrow and Locke blinked hard, their eyes fixated on Akin. They completely failed to see what had just happened. Clanged. The round-head hammer struck hard against Cleeky's steel armor. This steel armor was thick and hard, but it was also heavy enough that ordinary pirates would struggle to lift even a part of it, let alone wearing the full set of armor besides the helmet. Cleeky's defensive capabilities far surpassed Barrow's flashy attire. Yet under Akin's round-head hammer it cracked. The immense force shook Cleeky, causing him to spit out a mouthful of crimson blood. Damn! Cleeky roared. He suddenly retracted the huge steel war spear and smashed it towards Akin. Akin merely sidestepped, his entire figure appearing like a blood-colored ghost, evading the spear attack again. You! Akin's voice echoed in Cleeky's mind as he turned his head sharply, only to meet Akin's other round-head hammer. This time it struck his back. The immense force instantly shattered the steel armor, bending Cleeky's body into a large arc like a bow being pulled back. One hit forward, one hit backward. After taking 2 fierce blows from Akin, Cleeky was resilient, but steel armor fragments slid off his front and back. He knelt on the ground with numerous cracks appearing on his body, blood flowing incessantly, and he was spitting blood. He couldn't believe that the gap in strength between him, Cleeky, and a mere henchman like Akin was so vast. To him, Akin was only someone who followed Noah earlier. He was silent and indistinguishable from a high-level henchman. Such a role, even if it had a few impressive performances, could not match the greatness of Cleeky. However, reality dealt him a heavy blow. You are too weak. Akin's voice once again reached Cleeky's ears. He looked up, and a dark round-head hammer with a deadly blood-red aura was about to strike him. For the first time, he felt life slipping away from him. Even during his fight with Noah, he had not experienced this feeling. Just when he thought he was about to die, the hammer stopped less than an inch from his forehead. The chilling blood-red aura on the round-head hammer still teased his wildly beating heartstrings. If you want to challenge me, become stronger and come back. Akin retracted the round-head iron cane. After the previous battle, he had no time to comprehend. Now he needed to contemplate. Noah waved for him to leave. He pointed at Locke and Barrow. What are you standing there for? Take Cleeky down to heal his injuries. Locke and Barrow shivered and replied in unison, yes. 2 days later, Smoker returned to Logue Town with a grim expression. A bandaged lieutenant reported, Colonel Smoker, we have investigated the information on Fernandez Noah. This guy hails from Fairy Town and was originally just an ordinary person dreaming of going to sea. After setting sail, he likely encountered a storm and drifted to a deserted island. The devil fruit ability you mentioned was probably obtained there. He once stayed with a merchant fleet for a while, and the demon Akin was rescued by him during Kleeki's attack on Patch Island. What does the higher-ups say? Smoker's face darkened as he looked at the 5 wanted posters that had yet to be confirmed. At the forefront was Fernandez Noah, holding the sword rein and gripping a cannonball. Naval Headquarters Marineford Marshal's office. By the desk, the current Admiral of the Navy stood up. He was a robust man, wearing a white naval cap with Marine written on it, sporting round glasses reminiscent of frog eyes, and his long beard was styled into a braid. He was none other than the world-renowned strategist Sengoku. On the desk in front of Sengoku lay a freshly minted file on pirates. Hearing the incessant clicking noises beside him, his already frayed nerves could no longer hold, and he slammed his right palm onto the table. "Kapu, you bastard, go eat your donuts outside." As a hero of the Navy, the burly Kapu laughed heartily, biting into a donut, his teeth gleaming, as he said, "Sengoku, it's been a while since we had a competition, let's see who can." Before he could finish, Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins forming a symbol. "You bastard." Sengoku shouted repeatedly, slamming his palm on the table, producing loud thuds. "Look at the EC, not only has Fire Fist Ace emerged, but now there's also Noah. You often return to the EC, how could you let such pirates appear?" Kapu shrugged nonchalantly. "There are so many pirates, how can I catch them all?" "Oomph." Sengoku snorted coldly. Kapu stepped forward to pick up the pirate file on the desk, raising an eyebrow as he read aloud. Fernandez Noah, extremely skilled in swordsmanship, capable of executing flying slashes, suspected of having consumed a devil fruit that can control wind, ability unknown. After finishing, Kapu stuffed another donut into his mouth, speaking with a muffled voice. "Looks like another formidable character has emerged from the East Sea." Sengoku's face darkened. This information was sent by Smoker. Kapu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "It seems this Fernandez Noah is indeed powerful, even he couldn't handle it." "You think this is funny?" Sengoku glared fiercely at Kapu. Kapu ignored the glare and continued munching on his donuts. As he ate the donut in his hand, transformed into Kapu glanced at Sengoku, seeing that he hadn't noticed, and squinted his eyes in delight. Sengoku was still unaware, pondering deeply as he asked, how much bounty should be placed on such a dangerous character? The clicking sound continued and Sengoku's forehead veins bulged even more. Suddenly looking up, his pupils constricted. "Bastard Kapu. My senbei." Outside the marshal's office, the guarding Navy soldiers exchanged glances. Despite the ruckus inside, they had grown accustomed to it, and acted as if they had heard nothing. A day later on the Sabaody archipelago, a man with deep blue hair and a darker mask on his face approached a young man who was devouring roasted meat. The young man had a few freckles, but was still sunny and handsome, bare-chested, giving off an intense vibe. Ace turned to his first crew member of the Spade Pirates. "What's wrong, Dias? Has the ship's coating been completed?" Masculine Dias looked at his captain, Portgas D. Ace, who was known as Fire Fist, and had a bounty of 200 million berry in a short time, with a speechless expression. "We only started coating this morning, but can't be done so quickly. Look at this, another pirate from the EC, and he hasn't even reached the Grand Line. Definitely an impressive figure." Dias handed over 5 bounty notices to Ace. "Oh." Ace took them with interest. For years the EC had seen little in the way of notorious pirates due to his naval grandfather. At most there were a few pirates who had crossed Reverse Mountain to reach the first half of the Grand Line, and gained bounties of several. It could be said that Ace was one of the few to emerge from the East Sea in years, achieving a bounty of 200 million in less. He was aware of his identity, and as his confidant, Dias naturally understood this. For Dias to say impressive, this person was clearly not ordinary. Ace picked up the first bounty notice. The notice featured a man wielding a slender sword dressed in a black coat, and his face appeared quite gentle. However, the confidence in his eyes was unmistakable. Ace recognized that look. It was the same as his own, the confidence to become the king of the pirates at the pinnacle of the sea. Ace looked at the description of this man's name and his bounty at the bottom of the notice. Demon Sword, Fernandez Noah, bounty 55 million berry. East Sea. Aboard the Noah pirate ship heading to Syrup Village. Due to a decrease in personnel to only 98 with too many pirate ships, Noah had to have some of the surplus pirate ships dismantled and sold for money. Apart from Kira's flagship, the warship Marine Sword, there were only 3 larger ships left accompanying them. Noah placed the formal members of the Noah pirates on the main ship, while the rest were managed by 2 squad leaders, 1 primary and 1 vice, overseeing the 3 ships. "Captain Noah, look at your bounty. It's incredible." Locke couldn't contain his excitement, and carefully handed the bounty notice of 55 million berry to Noah. Noah took it casually. He glanced at the annotations of his misdeeds in the notice. Ruthless, bloodthirsty, possessing exceptionally strong swordsmanship, and even having the unknown ability of a devil fruit that controls wind. "It seems Smoker is quite wary of me," Noah said with a smile. "You have a bounty of 55 million on your first outing. It's simply incredible, Captain Noah. You know Kuro only had 900,000 on his first outing, and there's no comparison," Barrow said with a fawning smile. Kira's expression darkened, casting a hostile glance at Barrow. Barrow felt a chill down his neck, and the former captain's gaze made him feel like a thorn in his back, prompting him to immediately shut up. Akin believed that it was only natural for Noah to have such a high initial bounty, and even thought it was too low. After all, that Fire Fist Ace had a bounty of 200 million, why should their captain have less than 100 million? What Akin didn't know was that the amount of a pirate's bounty aside from their strength was also an important factor in the harm they caused. To the Navy, Noah was currently seen as a swordsman and a devil fruit user, a bounty of over 100 million would not be excessive, but the problem was that he was viewed as well-behaved in the Navy's eyes. The level of threat was not considered high at present, so setting the initial bounty at 55 million was actually not low. Unless Noah had killed Smoker on the spot, he would definitely have been directly offered a bounty over 100 million. Noah casually tossed the bounty notice aside, and Locke immediately caught it. The other 4 bounty notices in Locke's hands caught the attention of the others. Locke put away Noah's bounty notice and said, "These are the bounty notices of our 4 officers." Noah became interested. A moment later, the bounty amounts of the 4 main officers of the Noah pirates were revealed. Demon Man, Akin bounty 19 million berry. War Spear, Don Kuro bounty 10 million 50,000 berry. Iron Wall, Barrow bounty 5 million. Bloodbeard, Locke bounty 430,000 berry. Not bad, although the bounties are low. It officially declares that the Noah pirates have stepped into this world. Noah first smiled, then immediately restrained his expression. But at the same time, the bounty also represents our approximate strength. You are too weak. We aim to become a presence standing at the pinnacle of the world. Akin. Yes, Master Noah. Akin stepped forward, bowing his head. As the combat captain, you must not neglect the training of the crew. Kuro, Barrow, Locke, you all need to participate. This level of strength is not enough to be formal officers of the Noah pirates. Yes. Kuro and the others replied loudly. Soon, even aboard the ship, Akin led the training officially. Noah had his own matters to attend to. He only needed to guide the general direction of the ship's affairs while the details were executed by Akin, Kuro, and Locke. Indeed, after the battle at the Black Reef Islands, Kuro officially rose to the managerial level. He was known as Admiral in the original work, leading the most powerful pirate crew in the East Sea, renowned for their numbers. In terms of management, Kuro was undoubtedly at a much higher level than Akin and Locke. Though this guy had ambitions, he did not dare to harbor any ill will under Noah's absolute strength. In curious eyes, the more he interacted with Noah, the less he could see how powerful this captain truly was. With a single stroke, he could unleash a flying slash and the unpredictable abilities of the Devil Fruit. Kuro believed that to challenge this captain and reclaim everything he had lost, he might have to consume a Devil Fruit himself. Until then, it was best to keep a low profile, considering that besides Noah, Akin was a mountain looming ahead. Having witnessed Noah's personal might, Kuro understood that knowing one's own strength was the foundation for standing firm. He only wished to become stronger. His ambition might be dulled, but it would never disappear. Noah was unaware of this, even if he knew he wouldn't care. With the battle settlement system in place, the gap between both parties would only widen. Leaving 1 or 2 pirates on guard outside, Noah returned to the captain's room to continue his training. However, he did not engage in swordsman, but rather focused on utilizing his Devil Fruit abilities. The Mythical Zoan Veðrfölnir form was on par with the Dragon Fruit Mythical Zoan Nygard form, and the Human Fruit Mythical Zoan Nika form, a godly fruit. Teacher Adoro said that Haki transcends everything, but every move he used involved the participation of Devil Fruit. Indeed, during this process, he was using Conqueror's Haki. But if you talk about being domineering, then don't use your Devil Fruit abilities to bully others. Moreover, it was ultimately Luffy who defeated him using the awakened abilities of his Devil Fruit. So you see, Devil Fruit abilities must be practiced. Kaido's Fish Fruit Mythical Zoan Azure Dragon form is definitely not weak. It's one of the top tier mythical zoans. But the problem is he failed to awaken the Azure Dragon Fruit's abilities. If Kaido could awaken the Azure Dragon Fruit's powers, even if it was Luffy in Gear 5th, he wouldn't necessarily win, but he could definitely outlast him. Now that he possesses an even more powerful godly fruit ability in terms of strength enhancement, swordsmanship, or physical techniques, or even Haki enhancement to the advanced level, would not yield a higher battle power than the fruit abilities at the intermediate level. The saying goes, there are no useless devil fruits, only useless users. It's absurd. Doflamingo awakened his fruit abilities, yet he was still pounded by Luffy in Gear 4th. Devil fruits indeed have differences in strengths and weaknesses. Why can't Smoker deal with it? The root reason lies in Smoker's excessive reliance on the smoke fruit's abilities. His physical skills are average, and his Haki usage is considered pedestrian. Apart from elementalization, Smoker has only the ability to control smoke to bind others, or act as a booster to accelerate his fist attacks. It's truly lacking in every regard. Without the smoke fruit, Smoker's strength likely wouldn't even match Akin's. In contrast, Marco, the 1st Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, who also possesses a Devil Fruit ability, could rely on the unique abilities of the Mythical Zoan Bird Fruit Mythical Zoan Phoenix form to repeatedly confront the Navy's 3 admirals during the Marineford War, enduring significant damage in the process. Regardless of whether he won or lost, it is evident that the abilities of Devil Fruits have distinctions of high and low value. Noah sat upright in the captain's cabin, sitting on a soft, cushy cushion. He closed his eyes. A phantom silver eagle shadow enveloped Noah. His body began to transform into that of an eagle, just like when Akin first saw Noah transform. In just a moment, Noah grew silver feathers that resembled metal all over his body. His arms turned into eagle wings, his legs elongated into eagle talons, his mouth became a beak, and his head took on the form of an eagle. However, unlike ordinary eagles, he was entirely silver, as sharp as the finest metal, surrounded by pure. At the same time, due to Noah's beast transformation, a thick layer of dark clouds inexplicably gathered above the sea air. Boom! Several bolts of lightning flickered from the black clouds, yet they remained contained, as if waiting for the supreme deity to issue a command. Why are there suddenly dark clouds? Is it going to rain? Barrow, having removed his defensive shield, looked up at the sky, sweating profusely. Originally under clear skies, dark clouds suddenly rolled in. For a moment Barrow felt an extremely oppressive sensation, making his breathing quicken to the point of nearly gasping for air. The booming thunder only added to the unsettling feeling, causing his body to tremble. Barrow felt this way, even more so for the ordinary pirates who bore looks of fear on their faces. Kuro was dripping. Glancing up, he immediately shifted his gaze to the captain's cabin of the warship Marine Sword. "If you can't even withstand this, then disembark." A cold voice came from the captain's cabin. It was Noah. He had long anticipated the impact of the power released by the Devil Fruit abilities on the surroundings. He had no intention of retracting it, rather he intended it this way. The crew he would lead in the future must be a band of kings. If they only wish to be ordinary pirates, they should leave early and not tarnish the name of the Noah pirates. What? Didn't you hear Master Noah's words? Akin's cold gaze turned towards the pirates. Continue training? The pirates swallowed hard, and Locke was the first to suppress his fear. His expression was fervent, filled with admiration as he looked towards the captain's cabin, shouting, "Yes." The volume was so loud it echoed for 1,000 meters. Not long after, under the pressure of the Devil Fruit user Veðrfölnir, the dark clouds followed, arriving 2 days later at their destination, Syrup Village. Noah emerged from the captain's cabin, returning to his human form, yet the dark clouds above showed no signs of dissipating. Like a massive stone, they pressed upon the hearts of everyone in Syrup Village as the Noah pirates arrived. "Pirates, Usopp is lying again. Should we cooperate with him?" "Forget it, we have other matters to attend to today, no time for this." The villagers of Syrup Village had mixed reactions. Some were willing to play along while others shook their heads. But without exception, they all took Usopp's shouting lightly. Even though he was weeping and full of sincerity, they had heard it all before and were no longer surprised. "Everyone, pirates really have come. For pirate ships with a flag of a white skull and crossbones, blood has stained the flag. It's true, you all must believe me." Although Usopp was terrified, he did not flee. Instead, he approached a farmer woman. "Aunt Dolly, it's true, it's true." The woman referred to as Aunt Dolly by Usopp forced a smile. "Usopp, I have many things to do." She was not serious and was about to refuse to play the pirate game with him. The 3 little members of the Usopp pirate crew shivered, wanting to defend Usopp. But at that moment, dark clouds rapidly moved in from the shore of Syrup Village. In an instant, all the residents of Syrup Village, whether ordinary villagers or Kaya and Kuro in the Kaya mansion, hurriedly stepped outside. Kaya, supported by the goat-head butler Mary, stepped outside and looked up, feeling as if a great weight pressed upon her heart. Being frail, she fainted immediately. Mary suppressed the rising fear in his heart and shouted, "Clabatel, come help." "Okay." Kuro, taking on the persona of Clabatel, frowned and glanced at the sky. Dark clouds gathered and a storm was imminent. Boom! Several bolts of lightning flickered within the black clouds, but did not strike down. The oppressive feeling was even more intense than the falling thunder. Kuro felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He hadn't been at Kaya's house for long and had not yet reached the position of butler. Although he was not far, he was still working. When he and several servants brought Kaya into the room to rest, the Noah pirates had already anchored at the shore. "Akin, guard the click Balu Rock, and you 30 others follow me." They were only there for Kuro, who was alone at the moment, so there was no need for a grand display. Noah thought this way. However, when he entered Syrup Village with this group of fierce pirates armed with knives and guns, all the villagers realized that Usopp had not deceived them. Each of them turned pale, running back to their homes in fear, grabbing hoes and pots as makeshift weapons. However, these villagers trembled, clearly lacking the courage to fight the pirates. Normally that would be the case. Noah stopped in his tracks, and Click and the 3 officers who were half a step behind him halted at the same time as the ferocious pirates behind them. Although they were pirates, there was a strange order to them. Coupled with the dark clouds in the sky, they obscured the light. The dark air enveloped the 34 members of the Noah pirates. Although their numbers were few, they brought a sense of overwhelm. "As long as I'm here, you can't harm a single person." Usopp's body trembled like a leaf, holding a slingshot in his hand. I am Captain Usopp, who has 8,000 subordinates. If you..." Usopp's teeth chattered and he stammered, "If you want to die, come at me." Oh. Noah looked at Usopp with interest. In his past life, he had enjoyed watching Usopp and the crew. Although he was weak and first thought of hiding and fleeing when faced with strong enemies, when faced with true peril, he always rose to the occasion and became the key to breaking the deadlock. "Hey, Captain Usopp, are you interested in joining my ship?" Noah directly called out. Hearing this, Usopp was stunned. He looked at Noah in disbelief. Although Noah was the youngest among the pirates, anyone could tell from his posture that he was the leader, and the other pirates looked at him with awe. Usopp never expected that Noah would actually invite him. Not just him, even Click and the other pirates were momentarily stunned. They had already seen the weak-looking boy with the long nose. How could someone like him be worthy of an invitation from Captain Noah? According to what they knew, the last person Noah had actively invited was Akin. What merit did this long-nosed boy have to earn Noah's invitation? Many pirates felt displeased. Seeing that Usopp did not respond, Noah waved for Rock to step forward. "Captain, give me the bounty notice." Oh, soon a bounty notice for Noah was unfolded. This was Rock's collection, and everyone on the ship knew about it. Usopp stared at Noah's bounty notice, and his pupils suddenly, he exclaimed in shock, 55 million berries. He stared at the bounty notice for a moment, then looked at Noah, switching his gaze back and forth. "I am Noah, captain of the Noah Pirates. I will soon head to the Grand Line," Noah said with a smile. There was a feature embedded in the battle settlement system. He did not mind absorbing some characters from the original storyline who did not seem very powerful. There was no particular reason, it was simply his fondness for these characters from his past life. If I join the Noah pirates, will you let the village go? Usopp took a deep breath to calm himself. Noah shook his head. Usopp's expression changed. The slingshot he had put down was aimed at Noah once again. Rock's forehead bulged with veins. You brat, put down your slingshot. He drew out a large knife, his gaze extremely fierce. His face covered with a beard looked somewhat crimson, possibly due to too many bloodstains making it quite frightening. Under Rock's fierce glare, Usopp instinctively took 2 steps back, but did not back down. Noah raised his hand to signal Rock to stand down. I am not here to rob, moreover for these poor people in your village, I have no intention. They have hardly any money, not worth my time. You want to rob Kaya's family. Usopp immediately thought of this. Noah sighed. I told you I am not here to rob. He didn't want to explain further. I am here for one person. His name is Kuro, captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, of 100 schemes. Not caring if Usopp had heard of him, Noah stepped forward, and the pirates immediately followed. Usopp raised his slingshot, and then weakly lowered it. Ultimately, he chose to follow Noah. Suddenly, he felt the eyes of many pirates on him, pushing his fear to the brink. He tried to suppress his fear. If Noah really intended to harm Kaya, even if it cost him his life, he would protect her. With this thought in mind, Usopp quickly followed everyone to Kaya's house. To say there was no obstruction without a guide was simple. Syrup Village was just a village, and the island was not large. Kaya's house was a villa, and could be seen at a glance. Furthermore, Noah's eyes glimmered with a faint golden light. Beneath the dark clouds, nothing could escape his gaze, including Kuro, who was standing by the window frowning at the dark clouds. Kuro felt increasingly uneasy, as if some great terror was approaching. He had a feeling that he needed to run away quickly to leave this place, or else he would be caught, and would never return to this leisurely life. Although this feeling was baseless, Kuro trusted it at this moment. He turned to leave. Mary, seeing Kura's strange expression, asked with concern, Clabatel, where are you going? Kuro casually replied, I'm going to check on the village. Without caring about Mary's thoughts, he quickly walked out of the house. A little while later, Kuro appeared at the gate of Kaya's mansion carrying a black long package. Coincidentally, he ran into Noah's pirate crew, who resembled a dark tide of the sea, carrying an extremely oppressive and grave atmosphere. Clabatel. Usopp called out Kura's alias. He did not have a good impression of Kuro, but still winked at him, not wanting Kuro to provoke Noah and his pirates. Since the bounty notice for the Noah pirates had just appeared a few days ago, Kuro had paid less attention to pirates, so he did not recognize Noah and the others. But seeing so many people coming aggressively, he immediately thought this group had come to rob the target he was watching. Feeling displeased, the oppressive fear in his heart deepened, reaching a peak as Noah and the others arrived. Kuro trembled all over, not only affected internally, but also putting on a show for Noah and the others. Balu stepped out from behind Noah, raising his voice. Kid, call Kuro out, and say the Noah pirates are looking for him. Hearing this, Kura's heart trembled, and he shook even more. A sense of inexplicable fear and murderous intent surged within him, and dangerous glints flashed in his eyes. Kuro lowered his head, not wanting others to discover him, and pretended to tremble in fear, saying, I don't know any Kuro. I am Clabatel, the assistant butler here. There is no one named Kuro here. You bastard. What nonsense are you talking? Go tell everyone to stand out for us. Balu shouted angrily. Kuro clenched his left fist, his murderous intent growing. When he was the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, who dared to speak to him so loudly? At this moment, Noah stepped out and raised his hand to silence Balu. The arrival of the Noah pirates was grand, and many servants in Kaya's house saw them, and hurriedly found Mary the butler. Mary's face instantly changed. Kaya, still fainting on the bed, immediately had him grab weapons. At this moment, they could not show weakness. They could pay money to avert disaster, but they could not show their weakness. So when Noah was about to expose Kuro's identity, Mary had already led people to the entrance, looking as if he was cheering for Clabatel. Don't be afraid, we are here. Mary shouted from behind. Usopp hurriedly stepped out. Noah gave him a calm feeling. Although there was an inexplicable sense of oppression, it did not make him dislike him. However, the bounty of 55 million berries had truly frightened him. This was the first time he had seen a pirate with such a high bounty standing right in front of him. But he did not dare to let Mary and the others clash with them. Everyone, do not fight. Captain Noah and his crew are here to find someone, Usopp shouted. Mary was puzzled. Usopp, we are the Noah pirates. Noah pointed at Kuro directly. We are here to find him. Kuro was shocked to see Noah pointing at him directly, and the murderous intent in his heart reached its peak. He quietly opened the black long package. Before Mary and the others could react, Mary said, Captain, what do you want with Clabatel? Is he Kuro? Usopp exclaimed in surprise. Click, and the others also reacted at this moment. They all looked at Kuro, only to see him already equipped with the cat's claw 10 blades weapon, pushing the mirror frame with his right palm. With a chilling murderous intent in his eyes, he said, I just want to quietly stay here, why bother? Seeing his demeanor change from weak and gentle to cold and sinister, Mary, Usopp, and the others all recoiled. Noah crossed his arms and stepped forward. Kuro, contact your Black Cat pirates, and let them join my Noah pirates. He stated his purpose for coming. Kira's cold, murderous gaze shot at Noah. Who are you, and how do you know I am here? Knowing my identity, you dare? Kuro coldly smiled. The cat's claw 10 blades clashed, making a piercing sound. That is not important, Noah said lightly. I need you. My ship will go to the Grand Line and reach the pinnacle of the world. Contact Zango. How arrogant. What's so good about that kind of pirate life? Kira's eyes suddenly widened. Go to hell. Kuro had, since he had been discovered, he would kill everyone present. Although the plan had been forced, he could still make money, and if worst came to worst, he could find another place. He believed that with his cleverness, none of this would be a problem. So let's deal with you first. Kuro looked at Noah. Suddenly Kuro silently vanished from his spot. This was Kira's body technique, silent step, comparable in speed to the shave technique among the 6 forms, but more stealthy, making it more suitable for assassination. As Kuro executed the silent step, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Usopp, Mary, and the others were oblivious to what had happened. Balu and Rock the Pirates also did not see clearly what had transpired. Click, however, saw a blur of shadow, but the speed was too fast, and after Kuro moved, he vanished without a trace. He couldn't help but be astonished. He had certainly heard of the name Kuro of 100 Schemes, but mostly because of his intelligence. However, now Kuro was displaying skills that were equally impressive beyond his intellect. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Noah. Rock's eyes widened in an instant, and he shouted, "Captain Noah, be careful." Too late. The cruelty on Kira's face was evident. The claws of the cat's claw 5 blades aimed at the back of Noah's neck and slashed down. Click's eyes widened, clearly seeing the claw blades stirring the air about to strike Noah at lightning speed. Would he? Click clenched his massive steel war spear, struggling internally over whether to intervene. In his hesitation, the claw blades had already touched the back of Noah's neck. Many people could not bear to see this scene. However, the sound of the blade cutting through skin did not come. Instead, there was a sizzling sound as if the claws were scratching an iron wall, making sharp piercing sounds, but doing no further damage. Kuro stared in shock at the silvery fluff covering Noah's neck and back, which was as tough as metal. His claw blades were completely unable to penetrate this unique armor. What? Not going to continue. Noah's voice was quiet, yet it reached everyone's ears. Kuro immediately used the silent step to distance himself from Noah by several meters. Noah slowly stepped towards Kuro. The partial beastification was a method he had discovered over the past 2 days. It must be said that the Veðrfölnir fruit was indeed powerful, providing basic defense strong enough to withstand attacks that weren't too powerful. Feel free to show whatever means you have. This will be your first and last opportunity to challenge me. Noah spread his hands, his expression neutral. In Kira's eyes, this was exceedingly arrogant. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. It seemed he could only use shakashao, although this uncontrollable feeling made him very displeased. But the man in front of him exuded an eerie aura that filled him with oppressive fear. Kira's hunched figure with arms hanging limply like they had lost strength cast a sinister light from the claws of his 10 blades. Noah squinted slightly, his pale golden eyes shimmering. Was it coming for him? Let me see just how formidable this so-called shovel death really is. Kira's lenses emitted a chilling light as he scanned the surroundings. Everyone. Die here. Swish! A gust of wind swept up from beneath Kira's feet. He disappeared again. Usopp's eyes wide. Crick was taken aback. Previously he was barely able to see Kira's blurry shadow with his silent steps, but now he only heard the faintest whisper of wind. Everyone turned their gaze towards Noah. Since they didn't know Kira's location, he was surely going to attack Noah. However, they were Kuro, using his silent steps, could indeed target the characters he wished to eliminate with precision. Yet the shovel death technique was an indiscriminate random attack on anyone within Kira's attack range. With a swish, 5 even cuts appeared on the ground before Usopp, as if carved by blades. A sense of crisis surged to its peak within Usopp at that moment. In a haze, he seemed to catch sight of a terrifying, cold, and cruel figure. However, his physical capabilities were merely those of an ordinary person, and even if he sensed danger, he was utterly unable to evade it. Terrified, he stumbled, and the gazes of the others instantly shifted from Noah to Usopp. He's going to attack that long-nosed guy, Barrow exclaimed in shock. Kira's claws and 10 blades were about to strike Usopp. Mary and the servant from Kaya's family gasped. Though Usopp liked to deceive, he was essentially a good kid, a childhood friend of Kaya, and they couldn't bear to see him die before their eyes. Clang! A slender blade crossed in front of Kira's claws and 10 blades. Usopp fell to the ground in shock, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Noah's indifferent gaze fell upon Kuro. Your speed is impressive, but it seems you can't control yourself. Kira's pupils constricted sharply. How could this man possibly block his attack? How could he possibly keep up with his speed? This was impossible. Kuro unleashed shovel death once more. Still a random attack, even Kuro himself didn't know whom he would strike. However, in Noah's eyes, Kuro resembled a wandering zombie. His speed was decent yet utterly aimless. This kind of speed under the enhancement of the ability of the Veðrfölnir fruit was completely without escape. Noah stepped heavily onto the ground, his form disappearing just like Kira's. This time Kira's random target was Crick. As Kuro silently approached, sending his claws and 10 blades toward Crick, Noah once again flashed in front of him. Only then did Crick react, turning his head sharply. Noah lifted his right leg and kicked at the sudden apparition. Bang! A mouthful of blood spewed from Kira's lips, a large footprint marked his chest, the imprint sunk into his flesh, indicating that Noah had not held back with this kick. Kuro was kicked away, tumbling on the ground, breathing heavily like a wind machine, as if he wouldn't be able to catch his breath without taking deep breaths. No wonder Captain Noah is so strong. Locke looked at Noah with admiration. Crick took a deep breath. Kuro was formidable, and he hadn't even been able to react. And Noah was even stronger. Both in strength and speed, he was clearly superior to Kuro. Noah walked slowly toward Kuro, who was struggling to get up. Having been kicked away by Noah, Kuro felt that aside from the intense pain in his chest, his entire body was about to fall apart. He strained to lift his head and looked at Noah's pale golden gaze. A vast expanse of dark clouds covered the sky above Zilibu village. Boom. A bolt of lightning flickered from the dark clouds, bursting forth with a chilling electric light, illuminating Noah's tall figure and casting a clear reflection on his expressionless face. Monster. Kuro slowly uttered these two words. Noah squatted down, extending his right hand. So Kuro, would you like to join my Noah pirates? Do I have a choice? Kuro retorted. Noah shook his head no. Kuro smiled wryly. Although he was tired of the pirate life, he also didn't want to die. This man before him was too terrifying enough that he had no idea how strong the other party truly was. His pride and his speed was completely useless before Noah. Looking at Noah's outstretched hand, Kuro struggled to remove the claw weapon from his right hand, firmly gripping it in Noah's strong right hand. Noah smiled. Welcome to the Noah pirates. Not long after Kuro, wrapped in bandages, lay on a stretcher being carried, Noah's kick had been completely unreserved. If it were an ordinary navy or pirate, that kick could have directly eviscerated. Yet Kuro only suffered severe injuries, and after about a week of recuperation, he would be nearly fully healed, demonstrating that Kira's strength was not to be underestimated. Your strength is not bad. If you were in the Grand Line, to say the least, earning a bounty of 40 to 50 million wouldn't be a problem. Noah said to Kuro, who was lying there staring blankly at the ceiling of the ship. And you? Kuro couldn't help but ask. Me? Noah smiled and said, starting from 500 million. You're really not modest at all. Kira's eyes shimmered with an unusual light upon hearing this. He glanced sideways at Noah, not knowing what he was thinking. The next day, Noah had people in Zilibu village buy food and fresh water normally. Noah sat with his eyes closed under the sloping shore by the sea, holding the fine rain sword with both hands. A surge of dark energy invisible to other pirates swirled around Noah's hands like a special current creeping towards the blade of the fine rain. The pirates led by Akin were engaging in basic physical training on the slope. Kuro was special. Due to his serious injuries, he could only lie on a bench watching Noah's back. He raised his eyes to the sky. Kuro frowned slightly. Speaking of which, since Noah's pirate group arrived here, the dark clouds over Zilibu village had not dispersed. Though it was daytime, now the entire island remained shrouded in dark clouds, creating a sense of foreboding and eeriness. What's wrong? Does this thing make you uncomfortable? Noah had sheathed his sword and walked over to Kuro. Kuro frowned at Noah. Are you a devil fruit user? Noah's eyes revealed surprise. Truly, he was one of the few wise figures among pirates. Noah nodded casually and said, indeed, if you want in the future I can get you one, but I can't guarantee what kind of ability it will have. Kuro took Noah's words as mere boasting and didn't pay much attention to the later mention of getting a devil fruit. In East Blue, devil fruit users were legendary beings. The vast majority of people would find it difficult to see a living user in their lifetime, or did he think they were cabbages that could just be Is your strength because of the devil fruit? Kuro asked again. Noah waved his hand. Not really. As your captain, I am strong in every aspect. The devil fruit ability is just one of my means. Noah patted Kuro on the shoulder. Although you have a bit of strength when it comes to bounty, the difference between us is the several hundred million and several tens of millions I told you about. By the way, how long until your crew arrives? Noah asked. They'll arrive the day after tomorrow, Kuro answered. As the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro had fallen into Noah's hands. How could the others possibly escape such a fate? Kuro certainly wouldn't let his good brothers miss out on this opportunity. 2 days passed. Due to Noah's restrictions on the pirates, they behaved very well in Zilibu village. This also allowed Usopp to gradually let go of his fear, occasionally running over to the coast. During this time, Noah didn't mention the invitation. He could tell that this boy always had some reservations in his heart. After Noah easily defeated Kuro, he learned about the Black Cat Pirates through Kaya and understood what kind of person Kuro was. Though Noah was quite likable, the Black Cat Pirates were a thorn in his side, plus Crick had also been recognized. Noah's ship was not suitable for him. However, that didn't prevent him from befriending Noah. For his boasting, Noah always smiled, which made Usopp wish he could swear brotherhood with Noah on the spot. Captain Noah, the Black Cat Pirates have arrived. Akin approached Noah, speaking in a tone neither loud nor soft. He glanced at Usopp, who had just been bragging with Noah, feeling curious about Noah's crew aside from Noah himself. What could this long-nosed fellow possibly have that was worthy of Noah's attention? Cowardly, timid, fond of boasting, and lacking in combat power. The only thing worth mentioning was his accurate slingshot, but was that useful on the sea? Akin was confused. However, he wouldn't question it further. As long as it was Captain Noah's decision, he would unconditionally obey and execute it. Bidding farewell to Usopp, Noah and Akin arrived at the coast. Facing them was a pirate flag with a skull resembling a cat, and 2 crossbones behind it. On the ship, Zhang, wearing a dark blue hat and coat, with red triangular glasses, raised both hands. Behind him were the combat cadres of the Black Cat Pirates, the Catman brothers Sam and Butch. These two, one lean and one plump, wielded claw weapons similar to Cuirass, but they were merely small claws far inferior. Like Zhang, they raised their hands, not daring to move recklessly. Zhang looked with a sorrowful expression at Kuro, who was wrapped in bandages and could barely stand. Captain Kuro, what happened? The Catman brothers and the other pirates of the Black Cat Pirates looked at the surrounding pirates. Each of these pirates looked fierce and powerful. Especially Crick, who wielded a massive spear, made Zhang and the Catman brothers feel that if that spear struck, they would certainly meet their end. I'm no longer the captain. Kuro pouted. At that moment, Noah and Akin stepped forward. Zhang initially didn't react. Upon seeing Noah's face, he suddenly looked at the bloodied pirate flag on the fearless battleship. You are the demon sword for Noah, Zhang Ao nearly exclaimed in shock. The Catman brothers and the rest of the Black Cat pirates widened their eyes at Noah. Only then did they realize this man was the very same pirate with the highest bounty that had recently appeared in East Blue. Noah blinked and stroked his chin. Have I become so famous now? Of course. Zhang Ao swallowed hard. In East Blue, having a bounty exceeding 20 million was rare. Now someone with a bounty of 55 million berries, even in the first half of the Grand Line, was impressive. Noah's reputation had risen tremendously. He was well known in the East Blue circle. Zhang Ao looked at Kuro, then at Noah, recalling what Kuro had just said. Disbelievingly, he asked, Captain Kuro, you have joined the Noah pirates? Kuro nodded expressionlessly, habitually pushing his sliding round glasses with his palm. Noah said, now that your Captain Kuro has joined my Noah pirates, it's time for you to make your choice. Zhang Ao smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Do we still have a choice? If even Kuro has joined the Noah pirates, do we dare to resist? Zhang Ao was no longer the same as he was 2 years later. 2 years later, because Kuro had not acted for a long time, Zhang Ao had different thoughts. Now, he dared not defy Kuro in the slightest. Noah smiled, then welcome to the Noah pirates. Before that, Noah waved his hand, signaling the pirates to step aside as he approached within 3 meters of the sea. Zhang Ao and the others looked on in confusion, wondering what this new captain was going to do. Noah placed his right hand on the hilt of the fine rein, slowly drawing it out. Playing the fine rein emitted a clear sound. Noah held the sword with one hand, the blade facing the sea. Kuro frowned, having guessed Noah's intentions. Under the watchful eyes of the pirates, Noah moved. A surge of black intent suddenly erupted from the pristine white blade of the fine rein. Whoosh! The pirates looked at Noah's back, and in a daze they seemed to see the sea churning with waves rising high, threatening to overturn everything. Noah stood upon a small boat amid the stormy waves, gripping the long knife, advancing toward the challenge. He whispered, break, tide. Buzz. Beneath the surging sound of the tide, a beam of black light shot up from the ground, carrying the sharpness to cleave the heavens and split the seas, originating from the fine rein Noah held. The pirates quickly raised their eyes. They saw the dark clouds enveloping Zilabu village being split apart by the black blade light at that moment. In an instant, a scorching ray of light fell from the sky, illuminating this area. Noah sheathed his sword and turned around the bright sunlight, casting a dazzling glow upon him. Kuro, Zhang Ao, the Catman brothers, and the other former Black Cat pirates were witnessing such a terrifying attack for the first time, their eyes wide, mouths agape, nearly dropping to the ground. Seeing this, Noah nodded in satisfaction. As long as his crew exhibited sufficient terrifying strength, it would suppress any adverse thoughts against him. This world is just like this. Little ones. Noah raised his right hand high. Barrow and the other pirates looked at Noah with gleaming eyes. Noah laughed heartily. To celebrate the joining of our new member, let's throw a feast. Oh, the pirates cheered. The sounds of laughter and celebration continued until nightfall. When Locke woke up, he approached Noah with a grim expression, carrying the account book. Captain Noah, we don't have much money left. To be precise, it's Noah's money that's running low. The feast had always been funded by him. The rest of the pirates managed their own. No worries, I already have a source for replenishing funds. Noah smiled, slapping his palm on the table. The sea chart route he pressed down on led directly to the location of Arlong Park in Kokosia village, where he had plundered a considerable amount of wealth in East Blue. Noah was quite interested in fishmen. He wondered if there were any fishmen willing to join his Noah pirates. If you're wise, you'll spare your lives, if you can't tell the big from the small. A cold light emanated from Noah's eyes. His fine rein had yet to taste the blood of a fisherman, and this time would be just right for a trial. After spending nearly 7 days in Zilabu village, Curious injuries had mostly healed. Although the bandage around his chest had yet to be removed, he was already able to walk and train normally. At this moment, he wore black suit pants, a white shirt underneath, and a black tie styled with a slick-back hairstyle. His sinister aura was unmistakable as he habitually pushed his round glasses up with his palm. No longer pretending to be a butler, Curious dangerous aura made Crick wary. He was a formidable opponent of equal strength. Set sail. Noah stood at the bow of the ship as the pirates pulled up the anchor and raised the sails. He glanced at Usopp on the shore, saying, "Goodbye, may we meet again by fate." Usopp nodded. The two had not mentioned the invitation to board again during these days. Usopp felt it inappropriate, while Noah did not want to force a character he had liked in his past life. If he encountered them, Noah would extend an invitation. Those willing could board the ship, and he would respect those who did not, of course limited to the original Straw Hat pirates. After bidding farewell, 5 pirate ships set sail into the sea. Noah entered the captain's cabin, where a map of the East Sea was laid out on the table. Speaking of which, it seems I'm missing a professional navigator. Noah stroked his chin, almost overlooking this important detail. The Grand Line is not as calm as the Four Seas. Various harsh weather conditions deter most pirates. We're about to head to Coco Village, or I wonder. Noah thought of the orange-haired girl. She was a genius among navigators, able to draw maps on her own without formal training, treasured by the Dragon Pirate crew, and even coveted by the legendary pirate Gold Lion. If I deal with the Dragon Pirate crew, she should come aboard, right? Noah stroked his chin. At the cabin, Dorikin silently watched Noah, who was deep in thought. The battle commander had always acted as a bodyguard during training, although Noah did not need protection. The journey from Zilabu village to Coco village would take several days. As the current Grand Pirate of the East Sea, Noah was undoubtedly famous. Shortly after the bounty was issued, many pirates came seeking to join. Noah naturally welcomed all who came as long as they obeyed. They would all board and start as trainee pirates. Besides those who sought to join out of admiration, there were also pirates looking to make a name for themselves by taking his head. Kuro donned his clawed weapons and unleashed silent steps as he wreaked havoc on the battle-axe pirate crew. Like a ghost, each time a pirate met a gruesome end at his blades. Crick's massive spear swept through, exploding the head of the captain of the battle-axe pirate crew. He frowned at Kuro, who elegantly killed another pirate, adjusting his glasses with a push of his palm and casting a sideways glance at Crick. A spark ignited as their gazes met. Kuro had been a part of Noah's pirate crew for several days, and he had gotten to know the members on board quite well. The captain was undoubtedly the strongest Noah, while the second in command was Akin, who had a detached expression and exuded an extremely dangerous aura. As for the third in command, Kuro, despite his disdain for the pirate life, shared a sense of pride similar to Crick. He did not want too many people riding on his coattails. The battle concluded with the annihilation of the battle-axe pirate crew. Noah did not intervene. Such a minor skirmish was hardly worth his effort. However, it mattered not, as the battle settlement system credited the victory to his forces. Although he did not participate, Noah's pirate crew was under his command, so he still gained some experience, albeit limited. The opponents were too weak and the experience gain was negligible, not even reaching 100. Noah casually instructed Akin to take Rock to clear the battlefield. He planned to return to his captain's cabin to practice his Haki. Just as he turned around, he spotted a frail figure rapidly paddling away in a small boat at the side of the battle-axe pirate crew. Moi. Noah blinked. On the battle-axe pirate crew's ship, Zhang kicked the slain pirate into the sea. This position allowed him to see the small boat leaving, where the silhouette clearly belonged to a woman. Captain Akin, there's a fish that slipped through the net. Zhang immediately shouted. Akin frowned and looked over, and Crick and Kuro also cast their gazes. They had not realized that someone had slipped away right under their noses. Not good, Lord Rock, the battle-axe pirate crew's treasure is missing. A pirate rushed over in a panic. What? Rock's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he slammed his hands on the railing of the ship, roaring. Hey, little brat, leave the stuff behind. That's Captain Noah's. The frail figure trembled at the shout, then turned to look back. The sight of many fierce pirates made her shudder. But having already created distance, her years of thieving and running away allowed her to quickly suppress her fear. She scoffed and waved her hand, smiling. No need to send it back, these are all mine. That damn woman. Rock's forehead bulged with veins. Return Lord Noah's treasure to me. Without a second thought, he leaped overboard with a foot on the railing. Then he swam forward at a fast pace, shouting, Orange-haired brat, don't let me catch you, or you will be done for. This guy let her run if she wants, why chase her so hard? A figure suddenly appeared on the ship of the battle-axe pirate crew. Kuro and Crick only then realized that Noah, who had been on the invincible warship Military Blade, was now beside them. Akin took the initiative to plead guilty, kneeling on one knee, saying, Lord Noah, it was my moment of negligence that allowed someone to steal the battle-axe pirate crew's treasure. This time recover the items and distribute your share to the other participants, Noah replied, casting a sidelong glance at Akin. Yes, Akin nodded. Get up. Noah waved his hand, his gaze directed at the sea ahead. The girl, startled by Rock's actions, began to paddle. Noah looked at the girl, whose short orange hair was tousled by the sea breeze, with bangs lightly fluttering over her forehead. Her cheeks were round, her features exquisite, dressed in a striped short top and shorts. Her left arm was adorned with a fishman-style spike, a dark pattern combining serrated edges and a sun's fish shape. Undoubtedly, she was the genius navigator Noah was keen on recruiting, known as the cat burglar Nami in the original story. She looked almost unchanged from her first appearance in the original, but appeared even more youthful, her demeanor carrying a hint of playful cuteness. Come back, Rock, don't chase her anymore. Noah's voice was not loud, yet it precisely reached Rock and Nami's ears. Kuro and Crick were puzzled. Weren't you just saying Akin's share should be given to us? Why not let Rock continue the pursuit? But Captain Noah, Rock said reluctantly, gazing at Nami, who was paddling hard. What? Do you have objections to my orders? Noah's voice was calm, as tranquil as a lake without ripples. Rock's body trembled as he swam. Yes, I understand. He stopped swimming, glaring fiercely at Nami. Nami mocked. Look at your captain, he knows you can't catch up, and tells you to give up to avoid useless efforts. As she spoke, Nami turned to look at Noah. She had not noticed earlier. Now she realized that this pirate captain lacked the fierce and menacing aura found in the pirates she had met over the years. With a handsome face and deep gaze, he seemed unconcerned about the treasure she had stolen from the battle-axe pirate crew. Nami waved her hand and smiled. Thanks, Captain, I consider this a lesson learned, and hopefully we will meet again in the future. As she spoke, she even blew a mocking kiss at Noah. That woman. Akin tightened his grip on his dual weapons, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Kuro looked at Akin with great interest. Among the crew, including Noah, everyone had shown their strength. He was unclear about Akin's power, having only seen him lead training sessions on the ship. Why be so menacing? Noah waved his hand dismissively. She can't escape. As a cat burglar whose combat ability was not much higher than that of an ordinary person, Nami had managed to stay safe over the years, relying on her familiarity with sailing routes, and sometimes borrowing the name of the dragon pirate crew to escape smoothly in the East Sea. Had she encountered a normal pirate crew, she would have had no choice but to watch them helplessly as she fled the crime scene. Unfortunately, she had encountered Noah's pirate crew. To be precise, she had met Noah, the man who had consumed the mythical Zoan fruit Veðrfölnir. Since you're here, let's experience the atmosphere of Noah's pirate crew in advance. Listening to Noah's words, the others were puzzled. However, when Noah raised his right hand towards the front, Kuro and the other pirates' eyes widened. Suddenly, a howling wind swept across the calm sea, causing ripples in the water. This wind seemed to appear out of nowhere, but it was evidently unusual, appearing silver-white in color. In an instant, it stirred up considerable waves on the tranquil surface of the sea. Coincidentally, the area where Nami was located happened to be where the waves were rising. The sudden change in wind left Nami in shock. The gale crashed onto the sea, sending surging waves rolling back. The small boat rocked precariously under the turbulent waves, threatening to capsize. Nami's face turned pale as she crouched down and pressed her body low, trying to stabilize the boat. On the battle-axe pirate cruise ship, Rock climbed onto the deck using the ropes thrown down by the other pirates. He looked ahead, his face showing astonishment. What is this? Kuro and the other pirates were equally stunned. Noah smiled faintly. In the rolling waves ahead, a small boat was tossed about, bringing it close to the battle-axe pirate cruise ship. The pirates gazed at the swirling silver wind, which was clearly not an ordinary sea breeze. Captain Noah is a devil fruit user. He can control the power of the wind. Rock proudly informed Kuro and Zhangao, who were new recruits and unaware of this fact. Hearing this, exclamations arose among the pirates. They all stared at Noah in shock, then suddenly realized something and looked up. Since joining Noah's pirate crew, the dark clouds above had never dissipated. From the oppressive feeling at the beginning to gradually adjusting to it. Now that he thought about it, could this also be a power controlled by Noah? Rock's voice rang out loudly, praising his captain's incredible abilities. So on the boat, swaying in the waves, Nami, desperately trying to maintain balance, suddenly turned to look at Noah, her eyes filled with unmistakable terror. Noah placed his right hand on the ship's railing, grinning. Little cat burglar, we meet again. Don't you think we have a fated connection? Fated connection, my foot. Nami's heart screamed in anger as she looked at the fierce, bloodthirsty faces of Rock Akin and the others beside Noah, her whole body trembling with fear. Looking at the wind that had stirred up the waves, it suddenly calmed down as they approached the battle-axe pirate cruise ship, as if it had. Seeing Nami captured back to the ship, the pirates instinctively lowered the rope ladder, each holding knives and flintlock guns aimed. In such a situation, Nami had no choice but to obediently board the ship, sitting on the ground in a very compliant and pitiful manner. Rock opened the bag that Nami had brought on her small boat. It was quite heavy, filled with a large amount of belly and a small number of gold ornaments. Captain Noah, there are about 10 million belly, Rock quickly counted and reported. Noah nodded. Distribute it, or my share should be placed in the captain's cabin. Yes, Rock replied loudly. With the money matter settled, it was time to deal with this little cat burglar. Noah looked at the tattoo on Nami's left arm. Seeing this, Nami immediately shouted in fear. Captain Noah, I am from the dragon pirate crew under the command of Arlong, a notorious pirate, with a bounty of 20 million belly. If you let me go now, I can act like nothing happened. Hearing Nami's words, Noah smiled. Akin sneered and Kuro, Crick, and the other pirates did the same. While distributing belly to the pirates, Rock scoffed. Hey, who do you think we are? Rock carefully took out the bounty notice from his pocket, smoothing the creases and holding it up in front of Nami. Take a good look at Captain Noah's bounty. Nami looked up, her pupils immediately constricting. F55 million belly. Nami nearly lost her voice, staring incredulously at the bounty notice featuring Noah, then turning to look at Noah himself. Why you? Can't tell. Noah squinted, towering above her. You dare to rob my money? Think you're tough? Guess how I will punish you. Guess right, and there's a reward. Guess wrong, and there's a penalty. Nami looked at Noah's face, glancing at the fierce pirates around him, trembling uncontrollably. It's over, it's completely over. Nojiko Jin, everyone. Nami's mind conjured a gentle, smiling face. Belmare, I'm sorry, I can't protect everyone anymore. Tears welled up in Nami's eyes, falling silently. Noah scratched his head, observing this scene. Surrounded by a girl with Crick and Akin, fierce and intimidating figures, the scene felt all too reminiscent of coercing someone into unspeakable acts. Speaking of which, do I really look like a villain? Noah touched his face, requesting a mirror. Aren't I quite handsome? In this pirate world filled with countless humanoid creatures, his face was not inferior to Cavendish. How long until we reach Kikoja village? Ahead, the sky is clear, yet dark clouds loom here with lightning flash. Under the dark clouds lies the fearless warship, the Blade. On the deck, Noah lies in a rocking chair while a short-haired girl in a maid outfit feeds him oranges and rocks the chair. My lord Noah, we will arrive in 2 days. Ajin stands straight beside him, diligently fulfilling his duty as a guard. Noah takes a bite of the orange, the sweet juice bursting in his mouth. He smiles at Nami, who looks like she has lost her spirit, and only manages to force a smile when he glances her way. Have you thought it over? Would you like to join my pirate crew? Having Nami wear a maid outfit to serve him is a punishment for her theft of loot. Asking her is Noah's way of respecting a character he admires, just like Usopp. Am I not already one of your crew? Nami forces a smile. After being captured by Noah, she worries about what these pirates. After all, she has seen plenty of pirates, and over the years she has managed to protect herself by using her wits and the fearsome reputation of the dragon pirates. But the Noah pirates show no fear, they each look at her with mocking gazes. How could she not be afraid? Fortunately, Noah only has her wear a maid outfit to serve him alone. Yet Nami still feels a bit anxious, being the only girl among the strong men on the ship. Thinking of this, she steals a few. On the Noah pirates, aside from the oddly shaped ones, there are only 2 who are good looking. One is Kuro, who looks human, the youngest yet authoritative. He is the captain of the entire Noah pirates, and no one dares to oppose him. Naturally, Noah is not satisfied with Nami's answer. Being aware of the original story, he understands Nami's concerns. Although he has a high bounty, he is still just a human. Nami has lived under the shadow of the dragon pirates since she was young, and has witnessed the inhumane power of those fishmen. So to Nami, it's perfectly normal for humans to be unable to defeat fishmen. Noah, however, doesn't correct her thoughts. He simply says, let's make a deal. If I take down the dragon pirates, you will join my Noah pirates. How about that? Upon hearing this, Nami's heart, a flicker of hope inevitably arises. Although she believes humans cannot be the fishman's match, what if this man named Noah has a bounty that is over double that of Arlong? But thinking of the fate of those who once resisted Arlong, Nami's eyes dim again. Noah observes all of this. It's enough to say this much, as saying more would be futile. Arlong's strength is formidable. Although his bounty is only 20 million in the East Blue, it could certainly rise to over 50 million in the Grand Line. As one of the 3 major small bosses encountered by the Straw Hat Pirates in the early stages, his strength is undoubtedly sufficient. However, he happens to face the protagonist Luffy, whose strength at the start of his journey is already in the hundreds of millions. Thus, whether facing Kuro Creek or Arlong, it was not much of a challenge. It was only during the first encounter with the overspecified Warlord crocodile, known as the Sand Crocodile, that he suffered a defeat. Sailing the seas is often boring. Noah originally had little enjoyment, so most of the time, he could only retreat to the captain's cabin to train. In the morning, he practices armament Haki. In the afternoon, he trains in the abilities of the Devil Fruit, which is quite a routine. Now with Nami around, although she is still young, she is also a pretty girl. Noah, of course, wouldn't let his animal instincts take over. Instead, having a maid-outfitted girl beside him naturally makes him glance her way more often. Otherwise, if he doesn't look at a beautiful girl, would he really want to stare at the pirates drenched in sweat training? Nami stands beside Noah, trying her best to ignore his wolf-like gaze. Out of the corner of her eye, she looks at the other pirate ships. She has spent time in many pirate crews where the pirates yearn for a vague notion of freedom, each indulging in gambling or drinking, living from one drunken stupor to the next. But the Noah pirates are different. It's not that there is no drinking or gambling. What typical pirates have, the Noah pirates also possess, but compared to them, the Noah pirates exhibit more vitality and order, something she has never seen before. Even among the most united and exclusive dragon pirates, she has never encountered such a thing. Captain, you called for me. Kuro walks over after breaking away from training. The training is led by Ajin, the combat squad leader. Except for Noah, everyone else must endure training. Kuro dislikes this kind of thing, but he doesn't dare defy Noah's orders. Just after finishing a set of training, his forehead is glistening with sweat. Noah looks at Kuro. He has been part of the Noah pirates for over 10 days now, and he has always behaved quite obediently. Noah knows this is due to Kuro's respect for his strength, making him wary of overstepping. In this world, strength ultimately speaks volumes, and Kuro is well aware of this principle. Starting today, you will be promoted from squad leader to platoon leader. Noah states plainly. Kuro is slightly taken aback. The promotion process in the Noah pirates is from trainee pirate to official member, then to squad leader, and subsequently to platoon leader. The former is a preparatory position for cadre, while the latter is a formal cadre. Though he is just a minor cadre currently in the Noah pirates, there are only Creek and Rock. As for Ajin, he is the combat squad leader as senior cadre of the Noah pirates. This means that both intermediate and senior cadre positions remain vacant. Kuro is a clever person and can naturally see Noah's ambitions. These positions won't remain empty for no reason. The captain believes that no one among the current crew of the Noah pirates is qualified for those positions yet. Thus, Kuro thinks that Noah would not promote crew members without reason, even if he is stronger than Creek and Rock. At least he doesn't have corresponding achievements. Kuro thinks this way, looking at Noah waiting for his next orders. As expected, Noah gives a new order. Your silent step is quite interesting. I want you to teach it to others without reservation. Upon hearing this, Kuro's brows nearly furrow into a knot. Not willing. Noah stands up. He is 2 meters tall, slightly shorter than Kuro, but the difference in their aura is entirely incomparable. Noah's eyes gleam coldly, his expression calm. An invisible aura suddenly bursts forth at this moment. In an instant, the dark clouds that had enveloped the pirate ship begin to flicker with lightning. Booming sounds erupt, startling Kuro, while Noah's strange, yet terrifying aura makes Kuro glance at him, realizing that Noah's figure seems to be infinitely towering, while he feels small like an ant. Cold sweat uncontrollably pours from Kuro's forehead. His back is instantly drenched, and his body trembles. Nami stands behind Noah. Though not directly targeted, she can still feel that faint aura like a giant hammer occasionally striking her heart, causing her to break out in cold sweat and collapse onto the deck. I agree. Kuro exerts almost all his strength to utter these words. After saying this, Kuro feels completely drained, toppling backward into a sprawling position on the ground, gasping for breath despite being covered in sweat. However, after he expressed his willingness, all the oppressive auras on him vanished, as if they had never existed. Noah glances at Kuro sideways. Rest up and continue training. Kuro silently clenches his fists. After standing up, his head lowered, obscuring his face, he slowly utters a yes. Once Kuro leaves with a sullen face, Nami regains her composure. Having a decent impression of Noah, she queries, "Don't you fear that he?" But she doesn't finish her sentence yet. Noah understands her implication. Unexpectedly, Nami would say such a thing. Noah casually waves his hand. "It's fine. Besides, I won't take his things for nothing." Kuro returns to the training team. The training time quickly passes, and the day's training concludes. Many pirates breathe a sigh of relief, calling friends to unwind with some cards, or similar. Noah's rule is simple: as long as there is no infighting, feel free to relax. He won't interfere if two big men want to have. Zhang Ao glances at Kuro, who has been sullen since being called by Noah, intending to invite him to join in the fun, but quickly dismisses the idea. Having joined the Noah pirates, it's best to refrain from forming cliques, especially with the former captain. Otherwise, if Captain Noah becomes displeased. Zhang Ao recalls the moment Noah unleashed a strike that cut through the sky at the seaside of Xylob village, causing him to shudder. How could such a monster exist? With this thought, he turns around, intending to find Barrow, as he has been having fun with him lately. Just as he thinks this, Ajin approaches him. Zhang Ao, Captain Ajin, do you need something? Noah calls for you. Ajin nods expressionlessly. Kuro sneers inwardly upon hearing this. Is he eyeing Zangeo's hypnosis technique? What a greedy fellow, he thinks to himself. Ajin, however, calls out to Kuro, Kuro, you come too. Huh? Kira's eyes flash with surprise. Why call me? Is it not for Zangeo's hypnosis technique, but to have me teach them silent step? With this thought, Kira's expression darkens. But under this roof, one must bow their head. Soon they find themselves in the small. Noah sits in a chair with Nami dressed in a maid outfit, standing beside him. When Kuro follows Ajin into the captain's cabin, he discovers that besides him, and Zhang Ao, Creek, Barrow, and Rock, are all present. Sure enough, they want me to teach them silent step. Kira's heart grows colder. He never coveted Zangeo's hypnosis technique, even when he was captain, yet unexpectedly, he encounters such an unrefined captain in Noah. Seeing that the current generals of the Noah pirates have all gathered without Noah needing to signal, Ajin naturally closes the door to the captain's cabin. Are you all coming? Kira's heart is filled with extreme displeasure. He watches Noah rise from his seat, his gaze directed at him. Noah speaks, each of you, how do you assess your own strength? Upon hearing this, Kuro maintains an expressionless facade, but internally, he sneers repeatedly, feeling somewhat disappointed in Noah. After all, Noah's strength is unparalleled in his experience, yet such a powerful person has such a small mindset, making it hard to inspire loyalty. At this moment, Kuro is already contemplating finding a place to slip away. When the time comes, he will inform no one, completely hiding his identity. He does not believe he can be found. Seeing that none of his generals speak, Noah looks at Rock. Rock, you speak. Rock is momentarily taken aback, uttering an ah. He glances at the others present. Creek and Kuro go without saying. Their strength is enough to take him out in seconds. Barrow and Zhang Ao are also strong. Their combat styles are distinctive. He cannot compare to either of them, and his strength is at most on par with one of the Cat brothers. Let alone comparing himself to Ajin, whose strength is only below Noah. Rock is well aware that the only reason he has become a minor cadre, and is here, is due to Noah's favor. Thinking of this, he feels shame, stating, I am too weak, I do not deserve to be a cadre. Noah is speechless. Who asked you to say this? Noah silences Rock directly. Alright, Ajin, you speak. Standing at the door, Ajin frowns, and says, my lord Noah, I believe my strength is acceptable. He isn't being arrogant, but has come to this conclusion through multiple battles. Creek, how about you? Noah asks Creek next. Creek says confidently, in the entire East Blue aside from you and Ajin, there are hardly any who can match me. Considering the existence of Kuro and Smoker, Creek has downplayed his statement. So confident. Noah shakes his head. He then looks at Barrow, Kuro, and Zhang Ao. He knows that they probably all think this. If you truly believe that, then I can only say you are like a frog at the bottom of a well. Noah's expression becomes serious. Do you think the Noah pirates only reign in this weak place known as the East Blue? I've mentioned before, our goal is the Grand Line. The Noah pirates will stand atop the world. Do you believe that with your current strength you are qualified to walk alongside me? Hearing this, Ajin and Rock show expressions of shame, while Creek, Barrow, and Zhang Ao fall silent. Only Kuro, still harboring resentment and sneering in his heart, remains unaffected. Given Noah's behavior, he does not believe the other can stand atop the world. It's nothing but a delusion. Behind Noah, Nami watches his back, secretly thinking that this guy has such great ambition. Noah scans everyone. Having spoken, it is time to get to the main topic. Do you know why I called you here? As these words are spoken, Kira's face darkens while the others look puzzled. Noah smiles and says, the reason I called you here is simple. Since you are on my ship, you must possess enough strength. Therefore, starting today, after training, you will come to me as the first batch of crew members to cultivate new combat technique. Its name is Haki. Armament Haki. Upon hearing this, the others look at Noah with a mix of surprise and joy, while Kira's eyes widen. Not because he knows about armament Haki, but because he realizes he seems to have misunderstood this captain. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Noah explains the cultivation of Haki is not particularly difficult, but it is not simple either. First, your physique must be strong enough. Secondly, you need a sufficiently strong will. Physique. Will. The crowd murmurs these words. Noah continues, this is a skill that a strong person must master. If you wish to join the ranks of the strong, it is essential to learn. Can I really learn this technique? Rock says doubtfully. Noah pats Rock's shoulder. Believe in yourself, and trust me, those I know of value will not be lacking. Captain Noah. Rock is moved to tears. Noah smiles, patting his shoulder a few more times to encourage him. Just as he turns around, an electronic notification sound suddenly appears in his mind. Congratulations, host. The loyalty of the hero unit Rock has reached 85, meeting the embedding conditions for characters with 80 loyalty. Would you like to embed this character? Once embedded, this character will share a portion of the experience after your battle settlement, calculated separately, and does not occupy your experience allocation. Current embedding slots 13. Oh, Noah's eyes brighten. After waiting so long, a new embedded character has finally appeared. Nuaya formed the thought, embed him. Immediately embed Luo Ku into me. A moment later he summoned the name Fei Air Nancy Nuaya. Swordsmanship intermediate. Physical technique intermediate. Armament Haki novice. Observation Haki non. Conqueror's Haki novice. Devil fruit ability animal type, bird fruit Mythical Zoan Veðrfölnir form novice. Character embedding 23, A Gene, 97 Luo, Ku, 85. Seeing Luo's name on the list, Nuaya nodded. An 85 loyalty yields a 5% experience bonus after campaign settlements. It is not much by itself, but with many battles great intensity and high stakes that 5% accumulates over time. A character embedded like this will gradually deepen their recognition of Nuaya. In other words, their loyalty will rise. Nuaya believed it would not be long before Luo Ku resembled a Gene. Good. Nuaya slapped Luo Ku heavily on the shoulder. Luo Ku, overwhelmed by favor, wore an ecstatic expression. Watching him, Nuaya's eyes flicked, and an idea suddenly took shape. He turned to the others. Ku Luo's mood was complicated, the rest wore looks of curiosity toward Nuaya's talk of armament Haki. Could such a thing really be so formidable? A skill the strong must learn. Nuaya cleared his throat, drawing everyone's gaze. Nuaya said, I will show you the power of armament Haki in a moment. But before that, he suddenly called out. Nuaya shouted Luo's name abruptly. Luo Ku jolted and stepped forward. At that instant, Nuaya's dark bright eyes took on a golden sheen, godlike in their intensity. Luo Ku instinctively dropped to one knee and bowed his head. Nuaya captain. Nuaya laughed and rested his left hand on Luo's head. The man was bald on top, yet bore a thick beard. I have watched your conduct these days. In strength you are indeed weaker than others, and your talent does not match theirs. I have embarrassed you, Luo Ku said, shame reddening his face. There is no need, Nuaya replied. I said you were fine. Since your talent is a little lacking, I will raise your talent. Ku Luo and the others were baffled. Only a Gene regarded Luo Ku with an approving glance, as if sensing something. Nuaya ignored their puzzlement. A silver radiance flashed from his hand, an invisible breeze ruffled his hair and caressed Luo's face. The wind felt soothing, as if it could wash away anxiety. Luo Ku found himself suddenly much lighter. Nuaya withdrew his left hand. From today onward your speed of growth will far outpace what it was. I expect the day you rise to be a senior officer of our Nuaya pirate crew, perhaps even the highest officer. Luo's features overflowed with excitement. Yes, he cried. Nuaya knew the man had believed him and glanced at the attribute panel. He found Luo's loyalty had jumped to 90 and the experience bonus had risen to 9%. Nuaya nodded inwardly. Simple-minded pirates like Luo Ku were easy to sway. Ku Luo, Ku Li Ku and Zhang Gao remained skeptical. Balu felt tempted. Na Mei, who had yet to formally join, kept. Did anyone really believe that? That wind was nothing more than Nuaya's devil fruit ability. Though devil fruit powers were strange, Nuaya's claim was so far-fetched that Na Mei didn't trust it at all. Nuaya did not bother whether they believed him, he had simply planted a seed. When that seed took root and sprouted, the greatness of Captain Nuaya would speak for itself. Having finished the show, Nuaya moved on to the point. He had called his most capable men not to flaunt his power, but to teach them a hard lesson. To learn armament Haki, you must first learn to take a blow, Nuaya told them. Ku Luo's fleeting doubt vanished at once. Were they about to be beaten? Clever minds tend to imagine the worst. A Gene stepped from the doorway to stand before them. He drew a deep breath and faced Nuaya. Captain Nu, you'll be the first, he said. Nuaya nodded in satisfaction. Loyal as ever, his foremost commander knew how to keep the moment alive. Nuaya raised his right hand. This punch will not be hard. Your task is to feel the will within it. Only when you perceive that will transform it into spirit and condense it into an unbroken resolve. Only then is that Haki. Nuaya spoke with solemnity. Ku Luo and the others grew tense. Na Mei, curious, craned her head toward his. Then at Nuaya's instruction, they tapped his unassuming fist slowly against the Gene's chest. The motion was measured and faint. Question marks rose over Ku Luo and the others' heads. Then came a muffled thud like a heavy hammer on flesh. Ku Luo rushed to look. A Gene's mouth bled at the corner. What was that? Ku Luo cried in alarm. Ku Li Ku and the others mirrored his shock. None of them had seen Nuaya use anything overt. That light sluggish punch had injured a Gene. All eyes fixed on him as he closed his eyes to savor the feeling of the blow on his. In a previous settlement after battling CMO guest Marines, a Gene had gained a sliver of experience in armament Haki, but it had been too slight to truly register. Nuaya, by contrast, had deliberately endured CMO guest punch and accumulated enough battle experience afterward to grasp it. Thus, if his men wished to master armament Haki, they would have to be struck to perceive their own will in the pain, to transmute will into spirit, and to let that spirit coalesce into an invisible armor. Nuaya, you did not interrupt the Gene. He pointed to Luo Ku. Luo Ku glanced at the blood at a Gene's mouth, swallowed, and steeled himself. His features trembled. Nuaya seemed exasperated. Was his punch really that frightening? Remember, do not fixate on the pain. Feel the force on my fist. As he spoke, an armament none of the others could see had already darkened his fist, a black golden iron-like gauntlet, and it struck Luo Ku square in the abdomen. Luo Ku cried out. A bitter metallic taste burst in his mouth as a shock tunneled from his belly into his innards. It felt as if his organs would split. The invisible armor forged by armament Haki was terrifying in force. Even without Nuaya striking hard, Luo Ku could not withstand it. He curled like a boiled shrimp, hands clamping his belly. Balu and Zhang Gao watched their lids twitch. They were stronger than Luo Ku, but not by an entire tier. If Nuaya delivered a blow to them, as well they would join Luo Ku on the deck. Is this armament Haki? Kuluo frowned, and stared at Nuaya's fist. He thought he glimpsed something swirling at. Seeing their lingering doubt, Nuaya considered, and then drew Shiyu, the blade he had left aside. What are you doing? Name asked in confusion. Nuaya held the blade in his right hand, and spread his left palm. Then the keen edge of Shiyu sliced across his left hand. Name covered her mouth to cry out, but a spark flashed along Shiyu's steel. Kuluo and Kuliku widened their eyes. They plainly saw that the blade had not touched Nuaya's palm. A microscopic gap seemed to shimmer, as if an invisible armor kept Shiyu at bay. This is armament Haki. Nuaya raised his left hand, and with the simplest demonstration made the existence of armament Haki undeniable. From that moment Kuluo and the others' doubts diminished considerably. Kuliku stepped forward. Having been bested by Nuaya's blade, and taught a lesson by a Jin, he now sought power with burning desire. Of all the pirates training that day, Luo Ku and a Jin were the most earnest. They'll try to, Kuluo said, stepping out. To test its veracity was all that mattered. Balu and Zhang Gao glanced at Luo Ku, still doubled over in pain. Reluctant, but unable to retreat, they both stepped forward as well. Nuaya nodded in approval, and made a fist with his left hand. I will be gentler. Not long after Kuluo and the others staggered from the captain's room, clutching their bellies, and sweating coldly. Except for the maid Name, the captain's chamber had emptied. Sam, one of the catfolk brothers, saw Zhang Gao doubled over in pain, and remarked, "What happened to you? Did you make Captain Nuaya angry?" The portly Bougie laughed. "You were foolish." A cold voice cut in from behind Bougie. Sam and Bougie shuddered. Kuluo. Kuluo snorted. The pain in his belly made his face twitch. After he left, Zhang Gao told the others, "Don't be ridiculous. Captain Nua, you only taught us a new combat technique. A new combat technique. Even stronger than when Zhang Gao hypnotized us." Sam and Bougie's eyes lit up. Zhang Gao rubbed his belly uncertainly. The captain said it is a power the strong must master. At least once you learn it you will be immune to blades and spears, he claimed. So formidable. Can we learn it? Sam asked eagerly. I suppose so, Zhang Gao answered. Captain Nua, you didn't refuse. Perhaps if you perform great deeds he'll teach you, but be mentally prepared. Sam and Bougie looked puzzled. Zhang Gao clutched his belly, which still throbbed, and said, "You will know when the time comes." Then he ran off to rest. Nuaya had warned them until they truly grasped it. After each day's training they must come to him, and take several punches until comprehension arrived. He felt if he did not master that so-called armament Haki, soon the pain might finish him. 2 days later the sun shone hot. Of course this cloud had nothing to do with the Nuaya pirate crew. The black cloud overhead had never dissipated, even storms elsewhere could not touch that patch of sky. The crew had grown used to the oppressive cloud, but Name remained baffled. She fed Nuaya grapes, and squeezed fresh orange. She knew she could not run, so she comported herself obediently. Life with Nuaya was pleasant enough aside from his orders. What is your ability really? She asked. She suspected the black cloud was one aspect of his devil fruit. Nuaya glanced at her, and joked, I am omnipotent. Name did not believe him. Captain Nia, a pirate shouted, peering through a monocular, Kexia village has been reached. At the news a curve tugged at Nuaya's mouth. He looked toward Name. The little maid trembled, and forced a ghastly smile. Nuaya, she stammered, shaking. Let's leave. Afraid he'll die here. Nuaya teased. His knowledge of Name's terror of Arlong went back to her childhood. Such fear was understandable. Perhaps because she had a somewhat favorable impression of him, she tried to comfort herself. The Nuaya pirate crew swaggered into Kexia village. Even before the 5 Arlong ships arrived, the dark cloud had already come ahead. As one of the sea beasts kept by the evil dragon pirate crew, Mao Mao often prowled the seas, near Kexia village. Before the cloud drew near, it had already spotted the Nuaya crew. A creature with a bull's head and a fish's body, seal-like in bulk, wearing a golden nose ring and mottled green and white skin, Mao Mao curled its lips in a wicked grin. It dove beneath the waves and headed straight for the largest ship, the Wuwei Zhangjian Jundaohao. On the deck of the Wuwei Zhangjian Jundaohao, No, Ye stood, as his men shouted up. He was about to peer at the village in the original story when his brow arched. Name, seeing Nuaya became still, thought he had taken her plea to heart, and moved to urge him to leave. Instead a splash rose ahead, and then a deeper, darker shadow swallowed the ship. Mao Mao burst from the sea, half its body exposed, its great maw open. Mao. Many pirates gasped. CB. Several pirates were startled by Mao Mao's size. Kuli Ku and Kalua watched it coolly. A Jin gripped his twin crutches, ready to act. Mao Mao, it's me, Name. Name called, waving frantically. A Jin glanced back as Nua Ye shook his head, and set down his crutches, choosing to observe the situation. Mao Mao craned its great head and recognized the maid's outfit. It blinked, and called Mao Mao. What's it saying? One pirate muttered. Who knows, another replied. Name understood and hurried to explain. They were escorting me home. They'll leave after they set me ashore. Her time with Nua Ye had been pleasant enough. Though he had made her wear a maid's dress, he had not harmed her beyond that. If possible, Name wished for Nuaya to survive, and she kept fluttering glances his way. Mao Mao blinked twice and glanced at Nuaya in puzzlement. Name stepped in front of him, mouthing urgent words. Hurry, say it. Sweat beaded on her pale brow. Nuaya regarded Mao Mao with expressionless eyes and nodded. Yes. We were cared for by Miss Name, and our— Mao Mao nodded, roared once at Name, then slipped beneath the waves, keeping only half its head above water as it spied. Soon Nuaya put Name ashore. Seeing how he really did as he promised, she felt a small sting of disappointment. She managed a thin smile. Keep the maid outfit. Consider it borrowed. Nuaya cast a sidelong glance at Mao Mao, which watched silently with most of its head exposed. He turned back to the ship and signaled sail. The crew obeyed without hesitation. As the Nuaya crew departed, the black cloud that had accompanied them drifted away too. Name watched their retreating shapes until only a speck remained, and felt the fragile hope Nuaya had inspired collapse. She clenched her fist, bowed her head, and a tear slipped free. Liar, utter liar. Mao Mao poked its head from the sea with a curious sound. Name dabbed her tears and forced a smile. She cast one last look toward the water where the Nuaya crew had become it, then turned toward the village, tearing the maid outfit from her body as she walked. At sea on the deck of the Wei Zhanjian, Jundao Hao Luo tapped his glasses. Just leave like that. Nuaya turned and raised his hand. Hard about helm to Kexia village. The helmsman sprang to action. Nuaya called out, my crew. The navigator I favor was seized by the evil dragon pirate crew. Tell me, what shall we do? Luo Ku roared, slaughter those bastards and take back Miss Name. The crew answered in thunder, take her back. Their shouts rose in a surge. Nuaya smiled, drew Shiyu, and pointed ahead. Kill them all, he commanded. The crew answered in a single booming cry. In the village of Kakoja, Nami shed her previous despondency, regaining her vibrant girlhood image as she waved to the villagers. Everyone in back. Upon seeing Nami, the villagers' faces lit up with smiles. Nami was today smooth sailing. Nami, how long are you staying? I just made some new flour pastries. Nami. The enthusiastic villagers surrounded. Alright, Nami just got back, I'll let her rest properly. The village guard Ajian, wearing a cap with a small windmill and bearing several scars on his face and arms, shouted. Ajian. Seeing Ajian, who played a fatherly role in her life, Nami's eyes moistened, nearly bringing her to tears again. Noticing this, Ajian's expression changed slightly. He chided the surrounding villagers. Why aren't you all leaving quickly? Do you have nothing better to do all day? The villagers complained but obediently departed. They stole a worried glance at Nami, their faces showing concern, but quickly turned away to avoid her noticing. Once the villagers had distanced themselves, Nami could no longer hold back in front of her father, tears streaming down her cheeks. Nami. Ajian's face flickered with concern and anger. He looked at Nami, dressed in tattered maid attire, a sense of foreboding rising within him. You? Ajian's throat felt as though it were choked with dozens of steel needles, the questions he wanted to ask unable to be voiced. He could only embrace the girl, whispering, everything. Everything will pass. He took off the windmill from his head and blew on. The windmill spun wildly, transforming Ajian's serious face into a comical sight. Nami, breaking into laughter through her tears, retorted, I'm not a child anymore. In my eyes, you will always be one. Ajian patted Nami's shoulder. Go home. Noki is waiting for you. Nami nodded silently, wiping away all her tears. Her steps regained their former lightness as she walked towards home, throwing a playful face at Ajian. Ajian, your expression is too ugly. Ajian feigned anger, saying, you have no right to say that. As Nami walked away, Ajian's face darkened to an extreme. The dragon pirates may not be humane, yet they only treated Nami as a tool. This was something all the villagers of Kakoja were well aware of. They knew Nami's struggles, how she silently worked hard for them, while pretending to willingly join the dragon pirates, forcing smiles in front of them. Nami was like their daughter, and now it seemed she had encountered unprecedented troubles. Ajian clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face and neck. But soon he let out a helpless sigh. The villagers noticed Nami's unusual condition and held back their worries, not wanting to distract the strong-willed Nami. I'm truly useless. Ajian cursed himself inwardly countless times. He had just been unable to look at Nami's face. Ajian scowled as he surveyed the village. Suddenly dark clouds appeared ahead. Ajian. He looked back. The sun was shining brightly, the light intense. Looking ahead again, dark clouds rolled in, with flashes of thunder within. What is happening? Ajian had never seen such strange weather changes. As the dark clouds drew closer, a suffocating emotion began to rise within him, nearly making it hard to breathe. Ajian couldn't help but gasp for air. Hey, uncle, do you know Nami? Under the dark clouds, Noah led all his pirates onto the island, making a grand entrance to recruit the navigator he desired. Ajian was on the left, Rock on the right, with Klo on the left and Klee on the right. The junior officers and squad leaders fell back a step. Although the pirates looked fierce, they were orderly. Noah, positioned at the center, immediately spotted the important figure of Ajian from Kakoja village. Out of politeness, he raised his hand to signal the pirates to stop, knowingly asking, Uncle, do you know Nami? She stole my money, just being a maid for a few days isn't enough. Upon hearing this, Ajian's body stiffened. He stared blankly at Noah. It's you. He shouted angrily, the veins on his face and neck reappearing. Noah was puzzled. Hadn't Nami just arrived in Kakoja village not long ago? How could she spread his name as Captain Noah? Ajian drew his revolver from his waist, aiming it at Noah. You bastard who harmed Nami, die. Bang! A flash of fire erupted. The bullet was propelled out, flying straight towards Noah. Noah was momentarily, not because Ajian suddenly wanted to kill him, but because he couldn't understand why the other party wanted to kill him. As for the bullet, he didn't need to intervene. To the left, Ajian suddenly reached out his right hand to block in front of Noah. Block! The sound of metal clashing erupted. Noah's pirates, enraged by Ajian's attack, looked incredulously at Ajian's right hand. Klo and Klee's pupils shrank. A flattened bullet shell slipped from Ajian's palm. Armament Haki! Klee exclaimed in surprise. Aegean had actually learned armament Haki. In such a short time he and Chloe had only had. Aegean had no idea what armament Haki was. He simply looked at Aegean as if he were a monster. In his eyes, even monsters like fishmen would be injured if hit by his revolver, although he could hardly hit those fishmen, yet this showed the power of the revolver. But now a man with a blank expression effortlessly blocked the bullet. He didn't even seem to have moved his hand, and his palm bore not a single mark. You dared to attack Lord Noah. It seems you were prepared mentally. Aegean did not use his dual canes, just an ordinary guard. He formed a fist with his left hand, wrapping it with the armament Haki that only Noah could see, intending to make Aegean his first victim after successfully mastering armament Haki. Seeing the murderous intent in Aegean's eyes, the other pirates laughed coldly. Even that bald-headed man with a beard seemed eager to take action. Aegean felt a wave of fear wash over him, stumbling backward and unintentionally falling to the ground. Go to hell and repent. Aegean raised his left fist, poised to strike Aegean's head. Noah finally spoke. Aegean's fist stopped just half an inch from Aegean, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Ignoring his soaked back, he looked at Noah with fear in his eyes, but more so with the anger of wanting to kill Noah. Noah, puzzled, shook his head and said, I say, uncle, have you misunderstood something? There is no misunderstanding. Aegean raised his gun, wanting to shoot Noah again, but Aegean's reflexes were quick. He turned his left fist into a palm, crushing the revolver into a crumpled mass. Aegean's face instantly turned ashen. Noah shook his head. Rock, take him away. Yes. Rock's eyes glinted dangerously. He had already thought of dozens of ways to torment this fool who dared to attack Captain. Be gentle, he's one of us. Noah reminded, otherwise he felt Rock would definitely accidentally break Aegean's arm or leg first. Rock, my. Noah shot him a glare. Oh. Rock scratched his bald head, feeling frustrated that his moment of inspiration had gone to waste. A pirate handed over a rope and Locke personally tied Aegean up tightly. Noah noticed that Aegean was still glaring at him, wanting nothing more than to devour him. Noah summoned several pirates to carry him away and gagged him. Noah couldn't be bothered to ask anything, as long as they could annihilate the evil dragon pirate crew. Next, all problems would be resolved. Noah closed his eyes. Above the sky, dark clouds rapidly expanded, almost instantly enveloping the entire island. The evil dragon paradise. Along, seated on his throne, furrowed his brows and gazed at the sky. Strange, is it going to rain? A sense of inexplicable oppression surged from his heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. Along looked at his three main subordinates, Xiaoba, Keluobi, and Gio, then glanced at the other fishmen. He noticed that his compatriots' faces had changed drastically, some even showing signs of fear. What kind of expressions are you all making? Along shouted angrily as great fishmen, can you really be afraid of a little dark cloud? His roar startled the fishmen, shaking off their fears. Big brother, Along Moo said, Nami has returned to the island, said a fisherman. Oh. Along's face revealed a cruel smile. She is an important partner of our Xiaoba. Big brother, Along the octopus fisherman, Xiaoba stepped forward. Go fetch our comrade and tell her that the drawing of the sea chart cannot be delayed, it must continue. All right. Xiaoba nodded and left the evil dragon paradise, not forgetting to grab his 6 swords. In the sea connected to the evil dragon paradise, Moo looked up at the dark clouds in confusion. But the confusion lasted only a moment. His not-so-bright mind did not connect the previous encounter with what he saw now. At the edge of Cocoa Village. Noah opened his eyes, a golden glint flashing across them. This way. Noah slightly changed direction and walked forward. Aegean and the other pirates immediately followed suit. Throughout the process, the members of the pirate crew remained silent. The scene, akin to a well-trained army, filled Aegean's heart with both anger and confusion towards Noah. These people didn't seem like Navy soldiers, so they were pirates. But could there be such a thing among pirates? He simply couldn't comprehend. Captain. Keluobi stepped closer to Noah, pointing towards a patch of land in Cocoa Village. In between the ridges of the fields, a villager quickly crouched down. Noah shook his head, and Keluobi had nothing more to say. He was merely fulfilling his duty. Since Noah had given the order, he just needed to execute it. At the foot of the ridge, the villagers of Cocoa Village tightly covered their mouths. Once they saw the pirates of Noah's crew leave, they retracted their fear and immediately ran towards the village. Before long, the villagers reached Nami's house. Just as they knocked on the door, a beautiful woman with blue short hair, tied up with a red ribbon, opened it. No Kigo, where's Nami? It's bad news. The villagers said anxiously. No Kigo stepped outside and closed the door. Inside, Nami had changed into fresh clothes, having fallen asleep due to exhaustion, with water stains still drying at the corners of her eyes. No Kigo's delicate face was serious. What happened? It's Aegean. What happened to Aegean? Aegean has been captured by a group of pirates, and I saw their route. It's the evil dragon paradise. What? No Kigo exclaimed in shock. Just when one wave had not settled, another wave rose. Could that group of pirates be trying to collaborate with the evil dragon pirate crew? In Nami's heart, Along was invincible. For no Kigo, who had also witnessed everything, it was no different. She suddenly became anxious. We can only ask Nami. Only she can save Aegean, said the villager. No Kigo took a deep breath, clearly knowing that in all of Cocoa Village only Nami could use her abilities to negotiate. Turning around to wake Nami, she saw a fisherman approaching. Where's Nami? Let her come out, a big brother Along needs her. Xiaoba's voice was loud. Nami was directly awakened. She opened the door, surprised by the dark clouds in the sky, but seeing the evil dragon pirate crew's officer, Xiaoba, her other thoughts immediately vanished. Xiaoba, you are indeed here. Nami, big brother Along is looking for you. I know, Nami replied coldly. No Kigo, quickly added Nami. Ah Jin has been captured by a group of pirates. They're going to send him too. She subtly pointed at Xiaobai. Might be a collaboration, you need to hurry. Nami's face turned pale. The incident with Belmir still pained her deeply, and if something happened to Ah Jin again, she didn't know if she could endure it. Without wasting any more words, Nami hurriedly ran towards the evil dragon paradise. Xiaobai scratched his head in confusion, and why is she so proactive this time? Outside the evil dragon paradise, Noah stared at the high walls blocking the way. What an eyesore, Noah said coldly. Ah Jin being carried by 4 pirates, thought Noah was merely complaining. Then he saw the man who had previously blocked bullets with his palm and crushed his revolver quietly step forward. Under his confused gaze, Ah Jin raised his right arm, clenching his fist tightly. Except for Noah, the others were unable to see that the armed color of Haki had turned his fist black. Then with a powerful punch he struck out. Boom. The thick walls could not withstand Ah Jin's punch for even a moment. They crumbled like dry twigs, sending a large amount of debris flying, and a whole wall collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the evil dragon paradise, Along, who had yet to comprehend what had transpired, looked bewildered, while the other fishmen stared blankly at the collapsed wall. After a moment, Along came to his senses, and his anger surged. Who is it? He fixed his gaze on the dust, and as it dissipated, numerous dark figures emerged, causing Along's pupils to constrict. The other fishmen instantly felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They were arrogant, believing in fishmen's superiority, but they were not foolish. There are strong humans too, and in situations where one side has many members and the other has few, the larger number naturally holds the advantage. As the dust settled, Noah and the others appeared before the fishmen of the evil dragon pirate crew. The number of members in Noah's crew was not small. After absorbing the Black Cat pirate crew and recruiting some pirates on the way to Coco Village. Now the entire Noah pirate crew boasted a total of 231 members. Seeing so many people, Along's expression grew serious. The evil dragon pirate crew had only over 30 members. Even though fishmen are inherently strong, battling such a pirate crew would inevitably lead to casualties. Who are you to dare invade my territory? Along raised the large sawtooth knife he had placed beside him, his killing intent directed at Noah, who stood at the center. Anyone with eyes could see that this youngest man was the leader among the pirates. You don't even know who I am. Noah blinked in astonishment. Along sneered, just a human, and do I need to know you? Haha. Noah shook his head. A stinky fish is still a stinky fish, completely lacking self-awareness. What did you say? Along shouted angrily. The other fishmen glared at Noah. If it weren't for the fact that Noah's crew had a large number of members and many of them wielding flintlock pistols and long guns, Along would have already called for an attack, intending to slay this damned human with his large sawtooth knife. Noah's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his gaze towards Along filled with lofty indifference. This look instantly pierced through Along. The last time he was looked at like this was by that lewd-looking Navy man. It was the first time he felt what the power of a monster was in front of that man. He was merely fish on a chopping board. Now facing such a gaze again, his anger could no longer be contained. Veins bulged on his fierce face, tightly gripping the large sawtooth knife as he lunged towards Noah, the knife slicing through the air, intent on severing Noah's head. He roared in fury, "Don't look at me with that kind of gaze." Faced with the charging Along, Noah merely watched quietly. The large saw blade was tightly gripped by Along as he swung it down heavily, while Ajin held a rounded hammer in front. Clanged. The large saw blade struck the rounded hammer, sparking a few embers. Along pressed down with force, yet the hammer remained utterly unmoved. How could this human possess such terrifying strength? Along was astonished. Ajin's expression was indifferent as he coldly remarked, "You are not worthy of making Lord Noah take action." Noah cast a dismissive glance at the pale-faced Along and lightly raised his right hand, gesturing forward. "Since you've made a move against me, you have declared war. Annihilate them all, not a single one left." Noah's tone was very plain, as if he were speaking of squashing an ant that passed by. "Kill them all." He looked towards the Twondahalfma turtle, obviously skilled fighter Kurobi, the soft-boned fishman, as he charged towards the enemy with a large blade. The others, such as Kuro, Crick, Baloo, and Zango, rushed towards the fishmen, accompanied by over 100 pirate lackeys, either wielding knives, swords, axes, or holding flintlock guns. Each of them grinned maliciously, showing no fear that locals typically had towards fishmen. Meanwhile, the bound Ajin widened his eyes, watching the scene unfold ahead. He recalled how Noah could have killed him, but chose to spare his life. Could it be that he misunderstood something? This group of pirates was clearly targeting the evil dragon pirate crew. Could it be that Nami sacrificed herself to prompt these pirates into action? Ajin's mind conjured another thought. If Noah knew what Ajin was thinking, he would probably roll his eyes and award him the title of Master of Imagination. The evil dragon pirate crew was not weak. Regular fishmen could take on 10 ordinary humans. Though the pirates of Noah's crew had undergone training, such skill could not be developed overnight. Only through long-term effort could results be achieved. They didn't exert 200 times the effort, thus their pace of becoming stronger was not that fast. However, after training, an ordinary fishman could at most take on 3 or 4 of them at once. Moreover, Noah's pirate crew outnumbered the evil dragon pirate crew by 7 or 8 times. Not to mention there were 2 individuals, Kuro and Crick, whose strengths were not inferior to Along. Among these 2, Crick was swift, and he confronted the fishman named Gio from the evil dragon pirate crew. Gio was a kiss fishman with thick, protruding lips capable of spraying water, delivering the force of a high-pressure water cannon, and was one of the officers of the evil dragon pirate crew. Seeing Crick, this reckless human, approaching him, Geo grinned maliciously and unleashed a water cannon towards him. The water cannon, with a power comparable to a bullet, merely forced Crick to take a step back. It seems your strength ends here. Crick sneered, raising his enormous steel war spear. Geo felt a shadow suddenly appear beside him, and by the time he noticed, the spear had already struck him squarely in the waist. A terrifying strength equal to that of Along crashed into him. Geo's face turned pale instantly, and with a sharp crack his waist twisted and deformed like cloth, launching him into the air like a rag doll. Geo, seeing this scene, Along was furiously enraged. He raised his large saw blade, ready to swing it at Crick. Suddenly a sense of deadly danger flashed in his mind. If I don't dodge, I will die. The alarm bells rang in his heart. Along hurriedly swung the large saw blade to the left rear. It was a black rounded hammer coming straight at him. Along's large saw blade merely made contact with it before being shattered into pieces by the hammer. These fragments were propelled away by the immense force, shooting out like bullets. Puff, 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 puff. A dozen blood blossoms erupted from Along's body. However, this was just the beginning. The attack from the hardened rounded hammer imbued with armament Haki showed no signs of weakening, crashing directly into Along's chest. Bang! A fishman figure flew out, just like Geo. Noah merely glanced, and then lost interest, walking towards the five-story building of the evil dragon paradise. He was not concerned about the battle between his subordinates and the fishmen. To him, if they couldn't even deal with a small fishman pirate crew, it was better for them to leave his ship early. It should be noted that whether in terms of high-end battle strength or numbers, Noah's pirate crew held an absolute advantage, with more fighters along with flintlock guns and the likes, plus Agene, Crick, and Kuro. Among them, Agene's battle strength was the most outstanding. After learning armament Haki, his power had increased another notch. In terms of bounty, he went from over 100 million to nearly 200 million. The enhancement brought by armament Haki was remarkable, especially in the hands of a talented individual like Agene. The strength of the boost was far beyond what ordinary pirates and small fry could compare. For example, if Kuro and Crick mastered armament Haki, their battle strength could rival that of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Therefore, with these three present, Noah was not worried about his crew losing. The only unexpected factor was that some fishmen might sense the danger and flee towards the seaside of the evil dragon. However, Noah didn't need to remind them. As a well-known clever man among pirates, Kuro, known as the Man of 100 Schemes, promptly guarded this side after casually killing 2 fishmen with his cat's paw knives. As soon as he arrived, the sea cow beast Moo Moo sensed something was off and leapt out of the water. Kuro, with cat's paw knives in both hands, pushed his circular glasses up with the palm of his right hand. The 10 knives emitted a chilling, menacing, sharp aura as curious eyes gleamed coldly at Moo Moo. Preventing the fishman from escaping was somewhat boring, so he might as well take down a sea beast. Ugh! A fishman collapsed covered in blood, unable to rise. The cat brothers Sam and Bucci licked the blood off their little cat paw blades. The two looked at the remaining fishmen with cruel eyes, searching for the next unfortunate soul to fall at their hands. How powerful! Agene dared not blink, fearing to miss the scene of Noah's pirate crew decimating the evil dragon pirate crew. Whenever he looked at a fishman, that fishman was either besieged by pirates or was being swept away by an inhumanly strong individual wielding a massive war spear, brutally crushed by the spear. Even Along, who he thought was unbeatable with the title of evil dragon, was now left with nothing but impotent rage. That man, not particularly strong-looking, wielding 2 rounded hammers, moved leisurely, effortlessly, twisting Along's arm, which possessed the strength of a fishman, to a 90-degree angle. Along let out a pained scream, opening his mouth to bite Agene's head with his teeth sharp enough to crush steel. But what awaited him was merely a rounded hammer thrust directly into his mouth. Then Agene's seemingly frail arm erupted with astonishing power, slamming Along's head violently towards the ground. Cracks like a spider's web exploded from the ground, with debris flying and dust rising. Agene's cold gaze fixed on Along, preparing to finish off the already unconscious Along with the rounded hammer in his left hand. Noah's voice suddenly emerged from the second floor of the building ahead. Spare his life, who I have used for him. Aken's roundhead cane abruptly halted midair. He pulled the hammerhead out of Alone's mouth, which had nearly been pulverized, yet even so Alone remained alive, his vitality remarkably resilient. Ignoring the saliva and blood smeared above, Aken indifferently turned his gaze aside. If the Noah pirates were generally overpowering the fishmen, even Creek's subordinates posed no threat. The sole exception was Locke. His opponent was Kruby, a fishman fighter who employed the fishman martial art washing fist, capable of unleashing a powerful barrage of 1,000 washing fists. After Locke's strike was evaded by Kruby roared 100 washing fists. A punch was thrown, striking Locke's chest with tremendous force, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Blood splattered onto his beard, staining it crimson. Locke's chest caved in from the blow, forcing him to stagger back several steps, blood continuing to spill from his mouth. After landing a punch, Kruby assumed another fighting stance. His arms bulged with muscle, and a wave of momentum surged forth from within him. 1,000 washing fists. Knowing the number of human pirates was overwhelming, and having witnessed his comrades perish, Kruby dared not waste time unleashing his strongest attack. Unlike the 100 washing fists requiring physical contact, the 1,000 washing fists unleashed an air cannon. This air cannon carried an astonishing impact, like a solid steel wrecking ball surging towards Locke with a terrifying force capable of shattering bones. At this moment, every hair on Locke's body stood on end as a sense of lethal threat loomed over his mind. Fear of the overwhelming power and the imminent loss of life was unmistakably etched on his face. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed in the sky. Like a sudden awakening, it jolted Locke back to clarity. Just as the impact was about to strike him, Locke moved. With a fierce expression, his blood-red beard flaring and his features twisted, he bellowed, "I am Locke, the Bloodbeard of the Noah pirates." In this moment, the great sword in his right hand absorbed Locke's will. Like being aided by a divine force, he transformed this will into his own might, condensing it onto the blade. A dark orb coalesced on the blade. As Locke swung it emitted a sharp, whistling sound, striking fiercely against the air cannon launched by Kruby. Boom! The air trembled violently, resembling an explosion, as Locke's figure was sent flying, crashing against the wall and leaving a human-shaped imprint. Cough, cough. Locke clawed at the wall, straining his arms and legs to pull himself free. He coughed blood, yet his eyes shone with unprecedented clarity. He felt it. The strength of that essence known as come again. Locke disregarded the great sword lying on the ground. He raised both hands and fists, entwining the little armed color Haki. He had to harden it. Kruby's expression changed. After directly taking 1,000 washing fists to the face, this bald, bearded man was surprisingly still alive. His punch had been delivered without holding back. He glanced around with his peripheral vision. Joe had been torn apart by Creek's steel spear and was now dead beyond recovery. His boss alone had been easily defeated by a kin rendered unconscious and unable to command or rise again. The remaining comrades had similarly fallen victim to these human pirates. Kruby's eyes turned red with fury, wishing to slay every last one of these pirates. Moo! A mournful cry reached his ears. Kruby turned to see their tamed sea beast, the sea cow, mooing. This over 30-meter-long giant sea creature lay bloodied in the water, dyeing the surrounding seawater crimson. On the cow's head, a man dressed in a black suit was elegantly pushing up his glasses with his palm. Seeing Kruby glance over, Kuro shook off the blood from his feline claws, his eyes bursting with a dangerous glint. Kruby instantly felt a chill run through him. "Hey, where are you looking?" A gust of wind howled in his ears as Kruby hurriedly ducked to avoid Locke's powerful strike. With a powerful left hook, he struck Locke's chin. After all, Kruby was a fighter among fishmen, and Locke's combat experience paled in comparison. The left uppercut hit Locke, sending him soaring into the air. A fierce glint flashed in Kruby's eyes as he combined his body and right arm, channeling all his strength into his fist. 1,000 washing fists. Another barrage of 1,000 washing fists was unleashed, aimed heavily at Locke's abdomen, which was forcibly lifted by his left fist. Although Locke's body reacted slowly, his armed color Haki gathered swiftly. Over the past 2 days of training with Noah, he had been attentively listening. Armed color Haki was not only an offensive means, but also a formidable defensive technique. It represented the strength of a person's will and spirit, forming an invisible armor around them. Locke had just grasped the armed color Haki, and his own strength was insufficient, so the quantity of Haki was minimal. However, at this moment, using it for defense was not a problem, albeit only for a moment. Thus, bang! A dull thud echoed as it struck Locke's abdomen. A powerful shockwave radiated from his belly, causing his entire body to convulse violently. Indeed, armed color Haki was an invisible armor, yet it was not omnipotent. As Locke's Haki diminished, the terrifying impact of the 1,000 washing fists could not be entirely repelled. He was struck by a punch that bent him like a shrimp, his ribs cracking loudly, blood spewing from his mouth and splattering onto. Locke was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thud. After defeating Locke, Kruby's first thought was not to finish him off, but to turn and leap into the pool. Upon entering the water, he was filled with despair upon realizing that in the entire evil dragon paradise, aside from the surviving alone and the still absent Xiaoba, he was the only one left alive. These damned humans! Kruby roared in his heart, but dared not confront the group of pirates above. The strength of Kuro and Creek filled him with dread, while Akin left him utterly terrified. More crucially, what kind of strength did the captain of this pirate crew, that young man who had not participated in this battle at all, possess? Kruby's heart was intertwined with anger and fear, yet his desire to survive ultimately outweighed the former. Utilizing his advantage as a fisherman, he swiftly swam through the water, seeking to escape the evil dragon paradise. As long as he survived and returned to Fishman Island, he could gather a group of comrades to take revenge on these pirates later. Resolute in his decision, Kruby accelerated his pace along the bottom of the water. "Did I let you go?" A voice descended from above like thunder, exploding in Kruby's mind. Kruby's face changed drastically. Merely hearing that voice, an inexplicable fear surged uncontrollably within him. His heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. Not daring to hesitate for even a moment, Kruby felt his speed in the water was unmatched, transforming into a water arrow, his figure barely visible. Yet in that instant, a bright white light abruptly appeared beside him. This white light morphed into a whirlpool, generating a towering water tornado, and Kruby found himself unable to control his body, inevitably being sucked in. In a state of confusion, he discovered that this water tornado resembled a colossal rotating pillar, with the swirling water currents cutting into him like blades. "It's over." Kruby's face turned desperate. The crushing force engulfed him, and his body was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. On the edge of the pool, Akin, bound hand and foot, stared blankly at the silver-white tornado swirling in the water. Is this the power a human can wield? Ajian looked incredulously at the five-story castle in the evil dragon paradise. He saw a man leisurely step. With each step, a silvery vortex formed beneath his feet as a support point. Once he landed, Ajin respectfully said to Noah, "Lord Noah, the evil dragon pirate crew has been completely defeated." Noah shook his head. "There's still one left." Ajin looked around puzzled. The Noah pirate crew was known for its overwhelming force. After Cho was easily defeated by Kek, he intervened in the battle and entered his invincible mode. The fishmen were strong, capable of taking on 10 opponents alone. However, Kek's immense strength was even more terrifying. With a single sweep of his massive steel spear, fishmen would surely perish. It could be said that this battle was a complete suppression, not only in terms of numbers, but also in combat prowess. Now within the evil dragon paradise, only a lone fishman remained alive. Noah did not explain, his eyes flickered with golden light. 1,000 meters away, Nami was running swiftly, with Xiao Ba following beside her. This fellow was a fishman swordsman. His strength, not to be underestimated, and his speed was naturally beyond what Nami could compare to. Apart from these two, Noah also saw others in the distance. Nuachi Gao and a group from Kikishia village were rushing towards the evil dragon paradise. They hoped that Nami could save Ajin, but did not want to put Nami in a dilemma. Regardless of the outcome, they were determined not to evade. They could not let all the pressure fall solely on Nami. The villagers held farming tools, which were the sharpest weapons they could muster. Though fear was evident on their faces, there was more concern for Nami and Ajin. As they approached 1,000 meters from the evil dragon paradise, Nami and Xiao Ba had already arrived. Upon seeing the collapsed walls and ruins, both Xiao Ba and Nami were stunned. What happened? Nami asked confused. Xiao Ba wondered, could it be that Along was angry? Hearing this, Nami's face turned pale, and she hurried her pace. She understood Ajin's temperament, though like her he had been enduring for years. Perhaps he could no longer suppress his anger, if that were the case. Nami's brown eyes instantly filled with tears as she fought to suppress her unease and rushed forward. But soon her pace slowed from a run to a walk. What is this? Shock appeared on Nami's face. As she got closer, she finally saw what had happened in the evil dragon paradise. A massive number of pirates were gathered together, while around the pool lay the bodies of fishmen in disarray. Among them was Cho, a cadre of the evil dragon pirate crew. Nami recognized his face well. Covering her mouth with her hands, Nami felt a rush of exhilaration, but held back a laugh out of concern for Ajin. Then she quickly spotted Ajin writhing on the ground like a worm. Nami rushed over, pulled out a small knife for self-defense from her pocket, cut the ropes binding Ajin, and yanked the rag stuffed in his mouth out. What happened, Ajin? Nami's mind was in turmoil. Joy, relief, confusion, concern. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, leaving her head spinning. Ajin was about to answer and ask Nami when suddenly a cry of rage erupted. Who is it? Who did this? Xiao Ba gripped 6 sharp blades, his eyes burning red as he glared at the gathered pirates. Look, the last one has arrived. Noah's voice echoed clearly throughout the evil dragon paradise. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked towards the group of pirates. She watched as the pirates orderly parted, revealing familiar faces such as Klo, Ajin, and Kek. Then these few stepped aside, exposing the young man's silhouette crouching slightly. The young man glanced at the unconscious but unharmed Luo Ku and turned around. His black hair fluttered in the wind, clad in a black coat, black trousers, and a white inner garment, tall and handsome, with golden light flickering in his eyes. Noah smiled, spreading his arms as he approached Nami. What's wrong, my navigator? Who made you cry? No. Noah. Upon seeing Noah, even though they had only known each other for 2 or 3 days, Nami could no longer hold back her tears. Noah reached her side and embraced the girl, allowing her to weep freely. Gently patting Nami's head, Noah ignored the bewildered Ajin and shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Ba. It's you. Xiao Ba glared, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Everything that transpired in the evil dragon paradise was certainly the doing of this man, who clearly looked like a pirate leader. Given his relationship with Nami, he was undoubtedly this filthy woman's hired help. Though Xiao Ba was not very intelligent, he could still piece that much together. He aimed 6 blades at Noah, unleashing the 6-sword style. New spring unsheaths bad body. With a furious shout, Xiao Ba charged at Noah, wielding 6 blades that flashed in the light, clearly intending to dismember Noah and the sobbing Nami in his embrace. Ajin's face changed drastically as he hurriedly stepped in front. He saw Noah's right hand, which was stroking Nami's head. Upon closer inspection, it was not white light, but a silvery wind being compressed and spun. Noah's index finger pointed at Xiao Ba. The white wind at the tip of his finger surged forth like a wild horse, shooting out like a white laser. Xiao Ba couldn't react in time, and was hit by the white wind with one of his blades. Instantly, Xiao Ba felt an overwhelming force that he could not resist. The blade itself shattered like paper, and after breaking one sword, the remaining force of the white wind showed no sign of abating, piercing through Xiao Ba's chest and emerging from his back. Only then did the white wind dissipate on its own. After taking the hit, Xiao Ba's steps faltered, and he looked down at his chest, where a translucent wound was continuously oozing blood. Soon his vision darkened, Xiao Ba's body stiffened, and he fell forward lifeless. Monster Klo muttered quietly. Kek's desire for the devil fruit intensified. Ajin silently put down his crutches. Ajin swallowed hard. At that moment, Nuachi Gao led the villagers of Kikishia holding a small sickle. The scene before them left them stunned. What had happened? All the fishmen who used to bully others lay bleeding on the ground. Nuachi Gao looked at Ajin, then his gaze shifted to Nami and the smiling Noah facing him. He then noticed Xiao Ba lying on the ground, the blood still oozing from his back wound, a truly shocking sight. Perhaps having cried enough, Nami stepped back, her eyes red and her cheeks wet. She looked at Noah. Where's Along? Her deepest hatred was for Along, but she did not see his body anywhere among the dead. It's prepared for you. Noah waved his left hand. A Jin dragged Along, whose face was battered from behind the pirates, throwing him before Nami, as if he were a dead dog. Seeing Along's miserable appearance, Nami no Kigo, a Jin, and the other villagers felt no sympathy, only a torrent of anger and hatred. Nami's eyes, already reddened from crying, were now filled with bloodshot rage. She drew out a small knife for self-defense. Noah had expected her to use the knife to end Along's life, but to his surprise, Nami's first action was to slash at her own left arm. Lines of scars were drawn by Nami as her hatred seemed to materialize. Her eyes were fixed on Along, and her right hand continuously traced over the tattoo on her left arm that represented the evil dragon pirate crew. No Kigo, a Jin, and the villagers of Kokijia fell silent, their gazes filled with pity for Nami. Just as she was about to make another cut on her left arm, Noah grasped the dagger. Tears streamed down Nami's face as she blankly looked up at Noah. Noah quietly patted her head, and then turned to glance at No Kigo, a Jin, and the other villagers. The fate of Along is for you to decide yourselves. With that, Noah stepped aside for Nami. Nami stared blankly at Along. A Jin reacted the fastest, bending down to pick up the large sword next to the corpse of little 8 on the ground, then tossed it to several villagers. Let us handle this. A Jin's eyes hardened, and the villagers nodded in agreement. They surrounded Along, intentionally pushing No Kigo aside. Soon after, the sound of a blade cutting flesh echoed. A Jin's blade pierced Along's heart. The excruciating pain brought Along back to awareness, giving him a moment of clarity. Upon awakening, he glared fiercely at the villagers. You lowly humans, he shouted, spewing blood. But what greeted him were several blades striking his body. Many villagers picked up usable weapons from the ground, those without weapons used farming tools like forks and sickles. Before long, a pile of bloodied, mangled flesh emitted a rust-like stench. Along is dead. A villager collapsed to the ground, his bloodied sickle slipping from his hand as he cried. His wife had died because she couldn't pay the fee. After all these years, they finally avenged her. Aside from this villager, many others wept tears of joy. At that moment, bright light descended from the sky, illuminating the faces of Nami no Kigo, a Jin, and every villager of Kokijia. Kuro looked up. The dark clouds, symbolizing Noah's power, had mysteriously dissipated. Kuro silently adjusted his glasses, gazing at Noah, who was also bathed in sunlight. Perhaps due to being under the oppressive dark clouds for so long, this sight gave him a sense of Noah's divine aura. As battle settlement, destruction of the evil dragon pirate crew. Small participants 267 experience, gain swordsmanship 231, body techniques 582, devil fruit ability 69, armament Haki 32, synchronized embed Agene 97, swordsmanship 92, body techniques 232, armament Haki 12, synchronized embed lock 95, swordsmanship 69, body techniques 174, armament Haki 9. Noah casually glanced at the experience gained from the battle settlement. To his surprise, Locke's loyalty level, which had been just 90 points last time, had now risen to 95, allowing him to gain a 30% experience boost. Additionally, this guy had comprehended armament Haki during the battle with Karubi, making him one of the biggest gains from this. Indeed, he truly was someone I had my eye on. Noah nodded to himself. After killing Along, the villagers of Kokijia completely released their pent-up emotions for a while. Soon they came to a realization. The evil dragon pirate crew, whom they had considered ruthless and malicious, had all been wiped out by these pirates before them. Could it not mean that these pirates were even more dangerous? With this thought, the villagers grew tense. No Kigo and a Jin were fine. They found medicine and bandages in the evil dragon paradise's castle to wrap Nami's left arm. During this time, No Kigo quietly asked, Nami, who is that man? He seems to have an unusual relationship with you. Upon hearing this, a Jin became somewhat anxious. It was the kind of expression where a flower-like daughter was about to be stuck in cow dung. Before Nami could answer, Noah approached. This man still bore the confident look he had when he first met her. In his eyes, it seemed as though everything could be easily resolved. Noah said, I am Noah, captain of the Noah pirate crew, and I am Nami's. Before he could finish, Nami suddenly interrupted. Noah, can you return all of Along's money to everyone? What she meant by everyone were not just the villagers of Kokijia, but also the ordinary people who had been oppressed around them. Noah shook his head. Of course not. This is the spoils of war earned by my brothers fighting against the fishmen. Nami smiled wryly at his words. Indeed, Noah and his crew were pirates, and it was reasonable for them to take everything from the evil dragon pirate crew they defeated. No Kigo, a Jin, and the other villagers had no such thoughts. The fact that these pirates could help them seek revenge was already enough. They dared not hope for more. Captain Noah, my share can be given to Miss Nami. Behind Noah, a large bald man stood up unsteadily, his face covered in blood, which was his own. Locke knew that Noah had always intended to recruit Nami. Now that his loyalty had reached 95 points, and he found direction under Noah, Locke, who was prepared to dedicate everything for Noah, no longer cared much about wealth. Upon hearing this, Kuro was moved, and said lightly, my share can also go to Miss Nami. Zhangao nodded in agreement, saying, my share too. Balu laughed loudly, and mine. In a moment, even Kuro and many other pirates joined in. After all, their eyes were not blind, they could see that Noah had strong feelings for Nami. What those feelings were they didn't care, but they followed their superior. Everyone. Nami felt touched. She hadn't expected that the pirates she had only known for 2 or 3 days would be willing to make such a sacrifice for her. Having been a pirate thief for so many years, even nicknamed a little thief cat, she understood very well how much pirates valued money. No Kigo, a Jin, and the other villagers were also extremely surprised. Shut up. Noah suddenly spoke up. Instantly the previously lively atmosphere froze. Pirates like Locke felt as though their necks were being squeezed, unable to make a sound, and lowered their heads. Nami's face turned pale, her expression dimmed, and her eyes lost their sparkle. Ajin, Noah called out. Ajin stepped forward immediately. Go count the treasures of the evil dragon pirate crew, and distribute them all. Kuro assist him. Yes. Ajin and Kuro immediately entered the castle. Soon, all the pirates received the wealth they deserved. Along had hoarded quite a bit over the years, enough to make the Noah pirate. After the cadres and ordinary pirates finished dividing the spoils, the remainder naturally belonged to Noah. Lord Noah, Ajin jogged up to Noah, intending to report the amount of treasure obtained this time. Noah waved his hand dismissively and said to Nami, you can take my share. Nami's head shot up at his words, her swollen eyes brimming with tears again. Noah waved his hand again, turning to, since I accepted them and brought them to see, their share will definitely not be lessened. So, Noah snapped his fingers, and everyone's gaze turned toward him. Noah declared loudly, boys, let's celebrate our victory over the evil dragon pirate crew with a feast. The banquet lasted for a full 3 days. The manatee, a sea beast over 30 meters long, became the finest dish. After receiving his spoils from Noah, Nami, guided by a kin and accompanied by some pirates, distributed the money to the ordinary people who had been oppressed by the dragon pirates. During the banquet, Noah stood on the 5th floor of the Dragon Paradise Castle, gazing at a multitude of nautical charts drawn by Nami. Without turning his head, he asked, have you confirmed the information? Behind him, the butler-like Kuro pushed up his glasses with his palm and replied, we have confirmed it. The dragon pirates have been colluding with the Navy's 16th branch in the East Sea. He looked at Noah and said, Captain, what are we going to do? He had a rough idea of Noah's intentions, but as a wise man, he did not finish his sentence. Noah picked up the nautical chart from Kokoja village to the Navy's 16th branch and handed it to Kuro. This time you, along with Crick and Rock, will each lead 30 brothers. I want to see the complete destruction of this Navy branch. Understood. Noah stretched his waist and said calmly, in order for our navigators to feel at ease, we need to eliminate all these threats, especially that rat. I want to see his head. Yes. Kuro nodded. He had previously wondered if Noah was being too merciful, but now he realized he had been overthinking. Their captain was not to be underestimated, and his heart was ruthless. After the banquet, Kuro, Crick, and Rock led their men and ships towards the Navy's 16th branch in the East Sea. All three were filled with a determination to outdo each other and become the third in command of the Noah pirates. After leading a portion of the pirates away, Akin returned with Nami's group. As the money was distributed, Akin returned to Noah's side. Nami went to the village's tattoo shop to cover the dragon pirate's tattoo on her left arm with the windmill and orange design from the original work. She hummed a little tune, her face glowing with a radiant smile. From today on, she would completely say goodbye to her painful past. At the Navy's 16th branch in the East Sea, Major Rat felt very uneasy. He asked his adjutant beside him, is that bastard Arlong behaving himself lately? Colonel Arlong has been quite well behaved recently. He only wiped out a village that refused to pay a few days ago. Colonel Rat was dissatisfied. Why didn't you say this earlier? But he had already given. That was before. Colonel Rat glared at his adjutant. Don't you think about who helped him deal with those matters? Without me, did he think he could build his paradise so smoothly? Go gather the men and demand more fees from him. Colonel Rat displayed a greedy expression, his entire face looking both lewd and twisted. In terms of collecting money, Colonel Rat was undoubtedly swift in action. Before long, a group of Navy gathered under his command. It was at this moment that the pirates, led by the 3 junior officers from the Noah pirates, happened to land on the island. It is worth mentioning that apart from the 3 junior officers, Kuro, Crick, and Rock, the squad leaders like Zhang Ao and Balu did. However, this did not affect the 3 of them. Rather, without these more competent pirates, Kuro and the others could fully showcase, especially Rock. After being defeated by Gio aside from the first day's banquet where he drank and feasted, he entered training mode afterward. As the 3rd member of the Noah pirates to master armament Haki, he felt both proud and a sense of urgency. After mastering armament Haki, he felt that his strength had significantly increased. If Kuro and Crick also mastered it, wouldn't they be even stronger? He was determined to become the 3rd in command of the Noah pirates and couldn't afford to lose to the 2 of them. Immediately, Rock drew his large sword and shouted, brothers, follow me. Ignoring what Kuro and Crick's teams thought, he charged ahead towards the Navy branch. Crick snorted coldly and commanded, you brats, charge. He carried a gigantic steel war spear on his shoulder, unwilling to fall behind as the pirates behind him shouted and followed. 1 or 2 truly impulsive. Kuro leisurely donned his clawed gloves while the pirates behind him were already eager. According to Noah's rules, they would receive a generous share of spoils from every battle. Moreover, there was no deduction and all expenses for the banquet were covered by Noah. The banquet held in Kokoja village was contributed by the villagers themselves with meat and wine, while a portion was borrowed from the cadre's funds by Noah. For Noah, money was something he could acquire anytime he wanted. Just like now arranging for Kuro and the others to go to the Navy's 16th branch, where Colonel Rat was. Apart from cutting off future troubles and ensuring Nami's peace of mind, it was also because Colonel Rat had money. This guy was a complete parasite and pest within the Navy. Since becoming the head of the East Sea's 16th branch, he had no idea how much wealth he had extorted from the common people. It would be a pity not to slay such a fat sheep. On the side of the 16th branch, oh perhaps because the ordinary citizens on this island had been oppressed for so long, when the pirates arrived they all shrank back into their homes without a single person going to alert them. Rock hurried towards the Navy's 16th branch, only to find that there were no Navy personnel in sight since landing. I've heard for a long time that Colonel Rat is greedy, and now it seems to be true to his reputation. Kuro walked slowly behind, and noticed that the hiding ordinary people actually had expressions of anticipation. He couldn't help but laugh. In this way we pirates have become the forces of justice, how ironic. Ahead, Rock and Crick had already rushed to the base gate of the 16th branch. There were actually 2 Navy soldiers stationed at the entrance. Perhaps Colonel Rat knew how hated he was, so both Navy soldiers were equipped with flintlock rifles. When they saw Rock and Crick charging over with fierce expressions, and saw 60 pirates behind them brandishing weapons, they immediately raised their guns and shouted, "This is the Navy's 16th branch. Who are you? Get out of here. I am Rock, the Bloodbeard of the Noah Pirates. Remember this." Rock grinned and swung his sword at the Navy. The Navy immediately raised their guns to shoot. The other Navy soldier aimed and fired at Crick. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. One hit Rock's chest, but only made him shudder. The other struck Crick's steel armor, and Crick didn't even budge. Monster! The Navy soldier who shot at Rock's pupils contracted. As Rock's blade fell amidst a spray of blood, the Navy gushed blood from his neck to his left abdomen. The blood splattered on Rock's face and slid down into his beard. Crick then lifted his war spear and pressed down, directly driving the Navy's head into his body. This was even more terrifying than Rock's slash. Crick forcefully blasted open the base's gate with a single shot. As Rock grinned with bloodlust, "Captain Noah has ordered leave no one alive." The moment Locke and the others charged into the base, Colonel Mouse, no matter how slow to react, realized that pirates were invading his territory. At this moment the alarm of the base slowly began to ring. This infuriated Colonel Mouse. However, he immediately recalled that this lazy situation was caused by himself, so it was nothing to worry about. "Hurry up and fight back, or you all brainless." Colonel Mouse shouted angrily at his adjutant and the Navy personnel. Only then did the Navy react, raising their guns and knives. Locke spotted the guy who looked like a mouse at a glance. Without thinking, he directly charged at him with his knife. This frightened Colonel Mouse, who hurriedly raised his gun and fired repeatedly at Locke. Locke dared not take it heeded. Just now blocking the bullets had already consumed 1/5 of his aura, so he couldn't waste it carelessly. Locke dodged left and right to evade the bullets. Click had no such concerns. He swept his massive steel battle spear and killed a group of Navy personnel. "The head of this guy belongs to me." The steel battle spear fell from above, about to make Colonel Mouse meet the same fate as the Navy stationed at the base's gate. "Don't be hasty, he still has some use." Unbeknownst to him, Kuro had silently arrived behind Colonel Mouse, using his cat-claw 10 blades to block. Clang! Kuro felt a tingling sensation in his hands and arms. Looking at Click, his eyes filled with wariness. This brute was incredibly strong. Click frowned and coldly questioned, "What do you mean by this? Do you intend to defy Captain Noah's orders?" Locke slashed and sent a Navy soldier flying, looking at Kuro with a grim expression. "Kuro, do you want to betray Captain Noah?" Locke yelled, his beard stained with the blood of the Navy, his face fierce and terrifying. Kuro calmly adjusted his glasses with his palm. "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough." After saying this, he used a claw blade to make a cut on Colonel Mouse's back. Seeing this, Locke temporarily quelled his anger and picked up his large knife to cut down other Navy personnel. Click also took action. Kuro was not idle. Under the execution of his silent steps, his speed in eliminating Navy personnel was at least as fast as Click's. Even some Navy personnel who wanted to escape, including Colonel Mouse's adjutant, were cut into several pieces by him. In the end, only Colonel Mouse was left from the entire 16th Navy Division. "How many casualties among the brothers?" Locke asked a person beside him. "Captain Locke, 5 dead and 9 injured. After all, they were a regular army." Although the 16th Navy Division had fewer personnel than other divisions, they were well equipped with sufficient firearms and ammunition. Colonel Mouse did not skimp on protecting himself. Because of this, the Noah pirate group paid a price. However, Locke and the others did not mind much. They had already gone to sea with their lives already on the line and prepared for death. "What do you want to do with this guy, eh?" Click looked at Kuro, pointing at the Colonel Mouse lying on the ground. Kuro had already removed his cat-claw 10 blades, letting his subordinate pirates hold them elegantly, pushing up his glasses. "This guy has cooperated with pirates for so long, he must have a lot of treasures. Captain Noah sent us here not just to eliminate this place. If that's the case, then I'll take care of this matter." Locke grinned as he looked at Colonel Mouse, who lay on the ground fainting from excess. He had never tortured a Navy colonel before, and this was an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. "As you wish," Kuro said nonchalantly. An hour later, all the firearms and blades of the 16th Navy Division were taken away by the Noah pirate group, including the wealth that Colonel Mouse had embezzled and extorted over the years. Several large boxes were carried onto Locke's pirate ship. As for why it was him, although he was not as strong as Kuro and Click, he was the one most favored by Noah among the three. At least Kuro and Click did not want to put their loot on each other's ships. "Mission accomplished, let's return," Locke shouted, raising his arm, filled with an indescribable sense of grandeur. On the island of the 16th Navy Division, once all the pirates left, the islanders began to cheer loudly. However, 2 individuals trembled as they walked out from a corner, both wearing Navy uniforms. They had been pushed out to do errands because they did not want to conspire with Colonel Mouse, and unexpectedly they escaped the calamity. The 2 exchanged glances, quickly communicating, "We must report this." Although Colonel Mouse is not human, such a vicious pirate is too dangerous. I've already found out. Someone said those pirates call themselves the Noah Pirate Group, and the 3 leading them are cadres. I've found them. Those 3 guys have bounty notices. Bounty Hunter Kuro Battle Spear, Click Bloodbeard Lock. These 3 guys are all under the command of the Ghost Sword Noah, the Grand Line Marine Headquarters Marine Fort. In the Marshal's office. Bang! Sengoku slammed his palm on the table hard. Several bounty notices appeared on the table. On the couch, Garp was picking his nose. I say, Sengoku, it's just a pirate group. Was it worth getting so angry? He pulled out a donut from somewhere, grinning widely as he laughed. Sengoku, let's have a contest to see who can finish 200 donuts first. Garp. Sengoku roared. The 16th Navy Division in the East Sea has been annihilated, and you're still thinking about eating donuts. Garp shrugged nonchalantly. I've heard about that division. It has a terrible reputation. Some guys in headquarters colluded with them. Those kinds of guys deserve to die. The Noah Pirate Group is ridding the world of harm. You? Sengoku's forehead bulged with veins. This kind of thing isn't something a pirate should do. It's a blatant provocation to our Navy. This pirate group is too dangerous. Moreover, they only sent subordinates to the 16th Division. According to reports from spies, this guy wiped out the evil Dragon Pirate Group in Cocoa Village, killing them almost entirely, and then returned the stolen money to those oppressed by the evil Dragon Pirate Group. Hearing this, Garp laughed heartily. See, I told you the Noah Pirate Group was doing good deeds. Shut up. Sengoku glared. Garp grinned and took a bite of his donut. Sengoku patted the table. This Noah must have grand ambitions for doing these things. Such a dangerous pirate. Garp, aren't you going back to see your grandson? This time you can take the opportunity to capture the entire Noah Pirate Group. I'll do my best. Garp chuckled. Sengoku's forehead veins bulged even more. Sengoku pulled out a document from the bounty notices on the table. Take a look at this. It's something your other good grandson did. Garp took the document with confusion, and after opening it his expression turned serious. Sengoku said, a few days ago Ace fought against one of the warlords, the Lizard King, along with that flower jaw. Your grandson is impressive. He defeated that guy, and now I plan to apply for him to become the new warlord. Garp fell silent for a moment, then nodded. Thank you. Sengoku patted Garp on the shoulder, then turned to look at the bounty notice for the Noah Pirate Group. As someone known for his wisdom, he could not place all his hopes on Garp. This dangerous pirate clearly had a well-planned way of doing things. If Garp went to the East Sea, those guys would definitely run far away once they learned of his arrival. Since that's the case, he needed to take another precaution. The evil Dragon Pirate Group was made up of former members of the Fishman Pirate Group. He would kindly remind Jinbei about the news of their complete annihilation. In the East Sea, in the village of Koko Shia, lies the evil Dragon Paradise. Noah stood beside the pool, his shirt removed, his fists swinging forward continuously. Unseen by anyone, both of Noah's legs were wrapped in armed color Haki. He practiced armed color Haki through this method while training his fists. Kruby had used the Fishman Karate's wave-pressing fist several times in his battle against Rock. These experiences were not just mere experience points, but transformed into various subtle images flooding into his mind. Although Noah practiced swordsmanship, he did not solely rely on it. His physical skills were nearly on par with his swordsmanship. He was determined to become a man of all-round strength without any weaknesses. After finishing a set of punches, Zhangao cheerfully handed Noah a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice full of plump, glistening orange pulp. Captain Noah, this is sent by Miss No Kigo. Noah casually took it and drank a couple of sips. The sweet and sour flavor entered his mouth, a fragrant orange aroma filled his nose. Not bad, please thank her for me. Noah's gaze flickered as he looked at the recently appeared battle results panel. Battle results: defeated 16 branches of the East Sea Navy. Small participants 185, experience gained swordsmanship 66, physical skills 193, armed color Haki 19, synchronized Embedikin 97, swordsmanship 26, of physical skills 77, armed color Haki 7, synchronized Bedrock 95, swordsmanship 19, physical skills 57, armed color Haki 5. This led Kruby and the others to the 16 branches of the East Sea Navy. For Kruby, it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but Noah's true goal was to achieve 3 objectives with 1 move. Eliminate future threats, acquire wealth, and most importantly, test whether he could gain experience without participating, only sending his subordinates to battle. It seemed that experience could still be obtained, but a new question arose. Could the ability to gain experience be due to Rock being embedded with the battle results system and participating in this fight? This question was quite easy to resolve, and Noah already had an idea. 2 days later, Rock and the 3 officers returned with the pirates. Upon seeing Noah for the first time, Kruby handed him a round package. Noah opened it to find the head of Colonel Mouse. Well done, Noah said with a smile. Among this group, Akin was the strongest and most loyal, while Kruby excelled in personnel management. However, when it came to operational capabilities, Kruby was Noah's favorite. Yet the loyalty of these 2 wasn't high enough. Or rather, while he had no issues with ordinary officers and subordinates, he couldn't entrust them with heavy responsibilities. After all, these 2 were earned by Noah through their formidable strength. Both had decent intelligence, unlike the usual pirates like Rock, who had a hot-blooded but empty-headed demeanor. Casually tossing Colonel Mouse's head into the sea, Rock then instructed the pirate minions to bring a box over. Noah nodded. You all did an excellent job on this mission. Rock, Noah called out. Yes. Rock stood up straight. Distribute what the brothers should receive, and then. Noah surveyed the crowd. Let's hold a banquet. The pirates erupted in cheers. They loved Captain Noah, so much wealth was genuinely shared, and this banquet was funded by Noah. Colonel Mouse had plundered quite a bit over the years, and the substantial share that reached Noah's hands amounted to a whopping 356 million berries. Evil Dragon Paradise. It had now become the temporary territory of Noah's pirate crew. Noah welcomed everyone to the banquet, directly inviting all the villagers from the neighboring Kokoshia. Watch me drink 3 bottles at once. Your drinking capacity is too poor. I can drink 4 bottles. I can do 5 bottles. Amidst the festive atmosphere, Nami walked through the crowd of pirates and approached Noah, who was sitting in Arlong's former seat. Nami glanced at Akin, who was to Noah's left. This pirate, known as the Ghost Man, showed no interest in the banquet, standing like a statue quietly beside Noah. Noah held a goblet in his hand. However, it was not filled with wine, but rather fresh juice extracted from the oranges obtained from Nami's home. My family's oranges. Nami's eyes sparkled. Noah glanced at Nami's left arm. The previous knife wound had healed, and the tattoo had transformed into the windmill and orange shape he was most familiar with. Nodding, he said, "It was given by your sister Nokigo. The taste is great." Of course. Nami proudly placed her hands on her hips. "I planted these myself. No wonder it tastes so good. Ew, I should ask Nokigo for more." Noah chuckled. He then fixed his gaze on Nami. "Want to have a drink? Aren't pirates supposed to drink?" "I want a drink." Nami feigned dissatisfaction. Noah laughed and waved for Akin to bring over some wine. Moments later, Akin approached carrying a pile of wine. Nami eagerly took over, skillfully opening it, and the aroma of wine wafted out. Nami said, "Let's see who can drink more. If I win." Nami revealed a greedy look. "I heard you made a big haul today. If I win, I don't want anyone else's share, just half of yours." Noah laughed. "And if you lose?" Nami twisted her body, feigning shyness. "If I lose, you can do whatever you want." Noah shook his head and smiled. He had read the original work. Nami's drinking capacity seemed to surpass that of the entire Straw Hat crew combined. Noah didn't particularly dislike alcohol, but he couldn't say he liked it either. He wasn't sure about his own drinking capacity. However, "No problem, I accept this wager." Still, as always, he wasn't very concerned about wealth. He was curious to see just how well Nami could drink. Thus the pirates quickly discovered that their captain was drinking with Nami, who might become a companion, and was the first woman to board Noah's pirate crew. One by one they gathered around, cheering and egging them on. Ajin frowned as he looked at the surrounding pirates, then at Nami, and Noah, his expression revealing worry. "I've observed him. At least Noah is not a bad person." Nokigo lifted her glass of wine and clinked it with the bottle in Ajin's hand, her eyes slightly dazed. "Is that so?" Ajin fell silent. It had to be said that Nami's drinking capacity was indeed impressive. After drinking some wine, a rosy hue appeared on her face, yet she was not drunk at all. Instead, she provocatively gazed at Noah. Noah was not afraid of her. By midnight, the boisterous pirates had all fallen asleep, where they lay sprawled across the ground, snoring like thunder. Even Kruby was no exception, not knowing where he had fallen asleep. Only Akin stayed quietly beside Noah. He had also drunk some, but compared to the other pirates, it was only a few casual sips. You won." Nami felt dizzy, realizing that her usual confident drinking capacity was not an advantage against Noah. Her head tilted, and she was about to fall asleep. Noah supported her with one hand. He received a glass of water from Akin to rinse his mouth. Looking at Nami, who was mumbling something, Noah smiled and said, "It seems I have won." After saying this, he carried Nami to the castle behind, while he himself sat in Arlong's former seat, and closed his eyes, soon falling into a steady breathing pattern. Inside the room, Nami's brown eyes suddenly opened wide, the corners of her mouth curling slightly before she closed her eyes. The next day, bright sunlight poured down from the sky. Over the past few days, Noah had restrained himself from using his fruit abilities, so there were no oppressive black clouds here. All the pirates awakened, each preparing to return to their pirate ship. Today they would set sail. "Captain Noah, look, this is our latest bounty notice." Locke joyfully ran over, holding 4 bounty notices. "Am I in there?" Noah asked in surprise, taking it. Then he realized he had misunderstood. The first 3 were for Kuro Krieg and Locke, with relevant descriptions on them. Kuro was the captain of the former Black Cat Pirates' 100 Plans Kuro, who faked his death to deceive the Navy and has now joined Noah's pirate crew. His bounty was raised from 16 million berry to 20 million berry. Krieg's and Locke's bounty notices were fairly standard. Battlespear Krieg had his bounty increased from 10,050,000 to 13 million berry. Bloodbeard Locke had his bounty raised from 430,000 to 10 million berry. However, that wasn't the main point, at least not for Noah. He looked at the last one at the bottom. Fire Fist Ace defeated the former Warlord of the Sea as a pirate supernova with a bounty of 400 million berry. Looking at this bounty notice, Noah thought to himself. Since Ace had been defeated, it was likely that in the days to come his previous enemies would find him and finish him off. Then Ace rejected the invitation from the Warlords of the Sea, fought against Yamato, the daughter of Kaido from the 100 Beasts, and after leaving Wano encountered the Whitebeard pirates, fighting Jinbei for 5 days and nights to a standstill. He ultimately disbanded his pirate crew to join the Whitebeard pirates after failing 100 times in challenges or assassination attempts. This guy defeated a Warlord of the Sea and only has a bounty of 400 million TSK. In the original work, Luffy defeated Sand Crocodile, and his bounty was only 100 million because this achievement was attributed to Smoker by the higher-ups in the Navy. Now with Ace, a Warlord of the Sea, huh? Noah stroked his chin, pondering how he could aim for the position of Warlord of the Sea with his current abilities. After Ace's rejection, it wouldn't be long before the vacancy left by him would be filled by Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, who was treating Bonnie's illness. So should I learn from Ace and defeat a former warlord of the sea? This was Noah's initial thought, but when facing them, none of the warlords of the sea were easy opponents. Even the weakest Gecko Moria had Perona under him, who had eaten the ghost fruit and could control negative spirits. If that thing encounters him without strong enough Haki, one careless move could lead to the annihilation of his pirate crew. Moreover, Moria's weakness was only relative to the other warlords of the sea. If Moria was like this, the others were even stronger. I still need to improve my Haki first, Noah thought. In the midst of his thoughts, the pirates under him were already ready to set sail. Except for him and his cadre akin, the other pirates were all on the ship. On the shore, the villagers of Kokasia were there to see them off. Nami no Kigo and Akin stood at the forefront. Nami's brown eyes held a hint of anticipation, but looking back at no Kigo and Akin and the other villagers, there was also some reluctance. Hey Nami. Noah called out to Nami. What is it? Nami looked at Noah. What about the maid outfit I gave you? That kind of thing was thrown away a long time ago. Why are you bringing this up, eh? Nami was quite displeased. Was this all he wanted to say to her? Noah smiled and said, don't forget you lost to me in the drinking game last night. You said it was up to me to decide. What do you want? Nami asked with a hint of expectation. Noah's lips curled up. Find the maid outfit, wash it clean, and wear it again. I specifically got it for you. Who wants to hear you say that? You pervert. Nami immediately showed a shark-like angry face. Noah ignored Nami's changing expression and continued. Of course, there's one more important thing. Noah stepped forward a few paces, stopping 2 meters away from Nami, extending his right hand. I am the captain of the Noah pirate crew, and I now officially invite you to become the navigator of the Noah pirate crew. Do you want to stand with me at the pinnacle of the world, the strongest navigator in the future? Hearing Noah's words, Nami was both surprised and delighted, a smile forming at the corner of her mouth as she playfully asked, what if I refuse? Then he'll just take you on board. Haha. Noah laughed heartily. I'm a pirate, and if I want something I just take it. After saying that, he swiftly stepped forward, disregarding the gazes and expressions of the others, and directly threw Nami over his shoulder. Ignoring Nami's symbolic squirming struggle, Noah waved to Nokigo and Akin. Sorry, everyone, I'm taking Nami now, ha. Akin pulled his hat down. What a domineering guy. Nokigo smiled. You are a pirate we naturally cannot resist. Nami, you can take her away. Yes, but this girl is very mischievous. You mustn't return her. Captain Noah, we have always wanted to send Nami away. Just don't let her off the ship. Don't let her come back to cause trouble for us. The villagers were chattering, all speaking ill of Nami. Each face was filled with joyful smiles, yet also with deep reluctance and worry. But they all knew that Nami had her own dream, wanting to draw a complete world map, and they couldn't stop her from pursuing her dream. Noah's pirate crew had already shown their strength, and they believed in Noah. You guys. Nami, who had been squirming on Noah's shoulder, suddenly felt silent tears welling in her eyes. She suddenly shouted, I will definitely succeed. I will draw a complete world map. She raised her head, her gaze locking with everyone in Kokasia village. Noah lightly jumped onto the fearless battleship, the Blade of the Army, and set Nami down. Laughing, he said, all right, we've got our navigator. Set sail. Set sail. Soon the anchor was lifted and the ship turned. Nami could no longer hold back, bursting into tears like a fountain. The villagers of Kokasia hurried forward from walking to running, waving at Nami. Nami, go for it. They shouted in unison. Everyone. Nami waved goodbye to the villagers of Kokasia, then gave a thumbs up, forcing a smile as she loudly declared, I will definitely succeed. Once the 5 pirate ships had left, the villagers of Kokasia felt a bit empty. Nokigo sighed, glancing beside him to find Akin had left without him noticing. After a moment of thought, Nokigo walked in a certain direction. Before long, he saw Akin half squatting before a grave, gently placing the windmill from his police hat at the grave. Akin's serious face rarely showed a hint of a smile. Belmer, little Nami has found worthy companions to trust. Congratulations, host. The loyalty of the hero unit Nami has reached 90, meeting the embedding condition of 80 loyalty. Would you like to embed this character? Once embedded, this character will share a portion of the experience after your battle settlement, calculated separately, not occupying your experience allocation, and the current embedding slots are 23. On the fearless battleship Dagger, Noah was astonished, completely not expecting Nami's loyalty to surpass the other pirates so easily. He couldn't help but take out a mirror to check his appearance. With tousled hair, sharp brows, and striking features, he was even more handsome than in his previous life, the kind who could become a superstar. Comparing him to characters from the pirate world, only Cavendish could rival him. It seems that being handsome has its advantages. Noah chuckled. What are you laughing at, Noah? I want money. Nami barged into Noah's captain's cabin, extending her fair hand without a hint of politeness. Noah did not respond immediately to Nami, but glanced at the attribute panel that only he could see. Name for non-Noah. Swordsmanship, intermediate. Body technique, intermediate. Armament, Haki, beginner. Observation, Haki, non. Conqueror's Haki, beginner. Devil fruit abilities, Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast form, Volender, beginner. Character embedding, 33 Akin, 97 Rock, 95 Nami, 90. Seeing Nami also appeared on the character embedding, he pondered how to strengthen this navigator. Accumulating experience to improve would be fine and certainly stronger than the original work. However, as the exclusive navigator of the Noah pirate crew, this alone was not enough. Should he buy her a stronger devil fruit? Hey, Noah, are you deaf? Nami waved her hands in front of Noah. Noah grabbed her hand. What do you need money for? I can hear you pretending to be deaf. Nami pouted, pulling her hand back from Noah. Of course it's to buy things for sailing. The next place we're going is Logtown, and we need to buy supplies in advance. After crossing Reverse Mountain, as I know the weather in the Grand Line is unpredictable, so we need to prepare in advance. Alright, take whatever you need from my treasury. Saying this, Noah directly handed the key to his treasures to Nami. From now on, this will be your responsibility. Take what you need from inside. Okay. Nami's eyes immediately lit up. Noah continued. However, since you are in charge of my money, you need to manage the banquet and regular expenses on the ship. Since the next stop is Logtown, some of the brothers are missing arms and legs, so we'll spend some money to make prosthetics. Noah smiled and patted Nami's soft shoulder. He'll leave all this to you. Nami's face immediately fell. Leaving the captain's cabin, her mood was as gloomy as the dark clouds above. She had only come to ask for money, but now there were more things to deal with. That heartless guy just knows how to squeeze me dry. Nami huffed, running to the small treasury room that held Noah's money. There were 2 small captains guarding it. Upon seeing Nami, they initially wanted to stop her, but upon seeing the key, they immediately stood aside. The 2 pirate captains exchanged glances. It seems the captain really likes this type. Miss Nami may be a bit young, but she is indeed beautiful. The 2 exchanged knowing looks and chuckled. Nami glanced at them in annoyance, wondering what they were laughing about. Logtown. Ordinary pirates began to act stealthily due to the reputation of the White Hunter. However, the Noah pirate crew was completely different. 5 ships brightly docked at the port, completely ignoring the local. Accompanying the 5 ships was a pile of dark clouds in the sky. Within the clouds, blue lightning surged like snakes, seemingly ready to descend at any moment, bringing immense fear and oppression. The station navy immediately noticed the arrival of the Noah pirate crew. As Noah led the crew from the ship to the port, the stationed navy aimed their guns at him. Noah laughed heartily. Get back to your navy base, and tell Smoker I know I have arrived. From now on, Logtown is under. The station navy lieutenant's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Half a month ago, the elite from headquarters, the nearly invincible Captain Smoker, had led over 200 men to the Black Reef Islands. But the result was heavy casualties, and they returned in disgrace. Then came the new pirate rising in the east, blue, the Noah pirate crew, led by the demon sword Noah. A bounty of 55 million berries. Just hearing this number made his heart tremble. He immediately ordered a signal to be fired, then shouted, Demon Sword, Logtown is not a place for you. If you leave now, we can pretend we didn't see you. As he said this, his face was burning with shame and anger, making him lower his head and not dare to look at the surprised expressions of his subordinates. But he knew that the man before him and his pirate crew were absolute monsters. A man who could defeat Captain Smoker should be avoided at all costs. Noah sneered, What are you? You dare to speak to me like that? Before Noah's words fell, a shadow akin to a ghost vanished beside him. The Navy lieutenant felt his scalp tingle, a sense of deadly crisis exploding in his heart. At that moment, 5 cold sensations gently touched his neck. 5 cuts opened on his neck, blood gushing out. The Navy lieutenant dared not move at all. Behind him, a man in a black suit elegantly pushed up his glasses with his left hand, while his right hand, equipped with claw blades, rested against his neck. As long as he dared to move, his head would fall. Bounty hunter. Kuro. The Navy lieutenant trembled fearfully, uttering the name of the man behind him. It seems I have not been forgotten after all, Kuro said coldly with a smile. Only then did the surrounding Navy react, turning their guns toward Kuro. Kuro merely cast a dangerous look at them. Do you want to die? It was not a question, but more like a death decree issued by the Grim Reaper. Noah signaled to Kuro, who immediately disappeared from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside Noah, elegantly handing over his claw weapon to a nearby pirate subordinate. How much longer, Noah? Nami asked softly from behind. Focus on your duties while working. It won't take long, Noah replied, glancing back at Nami. Then he instructed Akin beside him. Akin, take a few people to protect Nami. Understood, Akin nodded quickly. Then hurry up. Nami waved her hand and left. The Navy lieutenant and his men looked on completely, not daring to stop them. As for the ordinary people at the port, they had run far away when they saw the 5 pirate ships approaching boldly. Are you not leaving? Are you really not afraid of death? Noah slowly walked towards the anxious Navy officers after watching Akinami and the others leave. With each step he took, the more than 200 pirates behind him followed suit. Adding to that was the billowing black cloud that followed Noah, spreading from the port into the depths of Rogu Town, a fear so oppressive it was almost suffocating, climbing into the hearts of every Navy officer. A Navy officer gulped repeatedly, his legs trembling to the point of nearly collapsing. Were it not for the justice he upheld as a Navy officer, he would have already fled in a panic. Seeing that even the Navy lieutenant, who had just been frightened by clothes, showed no signs of retreat, a look of approval appeared. Truly they were soldiers brought out by Smoker. As the saying goes, a crooked beam will lead to a crooked roof. Smoker was upright enough that the soldiers he led were not lacking. However, since you all want to die, I shall fulfill your wish. Noah slowly drew out the fine blade. Light rain. At the moment he became a pirate, he had completely abandoned his former goodness, acting solely on his whims. Since he aimed for a grand ascent, anyone who dared to block his path or irritate him must die. The sound of the blade being drawn was like a devil's whisper, causing all the Navy officers to tense up to the utmost. They looked at Noah, this handsome young man exuding an indescribable and invisible aura of terrifying fear. Like a beast of destruction, he displayed his claws capable of overturning heaven and earth with great pride. Bang, bang, bang. The violent heartbeat nearly made the Navy officers' hearts leap out of their chests. Their hands were on the triggers, each one staring intently at Noah. Noah ignored the guns pointed at him and simply approached them. Suddenly a whistling sound came from the town behind the navy. A white smoke rushed in like the wind with a 10-handed weapon wrapped in armament Haki, smashing heavily towards Noah. Noah blocked with his sword, the blade covered in armament Haki, sending sparks flying upon impact. Isn't it rather rude to greet someone with such an attack? Noah smiled with a smirk. Smoker, it's good to see you again. Smoker, with 2 cigars clenched in his mouth, had a look of anger in his eyes, but more so was astonishment. He looked at Noah's sword, which was actually covered in armament Haki. Smoker's left hand turned into a fist, his armament Haki coiling and hardening as he punched towards Noah's unguarded face. Noah tilted his head back, a pitch-black metallic hue suddenly appearing on his forehead, then slammed forward. Boom! The immense force instantly crushed Smoker's left fist into a cloud of white mist, and the residual power of Noah's headbutt struck directly against Smoker's chest. Bang! The terrifying force that Smoker had not anticipated sent him flying, rolling several times on the ground before Colonel Smoker. The station Navy officers immediately rushed to Smoker's side, looking at Noah with fearful and vigilant eyes. Even while trembling, they held their Navy swords and guns steadfast. I'm fine. Smoker shook his head, getting up from the ground, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his left arm trembling uncontrollably. Although he had elementally shifted in time, he had still been caught off guard and struck by Noah. A trace of inexplicable fear arose in Smoker's heart. Noah's strength in his view was already comparable to some veteran vice admirals in the headquarters, and perhaps even matched that of the elite vice admirals. Can you still stand? That hit felt pretty solid. It seems you have made some progress in strength these days, Smoker, Noah said with a Don't be too arrogant, I haven't lost yet. Smoker pushed aside the other Navy officers. Don't get in the way, this is my fight with him, and you're not allowed to interfere. As Smoker spoke, he transformed into white mist, directly flashing to Noah's side. Noah glanced at Smoker, secretly thinking that he truly cared for his subordinates, knowing that if these Navy officers clashed directly with Noah's pirate crew, they would likely meet their demise, thus using this method to restrict him. But it didn't matter. After all, I had liked your character since I read the manga. Just like the affection I hold for each member of the Straw Hat Pirate, Smoker was among them. Otherwise, the last time Noah would have directly used his Devil Fruit ability to exhaust Smoker in the Black Reef Islands. With the 10-handed weapon wrapped in armament Haki, Smoker turned his hand into a cannon, thrusting the 10-handed weapon straight towards Noah's heart. Compared to the pathetic armament Haki from the Black Reef Islands, in just half a month Smoker's armament Haki had grown significantly. But, Noah grinned. Compared to me, you're still far behind. The strength of armament Haki depends on both the accumulation of training over time and one's spirit. But more importantly, whether that person's body is strong enough, whether their spirit is fierce enough. In these aspects, Noah was superior. Light rain tilted upward effortlessly, and Smoker's lightning-fast strike was easily deflected. However, this guy's attack wasn't over. The white mist within him spread out, forming hundreds of serpentine smoke that lunged against Smoker. At this stage, Noah found it unnecessary to use his Devil Fruit ability. He directly clenched his left fist, closed his eyes, recalling the experience of Klaus Fishman karate, the wave-correcting fist. Suddenly, Noah opened his eyes wide. The muscles in his left arm bulged, the armament Haki coalescing on his fist, deepening at that moment, the metallic color appearing black and luminous in the eyes of only Smoker and Rock. Empty, Noah shouted, and the air around him rippled with shock waves. Fist. He punched out a wave of air, layering. Smoker's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. Layer after layer of giant waves of fist power, mixed with a faint but powerful will, crashed against every part of his body. Smoker felt as if he was being compressed into a pancake by the punch, as if he had been struck by a dimensional attack. A bright red blood erupted violently from Smoker's mouth. His dedicated 10-handed weapon was also struck and shattered. Bang! A figure fell straight down to the ground. The intense pain of all his bones and flesh shattering made Smoker's vision blur, everything around him appearing a misty white. He could sense the man fighting him approaching. Smoker strained to lift his neck, his head soaked with sweat, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. I'll let them go. Noah walked up to Smoker's side, and the Navy lieutenant raised his sword, nearly unable to resist striking Noah. Noah ignored this minor character, saying lightly, sure, consider it a reward for helping me comprehend armament Haki. Thank you. After saying this, Smoker could no longer hold on and fainted completely. Colonel Smoker. The remaining Navy officers surrounded Noah, their anxious yet hesitant expressions making Noah chuckle. Noah coldly said, why don't you hurry and leave? Do you really want to die at my hands? He slightly brightened the blade of light, rained a cold gleam of the blade, reflecting a terrifying sharpness. The Navy lieutenant trembled all over and quickly called for the other officers to lift Smoker and rush him towards the Roga Town Navy base. Noah waved his left hand, and Creek stepped forward upon seeing this. Captain Noah, Creek said, bring 100 brothers to guard the Navy base, find a doctor to save Smoker. That's fine, but if you dare do anything else, just see for yourself. Yes, Captain Noah. Creek revealed a sinister smile. This was the first time he had done something like guarding the Navy. Having dealt with the troublesome Navy, Noah swaggered into Log Town alongside the other pirates. Since Smoker arrived in Log Town, it had remained undisturbed by pirate threats, existing in a state of tranquility. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll smash your head. A pirate sneered at a child peeking from a corner. Captain Noah, what should we do next? Chloe gently adjusted his glasses and asked. Noah grinned. What else would we do? Of course we're robbing. Otherwise what kind of pirates would we be? Chloe Locke. Here. Chloe and Locke stepped forward immediately. Any underground organizations or auction houses in Logtown, as long as they are not legitimate, rob them all. What about the legitimate ones? Chloe inquired. Don't worry about them, we need to resupply normally here, leave those people. Noah waved his hand. Now each of you take some men and root out these pests in Logtown. Let us the Noah pirate crew act as the righteous force, ha. Yes. Chloe and Locke immediately divided the pirates present and took them away. Among them Baru followed Chloe while Zhang accompanied Locke. The Cat brothers flatteringly stayed at Noah's sides. After all, he was the captain and he needed a couple of little brothers around to maintain his dignity. Let's go, accompany me to see the execution platform of the Pirate King. Noah walked toward the center of Logtown. Sam and Bucci quickly followed. Soon the three arrived at the execution platform of Pirate King Roger. This is where Roger met his demise, Sam said with a face full of emotion. Noah scoffed, just a failure. Noah looked at the execution platform, and this empty square was now only occupied by him, Sam, and Bucci. He lifted his foot towards the execution platform. Under the adoring gazes of Sam and Bucci, a swirl of white wind continuously appeared beneath Noah's feet as he ascended. As Noah rose higher, it was as if he was stepping into the void, and the sky over Logtown grew increasingly dark. All the residents of Logtown, including those hidden in the shadows related to the underground world, couldn't help but step outside and look up at the sky. At this moment, an indescribable feeling of oppression filled the hearts of everyone. Inside the Navy base, the soldiers wore grim expressions. They looked toward the medical room where several doctors were frantically tending to the critically injured and unconscious smoker. Each of them clenched their fists and then glanced at the boisterous pirates outside the base. The pirates seemed to be eagerly anticipating their exit, each one looking back with a provocative glare. Smoker's lieutenant had just finished contacting headquarters via a transponder snail. He walked to the window and pushed it open to gaze at the sky outside. A thick veil of shadows covered Logtown, dense layers of black clouds gathered, and the furious thunder no longer lurked, but shone with a dazzling radiance. Boom! In an instant, dozens to hundreds of lightning bolts descended from the sky, illuminating the darkness with brilliance. At this moment, the port of Logtown. 5 ships belonging to the Noah pirate crew were guarded by a few pirates. They stood idly on the deck. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in from nowhere. As if another dark cloud was approaching, the port grew even darker. And in the originally empty spot of the port, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared. Some pirates thought they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes vigorously. But when they looked again, there were no figures to be seen in the— Could it be an illusion? The pirate murmured. What are you mumbling about? Another pirate beside him asked, noticing him talking to himself. Nothing. The murmuring pirate shook his head. At the execution platform of Pirate King Roger, Noah stepped up and stood firmly. Looking down from his elevated position, in the blink of an eye, Noah seemed to witness the moment Roger was executed. He opened his mouth wide. That kind of ending will not belong to me. Boom! Thunder crashed down from the dark clouds, striking various places in Logtown. In this moment, Noah felt an overwhelming surge of ambition. He spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. I will definitely become the strongest, ha. In the midst of his laughter, an invisible energy continuously accumulated within Noah at that moment. Finally, at the point of no return. Boom! An invisible wave of energy radiated outward from Noah, releasing freely in all directions. But Noah's gaze suddenly sharpened. He shouted, "Come back to me." The released oppressive aura came to an abrupt halt. As if summoned by its master, it immediately disappeared, or rather returned to Noah's body. At that moment, Noah looked at his attribute panel. Name: Fernandez. Noah: swordsmanship, intermediate; physical techniques, intermediate; armament, Haki; beginner observation, Haki; none; conquerors, Haki; intermediate; devil fruit ability, Zoan type; bird, fruit; mythical beast, form; Veðrfölnir; beginner character slots, 34 akin, 97 lock, 95 Nami, 90, conquerors, Haki. Intermediate. A new character slot has been added. The former was expected by Noah, while the latter confirmed that as long as Noah's attributes improved, an additional character slot would be unlocked. As expected of me, even without a battle settlement system, I can still ascend to the peak of the world. Noah laughed with Conqueror's Haki cannot be trained or enhanced through conventional means. It can only grow stronger with the enhancement of its wielder's strength. Noah was uncertain of his current strength, but he was sure that an ordinary elite vice admiral would not be his match. He might even be able to defeat some of the weaker warlords of the sea. With such strength, he naturally triggered the Conqueror's Haki and grasped the power that controlled it. Clap, clap. Just as Noah was still immersed in the joy of mastering Conqueror's Haki, 3 sudden claps interrupted him. Sam and Bucci first looked at each other, then quickly scanned their surroundings. Soon they noticed a cloaked man had appeared in the vast square, without them realizing. Who are you? Sam immediately donned his cat claw gauntlets, while Bucci took a moment to react, but also put on his gloves. The brothers, one thin and one plump, resembled 2 large cats, revealing a cruel expression toward the cloaked man, clearly indicating that they would strike if they were unsatisfied with his answer. However, the cloaked man completely ignored the cat brothers and walked straight toward the execution platform. Stop! Bucci yelled at the cloaked man. The cloaked man remained oblivious. Seeing this, Sam immediately exchanged glances with Bucci. Without delay, the 2 brothers surged forth, one like a slender cat, and the other like a hefty cat, launching a fierce assault on the cloaked man. Since following Noah, the cat brothers had undergone rigorous training almost every day. After arriving at Cocoa Village, they had become the second group to passively endure beatings to comprehend armament Haki. Although they hadn't fully grasped it, their strength had far surpassed their previous levels. Even if they didn't work together, they could unleash combat power exceeding 10 million in bounty. Once they teamed up, even Locke in his current state would have a headache. Dare to disturb Captain Noah. Prepare to die. Sam moved swiftly, almost leaving an afterimage as his cat claw was about to strike the cloaked man's face. Just as Sam's claws were about to graze the face of the cloaked man, he seemed to possess foresight, effortlessly retreating to dodge Sam's attack. At that moment, Bougie charged forward, his stout body colliding straight into the cloaked man. Once again, the cloaked man gracefully sidestepped to the left, causing Bougie to miss completely and fly out. Seeing this, Sam intended to strike again, but Noah on the execution platform spoke up. "That's enough, stop." As his voice fell, Sam cast a reluctant and fierce glance at the cloaked man, while Bougie steadied himself and jogged over to Sam's side. Noah stepped forward, and with each step a white whirlwind formed beneath his feet. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Noah leisurely walked down to the ground. A thunderclap descended from the sky, erupting between Noah and the cloaked man, simultaneously bringing light that illuminated the cloaked man's face. Beneath the green cloak was a solemn face, its left side almost entirely covered in red tattoos. Such a distinctive appearance made Noah recognize him upon his arrival. "Monkey D. Dragon, what are you doing here?" Noah said lightly, subtly placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword Drizzle. Noah was unsure of Dragon's true strength. Although he had previously jested about him being the king of sweat, Dragon's prowess was likely at least at the royal level. Facing him now would certainly be a dead end. But so what? As long as Dragon dared to raise a paw, he would dare to. Dragon said calmly, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not here to cause you trouble. On the contrary, I'm here to give you a warning." Noah frowned, asking, "What do you mean?" Dragon laughed lightly. "There's an old man who often enjoys returning home without a reason. Recently he heard that someone has been doing significant things in his old neighborhood, so he just happened to be heading home to take a look at what kind of person is responsible for such big matters." Upon hearing this, Noah's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this Dragon's father, Monkey D? Garp, the grandfather of the main character in the One Piece manga, the Vice Admiral of the Navy, the hero Garp. Did my little antics attract the attention of headquarters? Clearly annihilating a naval branch is no small affair, and now Noah had occupied Logtown, forcing the Navy to refrain from leaving their base. Regarding such audacious behavior, Sengoku would undoubtedly have Garp, who was returning to the East Blue, take care of the instigator Noah, preferably taking care of him and to impel down. Upon learning that Garp was actually coming, Noah couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. However, he maintained his composure, as calm as ever, and asked, "What do you want by telling me this?" Dragon just smiled. "Nothing much, just a reminder, that's all. However, if you grow stronger in the future, perhaps we might have opportunities for cooperation." Revolutionary Army. Noah uttered those 3 words. Dragon's expression remained unchanged. Naturally, no one knew of him since he could mention his name. Indeed, the Fernandez Noah who had caused a series of events in the East Blue was no ordinary pirate, especially with that intimidating presence he just displayed. Though still young, this youth made Dragon see a terrifying aura that was not inferior to Ace, and might even surpass that rebel. It wasn't about strength, but about presence. Dragon gazed deeply at Noah. After a nod of acknowledgement, he turned and left while Noah watched his receding figure. That direction doesn't seem to lead away from Logtown. Somewhere in Logtown, this place was under the control of the underground world. Even Smoker couldn't do anything about it. It wasn't that Smoker lacked the strength, but the intricate relationships in the underground world, which even involved the world government. Although he was a headache for the Navy, Smoker preferred not to provoke these rats. However, Smoker didn't want to provoke them, so the headquarters wouldn't trouble him. The Noah pirates had no such worries. In the underground auction house, numerous corpses were piled up and blood was splattered everywhere. "Take everything or completely loot these guys' corpses." Kuro wiped the blood from his cat claw 10 blades with indifference, stepping on the head of the underground auction house's owner. "If you had handed over the goods earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble." Kuro removed his cat claw 10 blades, allowing a nearby pirate subordinate to hold it, while he stood with one foot on the silenced auction house owner holding a booklet. The cover of the booklet read Devil Fruit Encyclopedia in large characters. Captain Kuro Weave found the items. A pirate carefully brought over a box while Balu held a large number of pearl and gold chains peering into the box. He casually reached out and opened the box. Instantly, an oval-shaped fruit with strange patterns appeared. "This is the devil fruit." Kira's round glasses sparkled at that moment. Balu also displayed a greedy expression, swallowing hard as his throat moved. This is why the Noah pirates have always been under a dark cloud. It was the power of the devil fruit used by their captain Noah. Kuro remembered that when he attacked Noah, he couldn't even break through his defenses, which wasn't just the ability of armament Haki, it was the power of Noah's devil fruit. Noah's strength was incredibly formidable. In the Noah pirates, everyone desired to consume a devil fruit to enhance their own power, even Kuro, who disliked the pirate life. After all, disliking the pirate life didn't mean disliking the enhancement of strength. If he could consume this devil fruit, would he become as powerful as Noah? Kira's heart raced wildly. Rationality quickly told him that Noah's power was related to the devil fruit ability, but even without that ability, that guy was still a complete monster. Shaking his head, he suppressed the urge to swallow it. Balu soon calmed down as well. Keeping the spoils for oneself is a death wish in any pirate crew. Balu closed the box, just about to tell Kuro that he would take care of it, when a gust of wind suddenly blew through. What was that? Balu looked around. Balu, where's the box? Kuro suddenly shouted loudly. A question mark appeared over Balu's head. The box was certainly in my hand. Suddenly feeling the empty weight in his hand, Balu broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no! When Noah came to the underground auction house, he cleaned out everything, leaving nothing but overturned ground. He sat grandly on a splendid red chair. Balu had his head pressed against the ground, soaked in sweat, and his whole body felt as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Are you saying that the devil fruit you had in hand just flew away? Balu dared not raise his head. Captain. There was just a gust of wind, and after that it disappeared. The brothers can testify for me. Noah glanced sideways at the low-headed Kuro. Kuro nodded. Indeed, that was the case. Thinking back, Balu doesn't possess the ability to make things disappear in front of me. Noah exhaled 2 heavy breaths through his nostrils. Upon hearing this news, he had already guessed that the devil fruit must have been taken by Dragon. And that guy coming to Lowtown was probably for that devil fruit. Do you know what that devil fruit is? Noah asked. Kuro shook his head. I flipped through the devil fruit encyclopedia and it wasn't listed there, but I can ask Lundo, the owner of this underground auction house. Luinduo was the very man Kaluo had once trampled beneath his boot. With a sycophantic leer, he seemed ready to prostrate himself and kiss Nuaya's shoes. Nuaya regarded him with a blank, unreadable stare. That devil fruit, what is it? Luinduo said. Lord Nuaya, it is a nature-type Mimi fruit. Nuaya started at the words. In the original tale, the nature-type Mimi fruit belonged to Kalasi, commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Force, a man known as the Crow. From his first appearance in the manga, he could already summon crows with the Mimi fruit's power. The precise moment when he consumed the devil fruit was never specified. So had he stumbled upon the very moment Duo Lagu sought a powerful fruit for his men. But, this damned haul is mine, you say take, and you simply take it. Nuaya's gaze chilled. The fruit that Kalasi possessed was none of his concern. Nuaya was not one to be affected by. Luinduo saw Nuaya's face harden, and could not fathom it, yet upon witnessing that terrifying anger he immediately lowered his head, and dared not meet his eyes. Nuaya summoned a pirate underling, and asked about Name's arrangements. The man answered at once that Miss Name had already procured the necessary supplies, and that prosthetic limbs were being fitted for those missing hands and feet. Kaluo added, Captain, these tasks will be finished in 3 days. 3 days? Nuaya frowned. Kapu watched Nuaya's pirate crew with covetous eyes. Those Marines had likely already reported what happened in Luogu town. Anyone connected to Kapu would probably rush here. After all, this affront would shame the Marines even more than annihilating the garrison in Luogu town. Even Kapu, for all his faults, would not shirk such a matter. We cannot wait 3 days. Kaluo, give the orders, tell those craftsmen to work through the night, and have the items ready. At first light, tomorrow we leave Luogu town. Kaluo answered yes, and produced a Den Mushi, the telephone snail Name had acquired from the underground auction house. Though these creatures seem common to ordinary folk, they are a rare luxury. Nuaya felt his pirate crew would only grow stronger with time. If so, certain preparations had to be made well in advance. Contacting Den Mushi, issuing life papers that can home in on a person's direction. These items were indispensable. Tonight Nuaya planned to have life papers made for all the current officers of the Nuaya pirate crew. He entrusted the task to Luo Ku. After Kaluo relayed the captain's orders, he came to Nuaya and reported that among the seized goods apart from treasure, there were also slaves. Nuaya waved his hand dismissively, and said to ask them if they wished to follow. Willing ones could become apprentice pirates of the Nuaya pirate crew, unwilling ones should be allowed to leave. Kaluo immediately went to handle the matter. Nuaya's gaze fell upon Balu, who had been kneeling on the ground. Stand up. This is not your fault. The man's strength was astonishing, a rarity in this world. Still, since something was lost, punishment cannot be avoided. Hearing that, Balu breathed a relieved sigh. Nuaya continued, from this haul your share will be halved, the other half will be distributed among the men below. Thank you, Captain Nuaya, Balu said, finally relaxing. After dismissing him with a wave, Nuaya looked toward the few survivors left in the underground auction house, among them Luinduo. When Nuaya's gaze swept across him, Luinduo broke out in cold sweat. He wished he could bow his head to the ground as if fate had a cruel sense of timing. A low buzzing sound suddenly came from Luinduo's arms, the Den Mushi beginning to ring. Luinduo's face drained of color. Under Nuaya's amused stare, he trembled as he produced the telephone snail. The snail was entirely pink, emitting a soft buzzing. Answer it, Nuaya said with no discernible emotion, and when the Nuaya pirate crew first burst into the underground auction house, Luinduo had not taken them seriously. There are countless pirates who covet underground trade, yet how many actually succeed? How many would be bold enough, even after hearing the name of the shadowy figure behind them, still to make a move? The first is force, the second is background and influence. The underground auction house was always a place of power and connections. Their backing ran so deep that even a Marine colonel dispatched from headquarters, Smoker the White Hunter, dared not lay a hand on them. With Smoker looming, business of Luinduo's sort was somewhat easier. Lawless pirates behaved themselves, unwilling to draw Smoker's attention. But when Kaluo and his crew arrived, heedless of Luinduo's bluster, they began cutting down anyone they encountered. His proudly touted guard did not last 5 rounds against Kaluo. They were cleaved by that peculiar catclaw tin blade into pieces, a sight that chilled the blood. The captain standing before him now was a far more terrifying presence than the urbane pirate Luinduo had expected. Luinduo feared a single misstep might see him slain. His throat worked, the sound of him swallowing was harsh and conspicuous in the deathly quiet auction house. He pressed the snail. In an instant the snail's languid face shifted. Its eyes curved and sharpened, and merely gazing at it seemed to radiate a murderous chill. Hey Lin, Duo, you said someone was causing trouble at your place. Midway through the sentence Nua, you took the snail. The caller on the other end could tell from the snail's changed expression that someone else now held it. Who are you? The pink snail asked. Nua settled into the red armchair with the snail in hand, and grinned. I am Nua Fayer, Ninsi Nuya. I've got you remembered, brat, the pink snail said. If you want to die, come try it. It's the perfect chance for me to test the so-called power of the 7 warlords. A cold laugh followed. In the latter half of the grand line, the new world at the world government's Dilisiliosa palace. One of the 7 warlords, the heavenly Yaksha Tangji, heated Duo Fu Lang Minggu, had veins standing out on his forehead. Duo Fu Lang Minggu held a pink din mushy. Its expression was one of casual indifference, a look that meant whoever dared strike at his business had shown him outright contempt. He hung up without further words. There was no point in more talk. Since the other had dared touch his territory, he would not let the matter rest. Duo Fu Lang Ming guessed laugh was ice cold. A repulsive man hunched, and with snot dangling from a nostril shuffled. Duo Fu, who has angered you? Tuale Boer peered closed the nasty thread of snot nearly brushing Duo Fu Lang Ming guest's face. Duo Fu Lang Ming Gu remained motionless, then leaned back, and said coldly to Tuale Boer, a pirate named Fayer, Nancy Nua, you stole our goods. Investigate, and bring me his head within a month. As night fell, the darkness enveloped Rog Town so deep that the gang members shrank back, like turtles too afraid to show themselves. The news of the Noah pirates' thorough cleansing of the underground world in Rog Town had already spread. A few foolish gang members who dared to provoke the Noah pirates were soon hacked to pieces. In the underground auction house, Lundo's face was frozen in a twisted expression of fear. He was of no use anymore. Noah ended his life with a swift stroke, leaving him no pain during the brief process. You should be thanking me instead. Noah sat in a chair, resting his chin on one hand, gazing at a refreshed page that only he could. Battle Settlement Annihilation of the Underground Jewelry Store. Small. Participants 93. Experience gained swordsmanship 19. A body technique 32. Armament Haki 16. Synced embedding akin 97. Swordsmanship 7. Body technique 12. Armament Haki 6. Synced embedding lock 95. Swordsmanship 5. Body technique 9. Armament Haki 4. Synced embedding Nami 90. Swordsmanship 1. Body technique 2. Armament Haki 1. Besides this, there were a few other small battles. However, among these battle settlements, there was no mention of cross-leading force annihilating the underground auction house. Noah couldn't help but think the battle settlement begins with oneself. Oh, as long as he participated, there would be a settlement. Within it, there were distinctions between self-led and non-self-led. Experience gained from self-led battle settlements was great. Moreover, whether the characters embedded participated in battles he was absent from also affected the ability to gain experience. Cross-side had no embedded characters, thus no battle settlement and no experience. The battle settlements refreshing before him were all earned through Locke's participation. It seems that in the future he would need to place an embedded character with his subordinates in battles to maximize their strength. Now, due to the enhancement of his Conqueror's Haki, Noah obtained another character embedding slot. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to give it, none of the pirates under his command met the criteria. Otherwise, Noah would not have considered giving the slot to Nami. In terms of cost-effectiveness, the best candidates for the Noah pirates were undoubtedly Crow and Creek. One had comprehended the silent step on his own, while the other possessed innate strength. Both were highly talented. Unfortunately, one harbored great ambitions, while the other was forced to re-enter the pirate life. Although Noah kept these two tightly restrained, preventing them from having any disloyal thoughts, their loyalty was still not very. From Noah's perspective, aside from Akin, Locke and Nami, the Cat brothers Barrow and Zango were far more loyal to him than Crow. If these four achieved satisfactory loyalty, Noah would certainly not hesitate to offer them the slot. With a sigh, he waved for someone to move this magnificent red chair to the captain's cabin. He stepped outside. Dark clouds loomed overhead, filling Rog Town with an oppressive atmosphere. The brutality of the Noah pirates made ordinary people tremble. Especially since their appearance, the skies over Rog Town had remained shrouded in shadow since daybreak. That terrifying thunder loomed above like a natural disaster ready to strike at any moment. The next day, all members of the Noah pirates boarded their ship. Noah stood at the bow of the invincible warship the Blade. At the port, a man wrapped in bandages was being carried over. Noah. Smoker glared at Noah with bloodshot eyes. Noah smiled slightly. Smoker, you need not come here to see me when you should be recuperating. There's no need to be so polite. Polite my ass. Smoker thought to curse out loud. He had just woken up this morning, his body racked with pain, and heard from his lieutenant that the underground world of Rog Town had been completely looted without touching the respectable families on the surface. This left Smoker with very mixed feelings. He had already learned about the events concerning the East Blue Navy's 16th Division. The destruction of that place brought him a hint of satisfaction. Yet at the same time, he was acutely aware of the terror posed by Noah's pirate crew. Most frightening of all was Noah's monstrous growth rate. In their first battle, the opponent matched him blow for blow with brute strength and powerful swordsmanship. Yet merely a month and a half later, he was knocked out with a single punch. Now every movement caused his injuries to rupture, leaving him in excruciating pain. Such a monster must be smothered in its cradle. Are you scared, bastard? Smoker shouted, disregarding his injuries as blood quickly stained the bandages on his neck and face. Noah sneered. Smoker, you're too weak. You possess the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, but failed to develop them. and although you've mastered armament Haki, you don't know how to refine it. Most importantly, you can't even use observation Haki. You're too weak enough that you no longer catch my eye. Provocation won't work on me, farewell. Noah waved at Smoker, who trembled with rage, his wounds bursting open, nearly turning him into a bloodied mess. He then turned and shouted, "Crew, set sail." Oh! The cheers of the pirates rose high over the waters of Rog. Damn it! Smoker watched the retreating Noah pirates, his vision dimming under the agony. Before losing consciousness, Noah's mocking words pierced his mind like steel needles, yet they also planted a seed, named strength, deep within Smoker's heart. He seemed to have relied too heavily on the smoke fruit. Another day passed. Rogtown had returned to its usual sunny state. However, without the shadow of the Noah pirates, other pirate crews immediately rushed in. But after all, this was the East Blue. The powerful pirates had either joined Noah or had long been eliminated by some old. Now small fry wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to plunder Rogtown, but were being repelled by the stationed Navy forces. Among them, a beautiful young girl wielded a standard Navy sword, dispatching a pirate with just a few strikes. However, she seemed a bit careless, unaware of a sneaky pirate approaching from behind with a large knife aimed at her back. "Dasky, watch out behind you," a Navy officer shouted. But it was too late. The sneaky pirate grinned wickedly. "Die, brat. Dying is something better suited for you, scum." A voice suddenly interjected. People looked out. In the distance at the port, a dog-headed ship approached, a massive warship emblazoned with the HQ-3 emblem. Before the warship even arrived, a blurry figure leapt into the air. A simple yet enormous fist descended from the sky, knocking the sneaky pirate attacking Dasky away. With his neck and head twisted at an unnatural angle, it was likely he was done for. "Huh. I didn't expect to run into pirates right away, or it seems I've arrived just in time." Kapu, dressed in dog-headed attire, laughed heartily. He looked at the gathered pirates. "Who is Noah? Step forward. Ew, I can go easy on you." At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku was cursing loudly while holding a Den Mushi. The Den Mushi laughed nonchalantly. "Don't be angry, Sengoku. Who could have expected this? I think that Noah is—" The Den Mushi laughed nonchalantly. "Don't be angry, Sengoku. Who could have expected this? I think that Noah is quite considerate, only targeting those lowlifes and not harming any innocent people. Isn't that a good thing?" "Good thing, my ass." Sengoku spat his saliva, landing on the Den Mushi. The Den Mushi showed a different expression than Carp's, looking helpless, but quickly reverted to Carp's expression. The Den Mushi imitated Carp's voice. "Don't be mad. They've already run away. Who knows where they went? I bought donuts in Sunbay and Logtown, and he'll bring some back for you. The Sunbay in Logtown has a unique flavor. Once you try it, you'll definitely love it." "Who wants to eat that?" Sengoku roared, his face dark with anger. "Forget it," Carp said while picking his nose. Sengoku snorted coldly. "Bring me more Sunbay." Sengoku ended the call with Carp, and then glanced at several bounty notices placed on the table, feeling a headache coming on. In the East Sea, known as a symbol of peace, two extremely dangerous pirates emerged this year. One is Fire Fist Portgasti, Ace, who just rejected the invitation to join the 7 Warlords. The other is Fernand Noah, who obliterated a Navy branch and completely confined the Navy in Logtown, during which he nearly killed Smoker with a single punch. According to intelligence from the East Sea, wherever this Fernand Noah goes, dark clouds gather, with thunderclouds accumulating. In Logtown, he even caused a massive amount of lightning to strike, resembling a natural disaster. Sengoku thought for a moment. A dangerous individual like this, mastering armament Haki, and possessing an unknown devil fruit ability, and being a swordsman capable of delivering flying slashes, the bounty cannot be set too low to avoid ordinary Navy soldiers dying in vain. 3 days later, in a certain area of the East Sea, after distancing themselves from Logtown, Noah immediately held a banquet and began to divvy up the loot. How long until the next island? Noah, bare-chested, revealed a strong and muscular form as he took off his shirt, sweat droplets falling down. There was no bulkiness from excessive muscle, every inch was perfectly toned. Noah practiced his punches with precise and meticulous movements. With each punch thrown, the air ahead resonated with a thundering sound. His punches weren't fast, but each one carried substantial weight. Behind Noah were his subordinate officers and captains Locke Barrow and others from the Noah pirates. After comprehending the empty fist from the fisherman karate style, Noah held nothing back, teaching any pirate under him who wished to learn. However, so far only Locke and the entire Noah pirates had this talent. It wasn't that Akin or Kuro couldn't learn, but it simply wasn't suitable for them. Akin, skilled with dual tridents, was currently training armament Haki on another ship. Kuro and Creek were also training separately, and they could now vaguely sense the existence of armament Haki, but they still lacked that final push to solidify it in their hands. The two were quite envious of Locke. In their eyes, Locke had only gained good fortune by joining the Noah pirates slightly early, but after grasping armament Haki, his strength skyrocketed, and now they felt Locke was nearly catching up to them. This made them think about the day Noah would teach them armament Haki, especially Kuro, who was quite intelligent. He was smart enough to recognize his current situation. The strength of Captain Noah of the Noah pirates was unfathomable. One of the senior officers, Akin, was intimidating. With a single swing of his rounded trident, Creek knelt on the spot. Another senior officer, the genius navigator Nami, was deeply favored by the captain, and even Akin, the combat commander, had to protect her. Apart from these three, who obviously stood above the others, the next tier consisted of him, Creek, and Locke as junior officers. Below them were the likes of Zango Barrow and the Cap brothers, who had a great possibility of becoming officers. Kuro considered himself clever, weary of violence, yet had no choice but to engage in such matters. Inside the former Black Cat pirate's cabin, the walls were sealed with steel covered in intersecting scratches. Kuro was panting, strands of hair on his forehead soaked with sweat dripped down his face, falling to the floor. Spoon Death was his ultimate move, a technique he developed after comprehending the silent step, further refined into his. He wanted to grow stronger, mastering armament Haki, while also perfecting this move rather than executing indiscriminate attack. To this end, Noah specifically had someone design this room for him. Whenever he practiced Spoon Death, it would be here. This isn't working out. After finishing his heavy breathing, Kuro took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. A look of struggle flashed across his face as he removed his clawed weapon, stepping outside the ship, where the sea breeze blew on the deck. He looked towards the main ship, where Noah had just finished a set of exercises. Nami angrily handed Noah a glass of orange juice, saying, "Withdraw your ability. Ooh, I can't even observe the weather changes." Noah took it and drank it all. What's there to observe about the East Sea's weather? We'll talk about it when we reach the Grand Line. Humph. Nami grunted, but said nothing more. Although it was challenging here, she could still barely make out the changes in the sky ahead. It was just unpleasant to have her workload increase. The next island is Melamelia Island, where there's a nation called Melamelia Kingdom, part of the world government. If we pass through this nation at our current speed, we'll reach Reverse Mountain in about 5 days. Nami said. Melamelia Kingdom, huh? Noah didn't know much about this nation. It hadn't appeared in the original work, but since he was going anyway, he might as well take advantage of it. As a world government member, it should be quite wealthy. Handing the cup back to Nami, Noah continued practicing his punches. At that moment, a newsbird glancing around nervously flew towards them. Nami's eyes brightened as she waved, "Over here." Noah glanced over, but didn't pay much attention. Just a newsbird. However, it was impressive that this guy could fly here in an environment filled with dark clouds where thunder seemed imminent. Was it dedication or recklessness for money? Nami spent 50 berry to buy a newspaper from the newsbird, receiving the latest bounty notice as a bonus. She originally intended to see what had recently happened at sea, but the top news from the East Sea was the words, "Noah Pirates." Nami's calm expression froze. The higher the exposure, the more dangerous the Noah Pirates became. Compared to fame, what's wrong? Your face looks so grim. Noah asked while throwing punches. Nami, with a pained expression, said, "It's bad, Noah. Your bounty has doubled." "What?" "The captain's bounty has increased." Locke's eyes widened in surprise, forgetting his training as he walked over. His voice was loud, almost a shout, drawing the attention of everyone in the Noah pirate crew. Klaus' gaze flickered as he jumped onto the main ship, while Click also returned to his former ship. There were still many pirates. If it weren't for the need to steer the ship and keep watch, they would all have crowded over. Noah said, "On the sea, the bounty of a pirate crew captain represents the crew's image." Locke took the wanted poster from Nami's hands, swallowing his saliva, as if it were a precious treasure to display to everyone. The crowd first looked at the image on the wanted poster. It depicted Noah striding toward Roguetown, imposing and dignified. Then they looked further down. Natural disaster. Fernandez, Noah, extremely dangerous bounty of 139 million berry. Chloe murmured softly, realizing that the highest bounty had appeared in the East Sea. Natural disaster. Locke's eyes sparkled as he looked at Noah. "Captain Noah, your new title is so powerful." Natural disaster. Natural disaster. Natural disaster. The pirates immediately cheered. The sound rippled through the sea. Nami covered her face. Such a high bounty would surely attract the attention of many Marines. But seeing the pirates so excited, she could only smile wryly. Nami handed the remaining wanted posters to Locke, saying, "Here are a few more wanted posters for you." She felt relieved that hers wasn't among them, or she would be too scared to stray far from the ship with so much power on board. "Open and take a look," Noah said to Locke. Locke nodded. First, he placed Noah's new wanted poster, much to Noah's chagrin, back in his own room before heading out. This time the Noah pirate crew had more wanted posters than before. Demon, Akin bounty of 34 million berry. Trickster, Chloe bounty of 28 million. Battlegun, Don Click bounty of 25 million. Bloodbeard, Locke bounty of 21 million. Ironwall, Balu bounty of 15 million. Hypnotist, Zango bounty of 5 million. Feral Cat, Sam bounty of 9 million berry. Furious Cat, Bucci bounty of 9 million berry. 8 wanted posters in total, representing the significant strength of the Noah pirate crew beyond Noah himself. Even the lowest of the Catman brothers had a bounty of 9 million berry. This made the corners of their mouths stretch nearly to their ears. Click, although happy, frowned at Chloe. Why was his bounty lower than Klaus? After all, he was the one who subdued the Marines and Chloe, unfazed, adjusted his glasses. With the bounty announcement, his feelings became even more conflicted. Should he? Noah suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. "To celebrate our newfound fame, let's hold a banquet." Oh, the pirates immediately cheered. Life on the sea was often dull, and they usually trained under Noah's guidance, which could enhance their strength and increase their chances of survival in battle. But they were pirates, and a dark cloud loomed over them, suppressing their abilities that Noah maintained. The only reason they could stay lively in such a life was that Noah frequently held banquets. Most importantly, Noah bore the cost of the banquet alone. Nami, hands on her hips, whispered in Noah's ear, "Do we really need to hold banquets this frequently? Although we did take a lot from Roguetown." Noah interrupted her with a grin. "Money is just a pile of worthless paper. Besides, if we run out, we can just take more. We are pirates, Nami." Nami smiled wryly. "True enough." Roguetown. Smoker, still wrapped in bandages, looked at the wanted poster of the Noah pirate crew, brought by his lieutenant, blood seeping from his body. Damn it, I will definitely arrest you. Smoker shouted in anger, while his resolve to train harder began to solidify. Ever since he ate the Logia-type devil fruit, he had done whatever he wanted because of his powers. Even being demoted to Rogue Town to calm down didn't bother him. With the Logia abilities at his disposal, who needed the 6 powers, or Haki? But Noah's punch shattered all. Only the words, "too weak," echoed in his mind. The Grand Line. White Soil Island, Baldigo. This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. A handsome blonde youth handed the latest wanted poster to the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon. Mr. Dragon, the item you requested has arrived. Is this man really worth your attention? Dragon took the latest wanted poster, smiled, and said, yes, this man is quite extraordinary. With his ambition, once he enters the Grand Line, he will likely shake the world upside down. New World. On a deserted island. Among a group of pirates celebrating, a man with red hair and a severed arm with 3 diagonal scars across his left eye downed a large bowl of liquor. He handed Noah's wanted poster to a man next to him dressed in a black trench coat and a Wynard floral shirt with a cross hanging from his chest. This man had a terrifying golden gaze akin to that of an eagle. This was none other than the world's #1 swordsman, the one who significantly enhanced the reputation of the 7 warlords, Hawkeye Dracula Mythical. The man who passed the wanted poster to him was the king of the New World Seas, one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Noah, the swordsman you wanted has arrived, haha. Shanks laughed heartily. Myhawk glanced at it, but did not take it. I've seen it before. He has potential, but not enough to warrant my intervention. Perhaps I'll check it out if I'm bored one day. A bounty of over 100 million before even leaving the East Sea, and you aren't interested in such a formidable kid. Shanks shook his head. Myhawk's gaze fixed on Shanks before shifting to his severed left arm. Shanks immediately raised his hand in surrender. Forget I said anything, forget I said anything. Captain, that's a bit pathetic, isn't it? The members of the red-haired pirates teased. Shanks scratched his head with a laugh. In the waters outside Wano. Ace looked back with a serious expression, then shook his head. Ace, look at this. Masakuto Dias, the first mate and ship doctor of the Black Spade Pirates, brought over a wanted poster. Ace, your fellow townsman is quite impressive. Ace took the wanted poster in surprise. The name Natural Disaster Noah was deeply imprinted in his mind at that moment. Meanwhile, the bounty of over 100 million drew the attention of many major powers to Noah. Similarly, for this pirate who emerged from the weakest sea, many pirates with bounties below 100 million were extremely aggrieved. Why should a pirate from the weakest sea have such a high bounty? They all thought that when news of the Noah pirate crew appeared in the Grand Line, they would capture his head to turn it into their own achievements. At this moment in the East Sea, the banquet ended late at night. Akin was in charge of the night watch. Chloe, not drunk, but with a flushed face, took a deep breath as he walked outside the captain's quarters. After a moment of hesitation, Klaus' expression became resolute as he knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who? Noah's voice came from inside. Chloe lowered his voice. It's me, Chloe. Congratulations, host. The loyalty of the hero unit Chloe has reached 80, fulfilling the embedding condition for characters with 80 loyalty. Do you wish to embed this character? Once embedded, this character will share part of the experience from your battle settlements calculated separately, not taking from your experience allocation. Current embedding slots, 34. The moment Chloe entered, Noah already understood the reason for Klaus' arrival. The system's prompt was right before his eyes. His vision was far from impaired. Sitting on the extravagant red chair brought over from Rogue Town, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Noah's eyes. Chloe felt a surge of respect and immediately lowered his head. Why did you come here without rest? Noah asked knowingly. Chloe, having made up his mind, looked resolute and stepped forward to kneel on one knee. Noah smiled faintly. What are you doing? Captain Noah, please. Accept me. Chloe said in a deep voice. Currently in Noah's pirate crew, he seemed to be in the core circle alongside Click. However, anyone with insight would know. Among the entire Noah's pirate crew, there were only 3 core members valued by Noah: the combat captain Akin, the navigator Nami, and Locke, who was responsible for distributing berries. Having witnessed Noah's unfathomable strength, Chloe had already dispelled any thoughts of fleeing. Since he was not going to run, he naturally wanted to fully integrate into this team. Compared to Click, Klaus' ambitions were not so grand. Tired of the pirate life, he simply wanted to make a large sum of money, and then lay low. If he couldn't join the core of Noah's pirate crew, once Noah's crew grew stronger, his status would decline, and could he still have the laid-back life he dreamed of? In that case, it would be better to grow stronger, keep pace with Noah, and only then lay low after becoming powerful. Noah got up from his exclusive captain's seat and moved in front of Chloe. Chloe bowed his head as an inexplicable, terrifying pressure slowly rose before him. Noah extended his left hand and gently placed it on Klaus' head. Are you really sure you want to follow me? We rise together and fall together. Noah's voice was calm as detached, as if devoid of emotion. As his voice fell, the Conqueror's Haki suddenly erupted from within him, ruthlessly releasing, like a surging tide lavishly pouring over Chloe. It felt as if a violent wind struck Klaus' face, his brain, body, and limbs. The surrounding environment changed dramatically. He seemed to be placed in an endless dark sea, like a small boat being battered back and forth by the waves. Chloe trembled all over, feeling a primal shiver deep within his soul, wanting to faint and escape it all. But he persevered. This was Noah's test for him. Chloe raised his eyes and saw a figure so immense in the endless dark sea that it was difficult to even take in with his eyes. It was none other than his captain, Fernandez Noah. Klaus' heart raced wildly. His throat moved as he instinctively swallowed. After a long while, Chloe finally broke free from the surreal scene that felt all too real. His forehead was already drenched in sweat and his back was completely soaked. Noah retracted his Conqueror's Haki. Nodding in satisfaction, he recognized Claw's talent for withstanding the full force of his Conqueror's Haki. Please, accept me. Chloe transitioned from one knee to both knees, his head bowed deeply. Noah's lips curled up. Very well. At the same time, he confirmed Chloe as his fourth character embedded in the battle settlement system. You may leave now. Noah waved his hand casually. Chloe took a deep breath as he stood up. Before leaving, Noah said, starting tomorrow, I will officially teach you the silent step. Yes. Chloe nodded respectfully. He left the captain's cabin and stepped onto the deck outside. The cool sea breeze mixed with the salty scent filled his nostrils as Chloe suppressed the pounding of his heart. Recalling the scene where just the aura had almost knocked him out, Chloe felt deeply that Noah's strength was terrifying and true. However, following such a powerful captain was still a great opportunity. On the bright side, Noah treated these people quite well. Noah glanced at the attribute panel. Name Fernandez. Noah swordsmanship, intermediate physical skills, intermediate armament, Haki beginner observation, Haki none, Conquerors, Haki intermediate, devil fruit ability, Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast form, Veðrfölnir form, beginner character, embedding, 44 akin, 97 lock, 95 Nami, 90 Chloe, 85. After this test of Conqueror's Haki, class loyalty directly increased by 5 points from the embedded character mark. One could only say that this world is like this. As long as he as the leader demonstrated sufficient strength, he would earn the loyalty of enough subordinates. However, his system showed no interest in ordinary pirates whatsoever. It should be known that the initial pirate captains who followed him might not have been as loyal as Locke, but they definitely had loyalty levels above 80, and they held an almost fanatical admiration for Noah. Yet even so, the system showed no signs of response. Noah thought to himself, no wonder Locke was the only awakened unit. If he hadn't awakened, he probably would have just been one of those pirate captains. The next day, Noah's pirate crew found a small island. Seizing this opportunity, Noah called the pirates together. I have an announcement to make. Noah stood before the crowd of pirates. To Noah's left stood Akin, whose expression was dark and silent, while Locke stood beside him. To Noah's right was Nami with short orange hair, wearing a blue and white striped top and deep blue shorts. Noah scanned his subordinates and declared loudly, from today onwards I officially appoint Chloe as the silent step instructor of Noah's pirate crew, one of the crew's administrators. From now on, if you have any issues, report them to him first. If he can't resolve them, he will directly inform me. That's all. Chloe stepped forward and moved beside Nami, pushing his glasses habitually. Everyone please take care of me in the future. Noah took this opportunity to observe the quasi-senior members of Noah's pirate crew. Click looked displeased, Zhang appeared puzzled, Barrow was envious, and the Catman brothers were curious. The ordinary pirates didn't think much of it. After all, Chloe was one of the most outstanding companions in Noah's pirate crew. It was entirely normal for the captain to value him highly. After the appointment, the teaching of the silent step officially began. This technique was familiar to many pirates, and they all, in their view, class importance to Noah was due to the silent step. If they could learn it too, wouldn't their status rise dramatically? However, it was only when they truly engaged with the silent step that they realized just how difficult it was to learn, almost comparable to Noah's teaching of Empty Fist. The silent step appeared to be quite similar to the Jeppo of the six forms. However, the difference was that one was linear, while the other could turn corners. Moreover, the former relied more on brute strength and produced noticeable noise during use. After a day spent in training, many pirates were deterred by the difficulty of the silent steps. Compared to that, it was better to continue exercising the body, as improvements in that area were at least visible. Click observed the older brother among the cat people, Sam, who bore the title Crippled Cat. His footsteps created a fleeting shadow, causing Click to frown in surprise. He initially wanted to learn the silent steps to strengthen his prowess and enhance his margin for error in combat, but he found himself utterly confused, unable to grasp the concept. In the entire pirate crew aside from Sam, only two others had some understanding of it. One was Noah, as expected by Click. Having heard Cross' explanation of the principles of silent steps, just once Noah demonstrated it before all the pirates, even executing the faster sickle death with ease. You should know Akin's strength. Chloe elegantly adjusted his glasses with his palm. Rog, covered in blood, his face twisted with rage, grinned as this left the pirates in awe, remarking that the captain was indeed the captain, as even Crow, the creator of both the silent steps and sickle death, saw nothing amiss. However, when it came to Noah, another person's success left everyone stunned. For that person was none other than Nami, who appeared to lack any combat capability in the eyes of the pirates. Though not fast in the eyes of Crow and Click, Nami had indeed mastered it. With just a few light steps, she moved like a cat, walking completely soundlessly. Noah was also taken aback. He had never anticipated that Nami possessed such talent. 2 days later, a massive island appeared on the horizon. Noah gazed ahead and saw a port guarded by the military, where several pirate ships were docked. The Belmar Kingdom is renowned for its tea, supposedly cultivating extremely precious golden tea leaves, which are high-grade supplies for the celestial dragons. I wonder what this tea tastes like, Nami introduced beside Noah. Noah grinned. It's simple, we can just steal some and find out. 5 pirate ships swiftly approached Belmar. The station military quickly noticed them. However, the garrison didn't seem to care much about it. Lord Rog, it's bad. Pirates are approaching. A young soldier clutching a flintlock musket hurried to a man sitting on a chair eating grapes. The man, referred to as Rog, wore noble attire and had a beautifully crafted black steel flintlock pistol at his waist. He shot a glance at the soldier, his expression darkening instantly. He stood up, and his towering height of 8 feet created a commanding presence compared to the young soldier, who was only 5 feet 9 inches tall. With me here, which pirate dares to act so recklessly, tarnishing my reputation? As he spoke, he drew his pistol, aiming it at the young soldier. With a grim face he said, "If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, you'll be the first casualty of my Black Star today." Clearly he was quite displeased with the disturbance caused by the young soldier. The soldier's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he hastily replied, "It's the Noah pirates, the ones known as the Disaster Pirates." My. Rog raised an eyebrow. He extended his left hand, and another soldier immediately handed him a monocular. Rog placed it to his left eye and gazed out at the sea. Before the pirate ships arrived, a mass of dark clouds loomed ahead. It really does match the descriptions in the newspapers. A look of astonishment flickered across Rog's face. He had thought the newspapers were merely boasting a way for the Navy to cover up their ineptitude by exaggerating their opponents. He never expected the Noah pirates to genuinely come accompanied by dark clouds and thunder. "This is interesting," Rog chuckled. "Go gather the troops. I want to see what the Noah pirates are doing in our Belmar kingdom." Soon 300 local soldiers were assembled, led by Rog, the noble lord of Belmar. As the garrison gathered, the pirates also congregated in their respective areas, all gazing towards the sea alongside the stationed soldiers. On the sea, 5 pirate ships approached. To everyone's astonishment, as the pirate ships drew near, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened. The dark clouds that accompanied the ships completely enveloped the port area. Within the clouds, flashes of lightning flickered, providing a sense of impending doom. "So many people are here to greet us. It seems your Belmar kingdom knows how to treat guests." Noah laughed heartily from the main ship, the fearless warship, addressing the crowd of at least 700 or 800 people at the port. His eyes first scanned the garrison dressed in uniforms with golden T patterns, then shifted to the 8 pirate crews. This gathering of pirate crews seemed unusual. Unlike ordinary pirates who fought individually, they appeared overly unified. Noah contemplated the possibility of something, but quickly dismissed it. Such matters were fundamentally inconsequential. As the 5 pirate ships docked at the port, the garrison remained completely inactive throughout the process. Among the troops, Rog, dressed in noble attire and standing out from the others, stepped forward. He looked at Noah on the ship. "Are you the Disaster?" Noah nodded. "I am." Rog sized Noah up a few times and shook his head, saying, "I was wondering what kind of person the Disaster was. Now it seems merely so. You don't look impressive at all." "Hey, you bastard, what did you just say? How dare you disrespect Captain Noah?" Locke immediately spat, angrily glaring at Rog with eyes like a leopard. Rog frowned at the remark, saying, "Who are you?" "I'm speaking with your captain. You have no place to interject." He scoffed. As expected, a commoner knows nothing of etiquette. Locke's face instantly contorted with rage. The rest of the Noah pirates cast hostile glances at Rog. Rog sneered disdainfully, raising his hand, as 300 soldiers behind him immediately aimed their guns at each member of the Noah pirates. Rog laughed proudly. "In the East Sea, you're the first pirate to have a bounty of over 100 million before even reaching the Grand Line. Noah, I quite like your title of Disaster. They'll give you a chance, join me, and you can freely plunder outside. Just need to hand over 80% of what you seize. Keeping 2% is already generous. You should know that others have to give up 90%, leaving only 1%. Rog pointed at the pirates on both sides of the port. Noah displayed a knowing expression. He remarked that these pirate ships docked so brazenly at the port, anyone would think they were in the New World. He pondered aloud. Isn't 2% a bit too little? After all, I'm a pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Rog snorted. 2% is plenty. Noah shook his head. Rog's expression turned cold as he impatiently asked, "How much do you want?" Had it not been for Noah's imposing title of Disaster along with his bounty over 100 million, Rog would have been too lazy to engage in such conversation and would have simply commanded his men to shoot. Noah regarded Rog, a smile slowly creeping onto his lips. Rog suddenly felt an aura of danger emerge. Noah coldly declared, 2% is insufficient. I will naturally require your head. Rog's anger boiled at the words, ready to give the order to shoot, but he found that Noah had already vanished from the ship. When he saw him again, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against his neck. Noah's icy voice came from the side. "Who do you think you are to demand that I become your subordinate?" Noah's sudden appearance startled everyone present, except his own pirate crew. As the razor-sharp blade drew perilously close to his throat, poised to sever head from body, Rogue froze in shock, then broke into a cold, mocking laugh. "Just kidding," Rogue sneered. Noah flinched slightly, accelerating his motion. Yet the entire sequence lasted. A shower of sparks erupted where the blade struck Rogue's neck. Noah frowned in surprise. His crew stared in disbelief. Meanwhile, the stationed soldiers and 8 rival pirate crews merely exchanged knowing glances. Noah lifted his gaze. The slender blade of shower bit futilely into a jet-black metallic neck. No matter how hard he pressed, Rogue merely staggered backward several paces, his armor utterly unbreached. "I am the man who ate the Tetsu no Mi, a paramecia-type devil fruit," Rogue declared with arrogant pride, raising his right hand. Before the stunned eyes of Namikuro and others, it transformed instantly into a colossal steel greatsword. He loomed over Noah, voice dripping with contempt. "I hope your infamous title might amuse me, but daring to strike at me, you shall die." With a deafening VWOM, the steel greatsword cleaved downward. Air itself shrieked in protest as Rogue's face twisted into a bloodthirsty snarl. How many arrogant lowborn pirates had underestimated him? only to be split cleanly in two by that single stroke. This so-called calamity would suffer no different fate. The greatsword moved with blinding speed, too swift for ordinary eyes to track. Yet Rogue's swing sliced only empty air. Noah, who had stood before him moments earlier, had vanished without a trace. Ajin, you handle him. On the warship Cutlass, Noah stepped lightly onto the bow. No one saw when or how. Rogue's pupils contracted sharply. Calamity was faster than anticipated. He lunged for the pistol at his hip, only to find Noah already sheathing his blade, now holding a finely crafted black steel flintlock pistol, inspecting it with detached curiosity. You wretch, give back my black star. Rogue's face flushed green with rage. Survive first, Noah replied, coolly, eyes glacial. Attack, leave none alive. Noah commanded. Slaughter them all. Locke surged forward, leaping from the ship to land with earth-shaking force upon the dock. The rest of Noah's crew followed suit, charging headlong into the harbor. Rogue's expression darkened as he glared at the insubordinate pirates. Open fire. At his order, the station troops fired in unison. Bullets streaked toward Noah's crew like deadly rain. You too, attack. Eradicate the Noah pirates. I want Calamity's head. No need for urging. The local pirates were already sharpening blades. On the bow of the Cutlass, Noah watched the volley of gunfire and murmured softly, that won't do. He had no intention of intervening. Not yet. He sought only to train his men. A single bullet striking one of his ordinary crew would mean grievous casualties. His left hand rose, palm forward, pushing gently into the air. Suddenly, a towering wall of white wind materialized. What is this? Rogue cried out in alarm, then watched dumbfounded as bullets struck the wind wall and froze midair, suspended like insects in amber. It's Captain Noah's power. Locke grinned savagely. His hulking frame, nearly 3 meters tall, crashed into a soldier like a rampaging beast. His greatsword cleaved another gunner clean in two. Blood splattered across his chest and beard, staining his whiskers crimson. Long live Captain Noah, he roared. Long live Captain Noah. His crew answered in thunderous unison. Feral, unstoppable, they shattered the ranks of the station soldiers. At such close quarters, firearms became useless. Friendly fire threatened every shot. Yet Noah's crew fought with terrifying ferocity. Within moments, the soldiers reeled backward in disarray. Only the timely intervention of local pirates prevented total collapse. Even so, Locke, Kuro, and Krieg fought like gods incarnate, unstoppable. Zango, Baru, and the Cat brothers carved through enemies in relentless godlike slaughter. Rogue's face tightened with fury, and inwardly cursed his subordinates as worthless fools. Just as he prepared to strike down the blood-splattered bald giant, a wave of primal danger slammed into him. His instincts screamed. Without hesitation, his entire body hardened into gleaming black steel. Then crunch. A massive black rounded warhammer smashed directly into his face. Clang. The metallic resonance shook the air like a gong. The sheer force felt like being struck by a colossal iron pendulum. He flew backward, limbs flailing, utterly uncontrolled. Even his steel-hardened visage bled, thin rivulets of crimson tracing paths down his cheeks. For the first time, his supposedly impenetrable defense had cracked. Thud. Rogue crashed violently onto the ground. Who dares ambush me? He bellowed, only to see a black, rounded warhammer descending vertically, aimed straight at his skull. Bleeding from his face, even Rogue, so certain of his invincibility, dared not endure another direct hit. He rolled sideways in a desperate, ungainly tumble. The hammer struck where he'd stood. Spiderweb cracks exploded outward, his stone shattered with a thunderous boom, sending dust and debris billowing skyward. From the 3-meter crater rose a figure wreathed in crimson aura, eyes blazing like hellfire, a specter unleashed from damnation. As the dust settled, Rogue recognized the silhouette, gripping twin iron canes. Jaw clenched, teeth grinding, he spat, "Ghost man Ajin." Ajin said nothing, silent as death itself. Raising his canes, he stomped once. Earth compressed beneath his boots. Rogue blinked. Ajin, 5 meters away, just a heartbeat before, now stood before him, daring to insult Captain Noah. His voice was glacial, yet the warhammer whistled through air like a falling star coated entirely in armament Haki, its passage vibrating the very atmosphere as it slammed into Rogue's abdomen. Tum! A sickening muffled impact reverberated through Rogue's torso. The blow hurled him backward, skidding over 10 meters, his boots carving deep furrows into the stone pavement. He vomited a torrent of blood, terror flickering in his eyes. How could this ghost man possess such monstrous strength? He himself was a Tetsu no Mi user, invulnerable to all conventional harm. Since consuming that devil fruit, no weapon, neither bullet nor cannonball, had ever breached his skin. Now, after only 2 or 3 blows, his organs felt on the verge of rupture. Why serve beneath him, a man like you? Rogue gasped, fear warring with bewilderment. Ajin swung his left cane in a slow, deliberate arc, wind coiling around it like a living thing, as he intoned, "A man like you could never comprehend Captain Noah's greatness." The moment the words left his lips, his left arm warhammer shot forward, aimed straight at Rogue's face, compressing air into visible rings as it raced toward its target. Rogue's face revealed 2 steel-like veins. Although Aiken's strength was astonishing, he seemed to be underestimated. Rogue roared as he consumed the iron fruit, transforming into a steel man, and a massive steel hammer resembling a tumor formed on his forehead. Rogue tilted his head back as if pulling back a bowstring. He suddenly lunged forward, colliding Aiken's roundhead hammer with Rogue's steelhead hammer, producing a resounding bang. However, Aiken's seemingly frail form possessed immense power, Rog's head buzzed as he was forced to retreat. Seeing this, Akin holding his mace in his right hand began to close and causing Rog's pupils to constrict. He yelled, "Get away from me, thousand thorns." A loud rustling erupted as a multitude of steel thorns surged from Rog's body centered around him. On the warship blade of the fearless Noah stood at the bow, his golden eyes flickering constantly. A gust of white wind swept across the entire harbor. Just as a native pirate of Melamia was about to slash Noah's pirate crew member's neck, a gust of wind deflected the blade, causing it to merely graze the shoulder of Noah's crew member. Noah's crew member let out a painful cry, but it ignited his fighting spirit, and he retaliated by decapitating the native pirate of Melamia. Such situations occurred frequently during this battle. After all, the enemy had over 800 members, while they only had 2. Though several senior officers and capable squad leaders were claiming enemy lives, they were indeed at a numerical disadvantage. Noah did not intervene directly, as that would undermine the purpose of training. However, he could manipulate the wind to spare his pirates from death or injury. "You're so quick, this gun looks impressive, Noah. Let me." Nami cautiously approached Noah from behind, peeking her head to observe the battle at the harbor. As the only one not participating in the fight besides Noah, Nami quickly noticed that although there were severely injured members of Noah's crew, none had died. A peculiar wind swirled around the harbor, secretly protecting their side. With that, she felt less worried. Noah casually handed the black star to Nami. "Aren't you going to fight?" Nami held the black star, enamored playing with it. It was the first exquisitely crafted flintlock gun she had ever seen. If auctioned, it could fetch tens of millions from gun enthusiasts, rivaling even famous swords. Nami shot Noah an annoyed glance. "You men can handle this kind of thing, I'm a woman." She then timidly looked at the chaos in the harbor. "And I'm so weak, how can I fight those people?" Noah shook his head in response. "Once we enter the Grand Line, I'll see if I can find you a suitable devil fruit." After all, she was the navigator he recognized, and a high-ranking member of Noah's pirate crew. Without strength, how could relying solely on the battle system without personal training would take too long. Noah was still the biggest beneficiary of this system, training daily without interruption. In such a short time, he possessed strength surpassing elite vice admirals, nearing that of the 7 warlords. The experience gained from the battle system was one aspect. More importantly, he practiced tirelessly every day. His intermediate swordsmanship and mastery of the Conqueror's Haki were self-taught, along with his unique boxing technique derived from understanding fisherman martial arts. Though aided by the system, most of his abilities were cultivated through his own training and understanding. It could be said that even without the system, Noah would inevitably become a strong warrior, albeit at a slower growth rate. In this regard, not only he but also Akin and Rog were the same. Their potential might be elevated, but without personal effort their growth couldn't accelerate as fast. Noah's gaze shifted to the most intense battle in this conflict. Faced with a life-threatening situation, Rog held. After releasing a myriad of steel thorns, he entwined them around himself layer upon layer. By the time everyone looked, a 5-meter steel thorn man stood before Akin. The dark steel and sharp spikes exuded a chilling brilliance, resembling a giant hedgehog, not only boasting formidable defense, but also impressive offensive power. Rog concealed himself within this 5-meter steel thorn man, wielding spiked steel hammers as massive as wolf-fang clubs. Just standing there exuded an overwhelming pressure. "So terrifying," Nami exclaimed hurriedly, pulling at Noah. "Noah, can Akin actually stand against this monster?" Noah narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Rog to be this powerful. Just this move alone would place him at the level of billion-berry pirates in the Grand Line. "Trust Akin," Noah replied with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5-meter steel thorn man transformed into a powerful locomotive, crashing directly into Akin. The immense impact sent Akin flying, crashing into a group of pirates who couldn't dodge in time. "How can I trust this?" Nami shouted in panic, beads of sweat forming on her pale forehead. "Huh, I am indeed invincible." After knocking Akin aside, Rog laughed wildly. In the midst of the native pirates of Melamia, Akin smashed a pirate attempting to sneak attack him with a hammer. He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with the back of his left hand. His gaze towards the steel giant Rog was filled with solemnity. It seemed he had underestimated this guy. Soon after, a fierce determination appeared on his face. Since following Noah, he had only fought battles in favorable conditions. In a situation where kings faced kings and generals faced generals, he had never felt pressure. Now this man was just the one to test his progress over this period. Akin grunted, wielding his dual sticks as he transitioned from walking to running. The blood energy emanating from his body surged like his overwhelming fighting spirit, igniting into a blazing fire around him. "You're seeking death," Rog yelled at Akin, raising his steel right arm sharp spikes high, and then slammed it down forcefully. "Die for me." With a fierce shout, Rog roared. Akin glanced sideways, and his entire left arm and round head stick instantly turned as dark as steel. He raised his left arm above, slamming down the spiked steel arm with a loud bang. Akin was driven into the ground by the tremendous force. Rog grinned malevolently, wildly hammering down at Akin's position. The sound of crashing echoed continuously, with rubble and dust flying everywhere. Creek frowned, sweeping a massive steel war gun across a group of pirates. "That guy won't get into trouble, right?" Among the native pirates of Melamia, a ghostly shadow flickered back and forth. Each strike left 5 deep wounds on the pirates, dropping them to the ground. "You should know Akin's strength." Klo elegantly adjusted his glasses with his palm. Rog, covered in blood, his face twisted with rage, grinned as he viciously twisted a soldier's neck with his left hand. "Captain Akin is the strongest under Captain Noah. He won't lose. Right, brothers?" Rog shouted, raising his sword. Noah's pirates responded loudly. Captain Akin is undefeated. Invincible in battle. He's about to die. Rog's cold face twisted into a sinister grin. Again the steel-spiked hammer came smashing down with full force. Under this hammer strike the sound of steel ringing echoed again. A tremendous force surged from the ground and veins bulged on Rog's face as he poured all his strength into the steel hammer. Yet even so he could not push down even a fraction, instead being slowly lifted up. No matter how hard he tried, he could only watch helplessly as the two hammers were pushed aside by the emaciated man below, whose body was engulfed in flames like blood. The 5-meter steel thorn man that Rog had transformed into was pushed back 2 steps by Akin's strength, his steel feet stomping on the ground with a clang. Akin was drenched in blood, his gaze dangerously intense, his arms stained black with steel, and the 2 roundhead hammers were entwined with armed Haki. Akin took a light breath. The blood energy around him seemed to gather towards him like a master. He then opened his mouth and expelled a wisp of blood energy. The blood energy transformed into a writhing serpent mimicking the armed Haki wrapping around the 2 roundhead hammers. Akin lowered his body, the hammers slightly leaning forward, resembling the 2 great horns of an unknown ferocious beast. Clearly roundhead hammers, yet they gave off an impression of sharpness. Rog instantly felt an extreme threat. A large word, death, seemed to imprint itself directly on his forehead at that moment. Without daring to hesitate, even though he had yet to stabilize his stance, and with his steps faltering, Rog brought his arms together, and a thick black steel thorn shield measuring 4 to 5 meters immediately appeared in front of him. Akin ignored it, his bloodied lips slightly parted. His crimson eyes looked forward. The surrounding environment suddenly shifted, filled with a swirling sea of blood-colored energy. He heard it. A peculiar breath emitted a different kind of aura. Within the thick black steel thorn shield, numerous wind flow vents were laid bare before him. He saw it. Akin thrust the hammers forward, condensing all his strength into one. The blood-colored aura surged violently, transforming into long serpents that wrapped around him, clawing and rampaging toward the front. Blood. Fangs. Break. A massive, blood-colored phantom python suddenly appeared, sweeping through the storm, embodying Akin's will. The 2 roundhead hammers became the sharp fangs of the blood-colored giant python, biting through Rog's seemingly invincible thorny steel shield. The remaining force did not diminish as a terrifying impact shattered the steel thorn body, exposing Rog's original form intact. Don't kill me. Rog screamed in terror. What awaited him was just the roundhead hammer, as sharp as the fangs of a phantom blood-colored serpent, crashing down on his head, accompanied by the sickening sound of steel colliding and the dull thud of something spherical breaking. Red and white splattered the strongest of the Melamiria kingdom, the powerful station General Melamiria Rog, who consumed the combined offense and defense of the superhuman Iron Fruit, met his demise. So strong. Nami was completely stunned. She had heard from others that Akin was the second strongest in their Noah pirates, only below Noah, and was Noah's first companion. Even she, a weakling who needed Akin to protect Noah, to feel at ease. But she never expected Akin to be this strong. Is this a move that a person can execute? Akin, captain, is invincible. Locke was also shocked by Akin's overwhelming power that crushed Rog, but quickly reacted and shouted fiercely. Akin, captain, is invincible. The pirates of the Noah pirates roared again. The morale at that moment soared to its peak. Crow pushed up his glasses, feeling a twinge of envy for Akin's strength. Click's eyes were filled with deep apprehension as he tightened his grip on his massive steel war spear, shooting down the remaining enemies around him. With Rog the strongest combat power gone, the remaining station soldiers and local pirates, while not exactly weaklings, were no match for the likes of Crow, Click, and others with clearly superior strength, resulting in a large number of kills. The local people of Melamiria Kingdom immediately scattered, throwing down their armor and fleeing as Locke raised his large sword to pursue. Noah had already brought the unharmed Nami to the port, where Nami raised the delicate black steel flintlock gun, Black Star, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Noah said, "No need to chase, let's first take the injured back to the ship for treatment." Locke immediately halted his pursuit and called for the pirates to assist the wounded. After all, it was a battle against many with few. Though Noah secretly protected the pirates, many were still injured. While the enemy's morale was low and their overall strength was far inferior to theirs. However, the enemy had numbers. They weren't just some doughy buns that would let you need them at will. In the battle, 36 were seriously injured and 112 were lightly injured. Of the 800 enemies, only a little over 10 escaped, marking a true victory. As soon as the battle ended, Noah's battle assessment system activated. A string of information appeared before his eyes. Battle assessment: defeated the station forces of the Melamiria Kingdom Pirate Group, small. Participants 1032. Experience gained: swordsmanship 540, a body technique 787, devil fruit ability 120, armed Haki 103. Synchronized embedding Akin 97, swordsmanship 216, body technique 314, armed Haki 41. Synchronized embedding Locke 95, swordsmanship 162, body technique 236, armed Haki 30. Synchronized embedding Nami 90, swordsmanship 48, a body technique 70, armed Haki 10. Synchronized embedding Crow 85, swordsmanship 24, body technique 35, armed Haki 5. This time the experience was even greater than that from the previous annihilation of the evil dragon pirate group. The reason lay in the numbers and top-tier strength involved. Rog was not weak. In the first half of the Grand Line, a pirate would necessarily possess the strength of hundreds of millions as long as he did not perish. However, their side was equally formidable. With a little effort, the life and death battle between Akin and Rog, and the unreserved slaughter by Crow, Locke, and others. Thus the experience gained from the battle assessment exceeded that of the past. So more battles were indeed necessary. Noah already had many ideas in mind. But before that, Akin, you stay here. Those seriously injured brothers remain on the ship. Only the lightly injured who feel they can still fight can follow. Rest for half an hour, and we set off in half an hour. Noah quickly issued the command. The pirates immediately sprang into action, carrying the seriously injured onto the ship, applying medicine and bandaging them with swift efficiency. Should I come along too? Nami pointed to herself. Noah laughed, saying, if you don't participate, you won't earn any money. I want to go. How can I miss out on something like this? Nami exclaimed excitedly. She was aware of how the Noah pirates divided the spoils since joining the crew. The captain takes the largest share of 60%, and the remaining 40% is divided among the other pirates. Within that, as a high-ranking officer, she could get quite a bit from the remaining 40% provided she participated in this plundering. She had heard some news about the Melamaria kingdom. The king of this country is not a good character. And the purpose of the Noah pirates is to plunder the rich and noble. Since it's ill-gotten wealth, why shouldn't it fall into her hands? Half an hour quickly passed. Although many pirates were injured, they found that astonishingly not a single pirate had died on theirs. Though they were all somewhat inexperienced, they were not so foolish as to remain unaware. Though unspoken, they all deduced that Noah had been watching throughout the battle with that white wind consistently present on the battlefield. Thinking of Noah's mysterious methods, they all speculated that the captain was secretly protecting them. Thus, despite the injuries, more than 100 pirates still followed. The remaining 100 or so were severely injured, most of them too weak to continue fighting. Noah scanned his crew. To his left, Locke had taken over Akin's original position, while to his right stood Nami. He grinned broadly, saying, boys, it's time to reap the rewards, let's go. Soon the Noah pirates, led by Noah, officially stepped into the heart of the Melamia kingdom. As they left the harbor, the dark clouds in the sky followed suit. On the warship, blade of the unyielding Akin had been struck multiple times by Rog's arm hammer, with numerous grievous wounds covering his body. After applying ointment, his entire body was wrapped in bandages. The iron fruit indeed embodied both offense and defense. Besides Noah and Akin, the rest of the Noah pirates were temporarily incapable of battling Rog. After this battle, Noah gained the most experience, but Akin reaped the greatest rewards. He sat directly on the deck as various insights surged into his mind after the battle ended. Previously, he had only a rudimentary understanding of the Bloodfang break, but now it felt as if an invisible shadow was constantly rehearsing in his mind, allowing him to master this ability with greater proficiency. Moreover, his unique cane technique and the physical enhancement from stronger martial skills, along with a significantly enhanced armament Haki, hinted at the possibility of a breakthrough to the next stage. It could be said that once Akin recovered from his injuries and faced Rog again, although he might not defeat him in seconds, he would certainly do so with far greater ease. Akin had gained insights, and the trio of Locke, Chloe, and Nami, who were part of the role, embedding, experienced similar changes. However, their improvements were not as pronounced as Akin's. Among them, Locke felt a warm sensation enveloping him, a sense of unexplainable comfort, with slight enhancements across various aspects. Nami noticed that her body felt much lighter, an inexplicable insight surfacing briefly before disappearing. Meanwhile, Chloe suddenly stopped in his tracks. Crick turned to look at him, asking, "What's wrong?" Chloe did not respond, but clenched his right hand into a fist. Crick was puzzled. Noah's lips curled into a smirk. Noticing a shadow manifesting on Klaus' fist, the previously writhing black steel momentarily stilled, as if coated, dyeing his fist black. Klaus' eyes sparkled with delight. Crick furrowed his brow, feeling a tremendous threat emanating from Klaus' fist. This sensation had been felt by Akin and Locke as well. The first time it was brought about by Noah. Thinking of a certain possibility, Crick's expression turned grim. His throat felt dry at that moment. "You have mastered armament Haki." Chloe raised his fist, noticing Noah's gaze, and habitually adjusted his glasses, smiling. "With the captain's guidance, I barely managed to grasp it. It's all thanks to the captain." Crick merely nodded, saying nothing further. However, it was evident to everyone that he looked rather grim. The entire Noah Pirates crew knew that Crick had long been vying with Chloe for the title of the third strongest in the crew. Now it seemed that Chloe not only held an advantage in status, but had also further improved in strength. Clearly both had similar insights regarding armament Haki. Although both had some perception, it had always been elusive and intangible, only faintly sensed to exist. However, with Klaus' genuine allegiance to Noah, the previously comparable progress had undergone a significant change. As Crick walked among the pirates, his gaze fell on Noah. Was he truly going to join under Noah's banner? The ambitious Crick felt a hint of doubt for the first time. Before long, the Noah pirates, numbering over 100, entered the heart of Melamia. All around, various 2- to 3-story buildings came into view. Upon seeing fierce and malicious-looking pirates, each wielding swords or flintlock guns, the pale and emaciated civilians' expressions changed drastically. Not daring to face the pirates, they hurriedly retreated into their homes. Noah had no interest in these patched-up paupers. He gazed toward the walled royal city ahead, which was surrounded by these buildings. That was his true target. Without uttering a word, all the pirates silently followed Noah's lead, steadily advancing toward the royal city. "Hey!" A hoarse voice as if cut by a knife reached Noah's ears. A boy of about 10 ran in front of them wearing a large gray patched robe completely ill-fitting for his frame. Locke stepped forward, the large blade in his hand glinting coldly. Kid, get lost, don't block the way. I'm not a kid, Grom. Grom held up a wanted poster. He looked at Noah and suddenly knelt down. Locke frowned. Kid, what do you want? Noah spoke at that moment. Locke immediately moved aside, allowing Noah to approach the boy Grom. Grom did not look up, but shouted while kneeling. You are the Calamity, right? We saw someone return saying you defeated the gift. Please save this country. Noah did not respond, his gaze cold and indifferent, his golden eyes flashing, spotting many children hiding in the corners about the same age as Grom. These children, overly concerned for Grom, were all crouched in the corners of the walls, their faces filled with fear and worry. They held iron rods and bricks, clearly ready to rush out and rescue Grom if the situation turned dire. Noah merely glanced and did not pay them any further attention. He asked, since you plan for me to save this country, how much are you willing to pay to hire me? Upon hearing this, Grom's grayish face instantly turned pale. I have nothing. If you have nothing, get lost, don't block the way. No, I won't leave unless you promise. Before he could finish, Noah raised his left foot without any hesitation and kicked Grom. The hidden children rushed out immediately, running to Grom's side, their hostile gazes fixed on Noah and the others. Noah. Nami looked at the emaciated children, feeling a pang of pity. Noah said coldly, we are pirates, not philanthropists, let's go. After saying this, he continued to walk forward. Nami sighed and followed while the other pirates remained silent, merely keeping pace with their captain. Above in the sky, dense dark clouds gathered, and a suffocating emotion filled the hearts of every Melamia citizen below. Grom got up from the ground, watching the departing Noah pirate's fists clenched in anger. A malnourished little girl with dry yellowish hair, clearly suffering from malnutrition, said, Grom, what do we do now? I will not give up. Grom's eyes were resolute. The Calamity and his crew must have come for money. They will definitely clash with the Royal Knights. We still have a chance. As long as we seize this opportunity, Melamia will be saved. Open the gate. Surrender your wealth willingly, and you may yet be spared death. Locke bellowed toward the massive, tightly shut city gate before him. Upon the towering palace walls stood a contingent of royal knights, swords and spears in hand. Yet their eyes betrayed fear, their bravado hollow and brittle. They had already learned from fleeing survivors that Rog, the kingdom's strongest warrior, the invincible Iron Man, had been slain by the Noah pirates. Fernandez Noah the Calamity had not even lifted a finger. It was only a king, the combat commander of the Noah pirates known as the Demon Man, who stepped forward and shattered Rog's skull with barehanded force. If a pirate bearing a bounty of over 30 million could inspire such terror, what dread would Fernandez Noah, a man with a bounty exceeding 100 million, unleash? Thick roiling black clouds surged toward the royal capital of Melamia. Boom! Lightning no longer concealed itself within the clouds. It blazed forth, openly radiant and wrathful, like divine fury descending upon mortal soil, striking the capital in multiple searing bolts of brilliant azure. One bolt dwarfed the rest, over a meter thick, lingering above the central palace dome, gathering power in ominous silence, before erupting in thunderous birth. Inside the palace hall, more than a dozen nobles and royal kin clad in opulent garments wore grim, pallid faces. The deafening thunderclaps echoing from above struck terror into these men who once drank blood and feasted on flesh. This was their first true taste of fear. Where are the Marines? Have those useless dogs still not arrived? Do I pay them exorbitant taxes each year just to keep a pack of incompetents? Upon a throne studded with glittering gemstones, King Melamia's face twisted grotesquely with uncontainable dread, his bloated cheeks contorted by sheer terror. He spat venomously. That worthless Rog boasted endlessly of his strength, yet he couldn't even hold back a single pirate. Worthless! Worthless! Hearing the king's furious tirade, the nobles dared not utter a word. Another thunderclap shook the hall, and instantly their usual arrogance crumbled. They stood hushed and trembling, heads bowed low, too afraid to provoke the king's wrath. Unbeknownst to them, every moment unfolded before the watchful gaze of a figure stationed far beyond the city walls. Noah's obsidian eyes had subtly transformed, now gleaming with golden vertical pupils. An invisible wind swept across the entire capital of Melamia, caressing every corner. Zoan type devil fruit, mythical variety Veðrfölnir form. In Norse mythology, Veðrfölnir is the nameless young eagle perched between the eyes of the great eagle atop Yggdrasil, the world tree, known as the eagle above eagles, endowed with omniscient sight, the eternal watcher of all realms. It commands the winds of the celestial realm and wields dominion over storms and weather. Its breath carries the withering gale that strips life from all things. Since consuming this devil fruit, Noah maintained its power continuously, deepening his mastery with every path. Now he sensed his control reaching a threshold. This fruit, perfectly attuned to his being, was merging with him, ascending toward a higher evolutionary stage. Locke, shatter the gate. Noah commanded. Locke drew a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. Fall back at once, or we'll open fire. Royal knights atop the wall shouted weakly, their voices trembling. Locke ignored them entirely, striding resolutely toward the city gate. As the knights raised their weapons to shoot, just then, above the palace dome, the long-simmering lightning lost patience. Cold light flashed in Noah's eyes. Between layered, churning black clouds, a blinding sphere of electric fury ignited. Boom! Light eclipsed the world as a colossal bolt descended from heaven. Inside the palace, King Melamia felt an instinctive chill. He looked up. Before the other nobles could grasp what was happening, the royal captain burst through the palace doors, face contorted in horror. "Your Majesty, flee immediately." The moment the words left his lips, thunder cracked, and the ceiling shattered under the lightning's impact, raining down pure, incandescent energy. This lightning did not descend as a single destructive column. Instead, having breached the ceiling, it split into a dozen razor-sharp, thorn-like branches, each radiating lethal precision and piercing ferocity. Swish, swish, swish. The captain stared blankly at the lightning thorn now impaling his chest. His armor, forged by the kingdom's finest artisans, had failed to resist it for even a heartbeat. Staggering backward, his dying gaze swept across the chamber. Every noble had been struck precisely in the heart, pierced clean through, already fallen lifeless. Perhaps because he was the captain and possessed modest strength, he remained conscious a moment longer. Yet agony lanced through his heart, and suffocation clawed at his mind. His vision darkened. Boom! A deafening blast erupted behind him. He collapsed with a thud, and in the final instant before closing his eyes saw only billowing dust filling the sky. The gate had been broken. "Charge, brothers." Locke raised his greatsword in his left hand, ignoring the blood streaming from his right arm. His command of the Void Fist remained rudimentary, and unlike Noah, he lacked a body forged for titanic feats, so shattering the thick gate with a single punch had exhausted his Haki, completely a feat of extraordinary effort. Before him the shattered gate lay in ruins, raising thick plumes of dust. Above Locke's head black bullets hung suspended midair, trapped motionless within a translucent wind-like membrane. Noah drew his blade shigure and grinned fiercely. "Men, harvest time has come. Take everything, from me." Oh, the pirates roared in jubilation. Seeing the tide turn, royal knights fled the walls in panic, only to glance downward, where Kuro stood balanced atop Krieg's colossal war lance. Krieg scowled. "This is a one-time exception." Kuro smiled faintly. "My apologies." Krieg's right arm swelled, veins bulging like serpents beneath his skin. "Goa." With a mighty upward thrust, Kuro shot skyward like an arrow, launching straight toward the wall. Thus the entire Noah pirates crew poured into the royal capital like a tidal wave. Baluzango and the Cat brothers led the vanguard, eliminating any knights who posed resistance, while ordinary pirates fanned out to plunder treasures. Noah strode directly toward the palace while Nami glanced nervously around, gripping her newly acquired flintlock pistol, Black Star, with quiet vigilance at his side. Melamia was a vast metropolis enclosing a smaller fortified inner city, the royal capital, where nobles and royalty dwelled. Within the inner city, extravagance reigned. Outside, common folk struggled to survive. As a world government allied nation, Melamia paid its celestial gold tax in golden tea. Golden tea was scarce, its annual yield nearly entirely allocated to the celestial gold tribute. Yet compared to other nations forced to extract crushing protection fees from their people, Melamia's plight was comparatively mild. At least under normal circumstances, Melamia needed only ensure its annual golden tea quota, free from further fiscal torment. Still, though not quite starving, its populace lived on the knife's edge of despair. Noah held no opinion on this. He had not come to play savior. His actions were guided solely by whim and desire. And when he wished to act, he acted. Stepping into the palace, Nami recoiled at the sight of over a dozen corpses. Thighs. Her eyes widened in shock as she whirled toward Noah. "Did you do this?" Noah gave a quiet nod. His gaze settled on the jewel-encrusted throne. He had chosen refined lightning, not a blunt, devastating column, precisely to preserve his future possessions intact. Noah approached King Melamia's corpse and with a casual flick of his wrist plucked the golden crown, set with a dazzling crimson ruby, from the dead monarch's brow. He placed it lightly upon his own head and scoffed. "What rank are you to wear such a thing? This belongs on my brow, not yours." With that, he dropped onto the throne with a satisfied thud, far more comfortable than Arlong's rickety chair, and rich with the intoxicating scent of wealth. "Excellent. I am thoroughly pleased." Above the vast east blue sea, Smoker partially transformed his lower body into smoke, propelling himself forward at breakneck speed. Beside him, a tall, stern-faced man strode across thin air, each step rippling the atmosphere like concentric. Smoker frowned deeply, glancing toward the elder officer, his wide-brimmed hat, dark formal suit, and navy cloak. Bogart, Vice Admiral Garp's trusted aide, possessed formidable strength, yet his true capabilities remained shrouded in mystery. This much Smoker knew. Upon receiving the plea for aid from the Kingdom of Maramelia, orders had arrived without delay. Poor Smoker still wore bandages around his head and limbs. His injuries were only 70% healed. Had he gone alone, he would have pressed onward regardless of life or death, but deep within dread lingered. After all, Noah had felled him with a single punch, his power truly terrifying. Fortunately, Command had summoned Garp. Yet Garp's fleet had departed Lowtown a day earlier. Apparently aware of certain truths about Maramelia, Garp dismissed the matter entirely, citing a minor pirate incident in Goa Kingdom, another allied nation, as pretext. Only after Sengoku's furious reprimand did Garp reluctantly dispatch Bogart. In his own words, "Let those scum of Maramelia perish at the hands of pirates. It would be better for all." To hasten their arrival and resolve Maramelia's crisis swiftly, Bogart and Smoker departed ahead of the Lowtown fleet, which followed in their wake. Smoker studied the taciturn Bogart, hoping this rear admiral, bearing the weight of decades of service, could hold Noah. In his estimation, if Noah could be restrained, the rest of the Noah pirates were little more than rotten fish and spoiled shrimp, powerless against a Logia-type devil fruit user like himself. Though brutally humiliated by Noah, that was different. Recalling Noah's smoker, nearly ground both cigars clenched between his teeth to dust. This time he would arrest Noah, imprison him deep within, impelled down. Meanwhile, in Marimelia, unaware of the looming storm, Noah lounged comfortably upon the throne. No, I want to sit there too. Nami's eyes gleamed as she gazed at the gemstones adorning the throne. Noah shrugged. Fine, but it's mine. Don't pluck off the jewels. Who'd ever do such a thing? You jerk. Nami raised her right fist, roaring like a ravenous shark. Noah merely smiled, and lifted his gaze toward the colossal breach gaping open in the palace ceiling. Pitch-black clouds still smothered the entire royal capital. Lightning, now withdrawn into the heavens, coiled like frenzied serpents, flashing intermittently through the gloom. Beyond the shattered city gates, Grom stood, surveying the ruins. Beside him gathered not only his close companions, but also scores of ordinary citizens he had rallied to rise up. Armed with sickles, hoes, and crude tools, they stared upward at the oppressive, densely roiling black clouds, fear etched upon every face. Grom rallied them. Friends, this is our golden chance. The pirate crew bearing divine calamity is overwhelmingly powerful. We need not confront them directly. Let us instead seize the nobles who have long tormented us, and claim our right to live. Having spoken, Grom met dozens of wide, unblinking eyes fixed upon him. He knew, they all knew, that terror gripped every heart present, including his own. Yet they also knew, this was their finest, perhaps only opportunity. Move out, avoid the Noah pirates, and slaughter every noble who has bled us dry. At Grom's command, a surging tide of people flooded into the capital, not toward the clamor of battle but toward districts already plundered by the Noah pirates. The Noah pirates came solely to raid, to seize wealth. Whether nobles lived or died mattered not at all to them. Those who blocked their path were cut down without hesitation. Those who surrendered meekly and offered treasure were spared unnecessary violence, plundered swiftly, and left behind. Thus, when several slightly more cunning nobles cursed the Noah pirates aloud, bereft of guards, they stumbled straight into an enraged mob of commoners. Like the villagers of Kokayasi confronting Arlong, their fury burned beyond reason, beyond mere vengeance, into a hunger to mince their oppressors into minced flesh. And when the first arrogant noble fell beneath their blades, reduced to pulped ruin, hatred erupted uncontrollably, fear was utterly eclipsed. They swarmed like locusts, devouring every last remnant of privilege the Noah pirates had overlooked. This spectacle unfolded plainly before Noah's omniscient eye. He felt no concern whatsoever. So long as they did not impede him, let these destitute wretches do as they pleased. Yet where crowds gather, ambition inevitably sprouts. Within Grom's ranks, a few slipped away, sneaking into noble estates untouched by the Noah pirates, to kill and loot. Just as they finished gathering jewels and berries, 3 Noah pirates appeared, grinning savagely. The captain says a few rats stole from us. You've got guts. A junior squad leader among them drew his blade and felled one civilian on the spot. The others, untrained, trembling, fell to their knees begging for mercy. Their pleas met only 3 leering, merciless faces and 3 cold, gleaming blades. Elsewhere inside a nobleman's estate in the capital, Baru smashed a guard flat with his iron shield, then ordered his subordinates, dig here, right into this patch of grass. With a kick, he sent the portly noble sprawling face down, buttocks thrust high. You dig too, or if the treasure isn't as rich as you claimed, I'll sever your head. Yes, it's all there, I swear. The obese noble scrambled forward, abandoning all pretense of refinement, ignoring the mud smearing his greasy cheeks. At that moment, a subordinate approached and pointed at the noble. Captain Baru, the cellar we found. It's an underground ice vault. What? Baru's fury erupted. The noble trembled violently, stammering, it's unjust. I only stored. Before he could finish, Baru seized his throat in a crushing grip. A sharp crack echoed. The noble's head lolled sideways, life extinguished. Baru flung the corpse aside and spat contemptuously upon it. Dare lie to Captain Baru? Huh, take me to this ice vault. Let's see what treasures it holds. Baru commanded the reporting pirate. Moments later, floorboards were pried open. Icy vapor billowed forth. Baru's expression shifted to astonishment. As he stepped toward the vault, a frigid gust swept over him, and he and his subordinate both shuddered violently. Soon they beheld numerous wooden crates. One pirate pried open a lid with his blade and called out, Captain Baru. Baru's eyes lit up. He rushed forward, prying open other crates. Just as reported, mostly wine, though some held grapes, apples, and bananas. When Baru opened the final crate, nestled atop lay a fruit resembling an apple, yet its surface gleamed like tempered steel veined with strange twisting black patterns. Thighs this. Baru froze, stunned, speechless at the sight. Then, a gust swept down from the vault entrance, carrying a voice both commanding and absolute. Baru, deliver that devil fruit to me immediately. The royal palace of Mylamia. Noah sat on the throne belonging to the king. Nami was examining the devil fruit, which was the size of a black steel apple and adorned with strange patterns. As for Barrow, after the devil fruit was delivered, Noah sent him off to continue plundering. Noah, what kind of devil fruit is this? Nami asked. Noah rolled his eyes. How would I know? He stretched out his left hand, and silvery wind transformed into a large hand that grasped the devil fruit and brought it to him. Nami's eyes lit up. I heard that a devil fruit can sell for at least 100 million berry. Selling it is impossible. Noah shook his head. Once they returned to the ship, they would compare this devil fruit to the devil fruit guide obtained from Lowtown. However, even without the guide, Noah already had an idea about this devil fruit's abilities. If all went as expected, it should be the superhuman iron fruit that belonged to Rock. If that's the case, it would be worth considering who to give this devil fruit to. Among his current subordinates, 4 were suitable for this devil fruit: Akin, Rock, Creek, and Barrow, who brought the fruit. First, Creek had to be excluded. Not for any other reason, but simply because his loyalty was not high enough. Barrow was, so it mainly depended on Akin and Rock. Noah leaned towards Rock. After all, Akin's current strength meant that the iron fruit would only serve as an enhancement. However, according to the hierarchy on the ship, Akin would definitely be the one to choose first. Although Noah was the captain, he had to consider this, as it was an established rule. The plundering of the royal city of Mylamia continued into the night. A large number of treasures were packed into boxes and carried to the palace by Noah's pirates. Noah glanced at the settlement screen after the battle in the royal city. One could only say that the intensity of the battle in the royal city was low. It was a complete domination, and the experience gained was less than a third of that from the port. Noah, take a look at this. Nami came over holding a very exquisite small box. What is it? Noah asked. Nami opened it to reveal sun-dried golden tea leaves. As soon as the box was opened, a faint and fragrant tea aroma wafted out. This is golden tea, said to sell for 100 million berry per pound, a tribute exclusive to the celestial dragons. Such a good thing, keep it for me to brew tea, Noah replied. Compared to drinking alcohol, or something, this suited Noah's taste better. Nami happily accepted it, eager to taste what this high-quality item was like. At this moment, Rock stepped forward, scratching his bald head, and said, Captain Noah, we have too much loot, we can't carry it all. Should we call Captain Akin for help? No need, their injuries are serious. Noah shook his head. The others looked at the piles of boxes in the palace. Inside were not only gold coins, gems, necklaces, and berry, but also a large amount of fine wines and cigars, all of which were valuable items. Should they just leave them here without calling anyone to help? Or should they make a couple of trips? The crowd was puzzled. Noah raised his left hand slightly, and suddenly a gust of silvery wind blew from all directions. It was as if there were tangible clouds lifting all these items. The crowd's eyes lit up as they almost forgot about Noah's abilities. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Boys, let's head back. Soon the pirates quickly and orderly assembled and walked towards the edge of the royal city. At that moment, Grom appeared with a group of civilians. Noah stopped in his tracks, and all the pirates halted, their gazes fixed on Grom and the others. The silent pressure made Grom and the others feel frightened, and cold sweat broke out. Grom took a deep breath and stepped forward, bending his legs and kneeling, his head touching the ground. Thank you for saving Mylamia, Lord Disaster. The other civilians of Mylamia immediately followed suit and knelt down. Nami cast a sidelong glance at Noah, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Noah replied in a calm voice, I have no business with you. I did not save your country. I am merely a pirate here to... As he spoke, Noah reached out and took a delicate small box from the floating items above the pirates. Upon opening it, the elegant aroma of tea wafted out. Grom and the others raised their heads, attracted by the fragrance. Noah said, Today's events were all caused by my Noah pirate crew. You can put all the blame on me. In exchange, deliver this item to me. Every year how you deliver it is your business, and how you find me is up to you. If I don't receive it... Noah's lips curled into a cruel smile. You know I am a pirate. I can't afford to lose. Yes, please rest assured I will ensure the golden tea is delivered to you on time and in full. Grom immediately responded loudly. Noah nodded, casually waved his hand, and left with the pirates. Once Noah and his crew completely vanished from Grom's sight, Grom and the others finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Grom, are we really going to give him the golden tea? A middle-aged man wearing royal knight armor stepped forward from among the civilians with several others similarly attired. Grom's ability to rally a group at a young age was largely due to the dissatisfaction these people had with the royal family. Of course, we must. Grom's young age belied the wisdom he possessed that the others lacked. Our Mylamia is different from other countries. We are not bound by the golden rules from above. If we can establish contact with a powerful pirate crew, and even gain their protection, we will have no more worries, and can quickly ensure that all citizens are well fed. That man. Grom recalled the thunder that raged through the royal city, much like a true disaster descending. That man will surely become a prominent figure on the seas. At the port of Mylamia Island. After Noah and his crew returned to Kin and the pirates all disembarked and gathered. Noah looked at the pirates and laughed. Boys, it's time to divide the spoils. Oh! The pirates cheered. They risked their lives for this very moment. Noah's latest haul was nothing short of impressive. After Nami, Rock and Chloe finished counting, Nami was completely immersed in the ocean of money, murmuring happily, so much money, so much money. Rock swallowed hard and exclaimed in shock, Captain Noah, we have plundered treasures worth approximately 9.8 billion berry this time. My. Noah was taken aback. Good heavens, that was a lot. These nobles truly did not regard them as human beings. With a total income of 9.8 billion berry, even if Noah took 60 and the officers split the remaining 40 in half, it was enough for the ordinary pirates to be immensely satisfied, each with smiles that could light up the room. At that moment, everyone's faces were glowing with joy. However, the division of spoils was not over. Noah made a grabbing motion in the air, and a devil fruit, with a peculiar black steel pattern, appeared. At that time, Chloe held a booklet, and turned to a certain page which displayed the pattern and abilities of this devil fruit. Captain, this is the superhuman iron fruit, the ability of the person killed by Captain Akin. Noah held the fruit aloft, and all eyes were drawn to the iron fruit. In the eyes of the vast majority, the word desire was evident. The power of the devil fruit was evident. They had seen it with Noah's smoker and rock. It could be said that anyone who ate this devil fruit would gain extraordinary strength. They shifted their gazes to Noah, eager to know how their captain would arrange this. Noah held the iron fruit, scanning the surrounding pirates. He called out, "Akin lock Clo." Upon hearing Noah's voice, the three immediately stood up, and Klo's gaze fell upon the iron fruit, swallowing hard several times. Click showed an unwilling expression, while Barrow, Zango, the Cat brothers, and the other pirates looked on enviously. However, Noah handed the iron fruit to the three, and the others were relatively accepting. Noah first handed the iron fruit to Akin. Akin took a glance and shook his head without a second thought. "What's wrong?" Noah asked with a smile. Akin nodded. "It's not suitable for me." Since Locke had died at his hands, Akin felt that the iron fruit's defense was just average. As for its attack power, it was inferior to his iron crutch enhanced with Haki. Noah nodded and handed the iron fruit to Locke. Locke didn't refuse like Akin, but he also didn't accept it, scratching his head in confusion. "Share your thoughts with me," Noah said, feeling speechless. It was like dealing with a primary school student. Locke chuckled awkwardly. "My thoughts are similar to Captain Aiken's. After mastering Haki, the iron defense feels quite Noah rolled his eyes. "Alright, next time there's a devil fruit you can choose again." Locke nodded vigorously. At this point, Clo with Akin and Locke opting out, it was his turn. Thus, when Noah handed the iron fruit to Clo, his breathing became rapid. However, at that moment Noah spoke. "To be honest, this devil fruit isn't very suitable for you." Upon hearing this, Klo's excitement immediately calmed down. Tempted by the power of the devil fruit, he habitually pushed up his glasses with his palm, frowning in contemplation. The abilities of the iron fruit were clearly for direct combat, which did not align with his speed-based fighting style. After consuming a devil fruit, one becomes a sitting duck. Therefore, it's crucial to choose abilities that suit oneself, as it not only allows for faster mastery of the fruit's powers, but also maximizes its enhancement to one's strength, Noah explained. The others suddenly understood, so that was how it worked with devil fruits. However, compared to them, Clo, as one of the few wise pirates on the sea, grasped the deeper meaning of Noah's words. He asked, "Captain, what type of devil fruit do you think would suit me?" Noah smiled and glanced at Clo. "Zoan or Logia perhaps. If that coal fruit hasn't been taken, it would be very suitable for you." Clo nodded. "I understand now. This iron fruit is not suitable for me. Captain, let the others have it." Noah nodded. Nami shook her head. "Even though it will turn me into a sitting duck, how can one not eat something?" Noah asked with a smile. "What do you want to eat it?" Nami shook her head repeatedly. "Forget it, I don't want to turn into that." The thought of her dark, murky appearance made her uncomfortable. With Akin, Locke, and Clo all opting out, the other pirates were drooling one by one. Noah didn't point anyone out. His original intention was to give the iron fruit to Locke, but after this guy smashed the castle gate of the Melamia kingdom with a punch, he felt that iron couldn't compete with his fists and refused to eat it. So it could only be. Noah casually tossed the iron fruit, which landed on a man fully equipped with a round shield. Barrow blinked hard, unable to believe that this devil fruit had just fallen into his hands. "What are you dawdling for? You don't want to eat like those three." Noah raised an eyebrow. If that were the case, he would be quite No. Barrow's eyes instantly filled with tears, and without any hesitation, he shoved the iron fruit into his mouth. After taking a bite, his expression changed dramatically, looking as if he had swallowed excrement, which made Noah unable to stop the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. Barrow finished swallowing the iron fruit in 2 or 3 bites, tears streaming down his face, with snot hanging from his nose. "Captain, you are too good to me." As he spoke, he tried to rub against Noah to express his gratitude. Noah's face darkened. He raised his left foot, and damn, he almost got smeared by Barrow's disgusting snot. Barrow, who was kicked away, was both crying and laughing. Then he felt a strange power surge within him. It's coming, he shouted. Everyone looked at him. Barrow began to remove all the shield equipment from his body. A dark, shiny hue appeared on his face, spreading across his entire body in less than 3 seconds like a virus. In the eyes of the crowd, Barrow transformed into a black Iron Man. Click watched with a mix of unwillingness and envy on his face. Looking back at Barrow after becoming an Iron Man, he let out a loud shout, striking a pose like a Super Saiyan. Iron began to burst out from his body, solidifying into shields with one piece after another sticking to him. Moments later, a 5-meter turtle Iron Man appeared before everyone. This Iron Man was different from the one formed by Locke. Locke's transformation was covered in iron spikes resembling a Barrow's, however, had steel round shields on his forehead, elbows, knees, and chest. Seeing this design, Noah and the others could only shake their heads in silence. "Huh, now I'm truly an Iron Wall." Barrow laughed heartily. Noah replied, "Boys, let's celebrate our successful raid and Barrow's increased strength. Let's have a feast." Oh. At that moment on the sea, Smoker and Bogart were still on their way. As they moved further, Smoker was sweating profusely and was starting to struggle to keep going. Although the elementalization of the Logia type consumes little stamina, continuous high-intensity use is exhausting. Bogart extended his left hand, and Smoker's face instantly turned red. It wasn't shyness but embarrassment. Ever since consuming the smoke fruit, he considered himself quite strong, yet he had faced setbacks continuously, even running out of energy to travel. He secretly vowed to practice his stamina and Haki diligently upon returning, without refusing Bogart's assistance. The next day at dawn, Smoker rested adequately to recover his stamina. Looking at Bogart, who hadn't even broken a sweat, he was astonished by this senior's strength. Considering the others' decades of experience following Garp capturing Noah should be a piece of cake. Soon they arrived at the port of Melamia Kingdom. However, the port was empty. Noah realized they had stolen from a world government-affiliated nation, and the Navy would definitely not let it slide. Garp might even come. That monster who would punch your face with 2 kilos of Haki. Noah believed he was not yet a match. It seems we arrived. Bogart glanced at the aftermath of the battle at the port where the bodies lay scattered unhandled, proving how fierce the previous. We can't just let them leave like this. Smoker said seriously. They will definitely head to the Grand Line next to I know this route, and we should intercept them along it. After a moment of thought, Bogart nodded. All right. Shortly after, the two continued on their journey. To conserve energy, Smoker was once again being carried. An hour later, as Bogart quickly traversed using the moonwalk, a massive black cloud appeared ahead, with lightning flashing within it. On the ship military knife, Noah suddenly felt something. A glint of gold flashed in his eyes, and 2 figures suddenly appeared in his sight. Interesting. Noah smiled. He had not encountered the hero Garp, but instead the one known as the Sword King. Bogart had arrived. Perfect, he would use this opportunity to test the limits of his current strength. Don't let me down. A cold expression crossed Noah's face. He would not spare anyone who came to him voluntarily regardless of his preferences. Noah shouted. Men, drop anchor, stop the ship, and prepare to face the enemy. Upon hearing this, the pirates immediately sprang into action despite not having seen the enemy. As they quickly finished these tasks, 2 figures appeared before them. One was the smoking male Navy colonel they had seen twice before, and the other. Noah drew his slender blade. Leave Smoker to you, he'll handle that guy. Noah's expression turned serious. Though Bogart was jokingly called the Sword King, he had followed Garp for decades, participating in the Battle of God Valley, and later hunting down the Roger pirates with Garp. While he might not possess the strength of a royal level, he was at least an elite vice admiral, perhaps even at the level of a warlord. Faced with such an opponent, Noah felt both nervous and excited. Initially, he had planned to test his mettle against Crocodile upon entering the Grand Line, but that was no longer necessary. Noah lightly stepped on the deck, a swirling silver whirlwind enveloping him. In an instant, he transformed into a silver arrow of wind and shot forward. On the sea, Bogart's eyes suddenly glinted with a red light. Tilting his head aside, and before Smoker could react, a slender sword hardened and wrapped in Haki pierced the air beside. Smoker could even see the air being compressed, causing him to narrow his eyes. With 2 cigars clenched in his mouth and an extremely serious expression, he exclaimed, Noah. Dodging the attack, Noah floated back and said, Smoker, we meet again. This time you've brought a skilled fighter. It seems you really miss me. Smoker replied coldly, a dangerous guy like you is too much of a threat. Is that so? Noah chuckled coldly. With a wave of his hand, he slashed at Smoker, his black watercolored attack infused with intense will, resembling a crescent moon as it buzzed through the air. Its speed was so swift that it didn't give Smoker any time to react. Bogart's feet stomped the air, creating a white vortex, while his right hand rested on the hilt of his sword in a drawing stance. Whoosh! A flash of white light appeared. The black crescent moon was easily split in 2. Bogart said nonchalantly, Young man, your opponent is me. Noah laughed. So it is. Cold sweat dripped from Smoker's forehead as he glared at Noah begrudgingly. No longer wishing to provoke Noah, he transformed into a smoke propulsion device and charged towards Noah's pirate crew with his new cross-shaped weapon embedded with sea prism stone. With Bogart as his senior, Smoker decided to leave the other pirates of Noah's crew to him. Thinking this, he boldly boarded the battleship Sword of Fearlessness. As soon as he stood on the deck, the pirates of Noah's crew raised their flintlock rifles. Flames burst forth and sparks flicked. Bang, 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 bang. A massive and dense barrage of bullets was fired at him all at once. However, these bullets seemed to penetrate the air, passing through Smoker's head, hard arms, and abdomen, without causing any harm, merely stirring up some white smoke. Smoker smiled. The Logia-type devil fruit was still formidable. He couldn't let his encounter with Noah lead him to doubt the strength of the ability he had consumed. Just as he thought this, a sense of danger surged within him. Hearing a whistling sound, Smoker instinctively thrust his cross-shaped weapon wrapped in Haki to the left. He saw a blood-red roundhead iron crutch coming straight at him. Thud! A dull thud echoed, and the immense force pushed Smoker back 7 or 8 steps, while the owner of the roundhead crutch, Akin, remained motionless. Armament Haki. Smoker looked at Akin in shock. However, the danger he faced was far from over. Silently, 5 long sharp blades suddenly appeared. Smoker barely caught a glimpse of a shadow, and immediately leaped to evade. Your reflexes are really quick. Kuro pushed up his round glasses. On his claw-like 10 blades, he also had the Haki wrapped and hardened, shocking Smoker. However, the assault on Smoker did not cease. A massive iron war spear fell from above, aimed at Smoker's head. Unfortunately, without Haki, Kuro merely swung over Smoker's head. Kira's expression turned grim, and Smoker let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that 2 members of Noah's pirate crew, who hadn't even left the East Sea, could use Haki. If this crew entered the New World, how much stronger would they become? They must be captured. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a 3-meter-tall bearded giant with a bald head grinned wickedly, his right fist infused with Haki, swelling up an extremely dangerous aura, gathering into an invisible wind around that fist. Smoker's pupils contracted sharply as the nightmarish scene seemed to manifest again. Daring to charge onto our ship alone, you shall die. Locke's face and neck were bulging with veins twisting and writhing like a dragon. He leaped up, his massive right fist smashing towards Smoker, causing the air to recoil in all directions, forming a vacuum-like passage. Void Fist. The fist produced waves of air solidly striking Smoker's chest. At this critical moment Smoker's danger alert hit its peak, and in an instant his eyes glowed red. Boom. A cloud of white smoke burst forth. Locke landed, his menacing face instantly drenched in cold sweat. The muscles in his right arm, which had just bulged, shrank slightly, still emitting hot steam. Locke, you were too impulsive. You haven't fully mastered this move, and shouldn't have used it like that, Akin said, glancing at the flying Smoker before turning back to Locke. I just wanted to deal with him quickly to help Captain Noah, Locke replied, his brow twitching, and his right arm was already cramping with pain. Akin shook his head, letting it go. He was about to turn to look at Noah, when he saw a shadow darting like a meteor crashing heavily onto the deck, sending wood splinters flying. Akin and the others turned pale at the sight. From the shattered wood, Noah, clad in black and cut to shreds by blades, stood up and jumped onto the intact deck, bearing several wounds. Noah! Nami exclaimed, holding her Black Star flintlock, looking at Noah in shock. In her eyes, their usually composed captain had been sent flying after just one encounter. I'm fine. Noah lightly wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, estimating Bogart's various abilities in his mind. There was no doubt about the high-level swordsmanship and high-level physical skills. The strength of his armament Haki and observation Haki remained uncertain. However, one thing he was very clear about was that his standard panel had no means to deal with this Sword King. What a formidable opponent. Noah grabbed the tattered pieces of his black clothing and tore them away, revealing a strong, muscular upper body. The small cuts inflicted by Bogart's blade were visibly healing. Noah grinned widely, looking at Bogart as he approached him with moonlit steps, preparing to draw his sword. Come on, delight me, Navy. Arrogant. Boga's expression remained calm, as ever. He exerted force with his right hand on the hilt of his sword. A flash of arc light suddenly appeared. The members of the Noah pirates stared in shock. Ahead, a terrifying flying slash over 100 meters long sliced through the sea, heading straight towards the battleship War Sword, where Noah stood. Seeing this horrifying slash that could divide the sea in an instant, the pirates were stunned, but they did not sit idle. Balu instantly transformed into a 5-meter-tall Iron Shield man, his arms crossed, in a defensive posture. Akin stepped forward with his crutches, and an illusory blood-red serpent shadow materialized. Zhang Ao and the Catman brothers, even ordinary pirates, took on fighting stances. Boga raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "You really are a formidable group of pirates, but your journey ends here." Not necessarily. Noah stepped forward, the drizzle condensing into his armed Haki, transforming his sword into... In a daze, a colossal wave of sound erupted from Noah's drizzle sword. At the same time, Noah's body suddenly his legs, elongated toes morphing into eagle claws, arms changing into wings, his mouth forming into a beak, his dark eyes completely shifting to golden pupils, and silver plumage sprouting from his body, like metallic scales, causing his height to surge from 2 meters to 4. Black water clung to the drizzle, soared a swirl of silver wind, also enveloping it. Boom. A bolt of lightning fell from the swirling black clouds above, striking Noah. This terrifying thunder did not harm him, instead it intimately surrounded him, adding more lightning to the drizzle. Mythical beast. Boga could no longer maintain his calm, shock evident on his serious face. Noah's arm transformed into an eagle's wing wrapping around the hilt of the drizzle sword. He swung it. A flying slash that far exceeded Boga's 100-meter slash manifested the black water resembling a tumultuous sea, effortlessly shattering Boga's flying slash, the residual force splitting the sea even wider, revealing a deep chasm over 100 meters. Boga retreated sideways in a swift movement, easily evading Noah's attack. At that moment, a figure appeared, as if expecting it, wielding a flickering lightning black blade aimed straight at his neck. A flash of red light appeared in Boga's eyes as he leaned back, the blade just grazing past his face. However, having dodged that strike, a gigantic silver wing descended upon him. Its speed was so fast that even with his observation Haki, Boga could not evade in time. He could only wrap his sword in armed Haki, positioning it defensively. But what met him was the astonishing force of the silver wing, like a massive shockwave as Boga was sent flying. He can use observation Haki too. Boga stomped backward, causing the air to ripple as he regained his footing after a few. Noah spread his wings, moving as swiftly as lightning. Boga slashed downward, but Noah dodged as if pushed by an Noah spread his wings, moving as swiftly as lightning. Boga slashed downward, but Noah dodged as if pushed by an invisible wind, countering with a strike of his own, and Boga blocked Noah's attack with his sword. Mythical beast, you're indeed a formidable opponent. Boga regained his composure, his face once again calm, and Noah's beak opened, a stream of silver wind coalescing, surrounded by thunder instantly spewing forth like a beam towards Boga's face. Yet Boga no longer avoided it, his dark-skinned armed Haki instantly wrapping and hardening. Noah's attack, which could easily pierce steel, didn't even touch Boga's skin, being blocked entirely. Advanced armed Haki. Noah's heart sank. At that moment, Boga's blade rose, a terrifying black aura emanating from it, almost coalescing into lightning. The external armed Haki and internal destruction. I can't take it, Hedon. Noah's heart raced with alarm. He flapped his wings, lightning flickering around him as the silver wind surged. Suddenly, he shifted back over 100 meters, causing Boga's upward slashing attack to miss. Did I not deceive you? Boga's brow furrowed slightly. He had not used this tactic before, wanting to lure Noah into closing the distance. He had not expected to be discovered. Those eyes were truly fearsome. Boga locked eyes with Noah's golden gaze. He was unsure of Noah's abilities. But Noah could transform into a silver eagle controlling the powers of wind and thunder. His golden pupils displayed a perception comparable to observation Haki, even at a level of depth surpassing ordinary observation Haki. His armed Haki is generally strong, his swordsmanship is not lacking, his physical skills are excellent, and he wields an unknown powerful mythical beast. Boga assessed. A character like you on the Grand Line would be quite troublesome, better to stay here. Boga charged forward, stepping on air, unleashing a speed that rivaled Noah's in that moment. Noah's pupils constricted. He calculated Boga's various attributes and abilities in his heart. Advanced swordsmanship, advanced physical skills, advanced armed Haki, advanced observation, Haki, and mastery of moonwalk or rokushiki. He calculated Boga's various attributes and abilities in his heart. Advanced swordsmanship, advanced physical skill. In Noah's view, a Navy Rear Admiral would need to elevate swordsmanship or physical skills to the intermediate level, then raise armed Haki and observation Haki to the beginner level to be considered a minimum standard for Rear Admiral strength. An average giant Rear Admiral would possess such strength. If both armed Haki and observation Haki were upgraded to the intermediate level, that would be a standard Rear Admiral. If this Rear Admiral could elevate swordsmanship, physical skills, armed Haki, or include Devil Fruit abilities to an advanced level, then they would be a solid elite Rear Admiral. Virgo and later Smoker are of such strength. One has armed Haki, the other possesses Devil Fruit abilities, with the outstanding Squirrel representing swordsmanship and the Ghost Spider representing Devil Fruit abilities. Such strength is an absolute mainstay in any major force. If one can elevate any of these capabilities to the pinnacle, they would be touching the threshold of the Admiral level. For example, certain individuals among the 7 Warlords, 3 Admirals, and 3 Calamities. Boga may not have reached the pinnacle in any one area, but all that he could master was of advanced intensity. Such opponents, when facing those of a lower tier, could easily exert a dimensional suppression. Even when confronting opponents slightly stronger than himself, he could still manage to hold his own. Boga sheathed his sword, gliding through the air with the grace of flying akin to teleportation, arriving before Noah in the blink of an eye. Not only was his draw as swift as lightning, but even with Noah's all-knowing eye, a capability comparable to advanced observation Haki, he still saw only a blur before discovering the unnamed black blade had already struck solidly against his chest. A spray of blood shot forth, sending Noah flying. However, no joy was seen in Boga's eyes. Instead, he furrowed his brow deeply, fully utilizing his observation Haki. A bad premonition surged from ahead. The silver figure that had been sent flying was changing shape again. Bojack furrowed his brows, feeling a sense of unease at Noah's sudden change. With this thought in mind, he stepped onto the air, causing 2 explosions of chi. With both hands gripping the sword, he combined the intensity of advanced armed Haki with the extension technique of both external and internal destruction. A few strands of black energy surged from the blade, resembling black lightning and swirling like smoke. Bojack fixed his gaze on Noah, ready to strike with a single slash. At this moment, aboard the invincible warship military blade, Baru gripped his right arm tightly, conjuring a 10-meter-long, half-meter thick black steel spear. In Noah's pirate crew, no one besides Noah possessed the ability to fly, but that didn't mean they would just watch. Baru wielded the black steel spear while Crick's arms bulged as he gripped his battle lance. Klo placed his hand on Crick's massive iron battle lance, extending his armed Haki to enhance its strength. Klo shouted loudly. Crick's veins bulged as he exerted strength, striking the battle lance towards the black steel spear. At the same time, Klo shouted loudly. Crick's veins bulged as he exerted strength, striking the battle lance towards the black steel spear. At the same time, Baru made a forceful throwing motion. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the air, sweeping forth a wave of chi. The black steel spear was hurled away by the combined force of Baru and Crick. A ghostly figure tinged with blood leapt onto the massive black steel spear and flew out. Bojack's eyes flashed with a red glow. He switched from holding the sword with both hands to one hand, striking with his free left arm. The armed Haki surged out, causing the sharp black steel spear to be repelled before it could get close to Bojack, while the internal destruction of the armed Haki penetrated the black steel spear, causing it to shatter instantly. Blood tooth break. A pair of round-head iron hammers transformed into the blood-colored fangs of a giant serpent lunging towards Bojack. Bojack's expression changed slightly. Iron block. His muscles tensed, and the armed Haki enveloped him instantly. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Ajin's face suddenly turned pale. His all-out strike couldn't even force Bojack to retreat. Not bad in strength, the technique is decent, but the intensity of the armed Haki is too weak. Bojack offered a fair assessment. Ajin was stunned, swinging a hammer towards Bojack's face. Bojack raised his left foot. Storm leg arrow. He kicked out with a swift motion. A wave of light resembling an arrow emerged from Bojack's foot. The light wave surged forward like a true arrow. Ajin hurriedly used armed Haki for defense, but his supposedly strong defense was instantly shattered. The entire body was pierced through by the storm leg arrow, struck by an overwhelming force that sent him flying into the sea, splashing water everywhere, leaving behind a pool of blood. Captain Ajin. The pirates of Noah's crew turned pale. In their eyes, Ajin, who was only weaker than Noah, had been taken out in an instant. Hurry and save him. Nami shouted at the pirates. Having dealt with the troublesome ones, Bojack no longer focused on that side. As long as he dealt with Noah, the pirate crew was just a group of small fry. However, with Ajin and the others delaying things, a white vortex appeared on Noah's side. This vortex was not large, only about a meter in diameter. It emerged from within Noah, visibly pulling in the surrounding air, forming a storm eye that expanded at an unimaginable. In an instant it grew to 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. And it continued to expand. The sea began to churn under the influence of this immense pulling force, the surrounding air spinning violently. Like a black hole that swallowed all, Bojack realized that the air currents around him were being drawn in, and he even felt an invisible hand trying to pull him inside. As for Noah, who executed this move, Bojack could no longer see him. His brows furrowed and his expression grew serious. He gazed at the silver-white vortex, which was dark and devoid of light inside, like a massive eye fixated on him, seemingly trying to pull him into an unknown abyss to enact a divine punishment. For no reason, a hint of fear inexplicably arose in Bojack's heart. But soon his resilient willpower drove that him. At that moment the vortex actually surged towards him. The wind tunnel had already grown to several dozen meters in size, moving towards him. It seemed slow, but reached him in the blink of an eye, the immense pulling force drawing him towards the vortex's center. Bojack frowned, sensing something was amiss. The white whirlwind spiraling around the black vortex howled like a blade, emitting a sharp, whistling sound. If he fell inside, it would be no different from jumping into a meat grinder. Although Bojack was confident in his mastery of iron block and armed Haki, their defenses would keep him safe. However, when battling a powerful opponent, Haki could not be wasted casually. That thought flashed through his mind as Bojack stepped onto the air, deploying the moon step technique to distance himself from the vortex. But at that moment Noah, who had been inactive, reappeared. A dark celestial general, a massive eagle shadow, emerged. The eagle shadow was not solid, appearing both real and illusory. Bojack instinctively looked up at the sky and his eyes widened in shock. He couldn't see how large the eagle shadow was, but the head of the giant eagle, which seemed real, yet was illusory, completely covered the surrounding sea. And within that giant eagle's head there was a small figure, Noah. Noah's golden vertical pupils stared down at Bojack, and as the eagle's beak opened, the illusory giant eagle also opened its beak. Eye of the celestial realm. Noah's cold voice descended from the heavens. From the giant eagle's mouth, a silver-white hurricane vortex larger than the one below appeared. At that moment the sea churned violently, the water surged backwards crazily, ascending towards the sky, like a dragon sucking water. 5 pirate ships were tossed about by the water, but Klo reacted quickly. Klo shouted, "Baru, use your ability to connect the 5 ships together." Baru immediately gripped the railing, letting out a beastly roar. "Give me out!" Rolling hot air erupted from Barra's body, and a large amount of steel surged madly, spilling out like iron mud, welding the 5 pirate ships together in a bizarre manner. On the sea, several pirates desperately tried to rescue Ajin, finally pulling him onto the iron ship after he was pierced through the abdomen. "Hurry! Hurry and stop the bleeding!" one pirate shouted. Nami clung tightly to the railing, which had been coated with a layer of iron mud, her orange hair wildly blowing in the wind. Her face pained, but she endured and looked towards the distance. A massive column of seawater spiraled upward into the sky. Above the sky was a giant white storm eye. Bojack found himself at the center, feeling as if he were paper being pulled back and forth by the terrifying suction. However, he was a strong fighter who had battled alongside Carp for many years. "Being in such an environment is extremely disadvantageous for me. I must break it first." Bojack raised his eyes towards the eye of the celestial realm high in the sky. This terrifying force of wind could easily destroy a nation. Bojack held his sword with both hands. This time, he would not hold back his advanced armed Haki. "Come on." His expression turned cold, and the blade, glowing with armed Haki, emitted a black aura as he slashed upward. Buzz! A blinding light of the sword suddenly appeared in this pitch-black sea. It transformed into a giant sword, piercing the heavens. It struck fiercely at the eye of the celestial realm. At that moment the eye of the celestial realm shattered like glass struck. Even the enormous giant eagle, which was difficult to describe, vanished, and the omnipresent black clouds swept away with the wind. Nami and the others turned pale at this sight, their expressions grave. Sweat beaded on Bojack's forehead as he breathed a sigh of relief. With the giant eagle and black clouds gone, the sunlight poured down from the clear sky. Bojack smiled, but it quickly froze. Nami, Klo, and the others were overjoyed. In the sky a silver figure slowly descended with the sunlight, a wild smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Drops of sweat trickled down Bojack's forehead. His feet instinctively performed the moon step, keeping him perpetually suspended in the air. He gazed at the silver figure that shimmered under the sunlight. On this young face was a strikingly handsome and sharp visage. Long silver hair flowed wildly, adorned with a mysterious pattern on his forehead, and golden eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. His expression was both dignified and tinged with a hint of disdain towards the world, emanating an overwhelming sense of danger. Below his neck his torso was defined with human-like muscularity, with a radiant holy pattern glowing at the center of his chest. Behind him was a pair of magnificent giant silver wings, their edges swirling with silver whirlwinds and lightning. Below his waist his body had completely transformed into a beastly form. His legs were covered with thick layered bird wing-like silver-black scales, transforming his lower limbs into powerful avian legs, ending in sharp, robust claws of an eagle. From the rear of his hips sprouted a cluster of short, delicate silver-tail feathers. Looking at his arms, they were a hybrid of human and beast, with silver feathers embedded like armor along the sides of his arms, forming a noble feathered armor on his shoulders. His hands remained human, but the fingertips were sharp, resembling the claws of an eagle. Noah was enveloped in silver whirlwinds and thunder, wielding a fine rain sword, its armed color fully enveloping and solidifying, attaching wind and thunder to it. As he beheld Noah's beastly form, Boj felt cold sweat on his forehead. Nami and the others displayed expressions of reverence. So handsome. Woo! Locke was the first to cheer. Captain, this look is so imposing. Balu was already exhausted, lying down while trying to squint at Noah in the distance. Nami crossed her arms and said, Noah, this guy is actually quite handsome. Noah briefly felt the power of his beastly. His swordsmanship showed no changes, but under the enhancement of wind and thunder it possessed elevated power. In terms of physical abilities, he was equally at a high level. The armed color was slightly weaker, but with the support of wind and thunder, it was still formidable. Regarding the observation color, his omniscient eye was by no means inferior. And now in his beastly form his endurance would reach its peak. Noah's massive silver wings suddenly flared, and he transformed into a silver lightning bolt, appearing before Boj in the blink of an eye. With the fine rain sword, the powers of wind and thunder along with his armed color swept towards Boj without reservation. Boj immediately twisted his wrist, positioning his sword in front. Zzzzt. Amidst the clash of metal, sparks flared alongside the thunder. Noah's silver wings flared out violently. Divine feather arrow. On his silver wings, feathers stood upright, intertwining silver whirlwinds and thunder, transforming into streaks of silver light shooting out. Sensing the tremendous threat, Boj did not dare to confront this directly as he did with Akin. His feet stepped on the air repeatedly, creating ripples in the surrounding atmosphere. Boj swiftly retreated, wielding his long knife, slashing back and forth. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of sparks erupted before Boj. Another silver feather shot towards him. Boj blocked it with his blade, which just happened to cover his vision. Thunder and silver winds appeared behind a black long knife aimed straight at his neck. Boj's eyes glowed red. He swiftly crouched to evade, thrusting his blade backward in a counterattack towards Noah. Noah's wings burst open, scattering silver feathers coalescing into silver light at his chest. Divine feather shield. Noah spoke lightly. Boj's blade tip struck the silver feather shield, breaking through, but losing its power, unable to advance further against Noah's chest. Noah raised the fine rain sword, bringing it down in a direct strike. Boj's left palm fiercely slapped the air beside him. Moonstep palm wave. With a bang, a shockwave surged, propelling Boj away. Noah's golden eyes flickered. He instantly memorized the moon step used by Boj. After dodging Noah's strike, Boj's sweat soaked his eyes. A drop of sweat slid down from his forehead, falling from his nose into the sea. His slight panting indicated that Boj was not without considerable exhaustion. After all, since leaving Karp as ordered, he had been in a constant state of travel. Although he hadn't engaged in high-intensity battles, his stamina was not greatly depleted. However, after clashing with Noah of equal caliber, the drawbacks of his earlier stamina depletion became apparent. After all, he was not young anymore. While he wasn't as old as Karp, he was still over 60. A full day of relentless travel, coupled with the exertion from unleashing his accumulated ultimate move, Eye of the Celestial Realm. Just heavy breathing and sweating was a terrifying sign of fatigue. However, can you still hold on? Noah's voice drifted in the wind. Boj sidestepped the silver wind, accompanied by streaks of thunder swept past. The black blade let out a whistling sound, seemingly lamenting that the previous strike did not hit Boj. You should worry about yourself instead. Boj snorted coldly. At this point, he could no longer maintain his initial calm. The man before him was not the growing figure he had imagined. You're getting old, it's time to retire and enjoy your old age. A black blade accompanied by white wind and blue lightning smoothly slashed towards Boj. You're getting old, it's time to retire and enjoy your old age. A black blade accompanied by white wind and blue lightning smoothly slashed towards Boj's back. Boj turned and struck out with his knife, engaging in a contest with Noah. Noah, iron block steel. Boj shouted, his forehead suddenly shining with a bright steel color, a surge of black. He tilted his head back, revealing his aged forehead beneath the hat. Beneath that forehead, filled with age-related wrinkles, a mass of dark energy began to coalesce. Noah, iron block steel. Boj shouted, his forehead suddenly shining with a bright steel color, a surge of black armed color seeming to be ready to erupt. He used his head as a weapon, launching a headbutt directly at Noah. It was infused with Boj's advanced armed color, possessing the internal destructive capability to break through basic defenses. If this move landed, even if Noah did not suffer a head injury, a brain concussion was inevitable. In a balanced battle, if one side encountered such a disadvantage, defeat was the only outcome. Noah instantly understood this situation. He opened his mouth wide, unleashing the Haki of Conquerors, which had rarely been used before, without reservation. Get lost. In a furious shout, a dark aura swept out from Noah, solidifying the surrounding sea for 10 miles. The sea breeze came to a halt, the waves froze, and the sky darkened instantaneously. The shocked and worried gazes of Noah's crew were frozen in place. Even Boj, whose head was only an inch from Noah's, seemed to be pressed on pause. Under the sea, countless fish floated to the surface, belly up. The pirates of Noah's crew rolled their eyes and fainted one by one. In front of Noah, Boj's head grew dizzy, slowing his head but prompting Noah to quickly evade. Seizing the opportunity while Boj was completely unprepared for Noah's use of Haki, Noah's golden eyes gleamed brightly. He switched from one-handed to two-handed grip on his sword as a surge of tidal waves erupted around him. The towering waves seemed to gather behind Noah. His arms bulged with veins, and he transformed into a silver arrow shooting forth. Tide breaker. With a single slash he struck Boj, blood splattering everywhere. In Noah's fierce gaze, Boj's figure crashed through the air, arching down into the sea, creating a splash. After delivering that final slash, Noah did not immediately check whether Bogart was alive or dead. Instead, he spread his wings and soared back to the ship. To guard against Bogart's devastating fully charged attack, imbued with overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, Noah abandoned all restraint, releasing his own Conqueror's Haki without reservation. Thus across the entire Noah pirate crew, only the senior officer Clove remained upright, drenched in sweat, while among the junior officers Locke and Krieg retained consciousness. The rest were incapacitated. Jean had been gravely wounded and rendered unconscious by Bogart's Rokushiki Rankyako arrow. Nami, lacking sufficient strength, collapsed from the shockwave, and Baru, having overextended his devil fruit ability, faltered under the strain. Zango and the Cat brothers had yet to mature enough to withstand even the mid-tier intensity of Noah's Conqueror's Haki, leaving only 3 crew members still conscious aboard the ship. "Captain, are you all right?" Locke rushed forward to ask. Noah offered no reply, his gaze fixed instead upon Baru's deactivated ability, its effect dissolving now that Baru had been knocked unconscious by Noah's own Haki. The 5 vessels were no longer linked together. "Wake the others. Evacuate this place," Noah commanded. Without glancing at Locke, Krieg, or Clove, he strode directly into the captain's cabin. In his hybrid human-beast form, Noah stood 4 meters tall, double his usual 2-meter height, but upon entering the cabin his towering frame shrank like a deflated balloon. His silvery feathered scales receded entirely, revealing his original form. His flowing silver hair shortened and darkened into black tousled locks, while his golden vertically slit pupils softened into ordinary black eyes. As the beast form dissolved, Noah slumped onto the stolen royal throne of Maramelia, exhaling deeply. That single breath unleashed an overwhelming wave of exhaustion. Sweat broke out across his body in torrents, soaking him as if he'd just been hauled dripping from the sea, a profound weariness surging up from his very marrow. Even the newly appeared status interface flickering before his eyes when unheeded, his eyelids fell shut, and he collapsed into deep absolute slumber upon the throne. In the open sea, crimson blood welled upward, staining the water scarlet. A slender tendril of white smoke coiled downward like a rope, plunging into the depths. Then moments later, a man with a grievously lacerated abdomen was hauled to the surface. Bogart blinked open, weary, bloodshot eyes amid ragged coughing. "I am still alive." Though he had barely fended off Noah's unrestrained full-power strike with armament Haki, it had only spared him from being bisected. He had instantly suffocated and blacked out upon hitting the water, certain he would perish. Yet here he was, alive. "Senior Officer Bogart, you are most certainly still alive." Smoker stood before him, drenched in sweat, wreathed in white smoke, and bleeding profusely from countless wounds, his body a tapestry of crimson, scarcely better off than Bogart himself. At the very instant Locke's vacuum punch was about to land, Smoker's long elusive observation, Haki, finally awakened. Though he failed to evade the blow entirely, he absorbed at least half its force. Aware of the formidable strength within Noah's crew, Smoker, though fiercely righteous, had carefully assessed his own limits. He'd stayed hidden, intending to intervene only after Bogart defeated Noah. Instead, Bogart had fallen to Noah. Had Smoker not acted, Bogart would have perished moments later. Smoker glanced toward the distant pirate ship where Locke, Krieg, and Clove were gradually rousing their comrades, his heart tightening with bitter resignation. Noah and his crew surpassed even his darkest expectations. His own strength was simply insufficient to interfere. Yet, Smoker's resolve did not waver, his gaze remained unwavering. "I will not give up." Already he was devising a rigorous regimen to push his limits. Every moment of complacency during his elite naval training at Marine headquarters would now be reclaimed, intensified, and redeemed. Using swirling smoke to cradle Bogart, Smoker cast one last solemn glance backward, then carried him swiftly toward Maramelia, where a supporting fleet awaited along with physicians capable of treating both men. One day later at Maramelia Island's harbor, Bogart's torso was swathed in thick bandages, while Smoker once again resembled a mummified figure wrapped head to toe. Smoker's aide saluted sharply, his expression grim. "Vice Admiral Bogart." "Captain Smoker." Through layers of gauze, Smoker's muffled voice demanded, "Report. What is the state of Maramelia?" "A youth named Grom has assumed control of Maramelia. No, has been crowned its new king." The aide drew a slow breath. Following the deaths of every royal and noble family member in the capital, Grom was proclaimed monarch by the people of Maramelia. The nobles' deaths. Smoker was no fool. He already grasped the implication. The new king claims these atrocities were committed by the Noah pirates who looted the national treasury, portraying themselves as innocent victims. "A fine victim indeed," Smoker scoffed bitterly, then exhaled slowly, almost thoughtfully. "Perhaps that is for..." He knew Maramelia well. Though free from the burden of Sky Island gold, its populace suffered under tyranny, corrupt, cruel, irredeemable. In truth, Noah had done the world a grim necessary service. What a terrifying protege, Bogart murmured, his face grave. Even now, searing pain and numbness tore through his abdomen. Swordsmanship, hand-to-hand combat, mythical Zoan type, devil fruit armament, Haki, Conqueror's Haki. His gaze drifted beyond the harbor, out across the vast sunlit expanse of sea and sky. A monster has emerged. The Grand Line. Marine headquarters, Marine Fort. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku's expression remained frozen in disbelief. Garp. His neck veins bulged with tension. "What did you say?" "Bogart has been defeated." As Garp's longtime comrade Sengoku knew Bogart's capabilities intimately, perhaps none of his skills reached the pinnacle of their kind, but each stood near the apex with no discernible weakness. On the open seas he ranked firmly among the second tier of power, unmatched by all but the Emperor-class titans. And yet a pirate who had surfaced mere months ago in the East Blue had vanquished this veteran warrior. Granted, the victory appeared narrow, their strengths were nearly matched. But still, a Conqueror's Haki user, and a mythical Zoan wielder Garp. Is this truly confirmed? Sengoku's voice was heavy with gravity. On the East Blue's doghead warship, Garp dug his nose and roared with laughter. Absolutely true. Bogart got utterly crushed. Huh. You insufferable buffoon. How can you laugh at a time like this? Spittle sprayed from Sengoku's mouth, splattering the nearby den mushy, which mimicked Garp's expression, exasperated, speechless. What a tiresome pair of old men I serve, sighed the mollusk telepathically. Bogart lives and Maramelia's scum are all dead. That's cause for celebration, Sengoku. Cheer up. Garp planted his hands on his hips and laughed heartily into the sea breeze. How could I possibly cheer? Every noble in Maramelia has been slaughtered. Do you grasp the political fallout? Sengoku bellowed, spittle flying anew, drenching the resigned den mushy until it glistened. They're all accusing the Marines of incompetence. Garp kept digging his nose. So what? Just raise his bounty. Oh, and Ace refused the Shichibukai offer, didn't he? Try extending it to this brat instead. He's lawless. Send him to keep company with those restless New World beasts. Sengoku frowned, then paused, genuinely pondering. It might just work. Noah, the captain of the fearless battleship Blade, heard a knock on his cabin door from Nami. Got it. He replied as he stepped out, his black pants and white shirt draped with a black coat resembling a cape. His shirt was not fully buttoned, exposing a small part of Noah's chest. As he stepped outside, he noticed the deck beneath him bore clear signs of repairs, remnants from the fierce battle he had with Bogart. Reaching the bow of the ship, Noah looked ahead. In front of him, the red Earth continent stretched across the horizon, with a turbulent sea current rushing upstream, the salty sea scent, and the sound of waves filling his senses. Upon closer inspection, the place known as Reverse Mountain was littered with the wrecks of pirate ships on both sides. A pirate's graveyard, the Grand Line. Kuro and the others gazed ahead, their faces filled with excitement and apprehension. However, they were deeply concerned. Could their ship withstand such a steep slope and raging currents? They couldn't help but look at Noah, their great captain, who appeared relaxed. He discreetly glanced at the previous battle against Bogart. Though there were only 2 opponents, the entire Noah pirate crew took part, thus it could be considered a small-scale battle. Battle summary: defeated Navy Bogart and Smoker. Small-scale participants: 235 experience, gained swordsmanship 1355, a body techniques 1001, a devil fruit ability 823, armament Haki 550, observation Haki 411, Conqueror's Haki 55, synchronized embedding akin 97. Swordsmanship 542, body techniques 400, armament Haki 220, observation Haki 164, Conqueror's Haki 22, synchronized embedding rock 95. Swordsmanship 406, body techniques 300, armament Haki 165, observation Haki 123, Conqueror's Haki 16. Synchronized embedding Nami 90. Swordsmanship 121, body techniques 100, armament Haki 55, observation Haki 41, Conqueror's Haki 5, synchronized embedding Kuro 90. Swordsmanship 121, body techniques 100, armament Haki 55, observation Haki 41. Conqueror's Haki 5. Clearly, despite having only 2 opponents, the experience gain was the highest ever. What surprised Noah even more was that apart from the experience gained from the devil fruit ability, the experience from Conqueror's Haki actually benefited the 4 crew members embedded in the battle system. Did this not imply that even Nami had the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki? Compared to this discovery, Kira's loyalty increase after witnessing his captain's formidable strength seemed trivial. In the battle against Bogart, gaining experience was a minor detail. What Noah truly gained was a significant enhancement after his first real clash with a powerful foe. Name: Fernandez. Noah: swordsmanship, intermediate, body techniques, intermediate, armament Haki, intermediate, observation Haki none, Conqueror's Haki, intermediate, devil fruit ability, Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast form, Veðrfölnir, intermediate character, embedding 046 akin, 97 rock, 95 Nami, 90 Kuro 90. The most significant gain from this battle was the devil fruit ability advancing from beginner to intermediate. This was also why Noah could unleash the Eye of the Celestial Realm, which drained a significant amount of Bogart's stamina. However, activating the Eye of the Celestial Realm required charging time. If not for Akin and the others delaying Bogart for a bit, Noah would not have been able to complete the transformation so easily. Now Noah's control over the Veðrfölnir fruit's abilities had reached new heights. If he were to battle Bogart in his prime again, although he wouldn't dominate, he would be much more composed. The beginner-level Veðrfölnir fruit abilities could be elevated to advanced. Although intermediate-level abilities wouldn't elevate Noah's physical strength to the peak, they brought him close in all aspects. With a higher mastery of his abilities, he had gained a deeper understanding of the wind and thunder that accompanied the fruit powers. Noah's eyes transformed into golden vertical pupils, and a silvery wind rippled around him. Everyone follow me, we are entering the Grand Line. Noah grinned widely. The silvery wind immediately spiraled, creating a strong airflow that blew towards the 5 pirate ships. Nami and the others looked at the white wind in astonishment as they saw it swirling around the 5 pirate ships, lifting them up into the air. It was as if an invisible giant hand was grasping the 5 pirate ships, lifting them into the sky. Oh! The pirates cheered, celebrating the magnificent power of their captain Noah. Nami's face lit up with a smile, not expecting that the fearsome reverse mountain could be crossed by Noah in such a manner. Soon the silvery wind transformed into white clouds, effortlessly lifting the 5 ships over Reverse Mountain, officially entering the Grand Line. At that moment, a massive shadow loomed, darkening the already cloudy sky. What kind of monster is that? The pirates widened their eyes, gazing ahead as a giant whale surged toward the Red Earth continent. Though it was only beside the pirates, they could still feel the terror of such a monstrous creature. Is that a giant island whale, Laboon? Noah murmured to himself. Nami tilted her head. Do you know it? Noah controlled the power of the wind, gently lowering the 5 pirate ships onto the sea. Ahead, a lighthouse appeared, marking the entrance to the Grand Line, Twin Cape. The pirate ship sailed forward while Laboon continued to ram into the Red Earth continent without concern. Beneath the lighthouse, an elderly man sat on a sun chair reading a newspaper. This old man was stout, bald on top, with long white hair hanging down the sides and back of his head. A yellow ornamental piece resembling saffron petals circled around his head with purple tips. He wore round, thin-framed glasses and sported a prominent middle-parted white beard. Upon seeing the pirate ship approach, the elder, dressed in a pink short-sleeved shirt and flip-flops, stood up. His gaze first landed on Noah, then quickly scanned the others. He couldn't help but be astonished. What an outstanding and promising pirate crew. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he quietly returned to his sun chair and looked at Noah, saying, "Hey young man, can you disperse these clouds? Otherwise." Kuroka's wore a serious expression. It might lead to trouble. Noah raised an eyebrow. While the other pirates could not sense how strong Kuroka's was, the aura surrounding this old man exuded a presence of a power. Could he be a powerhouse on par with Bogart? The pirates couldn't help but ponder, feeling a mix of awe. Is this truly the Grand Line? They had just entered and already encountered such a formidable character. Everyone felt tense, gripping their weapons tightly, creating an atmosphere thick with tension, as if a disagreement could erupt into a brawl at any moment. A strange expression flashed across Noah's face as he leaned against the bow, arms crossed. Something happened. Kuroka glanced at Noah with a newspaper in hand, his expression grave. Of course it's me. It's you. Lock in the... No, what are you pretending for? They were deeply speechless. Kuroka stood up, appearing frail, and said, "Young man, let this old man bask in the sun more often." Noah smiled, and the dark clouds that had covered the sky dissipated in an instant. Labu looked at Noah's pirate crew with confusion before continuing to crash into his own. Seeing Noah being so easy to talk to, Kuroka was somewhat surprised and solemnly asked, "Young man, do you have something to do?" Noah replied with a smile, "I think you're quite good. Would you be interested in joining my ship?" As he spoke, a dark aura suddenly surged from Noah's body, almost materializing into a massive wave of energy that darkened the area once again, causing the air to stagnate instantly. A flicker of shock flashed across Kuroka's face. He had indeed seen quite a bit of Conqueror's Haki, but it remained a rare phenomenon in the world. Just because something is concentrated in certain areas doesn't mean it's common. I will become the strongest in this world. My ship is in need of a doctor, and I think you would be a great fit. Noah made a serious invitation. Kuroka's companions were taken aback, looking at him. This old man didn't seem ordinary. Could he really be a powerhouse recognized by the captain? Kuroka, upon hearing this, showed a look of astonishment, then shook his head. "Young man, at my age, am not suited for the adventures of the sea. I apologize." Noah raised an eyebrow. Kuroka's response was within expectations. This former ship doctor of the Roger Pirates was now in retirement. It seemed impossible to bring him back into action. Noah shrugged. "What a pity. Since that's the case, I would like to buy something from you." Kuroka asked in confusion. "What do you—" Noah pointed to Nami. "My navigator needs a log pose for the Grand Line. By the way, do you have a permanent log pose to Water 7? Kuroka glanced at the orange-haired girl beside Noah. "I have the log pose, but I don't have the permanent log pose to Water." What a shame. Noah shook his head. Water 7 was quite important to him. It wasn't because of CP9 or anything like that, but rather because Noah as a pirate still did not have a ship tailored for him. The warship military sword of Krieg was nice, but it fell short in many aspects. "Do you have a permanent log pose to Little Garden?" Noah asked again. He was quite interested in the giant pirate crew, and though the possibility was slim, he thought he would check it out. "I really do have that." Kuroka soon brought out 2 log poses. One was a log pose, and the other pointed to Little Garden. Nami purchased the log poses with berries from Kuroka. After the transaction, Noah did not linger and waved goodbye to Kuroka as the 5 pirate ships sailed away. After distancing themselves, a dark cloud reappeared above the 5 ships, flashing lightning building up, giving a sense of anger suppressed, and about to unleash, making one feel that a thunderstorm could strike at any moment. "Noah, who was that old man just now?" Nami asked while fiddling with the newly acquired log poses. "Just an anonymous ship doctor, very strong. Don't pay too much attention to it," Noah replied casually. Seeing that Noah was unwilling to elaborate, Nami did not press further. An hour later, Noah seemed to sense something and looked up. Nami frowned as she walked out of her room. All the pirates looked up at the sky in unison. Originally, only the 5 ships were covered by the dark clouds while the rest of the sky remained blue and bright. But in the blink of an eye, the area within 100 miles was covered by layers of dark clouds. A cold wind blew from all directions, and Nami's pupils constricted. "Quick, take down the canvas." The pirates were confused, but Nami, as a senior officer, was currently on par with Akin and above Locke and the others. As soon as she spoke, the pirates immediately took down the canvas without Noah's objection. Then a fierce wind blew from all sides and white particles rapidly fell from the sky. That's hail, one pirate exclaimed in shock. The hail fell at an alarming speed, almost like bullets pouring down madly over the area covered by the clouds. This is the Grand Line, Noah said with a smile. Nami shouted, you can still smile. Hurry and get everyone to defend. This hail is too powerful, it's almost on par with bullets. Once it hits the ship, it will definitely leave us with countless holes. It won't. Noah glanced at Baru. Baru, it's your time to perform. Baru took a deep breath and nodded, saying, yes, Captain. Nami's eyes brightened. Yes, they still had Baru their iron wall. Baru clasped his hands together, and his entire body instantly turned a shiny black iron color. Iron wall umbrella. A mass of black substance emerged from Barris' body, transforming into a thick iron pillar, and then centered around the iron pillar hundreds of iron wires extended towards the 5 ships. These iron wires immediately spat out black fabric which spread and connected with the other iron wires. In just a moment, a colossal iron umbrella covered the sky. Then came the continuous sound of bang 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 as the hail pounded down. Although the sound was loud and made one's teeth ache, it could not break through the iron umbrella. Not bad, the fruit's ability has developed further. Noah nodded in satisfaction. Baru wiped the sweat from his forehead and panted, it's all thanks to you, Captain. Otherwise I wouldn't have this power. Noah patted his shoulder. Krieg looked at Baru, who was originally one of his men, with flickering eyes. Ever since Baru consumed the iron fruit, could he still defeat him now? Even could he now compete with Locke and Karak? Krieg clenched his fists. To this day, he had still not mastered the power of observation Haki. Seeing that the hail would not affect the ship, Nami returned to her room to draw her blueprints. Seizing the opportunity of being unable to sail, Noah decided to gather everyone. Today I will teach you new martial arts. Noah addressed the crowd. Locke was the most excited. Captain Noah, what will you? The last technique was empty fist. After experiencing the battle on Melamia Island and facing Smoker, he felt his mind was remarkably clear, and he had mastered this technique quite well. Now the only issue was that he felt his speed had slowed down. Although the empty fist was powerful, the consumption of Haki was significant. If he had to hit a moving target, a slow speed would miss the enemy. What I want to teach you is this. Noah's eyes transformed into vertical pupils. Under the gaze of these all-seeing eyes, he had copied numerous skills from Bogart. He turned to face the sea, raising his right foot. Under the astonished gazes of the pirates, Noah kicked out. Storm kick. A wave of air slash was unleashed from Noah's foot, carving a 100-meter-long cut in the sea, several meters deep. The pirates stood stunned. Seeing Noah unleash the flying slash was hardly surprising, but to execute it with his bare foot, that defied all expectation. This is Rokushiki, the elite martial art mastered by Marines and special divisions of the world government. Noah drew his blade Sayu and pressed its tip directly against the back of his left hand. Under the pirates' bewildered gazes, he drove the blade straight in, yet his left hand tensed taut, and the blade's point struck with a sharp ting, unmistakably the sound of steel meeting iron. Iron body, one of the 6 forms. Though often considered foundational training for armament Haki, it may also be used synergistically with it, forming an exceptionally formidable defensive technique. He sheathed Sayu and lightly tapped his foot upon empty air. Before anyone could register disbelief, a resonant boom echoed as white vapor rippled outward, and Noah launched himself skyward as though standing on solid ground. The pirates had expected him to plummet, but instead the air beneath his foot yielded like stone, propelling him upward with startle. Before their very eyes, Noah crossed his arms and hovered midair, his feet tapping rhythmically at precise intervals above the deck. Each contact striking the void with the weight and precision of a step upon earth, lifting him anew each time. Moonwalk, one of the 6 forms. And the next skill you will master. Their eyes gleamed. This was precisely the technique wielded by the Marine who had clashed fiercely with Noah. Eagerly they watched as Noah stepped again into the air. This time the soft boom swelled into a thunderous concussion, sending concentric shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. Though the sound boomed loudly, the pirates paid it no mind. Riveted instead as Noah's figure flickered across space, like instantaneous teleportation, moving so swiftly that the eye could not track where he would reappear. Locke's gaze sharpened. Though he had never mastered Soru, perhaps this could compensate for his own lack of speed. Meanwhile, Kuro alternated between furrowing and smoothing his brow. Already the most intelligent among them, aside from Noah, and the very creator of Silent Step, he scrutinized Noah's execution of Soru and discerned its limitation. From the moment Noah began flickering, his movement appeared confined strictly to linear trajectories. Yet even this constraint rendered the technique profoundly worthy of study. Perhaps it could help him perfect Shoshi, or even transcend it entirely. Having already gained considerable experience after Bogart's defeat, Kuro's strength had grown. Now witnessing Noah demonstrate Soru firsthand, brilliant insights surged unbidden through his mind. Noah landed lightly upon the deck. Kuro offered a brief apology and dashed toward his private training ground. Moments later, the sharp shink-shink of blades biting steel rang out. Noah raised an eyebrow and smiled. It seems Kuro has grasped something profound. His crew's growing strength filled him with quiet satisfaction. Seeing Noah cease his demonstration, Locke rubbed his gleaming bald head and asked, Captain Noah, didn't you say 6 forms? So far we've seen only 4. Noah's smile froze. He shot Locke a stern glare. Your arithmetic is impeccable, I see. How thoughtful of you. Bogart himself had demonstrated only these 4. Soru even interwoven with Moonwalk. Without battlefield insights granted by his post-combat assessment, and his pair of all-knowing eyes, Noah would have possessed only three. 3 moves, not 4. Locke instantly bowed his head under Noah's gaze, his towering 3-meter frame shrinking humbled, as if he were a 500-pound child before Noah's 2-meter stature. Starting today, you will train in these 4 techniques. Moonwalk is the most demanding, but as I said, you will master it, especially you officers. The difference between flight and grounded existence is incalculable. Air superiority remains an immutable truth, even in realms beyond the mundane. Noah gestured. Ajin, Locke, step forward. Once you've learned them, training responsibility falls to you both. Ajin and Locke nodded. Seizing the moment Noah addressed the assembled crew, effective immediately, Locke assumes the rank of Deputy Combat Captain of the Noah Pirates, and enters the senior officer tier. Baru, Noah called. Still holding his umbrella form, Baru's brow glistened with sweat, only now realizing how taxing his devil fruit ability truly was, unlike Noah's effortless command. His stamina drained relentlessly as though locked in perpetual high-intensity combat. Yes, sir, Baru barked, exhausted, yet his eyes blazed with fierce intensity. From this day forth you are appointed First Squad Combat Captain, Mid-Tier Officer. Zhang Ao will serve as your Deputy, Junior Officer. Yes, sir. Baru beamed with elation as Zhang Ao, startled by his own promotion, flushed with joy. Crick, Noah commanded. Crick stepped forward and bowed deeply. You shall lead the 2nd Squad, Mid-Tier Officer, effective immediately. The Catman brothers serve as your deputies, Junior Officers. Crick nodded solemnly. The Catman brothers grinned broadly. They had finally ascended to officer rank. Ajin, assign 100 members to each squad excluding logistics. Leave vacancies unfilled until reinforcements arrive. Yes, sir, Ajin replied respectfully. With all unassigned roles now formally designated, Noah proceeded to demonstrate, slowly, deliberately, the 4 Rokushiki techniques before the entire crew. Crick nodded solemnly. The Catman brothers grinned broadly. They had finally ascended to officer rank. Ajin, assign 100 members to each squad excluding logistics. Leave vacancies His armament Haki surged rapidly after mastering Bloodfang Break, nearing mid-tier mastery, a level sufficient to earn him the rank of Vice Admiral within Marine Headquarters. With such power, mastering Sora Moonwalk Iron Body and Renkyaku posed little difficulty. By nightfall, the hailstorm and gale had subsided. Baru collapsed unconscious and was carried away to rest, while Ajin, though still unrefined, successfully executed all 4 techniques, leaving the others awestruck. They murmured among themselves, truly worthy of the title Combat Captain. Then, Locke burst into the sea using Soru. Having focused solely on that one move all day, and aided by accumulated battle experience, he'd barely grasped it, yet lacked control, hence his impulsive leap into the water. After retrieving him, Noah retreated to the captain's quarters. Settling onto his opulent gem-encrusted throne, he conjured a wind orb the size of a marble in his palm. He bounced the orb like a rubber ball, watching it ricochet wildly off walls, ceiling, and floor, rebounding with increasing velocity. Noah closed his eyes. A faint elusive presence brushed past him. The wind orb sprang upward, then shot toward him like a bullet. Noah emptied his mind, and instinctively tilted his head backward just as the orb streaked past his nose. Again and again it flew, swift as a bullet, gaining speed with every bounce. Noah rose from his seat, weaving and evading through the chamber with fluid grace. Yet throughout, his eyes remained tightly shut, deliberately suppressing his devil fruit's sensory perception. He dodged purely by instinct, never allowing the orb to strike his body. After 30 minutes, the orb shattered against the gem-studded throne. Noah opened his eyes, crimson light flickering within them. Kenbunshiku Haki Level 1. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the captain's room, a knocking sound echoed. A faint smile appeared on Noah's lip. Outside the door stood 2 individuals, one looking weary as if just awakened, while the other wore a heavy expression, the weight of his armor not nearly as burdensome as the pressure in his heart. Come in, Noah instructed. At that moment, 2 notifications appeared on his system interface. Congratulations, host. The loyalty of the hero unit Baru has reached 90, meeting the conditions for embedding a character with 80 loyalty. Would you like to embed this character? Once embedded, this character will share a portion of the experience gained after battle settlements, calculated separately, not affecting your experience allocation. Current embedding slots 46. Congratulations, host. The loyalty of the hero unit Tankolike has reached 80, meeting the conditions for embedding a character with 80 loyalty. Would you like to embed this character? Once embedded, this character will share a portion of the experience gained after battle settlements, calculated separately, not affecting your experience allocation. Current embedding slots 46. A smile lingered on Noah's lips. Just as he had 2 abilities breaking through to intermediate level, these 2 had already pledged their allegiance, which was quite good. Clyke and Baru walked in. Compared to Baru, who was scratching his head in confusion, Clyke directly knelt on one knee, lowering his proud head. Clyke, what are you doing? Baru asked, bewildered. Noah said, Baru, you can go. This fellow was brought here by Clyke, and now Baru was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. If it weren't for Clyke being his former captain, he wouldn't acknowledge Clyke in such a weary state. Baru nodded sleepily and left, leaving only Noah and Clyke in the room. Is there something you need? Noah asked, knowing. Clyke lowered his head, even more, nearly touching the floor. Please accept me. He shifted from one knee to both knees, prostrating himself. Despite his promotion during the day, Clyke had only been the 3rd strongest in Noah's pirate crew, ranked just below Noah. Even with Kuro joining, his strength was still on par with him. As for Nami, that was different. She was deeply favored by Noah, and was a genius navigator universally recognized, so he had no objections. However, with Kuro and Rock above him, even his former subordinate Baru stood on equal ground with him, and he still hadn't secured the position of the first combat captain. With such a significant disparity, how could he with a naturally changeable mindset endure it? If it were just a matter of status, he could still claim superiority in strength. But now was he truly a match for these three? Rock's empty fist possessed a level of mastery comparable to Noah effortlessly shattering steel. Kuro had mastered the Busashoko Haki that he had never comprehended, and his previous weaknesses in attack were no longer a concern. Baru had even consumed the Paramecia-type iron fruit, and neither Rock nor Kuro could be sure of defeating him. The rapid increase in strength of these three could be attributed to Noah's favor. Clyke was ambitious, but equally unable to refuse the prospect of becoming stronger. After enduring for so long, he finally came to Noah to submit. A mysterious smile crept onto Noah's lips as he thought of Kuro, who was different from Clyke. Kuro sought to slack off and retire early, but upon witnessing the growing fame of Noah's pirate crew, he adopted a different approach to slacking off, planning to follow Noah and obey orders. Clyke, ambitious and eager to carve out his own path, now recognized the reality of his strength. Among a group of monsters, he too had to become a monster to have the qualifications to break through. Noah walked up to Clyke, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. You know, if you hadn't said such things, I wouldn't have bothered to chase you down even if you ran later. But now if you dare to betray me. A wave of dark, tangible pressure bore down on Clyke. Boom. Clyke's mind spun as he felt dizzy, a colossal figure gazing down at him with a disdainful expression. Unlike the past when he was affected by the Conqueror's Haki, Noah now unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, without reservation, overwhelming Clyke in an instant, causing him to sweat profusely, his pupils constricting and his breath coming in ragged gasps. Clyke understood that from this day forth, anyone daring to betray or disobey orders would face Noah's immediate execution. But at this point he also realized he had no path of retreat. I swear to follow you until death. Clyke's forehead struck the floor. Noah withdrew his Conqueror's Haki and waved his hand, saying, "Go rest, train hard. Your command ability is commendable, and in the future as our crew expands, the command of a large fleet will fall to you." Hearing this, Clyke was overjoyed. Commanding a large fleet meant at least a high-ranking position, confirming that his allegiance had indeed been the right decision. At the same time, he felt deeply that Noah truly cared for his own people, a sense of respect rising within him that was starkly different from the previous fear. Clyke stood up and exited the captain's room. Noah glanced at his attribute panel. Name for Nancy: Noah. Swordsmanship, intermediate. Body techniques, intermediate. Busashoku, intermediate. Kenbunshaku, beginner. Conqueror's Haki, intermediate. Devil fruit ability, Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast, form Veðrfölnir, intermediate. Character embed, 66 Akin, 97 Rock, 95 Nami, 90 Kuro, 90 Baru, 90 Tank alike, 85. Clyke's loyalty, which had just reached 80, increased by 5 points under my influence. However, compared to the others, his experience gain was only 1%, and the 90 loyalty would not change. Only when loyalty reaches 90 points would it increase to 9%. Awakens was 40%, Rock's 30%. Once loyalty reaches 91, it would increase to 10%. Also, each additional point of loyalty would increase experience gain by 5%. Thus, among his subordinates, it was no coincidence that Akin and Rock's strength increased the fastest. These two were diligent in training, and the experience boost not only enhanced their strength, but also sparked insights that should not have arisen, effectively raising their limits. With these two enhancements, it was impossible not to become strong. The next day, Noah's pirate crew arrived at Whiskey Peak. Upon entering the port, the townspeople welcomed them with great enthusiasm. They actually welcome pirates here. Nami peeked out from behind Noah, looking at the many townspeople ahead. Noah smiled without speaking. Whiskey Peak, the graveyard of rookie pirates where all the townspeople were bounty hunters. Noah stepped from the ship to the port, over 200 pirates following behind him. At the port, dark clouds gathered over the town, blocking the originally bright sunlight and casting large shadows. The disaster, Noah. A person gasped in shock. How could it be him? Has this guy come to the Grand Line? Should we take action? Let it go? A bounty hunter swallowed hard, making a gurgling sound. Noah's pirate crew was numerous, with the leading disaster carrying a bounty over 100 million alongside several officers with bounties in the tens of millions. A big fish is indeed a big fish, but it felt like they were about to be swallowed. They were bounty hunters, not fools. This kind of tough opponent was not worth tackling. However, as they exchanged glances, they dismissed the idea of dealing with Noah's pirate crew. Noah's warm smile suddenly turned cold as he raised his right hand. I am the disaster. You can call me for Nancy, Noah. From now on, this place is under my control. After speaking, Akin silently shielded the surprised Nami, who had not expected Noah to issue such an order. Clyke, Rock, Kuro, Baru, and other officers led the pirates toward the group of bounty hunters. Those who do not wish to die kneel. Rock sneered, swinging his large blade to knock down a bounty hunter who tried to resist. Although Noah and Akin did not take action, strong subordinates like Locke and Klo took the lead. The pirates also intensified their training, and with sufficient weapons, the bounty hunters of Whiskey could only react immediately to resist, but could not stir up any waves. At this moment, Nami also reacted. Why did each of these townsfolk carry weapons? Are the civilians on the Grand Line all so fierce? Nami found it unlikely as something was off with this town. She glanced at Noah, who surveyed the aftermath of the battle. The number of people on both sides exceeded 1,000, but the experience points were only a little over 100. There was no fierce battle, no strong opponents clashing, just a battle too small to be considered a battle. Facing Nami's questioning gaze, Noah said, the people here welcome pirates so much, yet they all carry weapons and are stronger than ordinary people. What do you think their profession is compared to our trained brothers? Bounty hunters. Nami, being clever, immediately thought of this. Noah nodded and walked to the central position where most of the bounty hunters were already powerless, either lying down or kneeling. You all have decent strength, do join my pirate crew. Noah stated his intention. He was not here to play small with a small crew. To maximize the utilization of the system's abilities, he needed to build a large fleet and undertake great things. He already had several locations in mind for recruiting pirates. Whiskey Mountain was the first stop. On what basis? A bounty hunter lying on the ground expressed his discontent. However, before he could finish his sentence, a big bald man with a face full of flesh and a black beard stained with blood seized. Locke's grim face loomed over the bounty hunter. Do you have any objections to Captain Noah's words? No, I have no. The bounty hunter immediately shrank back, nearly wetting himself in fear. Locke nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the bounty hunters. The bounty hunters were filled with panic. This bloody, bearded man wouldn't want to make an example out of someone, would he? Thinking of this, all the bounty hunters immediately lowered their heads, fearing they might attract Locke's attention. Noah was very pleased with this. Locke's actions were very much to his liking. Resupply our provisions and water, and wait for 2 days. Noah ordered, then burst into a big laugh. Since we have new members joining, let's hold a feast, everyone. Oh. Soon the feast began with great enthusiasm. The bounty hunters who had just joined as apprentice members of Noah's pirate crew were forced to join the feast. As laughter filled the air, both sides quickly blended together. In a corner of the town's feast, a lanky bounty hunter secretly took out a den mushy. He spoke softly, glancing outside from time to time. Seeing no one notice, he let out a sigh of relief, muttering under his breath, "What Noah pirate crew, what calamity, bah." Spitting on the ground, he turned around and found a man standing behind him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. The den mushy he had just held had already fallen into the other person's hands. Looking at the handsome man with golden eyes in front of him, the lanky bounty hunter was filled with terror and kept retreating. But behind him was a wall of a deadened alley, forcing him to watch as Noah raised his left hand. So you're one of Doflamingo's people. Your business is quite extensive. Who were you calling just now? Noah's golden vertical pupils locked onto the lanky bounty hunter, who was filled with fear, cold sweat pouring down. The faint hint of Conqueror's will emanating from Noah made the lanky bounty hunter dare not lie. It was Lord Gladius, led by Lord Pika. They are here to take your life. The faint hint of Conqueror's will emanating from Noah made the lanky bounty hunter dare not lie. It was Lord Gladius, led by Lord Pika. They are here to take your life. Felt it. He stopped speaking and involuntarily looked up. He saw Noah's left hand open, and a silver whirlwind condensed into several pieces of pure white, art-like, glowing feathers. You are very lucky. You are the first to try my new move. If you can survive, this matter can be forgotten. Noah waved, allowing the feathers to float towards the lanky bounty hunter as he turned to leave. The lanky bounty hunter was overjoyed, just about to get up when the feathers floated past him. He suddenly felt extremely cold and fatigued. His eyelids involuntarily began to droop, and he felt weak all over. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes and looked at himself. His once lanky body was now as thin as a stick, no different from a mummy, just skin wrapped around bones. 1 second later, his eyes completely dimmed, and he no longer breathed. Noah walked out of the deadened alley and greeted a pirate, holding fine wine. Noah smiled back. The special abilities of the Veðrfölnir fruit had 3 types: the omniscient eye that monitors all things and sees through everything. The decay wind that sweeps down from the celestial realm, blowing the decay of all things. As a top predator, the judgment thunder of the god of all things. After reaching an intermediate level of control of the devil fruit, the latter 2 characteristics became increasingly clear. Noah was able to compress the wind into feathers, creating his new move, Decaying Feather. Noah, where did you get this den? I found it, don't mind it. Noah casually replied. Nami rolled her eyes. Can den mushy just be found anywhere? In the first half of the Grand Line, a large ship bearing the flag of the Don Quixote family was sailing at full speed toward. On board, under a canvas banner slashed by a diagonal line, Pika and Gladius stood on the deck. Doflamingo learned of Noah's strength from a group of people in the underground world of Robetown. In his view, sending ordinary subordinates was not safe. The fact that Noah had a bounty of over 100 million indicated his strength and potential. To be safe, Doflamingo dispatched the highest-ranking officer of the Spade Army, Pika, to the town. Within the entire Don Quixote family, aside from himself, Pika was the strongest. Both his Haki and devil fruit abilities were outstanding. Doflamingo believed that this family member could give him a satisfactory answer. Soon it was the next day. Pika, we have arrived. Gladius looked towards Whiskey Mountain. On the 5 ships at the port, the flag of Noah's pirate crew was flying in the wind. Inside the town, dark clouds covered the sky and thunder flashed within the clouds, giving off an inexplicable sense of oppression just by looking at it. Should we act directly? Gladius' arms began to swell. He was the user of the superhuman type bomb fruit, capable of causing his body to explode without harm. Pika drew his large sword, his voice sharp. Of course, anyone who dares to offend our Don Quixote family will be left with. You seek to seize my ship upon arrival. Do all of Doflamingo's men lack such basic courtesy? A dense black cloud drifted from above the town into the open sea. On board the ship, Pika and Gladius instantly raised their heads. In high above them soared a massive silver-white eagle, its golden eyes fixed upon them. "So you are the Calamity." Pika's shrill voice pierced the air once more. Ni's pirate underlings shifted subtly in expression, teetering between laughter and restraint. Noah suppressed a sigh. What precisely was amusing about this? Nid had baffled him in his past life, and baffled him still. Yet such trivialities mattered not at all. "I am Fernandez, Noah. I confess, I hadn't expected Doflamingo to send his own men." Nean beast form Noah's eagle beak curled into an eerie, unsettling smile. "Since you've come, none shall leave. You too. Your body shall empower my crew." And Noah spread his wings wide, and his 4-meter frame swelled with terrifying magnitude. This was no illusory eagle shadow, the kind that once blotted out entire seas during his battle with Bogart, but rather the true, silver-white avian form magnified beyond natural scale. In an instant, a 100-meter eagle materialized, silver gales swirling, lightning crackling at its command. In Pika and Gladius' pupils contracted sharply. The colossal eagle opened its beak, and within it coalesced silver gales and azure lightning. "In danger." Gladius' face paled, and the other pirates aboard stared upward in abject terror. And Pika alone remained. He was a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, the stone fruit, and mastered armament Haki. His swordsmanship too was formidable, and though no stone lay nearby for him to assimilate, his armament Haki remained unshaken. Pika gripped his greatsword, armament Haki, surged across his body, hardening the blade in shimmering black armor. And did he truly intend to block it hidden? Not a flicker of surprise crossed Noah's gaze. This man possessed astonishing self-confidence. "Then so be it. I grant your wish." And instantly Noah unleashed his technique, the colossal silver thunder cannon. A blazing column of silver lightning and gale-force wind erupting from his beak. A pillar of blinding white light wreathed in thunder. In the moment it appeared, the sea, dimmed beneath the black clouds, flared with radiant brilliance. Gladius' heart seized with dread. Behind him, Don Quixote family pirates trembled violently, on the verge of fleeing in panic. And the Calamity. Is this truly the Calamity? At first they dismissed the order, merely a boastful young pirate from the weakest sea. But now, face to face, the sheer cataclysmic terror struck them like divine wrath. And their eyes instinctively turned toward Pika, their Spade Army's highest-ranking officer, standing among them. Pika's pupils constricted, his piercing cry tore through the air. "Who do you think I am?" And he raised his greatsword high, channeling armament Haki deep into its steel. The silver thunder cannon roared forth, cleaving the very air before it. And Pika's veins bulged like grotesque earthworms straining to burst from his arms. "I am Pika, the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family," and he swung his blade against the onrushing blast. Tremendous force slammed into him. His feet sank deep into the deck, and he was driven backward, splintering planks as he retreated. Gladius lunged forward, bracing Pika from behind. The other pirates, fear momentarily eclipsed by duty, rushed to lend their strength. And with support anchoring him, Pika's power surged anew. "Yah!" Ni's shriek, once comical, now rang like a savior's call to his terrified subordinates. "Break!" In Pika's arms quaked violently, thin rivulets of blood burst from his skin. Steam rose from his feverish body. And with every fiber strained to its limit, he finally fractured the silver thunder cannon, shattering the pillar of white gales and azure lightning. "We did it!" And the pirates erupted in relieved cheers. But Gladius' face bore no trace of triumph. He gazed at Pika, the strongest warrior beneath their young master, now drenched in sweat, gasping raggedly. Ni's arms trembled uncontrollably, fine fissures wept crimson, dripping steadily from his fingertips. "You actually blocked it. Impressive strength indeed." And Noah regarded him with genuine surprise. His silver thunder cannon had felled even Akiji. So Pika's armament Haki approached mastery level. And were he to reach land and harness his devil fruit ability, victory would demand far greater effort. But now, Noah swept his wings wide. Silver gales erupted across the sea, churning vast waves. Walls of water, over 1,000 meters high, rose from all sides, crashing down upon the Don Quixote ship. Pika's face fell into despair. "This is the Calamity." Boom! And the wave shattered the Don Quixote vessel into splinters. Pika, spent from blocking the silver thunder cannon, and Gladius, who wielded neither armament nor observation Haki, were hurled into the abyss. As devil fruit users they plunged beneath the waves. The rest of the Don Quixote pirates, frail of flesh, were crushed outright by the torrent. At Whiskey Peak port the sea remained eerily placid, sharply divided from the raging tempest beyond. Akiji and the senior officers of Noah's pirate crew gazed upward in reverent awe at the silver-white eagle soaring in the sky. Nami whispered softly, "Is this truly power a human can wield?" And though she rarely trained, her seasoned intuition now ignited a flood of brilliant insights within her mind. Her physical resilience had grown imperceptibly, even wielding a sword casually felt fluid and precise, as if she'd trained for over a decade. She began sensing the true strength of her fellow Noah pirates. And the deeper that perception grew, the more terrifying Noah. A long-range silver thunder cannon strike, effortless control of silver gales summoning kilometer-high waves. And no wonder he bore the title Calamity. And if he were not the Calamity, then who was? The black clouds receded, returning to Whiskey Peak. And Noah shifted from beast to human form, the churning waves subsiding instantly. Akiji and the others leapt into the sea. In moments later, Pika and Gladius were hauled aboard unconscious but breathing. Nokiji pressed 2 fingers to their throats, checking their pulses. Captain Noah, both are still alive, and good, Noah nodded. They're valuable assets. Their deaths would be a waste. Noah withdrew a pink den mushi from his palm, the one he'd snatched midair from Pika's ship. In this rare model belonged exclusively to Don Quixote officers, capable of direct communication with Doflamingo himself. Noah instructed Akiji to guard Pika and Gladius with utmost vigilance, ensuring they survived, and then dialed the soul number imprinted upon the pink den mushi. New World, Dressrosa, in the Royal Palace. In Blubblerblur, in Daffy, it's Pika's line. Treble held the den mushi close to Doflamingo, whose flamboyant pink-feathered coat draped loosely over his bare chest, red glasses perched upon his nose. Two mysterious droplets hung beneath Treble's nostrils, prompting Doflamingo's faint involuntary grimace. Doflamingo swiftly took the den mushi, discreetly increasing the distance between himself and Treble. And the mollusk's expression shifted, its features settling into a sly, ambiguous half-smile. Doflamingo's instincts flared. Pika would never wear such an expression. And yo, it's me again. Didn't expect that, did you? Miss me, Lord Nidhogg. A natural disaster. Doflamingo shot upright from his throne, a grotesquely twisted vein pulsing violently across his forehead. Beneath his crimson glasses, his face darkened with chilling severity. Terrell, witnessing this, dared not approach Doflamingo any further, and instantly fell silent at the periphery, inwardly astonished how had Pika's den mushi fallen into the hands of a natural disaster. Could it be? Indeed it is I, Doflamingo. Your subordinate's combat prowess leaves much to be desired. They crumpled without even a struggle, Noah remarked with a faint smile. What have you done to them? Doflamingo suppressed his fury, his neck veins bulging in violent throes. Rest assured, I treat all guests with utmost hospitality, for hospitality is the mark of a true host. Noah strode forward with the den mushi, stopping before Pika and Gladius. The two lay unconscious, their bodies limp as mud after being battered by colossal waves. Had they not possessed extraordinary constitutions, they would long since have perished. Noah exchanged a subtle glance with Akin and Rock. Instantly both stepped forward, and sharp stinging slaps echoed from Doflamingo's den mushi. Doflamingo recognized the sound at once. Someone was striking faces. Moments later, the den mushi's visage shifted, morphing into the familiar contorted expressions of Pika and Gladius. Then, 2 muffled groans. With one precise kick each, Noah sent Pika and Gladius back into oblivion. Injured as they were, slumber offered the gentlest reprieve. Noah, feeling magnanimous, lifted the den mushi and declared, there you have it. They're alive and well, for now. As for how long that lasts, well, I make no promises. Doflamingo drew a deep, seething breath. A wave of obsidian aura surged across his skin, the manifestation of his enraged conqueror's Haki. Beside him, Treble trembled uncontrollably. The last time Doflamingo had raged so fiercely was years ago, before he became a Shichibukai, when Admiral Kureha had relentlessly hunted him across the seas. What do you want? Doflamingo enunciated each word with volcanic intensity, his visage contorting into something monstrous beneath the furnace of wrath. Fernandez Noah, the natural disaster, had once disrupted his business in Lowtown. Now he dared to call directly. Doflamingo refused to believe this was mere audacity or provocation. His informants and Mary Geos had relayed intelligence. This man was anything but ordinary. Conversing with intelligent men is always refreshing, Noah said with a quiet smile. It's simple. Since your 2 lieutenants now reside in my custody, bring me something in exchange. Both are devil fruit users. Deliver me 2 devil fruits, natural or mythical Zoan, and they shall return to you unharmed. Naturally, I require only the rarest varieties. Impossible. Doflamingo rejected the demand outright. Where on earth am I to procure natural or mythical Zoan fruits? You speak as though you understand just how exquisitely scarce they truly are. In the original timeline, Doflamingo had presented the authentic flame fruit as a prize, not out of deception, but because as sovereign of the underworld, he upheld reputation and credibility. Yet deeper still, he misjudged his subordinates' capabilities, underestimating the strength of pirates attending the gathering, while overestimating the worth of his own ragtag crew. The flame fruit had been intended solely for internal use. He knew, intimately, the incalculable value of a single natural type fruit. Now, however, Noah demanded a natural type, or even the rarer mythical Zoan. Where could such a thing be found? Doflamingo paused, suddenly still. 2 fruits are unreasonable. Very well, just one, either a natural type or a mythical Zoan. For the second, I'll accept a paramecia type, or an ancient type. Noah's smile vanished, replaced by icy detachment. A glacial edge sharpened his gaze. This is non-negotiable. Fail to comply, and I shall journey personally to the New World to deliver their severed heads to you. Hey. At last, Doflamingo's fury erupted beyond containment. Boom. A torrent of obsidian aura exploded outward, shrouding the entire royal palace of Dressrosa. Ordinary pirates nearby collapsed instantly, eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Violet, the former princess of Dressrosa, now a Don Quixote officer, shuddered violently. She braced herself against the wall with one hand, striving to remain upright beneath the crushing weight of that conqueror's Haki. Her mind raced. Who among the seas could provoke such apocalyptic wrath from Doflamingo? A celestial dragon, a Shichibukai, one of the ocean's most formidable pirates. After unleashing his Haki in full fury, Doflamingo's rage subsided, slightly. His voice turned venomous. Natural disaster. Harm my family, and you will regret it. Whiskey Peak Harbor. Noah's expression softened, coldness melting into courteous warmth. Of course, Lord Tengu, you may rest easy. Messrs. Pika and Gladius shall receive impeccable care. A most fruitful partnership indeed. Oomph. Doflamingo slammed the den mushy shut, fingers trembling with the urge to crush it entirely. Yet even as the mollusk quivered in terror, he restrained himself. He barked treble. Treble rushed forward, his tone shifting instantly from familiarity to deference. Young master, go to Punk Hazard. I recall there lies a failed specimen. Retrieve it. Yes, sir. Treble departed immediately to execute the order. Once alone, Doflamingo entered his private chamber and withdrew a specialized den mushy, one reserved exclusively for communicating with the sovereigns of his underworld empire. Compared to natural or mythical Zoan Fruit's paramecia types were far more attainable. As for ancient types, such treasures if ever acquired would never leave his inner circle. Noah felt no irritation upon being hung up. After all, he'd just acquired 2 devil fruits gratis. A grin spread across his face. Attend to our esteemed guests, Messrs. Pika and Gladius, with the utmost reverence. Let no dignity be compromised. Noah issued the command. Rock grinned savagely. Captain, leave this too. Before the word me escaped his lips, Noah's fist sent him flying. Exasperated, Noah snapped. I said tend to them. Keep them alive, you imbecile. What nonsense is this? Rock scrambled up, crestfallen. Noah rolled his eyes. Akin Baru, you two guard them. Rock, you'll replace Akin as Nami's personal protector. Understood. The crew responded in unison. Meanwhile, at the heart of Marijoa, the sacred seat of the celestial dragons, within the chamber of power where Pancon resided, 5 stern-faced elders sat, or stood in solemn silence. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's brow remained deeply furrowed. Bartholomew Kuma, the tyrant of Sorbet Kingdom, is dangerous, your excellencies, but the natural disaster poses greater peril and possesses far greater potential. If we can align him with our cause, maritime order would stand to benefit immensely. That is merely your assessment, one elder retorted. Sengoku turned toward him. The elder sat upon a sofa, deep wrinkles etching his aged face, a snowy beard framing a bald pate marred by a massive scar across his left cheek. Clad in black suit and white shirt, he leaned heavily on a cane. He was Saturn, Jigoroisia Satan, science, defense, divine god, one of the 5 elders, the supreme authority among the celestial dragons. Your Grace, Saturn. Sengoku concealed his resentment behind disciplined deference. Saturn cast a dismissive glance his way. A mere pirate, insignificant. If he craves fame, assign him an exorbitant bounty and dispatch forces to capture him. Otherwise, what purpose do you serve as the Navy? The Shichibukai position suits Kuma better. This matter is settled. In the New World, at the World Economic News Agency, a birdman resembling an albatross stood upright, holding a bounty notice just released by the Navy. With white feathers and a yellow beak, wearing a top hat and checkered pants draped in a black cloak, he was none other than Morgans, one of the kings of the underworld and the president of the World Economic News Agency, who had consumed the bird fruit in the albatross form. These Navy bastards are really patient. After waiting so long, they finally issued the bounty for this calamity, having annihilated the nobility of a member nation. This is big news. Someone come, Morgan shouted. Immediately his subordinates rushed over. Print these for me big and bold. After holding back for so long, I want the name of this calamity to echo across the seas. Yes. 3 days later on Ghost Island in the New World, Kaido had been feeling quite depressed lately due to the unexpected death of his good brother Hozuki. Not only had his friend died, but his path to obtaining a Zoan-type devil fruit had also been cut off. Although he had collaborated with Don Quixote Doflamingo to obtain a supply of artificial Zoan fruits, those were unstable and the chances of failure were immense. After all, artificial fruits are just that, artificial. They cannot match the stability of true devil fruits. The only advantage is that they can be mass-produced, which Kaido found quite appealing. He lifted a large wine gourd and began to gulp it down. My good brother Hozuki, how could you fall to a junior? Kaido drank as tears streamed from his big eyes. According to reports, the captain of the Black Peach Pirates, Portgasti, Ace, who defeated his good brother Hozuki, seemed to have recently joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Thinking of this made Kaido furious. That old man with freakish strength stole my prey. Kaido cried, even louder, like a 7-year-old child throwing a tantrum. He'll kill you sooner or later. Kaido shouted, taking another large gulp from the wine gourd. Is it gone? Kaido grumbled. Someone hurry and bring me more wine. Soon a small pirate from the Beast Pirates rushed over with a brother. Kaido, a tall man entirely cloaked in black with flames erupting from his head, approached. Kaido glanced up. It's Jean, just in time to drink with me. Jean nodded and sat opposite Kaido. At that moment Kaido noticed that besides a long knife at Jean's waist, he also had— What is this? Kaido couldn't help but ask. Who had provoked this big name? This is a bounty notice for a pirate from the East Blue. I thought you might be interested, so I brought it along. Jean took out the bounty notice from his waist and handed it to Kaido. With a look of curiosity, Kaido unfolded the notice. The first thing that caught his eye was a ravaged palace with a young and handsome man carrying a sword at his waist, beside him a timid orange-haired woman holding a flintlock. Kaido's gaze instinctively focused on the man. Just one glance at the photo, and he felt that this person was anything. The last time he felt this way was when he saw the bounty notice for Portgasti. Ace. Jean said, "This is a newly emerged pirate crew from the East Blue known as the Calamity Pirates." Calamity? Kaido's dim eyes brightened further. Jean nodded. "The one at the helm is the captain of the Calamity Pirates, Calamity, Fernandez Noah." Kaido continued to read down the notice. Below it was a brief description of Noah. The words Annihilator caught his eye. Leading his pirate crew to slaughter all the nobility of a member nation, not leaving a single one. Kaido grinned wide. This kid is really capable, haha. In addition, there are descriptions of his achievements below. Defeated many elite officers of the Navy headquarters, possesses incredible strength, and is a master of swordsmanship and physical combat, as well as a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit user. Seeing this, Kaido's heart trembled, and he stood up abruptly. What the hell is this? It's hitting the sweet spot in my heart. This fruit ability is simply a natural fit for the beast pirate's top tier. Jean noticed Kaido's excitement, and pulled out another newspaper, Morgan's report, which was slightly different from the bounty notice. Kaido casually took it, and looked. Has it been less than half a year since he set sail? He occupied the town of Pirate King Roger, and plundered it, widely annihilating a navy branch. This kid is doing well. His potential is no less than that of that brat Ace. His eyes nearly sparkling, Kaido declared, "I've decided to recruit this kid under my banner." Jean, what do you think? Jean hesitated for a moment, and said, "Brother Kaido, such newcomers are bold and ambitious, they might." Ha ha. Kaido laughed heartily. "I really like him, so I will personally take action to recruit him. You go contact that guy Doflamingo, and let him tell me Noah's whereabouts." Calamity. I'm determined to have him. Kaido downed a couple of gulps of wine, losing all desire to drink. His tall and powerful body leaped into the sky, transforming into a gigantic azure dragon flying away. Jean shook his head helplessly. His captain truly was reckless. In the new world, on an island under one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates. The townspeople celebrated the arrival of the protector, the red-haired pirates, and were holding a grand feast. Shanks, take a look at Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates, the only vice-captain among the four emperors, handed a bounty notice. Huh, it's him again. Shanks exclaimed in surprise as he took the bounty notice. In the East Blue, is there really that much going on for this kid? Shanks shook his head, looking at the bounty notice. He didn't pay much attention to the fact that he had wiped out the royal nobility. After all, it's not surprising for a pirate to do anything. He mainly focused on the bounty amount below, curious about how much bounty this newcomer, who had already made a name for himself in the East Blue, would be assigned by the Navy this time. Let me see. Shanks began counting the numbers from the back, and was instantly stunned. This? Didn't expect that, huh? Beckman chuckled. What a monstrous newcomer. As the most intelligent mind among pirates, his expression became slightly serious. How many elite officers of the Navy headquarters did he defeat? Which powerful individual could it be? The Navy is unwilling to disclose the name, but has set such a high bounty. Although there is the support of a mythical beast fruit user, could it really be this much? I heard that guy Carp likes to run to the East Blue. Could it be him? Beckman pondered, but quickly shook his head. If this newcomer could defeat that Navy monster, the bounty couldn't possibly be this low. Therefore, Beckman thought of Carp's silent assistant, who had followed Carp for decades. That one was indeed a formidable powerhouse. Could it be him? On board the Moby Dick. The old man with the crescent-shaped mustache laughed heartily with a large wine bowl in hand, and held up the bounty notice. Ace, look at this. Coming from the East Blue, just like you've been surpassed by someone else. What did you say, old man? Ace's forehead erupted in a flame. His fist ablaze was aimed at Whitebeard. Whitebeard merely waved his left hand casually, and Ace was swept away by an unstoppable force, splashing into the sea. In no time, Ace was fished out by a Blackbeard man, missing a few teeth, lying on the deck, gasping for breath. Almost drowned. Ace shouted, "That freakishly strong old man, I will kill you one day. Kill me." Whitebeard laughed heartily. He was quite interested in this young man who wanted to take his head, or rather he felt a similar aura emanating from him. Thus Whitebeard was very tolerant of Ace, which the other members of the Whitebeard pirates, such as Marco, noticed. They had never stopped Ace's antics. First surpass this kid, then consider defeating me. Whitebeard casually flicked his hand, sending the bounty notice flying in front of Ace. Across the first half of the Grand Line, 5 pirate ships sailed forward. Pika and Gladius, their bodies swathed in bandages, were placed aboard the flagship under Noah's orders, flanked by Akin and Baru, who were performing basic physical training. Gladius possessed a volatile temper. His imprisonment enraged him deeply. Having consumed the paramecia-type Baku fruit, his head suddenly swelled several inches. A voice pierced Gladius's ears. Nami, clad in a maid's uniform, grumbled aloud while her hands continued peeling an orange for Noah. Noah had carried his gem-encrusted throne outdoors, reclining upon it, with effortless ease. With a single glance toward Gladius, a faint but unmistakable aura of Conqueror's Haki emanated from his eyes. Gladius shuddered violently, his fury instantly eclipsed by terror, his inflated head deflating, as if punctured. Pika, by contrast, remained profoundly still. As the highest-ranking officer of the Don Quixote family's heart-suit years spent serving Doflamingo, had honed his instinct for reading situations, and for recognizing the precariousness of his current predicament. 5 days earlier the deal had been sealed. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, and judging by his young master's character, he was certain Doflamingo himself would soon arrive. Then, everything would become clear. A cold, silent laugh flickered in Pika's mind. He knew precisely what he must do now: lie low, bide his time. How long until we reach Little Garden? Noah asked. Nami raised her slender right wrist where the log pose. identical to the one from legend, rested. Almost there, 2 or 3 days at most. Can't you give me an exact figure? Who can predict wind speed and currents across the open sea? Nami retorted, arms crossed in exasperation. If you used your power, we'd have arrived ages ago. I'd rather not. Noah waved dismissively. Why rush under normal sailing conditions? This wasn't a retreat, it was a voyage. Captain, a newsbird ahead. Locke's eyes gleamed with excitement. So much so that he abandoned his training entirely. Noah sighed inwardly, it was merely a newsbird. Watching Locke frantically beckon the startled creature, its feathers ruffled by looming storm clouds and crackling lightning, Noah shook his head. Since when has he grown so obsessed with news? Isn't it obvious? He's after your bounty poster, Nami replied, arms still. Nami complained, how much longer must I wear this maid outfit? Noah glanced at her, her fair delicate skin glowing beneath the frilled black and white attire utterly charming. You lost that drinking contest to me. You agreed to wear it for a full month. Humph. Nami scoffed. She had deliberately lost to Noah, never imagining it would become his excuse to toy with her. Had she known he intended to recruit her onto his crew, she'd never have challenged him. Nami stuffed the remaining orange into her mouth and strode off huffing to stand beside Locke. The diligent newsbird delivered a freshly printed newspaper to her, collected its fee, and handed Locke the accompanying bounty poster. The newsbird flapped its wings and fled terrified. Though skeptical when colleagues warned it about this fearsome crew witnessing firsthand, the thunderbolts dancing through the clouds above had shattered its doubt. No one noticed its departure. Locke's pulse quickened as he slowly unfolded the first bounty poster, then froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Everyone, come quick! Locke shouted, elated. At his cry, the others turned. He waved the poster high. Our bounty. His voice trembled, not like that of a wanted criminal, but like a scholar whose name had just been inscribed on the imperial examination list. At the words, bounty poster, every pirate's eyes ignited with fervent light. To pirates, a bounty poster was more than legal documentation. It was identity, reputation, status. The higher the reward, the greater the renown, the deeper the fear. Akin was widely regarded as Noah's second-in-command, the crew's de facto number 2, not only due to his strength, but because his bounty ranked immediately below Noah's. Pirates mid-training halted instantly. Akin, Baru, and Krieg hurried over while the former bounty hunters, coerced aboard at Whiskey Peak, craned their necks curiously toward the flagship. As newcomers, some possessed formidable skill, but by custom, they could only begin as apprentice pirates. Captain, here's yours. First up. Locke thrust the poster before Noah, trembling with excitement. Nearby Gladius, pushed to the edge of the crowd, developed a prominent vein on his forehead, his brow furrowed into a deep, well shape. Pika swiftly placed a calming hand on his hot-headed comrade's shoulder. Heaven's calamity appeared gentle, but his strikes were merciless. Pika had no desire for those bandages to remain wrapped around him until he laid eyes on his young master. Captain, hurry, see your bounty. Locke urged, more anxious than Noah himself. Nami glanced over, intrigued. Akin, Kuro, and Krieg watched with shared anticipation. This was the face of their— Let's see. Noah unfolded the first poster, bearing his portrait. Heaven's calamity pirates. Before even scanning the reward amount, he paused, distracted by the Navy's unilateral rebranding of his crew's name. Fine by me, Noah nodded. Heaven's calamity pirates did sound far more imposing, and infinitely more resonant, than Noah pirates. He dismissed the matter without hesitation. Noah lowered his gaze to the poster's lower half. Nami leaned in, her head tilted against his shoulder, following his line of sight, reading aloud, her voice growing steadily louder. Heaven's calamity. The Annihilator. Silver Eagle. Fernandez, Noah. Bounty 45500 berries. She blinked, doubting her own eyes, then read it again, stunned into absolute silence. Noah handed his poster to Locke, who seized it like a sacred relic. Trembling with exhilaration, he spread it wide and roared, voice shaking with pride. Look, this is our captain's bounty poster. The Heaven's Calamity Pirates Captain. 45500 berries. Over 400 million berries. How could it possibly be this high? Newly recruited pirates stared, jaws slacked, disbelief flooding their expressions. Even Pika and Gladius, veterans of the New World, jolted visibly. Yet recalling Noah's cataclysmic abilities, they found the sum unsurprising. Such a monster warranted such a bounty, utterly natural. Still, both men remained convinced their young master surpassed him. After all, Doflamingo's bounty had stagnated since his appointment as a Shichibukai. Doflamingo's true worth merited an increase of 10 billion berries. Mere hundreds of millions meant nothing. After parading Noah's poster before every crew member, Locke reverently folded it and tucked it away, intending to mount it in his cabin alongside his previous 2 treasures. Then, like Akin and the others, he eagerly awaited the next posters, their own. Senior officers exchanged glances, unspoken rivalry blazing in their eyes. Even Akin bristled. He refused to relinquish his title as second highest bounty without a fight. Only Nami paled, stricken. There she was, on Noah's poster. Not among the other officers, but conspicuously positioned behind him. Intimate, unmistakable, signaling her status as a core figure within the Heaven's Calamity Pirates. She had been marked by the Marines. Nami felt tears welling. She'd only ever dreamed of navigating quietly, anonymously, as a humble navigator. Noah held the bounty order, and instead of keeping it like his own, he distributed the bounty orders in his hand, which were noticeably more than before, to his subordinate pirate officers, as if sharing profits. When a bounty order landed in Nami's hands, she went weak all over and collapsed onto Noah. She muttered, "It's over my—" Noah could only chuckle in silence. The officers holding the bounty orders were nervously excited looking at their own bounty orders. As the distributor Noah naturally knew their bounty amounts. Noah first looked at his capable general, the second-in-command of the disaster pirates, Demon Man, a kin bounty of 110 million berries. Next was Baru, who had gained attention from Bogart after consuming the paramecia-type iron fruit. Iron Wall, Baru bounty of 74.3 million berries. Bloodbeard, Lock bounty of 49 million berries. Cunning, Cielo bounty of 39 million berries. Battle Spear, Don Krieg bounty of 35 million berries. Hypnotist, Zengo bounty of 20 million berries. Ragged Cat, Sam bounty of 12 million berries. Violent Cat, Butchie bounty of 11.5 million berries. Noah announced the bounty amounts of these officers to prevent them from hiding or concealing their bounties, as they all looked around nervously glancing at each other's bounty orders. Lastly, there was one senior officer's bounty that he had not mentioned. Noah took the bounty order from the limp and despairing Nami and declared loudly, "Little Thief Cat. Nami bounty of 3.0 berries." The reason for her bounty was mainly due to some past offenses being discovered, and now she was the navigator of the disaster pirates, deeply connected to Noah. The Navy had given her a bounty order as a formality, but it was truly just a token gesture. After all, in the Navy's view, Nami was performing a clerical role and had little combat power. It can only be said that everyone except Noah underestimated Nami, including herself. If given a sword in a life-and-death battle, she could definitely exhibit combat prowess close to that of one of the cat people. The battle settlement system provided a significant amount of experience after Nami joined. If Nami had any talent in swordsmanship or body techniques and trained earnestly, her strength would have long surpassed that of the cat people. The moment the new bounty order of the disaster pirates appeared, it also stirred up a considerable uproar on the sea. The previous pirate from the East, Blue Fire Fist Ace, had already entered the new world with a bounty of 400 million and had defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The latter's achievements were unclear, but he was regarded as powerful by the Navy, willing to offer a bounty several million berries higher than Fire Fists. Is the East Blue still the weakest sea? In the new world at Whole Cake Island, the top of the Sweet Commander's Conqueror set down the bounty order from the disaster pirates. Looks like another strong opponent. The last person he had evaluated like this was Fire Fist Ace. In the first half of the Grand Line, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who had just arrived at Sabadi Archipelago and obtained a paramecia-type fruit, looked grimly at the latest bounty of the disaster pirates. "I thought it was just a bug, but it turns out to be a big cat, he." Doflamingo's forehead was bulging with veins, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Beside him, Disco, who was offering him the devil fruit, was sweating profusely, completely afraid to lift his head, fearing to provoke this clearly furious boss. East Blue Kokoyasi Village. "No, Kigo, you have to look at this." Akin ran into an orange orchard with a group of villagers from Kokoyasi Village. Nokigo wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked out of the orchard. Akin's mouth was almost grinning to his ears like a big boy shaking the bounty order in his hand. "Nokigo, look, it's Nami's bounty order." Nokigo quickly stepped forward and took the bounty order from Akin's hand. The bounty order featured a nervous-looking Nami with a shadow in black clothing beside her. Perhaps because the bounty order was produced as an afterthought, it directly used the image of Nami standing behind Noah. Although she was just a little girl, she did indeed look like a little kitten hiding behind her owner. Akin was laughing happily, still holding the other bounty orders of the disaster pirates in his left hand, and complained, "These Navy people don't even know to take a better picture of Nami. Just look at this one, she looks so rat-like." Nokigo merely smiled. She took the remaining bounty orders of the disaster pirates from Akin's left hand. Among them, Noah's bounty order of over 400 million made her heart skip a beat. Looking again at Nami, her positioning seemed to have become that of a lover, a pet, and then a navigator. Upon returning home, Nokigo entered Nami's room, where she found a small box filled with books about navigation. Nami had a natural talent since childhood. Although Nokigo wasn't interested, she had picked up some knowledge through exposure. During her leisure time, Nokigo often chose to take a look at them. Hanging Nami's bounty order in her room, Nokigo smiled as she looked at it just like usual. In the first half of the Grand Line, Crocodile, known as the Sand Crocodile, put down the newspaper in his hand, while the bounty order lay quietly on the table. Beside him stood a tall woman who glanced at the bounty order on the table and said, "Boss, isn't this the one who captured some of our people onto his ship? Shouldn't we do something about him?" Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, glanced at the woman beside him. "Robin, this man is very dangerous." Crocodile only glanced at the newspaper and had already organized some information from the related news. If he were just an ordinary pirate, he would have sent his killers to deal with it directly. But the disaster pirates were different. They had just entered the Grand Line and already had a bounty of over 400 million, especially with the words Mythical Zoan. Crocodile was very clear about how powerful Mythical Zoan users were. Although he wasn't afraid, it was unnecessary to clash with them. It was just a small whiskey peak. The disaster pirates could take it without risking greater losses. Actively provoking such a character and pulling him into his own schemes was not a good idea. Robin was slightly surprised by Fernandez. Noah Disaster seems to be another troublesome pirate. A few days later on the sea, we've arrived at island ahead is Little Garden. Nami looked towards the island ahead. Noah at this time was bare-chested, punching outward with each blow, creating shock. To become stronger, relying solely on the system is not enough. If one were to only rely on the system, mastering armament Haki and observation Haki would still be a long way off, and swordsmanship and body techniques would not reach the intermediate level. Have we finally arrived? Noah put on his clothes and raised his eyes to look at the island. Above the sky, dark clouds loomed ominously. Thick dark clouds drifted from outside the island to the inside. In just a moment, the entire little garden was shrouded in dark clouds with flashes of lightning flickering, creating a terrifying. Just as he was about to take a short break and continue training the two red-blue demons, since something looked up at the sky, and all turned their eyes toward the island. It seems an extraordinary individual has arrived. The former captain of the original giant pirate crew, known as the Blue Demon Dong Li's expression turned serious as he gripped his giant sword. Brokey, the other captain of the original giant pirate crew, known as the Red Demon, nodded while holding a giant axe. Both stood 21 to 22 meters tall, true giants who appeared as if they were in a small garden on this island, hence its name, Little Garden. Haha. In the woods, a hearty laughter rang out. Noah walked at the front with Akin to his left and Nami to his right, followed by Rock, Clo Creek, and Barrow. Pika and Galadius were placed in the center by Noah, watched closely by Zhangao and others. Noah would not let these two devil fruits slip away from under his nose. Many pirates followed Noah into the island, and upon looking forward they saw two serious-looking giants standing ahead. Numerous pirates couldn't help but tremble. Not to mention anything else, just their size was enough to instill fear. Who are you? The blue-skinned, bearded blue demon Dong Li frowned as he looked at Noah. I am Noah, the captain of the disaster pirates, Fernandez Noah. Noah grinned widely, introducing himself. He glanced at Dong Li and then at Brokey, who had red skin and yellow hair with a beard. The dual captains of the original giant pirate crew, though they had a dark history of being tricked by Mr. 3 in the original story, later reappeared in the manga, showcasing formidable strength. Regarding bounties, both had only 100 million, but that was a bounty from 100 years ago, far less significant than those today. After their reappearance in the original story, they both received bounties in the tens of billions, underscoring their true power. Noah was very interested in giants. This race was naturally powerful and could be regarded as the strongest clan in today's world. Adult giants could achieve the rank of Rear Admiral upon joining the Navy, highlighting their might. Noah was eager to recruit such talent. Hence he headed straight for Little Garden. He spread his arms wide. Gentlemen, I have come seeking you, hoping you will join my disaster pirates. Noah laughed heartily, a dark aura surging forth from him, without reservation. The already gloomy environment, shrouded by dark clouds, felt as if it were raining darkness, and black lines emerged in the air, oppressive emotions manifesting in everyone's heart except Noah's. Even the strong Dong Li and Brokey felt the heaviness in the air. This was the Conqueror's Haki. Noah did not target anyone specifically, so no one was knocked out, but everyone could still sense the terror of this invisible might. Dong Li and Brokey exchanged glances, both shaking their heads and laughing. Kid, while you're impressive, we will not join. Rock frowned. He didn't care how powerful these giants were, and said indignantly, hey, the one before you has a bounty of 455 million berries. The disaster. Fernandez Noah. Show some respect. Dong Li and Brokey, however, were not angered by this, and laughed heartily. Though impressive, we still won't join you. Rock's anger flashed across his face. Noah reached out to stop him. He wasn't here to cause trouble. If recruitment failed, they could still be friends. Noah feigned an indifferent expression and issued an order. Clo, take some men to fetch the wine from the ship. Clo nodded and immediately called a group of pirates to return to the shore. Noah smiled at the two giants, saying, if we can't be crew members, we can still be friends. I've long admired Elbaf. Gentlemen, would you mind if I come to your country in the future to recruit crew members? Upon hearing the word wine, the eyes of Dong Li and Brokey instantly lit up. They laughed heartily. If you can recruit people, that's your skill. Elbaf welcomes guests. Noah nodded with a smile. It was settled. Dong Li and Brokey had quite a reputation in Elbaf. If he couldn't recruit them, he could still leverage their friendship to recruit giant crew members in Elbaf. With the combat power of at least a Rear Admiral, they would be the backbone of any force. As long as he could recruit a few giants, he would have Rear Admiral level strength at his disposal, making this a worthwhile endeavor. Soon Clo and the pirates returned with the wine. The movement of Dong Li and Brokey's throats was clearly visible as they gulped. Although they were enjoying the competition, they were genuinely craving the wine. With someone actively delivering wine, the wine bug in their bellies began to stir. Noah smiled, saying, boys, let's celebrate our giant friends. The feast is on. Oh, the pirates cheered. To them, a giant friend. Not familiar, but a feast. Delightful. For several days, the disaster pirates stayed here. With Noah providing a large supply of alcohol, he quickly became friends with Dong Li and Brokey. From time to time after their battles, he invited them to eat meat and drink wine together. During this time, Noah did not forget to conduct basic training for his subordinates on the island. A few days later, in the sky above the sea outside Little Garden, a large pink feathered coat flashed rapidly amidst a patch of white clouds. Doflamingo, with 2 boxes hanging from his waist, looked toward the island ahead, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Let me see how strong you are, kid. Can you handle my devil fruit? With a wave of his left hand, nearly transparent threads connected the clouds as he leaped forward at high speed. Inside Little Garden, Noah, who was drinking with Dong Li and Brokey, put down his large wine bowl. He turned to look outside, and Dong Li and Brokey seemed to sense something and looked out as well. The three of them looked in the same direction beneath the blue sky, and white clouds, a flash of pink, caught their eyes. Little Garden was not Noah's territory. To make friends, he had dispersed the dark clouds resulting in the current scene. Noah, what are you looking at? Nami, acting as a maid, followed the gaze of the three. Upon seeing a hint of pink, a look of intrigue appeared on her face. Noah smiled, looking at Pika and Galadius, who had healed and behaved well during these days. Your young master has arrived. It seems you too still have some weight. Pika and Galadius were overjoyed to hear this. They had been restricted everywhere these days, which had been quite uncomfortable for them. With Noah's pressure, they had been careful. Galadius, who already had a fiery temper, had been enduring everywhere. Now seeing Doflamingo's arrival, his hands and head inflated instantly. Pika sensed something was amiss just as he was about to speak. He saw a hammer of a roundhead cane already wrapped in armament Haki, descending straight toward Galadius' head. Bang! A spray of blood erupted as Galadius' eyes rolled back, and he collapsed bleeding from his head. Akin coldly gazed at Pika, who was indignant and wanted to retaliate, but Noah had quietly approached him. What's wrong? Do you want to perform a death wish in front of Doflamingo? Noah's cold eyes glanced over, causing Pika to... At this moment, Doflamingo descended from the sky like a large pink bird. Upon seeing Galadius lying on the ground bleeding and unresponsive, the veins on his face and neck bulged instantly. Especially the blood dripping from Akin's roundhead cane. Without a second thought, Doflamingo pointed at Akin, and 5 differently colored threads shot out from his fingers at high speed. 5 colored thread. 5 parallel multicolored threads suddenly sprang into existence, and Akin felt an overwhelming danger approaching. He stepped forward with his crutches, hardening his armament Haki in preparation to endure the strike heat. However, with Noah present, there was no way Doflamingo would attack his own allies. The slender blade was drawn horizontally, the black sword gleaming with cold sharpness under the sunlight. Clang! The 5 colored threads struck the blade of the light rain sword simultaneously, yet Noah's hand remained motionless. Behind him, the gaze of the blue Oni Eastly and the red Oni Brookie turned grave as they stared at Doflamingo. They did not know this man, but could sense the dangerous aura radiating from his entire being. This was a warrior whose strength rivaled that of their comrade Noah. To attack my people at the very start, Doflamingo, you are exceedingly rude, Noah said coldly. Veins throbbed across Doflamingo's forehead like writhing worms. He scowled darkly and pointed to Gladius, who lay unconscious on the ground after being struck by Akin. Noah sneered, that fellow disregards the rules. Seeing you arrive, he intended to cause an explosion to stir things up. Doflamingo frowned and glanced at Pika, who bore no injuries. Considering Gladius's temper, he immediately understood, but Doflamingo was not one to reason with. He looked at Noah and grinned widely. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was cold, arrogant, and fearsome. He swept his gaze over everyone present, reached to his waist with his left hand, and took 2 small boxes connected by strings strapped to his body. Doflamingo then tossed the 2 boxes onto the ground. With 2 clanks, the boxes opened and 2 fruits rolled out. Eastly and Brookie showed expressions of shock. The small boxes contained 2 devil fruits. One was a purple-blue apple-shaped fruit, the other resembled a green pineapple. Surprisingly, the first fruit lacked the characteristic spirals typical of devil fruits. Noah cast a glance at the fruit, already suspecting it was the one he sought. Yet despite knowing this in his heart, he challenged coldly, that one isn't a true devil fruit, is it? Just trying to fool me with a random fruit. As he spoke, a dark surge of energy erupted fiercely from within him. In an instant, the sky darkened as the shadowy aura crashed toward Doflamingo like a shockwave. Doflamingo's expression flickered with surprise. He had not expected Noah to wield Conqueror's Haki. Yet soon he too unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki, matching Noah's force for force. The 2 powers clashed like the sharp tip of a needle against the edge of a blade, locked in a stalemate. The surrounding pirates were caught in the shockwave, many collapsing unconscious. Those closest, like Akin and the others, broke out in cold sweat and retreated hastily. Pika quickly scooped up Gladius and fled a great distance away. Only Eastly and Brookie were less affected, but still deliberately kept their distance. The reverberations of Conqueror's Haki were uncomfortable and oppressive. Noah said coldly, trying to fool me with a fake fruit, it seems you only wish to save one person. As he finished, the sky above the small flower garden island suddenly thickened with layers of dark clouds. Thunder roared as hundreds of lightning bolts flashed from the dark clouds, illuminating the dimmed air. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's face and neck as his entire body tensed. Anger surged alongside a palpable sense of danger in his heart. Above Pika's location, countless lightning serpents swirled, converging frenziedly toward a single point. Within moments, a massive orb of lightning hung in the sky like the wrath of a thunder god, ready to unleash its fury at any moment. Pika broke out in cold sweat, fear gripping his heart. Young master. A sharp voice escaped his lips. Overwhelmed by dread, he momentarily forgot he was a devil fruit user himself, driven only by instinctive fear and a plea for help. Doflamingo, burning with rage, cursed the fools silently in his heart. He said coldly, that's the artificial Zoan fruit you wanted. Zoan fruits are rare, and I only managed to find this single one after great effort. Noah understood well. He dared to make such a bold claim precisely because he coveted this artificial devil fruit. Indeed, it was his true target. What form does it take? Noah asked knowingly. Doflamingo replied coldly, the azure dragon, the same form as Kaido of the beasts. This is a replica of his devil fruit power. And the other one? A paramecia-type distortion fruit. An artificial azure dragon fruit, and a distortion fruit. Noah nodded, his previously stern expression shifting instantly. The dark clouds dispersed, and the lightning orb vanished from the sky. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Mister. Tenyasha, you could have just told me earlier, no need to spoil the goodwill between us. Noah lightly waved his left hand, conjuring a silver-white wind from thin air. Pika and the unconscious Gladius were carried by the gust toward Doflamingo. Thus the deal is sealed, Noah said, sincerely, smiling genuinely. Doflamingo's face darkened as he stared intensely at Noah. He glanced at Pika and Gladius, recalling the powers Noah had displayed, the armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Noah's armament Haki was no weaker than his own, and their Conqueror's Haki were evenly matched. He possessed the ability to manipulate wind and lightning, as well as a beastly transformation that enhanced his physique. In an instant, Doflamingo assessed Noah's strength roughly. This was a formidable opponent, not inferior to himself. After this evaluation, Doflamingo abandoned any thought of fighting Noah. He had no desire to engage in such a pointless conflict. Recalling someone who sought information from him days ago, a cold smile curled at the corner of Doflamingo's lips. Disaster, you are formidable. This time I admit defeat, but will you survive? Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo laughed darkly with a sinister expression. A calamity combined with an animal-type devil fruit power. This directly struck at Kaido's heart. Thinking of this, Noah furrowed his brow. If he were alone Noah was startled by the words, but then recalled his own titles. Besides Disaster, he was also known as the Silver Hawk. A calamity combined with an animal-type devil fruit power. This directly struck at Kaido's heart. Thinking of this, Noah furrowed his brow. If he were alone, honestly, there would be nothing to fear. At worst, he could temporarily submit to the beast pirates. When the time was right, he would declare a true man is born under heaven. How can he be subjugated for long? And seize the throne from Kaido. But now as captain of the Disaster Pirates, and with Kaido's penchant for his thunder-roaring 8 trigrams, his crew would likely suffer heavy losses, something he was unwilling to witness. Noah quickly pondered, and soon found a solution. Before acting, he looked toward the scowling Doflamingo, who was sneering while preparing to take Pika and Gladius away. He called out, "Hey Doflamingo." Doflamingo turned at the sound. Noah spread his hands and grinned. "I'm going to be king of the world. Want to join me?" Noah's words left many people present in a state of shock. The cadres of the natural disaster pirates who were not affected by the Conqueror's Haki were stunned. The giants Dongli and Bragi were taken aback. Pika let out a surprised ah as he looked at Noah in disbelief. Doflamingo's mind also briefly stalled. At that moment he felt no anger, only an expression of disbelief as he gazed at Noah. "Are you inviting me?" Noah's tone was calm, as if stating something trivial. "I am destined to become the king of the world, Doflamingo." "Come," Noah declared. Ha 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 ha. Doflamingo laughed, albeit out of anger. Even the kings of the sea, the marines, and the celestial dragons had to collaborate with him. Now a newcomer pirate who had just emerged from the East Sea was inviting him. Perhaps this person had some strength, but he was about to face the top powerhouses of the sea. "Let's talk about this after you survive." Doflamingo had already lost interest in communicating with Noah. Hearing Noah's nonsensical words made him feel like his lungs would explode with anger, and he couldn't help but want to fight. He left. With Pika in one hand and Gladiolus in the other, he quickly disappeared from Noah and the other's sight. At that moment Akin and Rock approached Noah with Baru handing him a small box. "Wake everyone up and distribute the fruits," Noah ordered. Soon Nami and the others were awakened. All the pirates sat on the ground with the cadres gathering in the center. Dongli and Bragi looked at Noah curiously, wanting to see how their friend would distribute the fruits. Noah opened the small box and displayed 2 devil fruits. These 2 devil fruits, one is the Zoan-type fish fruit mythical beast-type azure dragon form. The other is the Paramecia-type distortion fruit. Noah said as he looked at the crowd. Baru had already eaten the iron fruit, so he was indifferent to this. On the contrary, the others began to breathe heavily, their eyes revealing their desire for the 2 devil fruits in Noah's hands. Among them the most eager was Creek. After Baru had eaten the iron fruit, his strength had clearly surpassed both Creek and Rock. Only Akin could hold a definite advantage over him, and that was the power of the devil fruit. How could he not crave it? Creek felt the same way. His strength had been increasing rapidly lately, but he wouldn't mind becoming even stronger. The stronger he became, the more freely he could slack off within the natural disaster pirates. Especially the fruit in Noah's left hand. The words mythical beast carved themselves into everyone's minds. They all knew that Noah had eaten a mythical beast fruit, which granted him the ability to summon wind and thunder. Thus the distortion fruit was ignored, and everyone focused on the artificial azure dragon fruit. Noah glanced at the crowd and smiled as he lifted the artificial azure dragon fruit. He stated frankly, "This is the artificial azure dragon fruit. After consuming it, there is a certain possibility of failure, which may result in becoming a dry duck, cursed by the sea, without having the abilities." Upon hearing this, Rock and Creek couldn't help but frown. Noah observed everyone's reactions. He handed the artificial azure dragon fruit to the second-in-command of the natural disaster pirates, excluding himself. Akin looked at the artificial azure dragon fruit, his brow almost knitting together. Even the usually taciturn him couldn't help but yearn for the power of the mythical beast, but this devil fruit was not a normal type. After much contemplation, he hesitated in his heart. He looked at Noah and said directly, "Lord Noah, do you think I can eat?" Noah nodded yes. In his mind, only 2 people in the entire natural disaster pirates were suitable for this devil fruit. One was Akin, and the other was Rock. In the original work, even the useless Momonosuke was able to transform into a dragon after eating it, eventually maturing into a massive form only slightly smaller than Kaido's azure dragon. That kind of useless person was able to bite Kaido, purely relying on the fruit's abilities afterward. Noah believed that his two subordinates, whoever it was, could completely master this power, far surpassing that useless Momonosuk. Hearing Noah's words, Akin took a deep breath. He picked up the artificial azure dragon fruit from Noah's hand, his heart racing uncontrollably. At this moment he was very nervous, and the others also watched Akin anxiously. He brought the artificial devil fruit to his mouth, opened it, and immediately took a bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Imitating Noah from before, he swallowed the artificial azure dragon fruit in 3 bites, not daring to waste a single bit. Even though there was an indescribably foul taste in his mouth akin to that of feces, Akin merely covered his mouth to prevent himself from vomiting. Everyone's eyes were glued to him, and Noah also focused on Akin. After all, it was an artificial devil fruit. Although in the original work Momonosuk successfully awakened his abilities after consuming it, Akin might not succeed 100%. If he truly failed, it would mean that Akin would gain the weaknesses to sea prism stone and seawater. Everyone held their breath and watched closely as Akin's body suddenly showed a hint of pink. His body elongated, his arms and legs became slender, and his hands and feet turned into claws. His sullen face morphed, and 2 twisting dragon horns appeared on his head. In just a moment, Akin transformed from a human into a 10-meter-long pink dragon. After transforming into a dragon, a large number of tiny white clouds formed in front and behind Akin's dragon body. With a stomp of his 4 claws, he soared into the sky as if riding on clouds, flying above everyone. Noah's eyes lit up. It was a success. Although it was far smaller and shorter than a genuine fruit's transformation, Akin's dragon form was undoubtedly stronger than Momonosuk's. And this was just the initial transformation into beast form. As Akin's strength increased, it wouldn't be long before he could exhibit a dragon form no less than that of the matured Momonosuk, or even truly rival Kaido's authentic azure dragon form. After transforming into the pink dragon, Akin felt a bit unaccustomed to this power for the first time. He tried to control his body to fly around, but lost control and crashed into a cluster of trees. After a while he returned to human form, and for the first time shyly lowered his head in front of everyone, his face flushed with an unprecedented blush. This devil fruit has immense potential. You must practice diligently to master it soon. Noah patted Akin's shoulder, instructing him to stand aside. With the distribution of the artificial azure dragon fruit completed, next up was the paramecia-type distortion fruit, which did not raise as much anticipation among the crowd. Below Akin in rank were Nami, Creek, Rock, and Creek in that order. However, Noah completely ignored Nami, as giving this devil fruit to her would be a waste. Creek shook his head. Captain, it's not suitable for me. I won't eat it. Upon hearing this, Creek looked at him in astonishment. Creek, noticing the puzzled looks from everyone, adjusted his round glasses and said, a devil fruit that can enhance speed and physique is more suitable for me. He realized that following Noah as captain, there would likely be no shortage of devil fruits in the future. After mastering armament Haki, although he currently couldn't match Baru, he believed that once his armament Haki became stronger, he could break through the opponent's defenses like Akin. Since it was like this, why should he eat a devil fruit that didn't align with his expectations for short-term power enhancement? What he wanted was also a mythical beast fruit. Noah nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed the smartest among his subordinates. Since Creek doesn't want it, he'll eat it. Rock didn't think much of it. He didn't want the iron fruit because he didn't want to overly focus on defense. He wanted to follow Noah and become a spear in his hands. This distortion fruit at first glance should have considerable attacking power. Picking up the distortion fruit, seeing that Noah said nothing, Rock swallowed it in one big gulp. With a face that turned an unpleasant shade of blue and purple, Rock instinctively reached out with his left hand to grasp the air. In an instant the air twisted into a swirling shape, ready to shatter in a horrifying manner. On the ocean 5 ships sailed swiftly. If any other pirates' navy ships or merchant vessels approached, they would notice a silvery wind enveloping these 5 ships, accelerating their sailing speed. Inside the captain's cabin of the fearless battleship Military Blade, Noah sat on a gem-encrusted throne with an incomplete nautical chart spread out on the table before him. After the allocation of the devil fruits, he bid farewell to Dongli and Bragi with the pirates. Meanwhile, Nami furrowed her brows. Noah, do we really need to hurry this much? It's very necessary. Noah nodded, pointing at a specific location on the nautical chart. This nautical chart was scavenged from Whiskey Peak, and in addition to it, there were some permanent pointers, including one leading to Magic Valley Town, which was currently held by Nami. With our current strength, now is not the time to clash head-on with figures of the 4 emperors. Avoiding their sharpness is the correct choice. He would not be reckless like those brainless pirates in the original story. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. But this is not a narrow path. Acknowledging the gap in strength and allowing oneself to avoid reckless risks is also a form of courage. Noah firmly believed he would become the strongest in the world, standing tall at the pinnacle of the world. Avoiding those top-tier powerhouses on the path of growth would not undermine his ambition. So when he heard from Don Quixote da Flamingo that Kaido had his eyes on him, Noah's first thought was to find a safe place to develop. And to speak of safety, it had to be the Sky Island. The waters around Magic Valley Town had a soaring current that could lead directly to the floating islands above. That was a place Noah was destined to go. The golden country of the Sky Island truly had gold. What Noah was eyeing were these gold pieces and the bizarre shells unique to the Sky Island. Those shells did not significantly enhance the combat power for someone like him, but they could be used by ordinary pirates in the crew. In addition, besides combat shells, the lifestyle and auxiliary shells were also quite useful. There was also an extremely important point in Noah's plans. The heart net. another name for observation Haki on the sky. Although Noah relied on his own abilities to comprehend it, through dodge-style practice, teaching the others became a problem. This thing was not something that could be felt through physical prowess like armament Haki. The difficulty of learning observation Haki was several times greater than that of armament Haki. It truly required talent to comprehend. In the original story, after the Straw Hats arrived in the New World, it seemed that even the smallest soldier could use armament Haki, but not many could use observation Haki. On the Sky Island, however, there were many individuals who could use this so-called heartnet, another name for observation Haki. It cannot be denied that the inhabitants of the Sky Island must have some talent in this regard, and they likely had related methods of learning. Just based on this point, even if there were no vast amounts of gold, Noah would not let it go. Now that Kaido could appear at any moment, he had to advance his plans. Noah stepped out of the captain's cabin and looked out at the sea. The original plan was to head to Alabasta to recruit pirates and recruit Crocodile. If the other party disagreed, he would defeat them and take their position as one of the 7 warlords, but now he had to disrupt his plans. Kaido, I'll remember this. A cold glint flashed in Noah's eyes. With a permanent pointer guiding the direction and Noah's power to control the wind continuously accelerating their journey, the 5 ships sailed toward Magic Valley Town as if flying. Even when night fell, Noah did not stop. His abilities could exert effects on the sea far beyond those on land. With the power to control storms, he was nearly invincible in naval battles. The distance from Alabasta to Magic Valley Town was not far to begin with. Noah's disaster pirate crew did not need to go to Alabasta. They were heading straight from Magic Valley Town with all their might. In just 3 days they reached the waters outside Magic Valley Town. Captain, are we going to enter Magic Valley Town? Locke's hands clashed in excitement, revealing a wicked grin. After consuming the twisting fruit, he felt the power growing even stronger. Anything he touched, be it air, earth, water, or ships, could be twisted. He even had a sudden idea to apply the twisting power to his big knife and fists. What kind of power would an empty fist delivered in this way possess? Magic Valley Town was a gathering place for pirates where many pirates congregated. Stealing, smashing, robbing, plundering. Except for the tacit agreement to not harm local residents, the pirates killed each other with brutal means. Locke knew that Noah had the intention of recruiting a large number of pirates to fill the crew. In this situation, showing force was a must. Locke was more than willing to take on that role. No, we'll stay here. With a thought, Noah suddenly halted the wind, propelling them forward, and the 5 ships instantly off. Locke was dumbfounded. Noah paid no mind to this foolish guy. Locke had been thinking about learning knowledge, but after training too long, he had muscled his way through. With finances in Nami's hands, he had given up on thinking. His astonishing wisdom told him, fists are really useful. Noah looked at Nami, whose record pointer was pointing straight at the sky and spinning erratically. What is this? Nami was also astonished. She was unaware of the Sky Island. Or rather, Noah had not told the others why he was in such a hurry to reach this place at night. CLO pushed up his glasses with his palm. He had some guesses in his mind, but following the captain's arrangements was all he needed to do without doing unnecessary things. The other pirates looked at Noah. In their eyes, the captain was strategic. Whatever he did would succeed. All they had to do was follow. Noah looked up at the sky. It was still daylight, and he had no idea when he would encounter the soaring current. If it was like this, he could only rely on himself. Not approaching the shore far from Magic Valley Town, Kaido could transform into a giant dragon with flying capabilities. In the original story, there was a scene of falling from an altitude of 10,000 meters from the Sky Island. If the other party knew he was heading skyward, that guy would likely come after him. For this reason, Noah chose night, avoiding contact with other pirates to prevent leaks. Soon night fell. Akim gathered all the communication devices of the disaster pirate crew into Noah's captain's cabin. It's time to set off. Noah looked up. All the pirates looked at Noah in confusion. Noah couldn't be bothered to explain. He raised his right hand, and at that moment the silvery wind began to blow. The sound of the wind howled as the pirates saw a massive white wind come blowing and forming a giant white cloud that lifted the 5 ships upward. Oh! The gale rushed past their ears, causing a momentary difficulty in breathing. Hold on tight. Noah's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Nami immediately wrapped her arms around Noah's waist to steady herself and shouted, Noah, where are we going? Noah laughed heartily. The place we are going is called Sky Island. Noah looked up. Golden Heartnet, I have arrived. Sky Island. Many pirates wore expressions of shock. Sky Islands don't even exist, do they? Asked an apprentice pirate recruited from Whiskey Peak. What nonsense are you spouting? A seasoned pirate beside him shot the apprentice a sharp, disdainful glare. If Captain Noah declares it exists, then it does. Don't presume to measure the genius of Captain Noah with your shallow intellect. Exactly. If the captain says it exists, it must exist. Then we're about to reach the Sky Island. I've heard rumors there's a host of angels up there. I wonder if it's true. Aboard the fearless warship, Cutlass, Nami clung tightly to Noah's waist, her small frame hunched against the wind, lest she be swept overboard. She asked, Noah, is the Sky Island real? Noah nodded. Of course. It's not as though I drag you all on a nocturnal voyage just to simulate an aerial vessel. Then what lies upon the Sky Island? Nami pressed further. A faint knowing smile curled at the corner of Noah's lips. Treasures beyond imagining. And rest assured you won't be idle as you were before. Haki of observation suited Nami far better than Haki of armament ever could. Since Kaido harbored designs upon him, Noah resolved to seclude himself on the Sky Island for now. He doubted even Kaido would linger in the first half of the Grand Line for months awaiting his return. Coincidentally, many inhabitants of the Sky Island held deep curiosity about the blue sea. Recruitment prospects looked promising. 6 months, Noah declared. The others turned to him puzzled. We shall remain on the Sky Island for 6 months. This decision was made to consolidate strength and elevate the entire crew's combat prowess. At present, the Cataclysm pirates' fighting strength, aside from Noah himself, comprised only 3 Jean Locke and Baru, each matching a Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral in power. Even so, Locke and Baru barely scraped that threshold, capable at best of holding their own against ordinary giant Vice Admirals. Though the battle settlement system offered incremental gains, progress accumulated gradually. To strike rich overnight, only large-scale warfare would suffice. Petty skirmishes yielded far less growth than imagined. Once Noah had resolved, the others, though mystified and intrigued by the Sky Island, raised no objection. Carried aloft by the silvery gale, unseen by any mortal eye, the Cataclysm pirates vanished from the world's gaze and arrived at the legendary Sky Island. Those are clouds. Nami's eyes widened in awe. Above them stretched an endless expanse of thick luminous white cloud, vast, silent, and infinite. They had entered the cumulonimbus region, the lower stratum beneath the Sky Island. Noah narrowed his eyes. The gale, shaped like mist itself, now coiled and spiraled, condensing into a colossal sphere of wind that enveloped all 5 pirate vessels. In moments, the 5 ships pierced straight through. Surrounded entirely by billowing white clouds, the pirates burst into exclamations of wonder. Beyond the cumulonimbus lay the higher realm, the White Sea. Upon reaching the White Sea, Noah urged the wind sphere upward without pause. At the gate of heaven, Amazon gasped her eyes wide, then swiftly retrieved her den mushy to record the spectacle. Word spread swiftly: an unauthorized pirate incursion from the Blue Sea had breached the Sky Island. It reached Scarpia, the divine abode of Skypia, where the sacred land of Upper Skypia Arbato lay enthroned. A pale-skinned, golden-haired youth sat wrapped in a white headcloth. His elongated ears bore golden diamond-shaped earrings. 4 taiko drums were embedded across his back, each adorned with the triple tomo motif. Even in repose, he never removed the drums. Outside the temple, a burly, bald, muscle-bound man, wearing dark sunglasses, strode inside. He bowed deeply. Divine Lord, a band of pirates from the Blue Sea has intruded. Enel opened his eyes. Lightning crackled within their golden depths. It seems yet another ant dares defy the sanctity of divinity, daring to trespass unlawfully. A cruel, predatory smile flickered across Enel's lips. Summoned the others. This god grows weary. Let us see whether these monkeys from the Blue Sea can amuse me. One of Enel's 4 divine officers, embodying the aspect of sorrow and presiding over the iron trial, bowed low in solemn obedience. High above the White Sea, Noah remained unaware. Having entered the White Sea, he naturally beheld the so-called Gate of Heaven. One could enter legitimately, for a fee, but he was a pirate. Refraining from plunder was already restraint enough. Paying. Unthinkable. Noah paid it no mind. He accelerated the wind sphere, vaulting past the White Sea in a single surge. Soon, 5 colossal wind spheres erupted from the cloud ocean, hurling the 5 ships skyward. Then with a resonant thud, the vessels settled, buoyed effortlessly upon the sea of clouds, as stable as ships anchored. The pirates scanned the horizon behind them, sprawled an endless ocean of cloud, pure, radiant, luminous. Even beneath, ahead rose landmasses suspended atop the cloud sea. Noah stood at the bow. This was the White Sea. Before them lay Angel Island, the central isle of Scarpia, where the Straw Hat pirates would one day first set foot. Every islander bore delicate white wings, ethereal, angelic. The pirates leaned against the rails, gazing outward, breathless murmurs escaping their lips. They had witnessed their own ascent from the sea. How swiftly had legend become reality. For a fleeting moment, many felt adrift in dream. Yet as the ships docked and the crew disembarked, one pirate remarked, "This place doesn't seem extraordinary. Except for this cloud sea, it feels no different from below." Others too returned from awe to measured appraisal, commenting coolly on the White Sea and Angel Island. Noah's brow furrowed slightly as he gazed into the star-strewn night sky. Nami and senior officers Kuro and Krieg noticed Noah's grim expression and hurried forward. "Noah, what is it?" "Interesting, we've been detected," Noah replied. "Huh?" Question marks hovered above Nami and the others' heads. "All hands, prepare for battle," Noah commanded, voice low but commanding. Officers and crew obeyed instantly. No hesitation, no doubt. On shore, Noah stood at the vanguard. To his left stood Kuro, Krieg, and Baru. To his right, Jean Locke and Zango. Nami stood at the center, flanked by the Cat brothers. The rest of the crew formed disciplined ranks. Eyes darted ceaselessly, yet no enemy emerged from the shadows. But their captain had spoken, and every full-fledged pirate trusted him without question. Even the apprentices, though bewildered, merely wondered, where is the enemy? Not whether the order itself was justified. Enel wasted no time. Eager to confront the Blue Sea monkeys, he descended first, not in person, but with a bolt of lightning cleaving the heavens. Deep within the clouds encircling Skypia, hidden in the village of Cloudhide, a brown-skinned youth with a left cheek tattoo glimpsed that flash of azure light, and hatred flared in his eyes. Yet he also wondered, what does that cruel god intend stirring so late into the night? Far away in another cloud, a broad-shouldered elder frowned toward the horizon. Enel heads for Angel Island. What scheme brews in that tyrant's mind? He donned his armor and roused his slumbering pink and black spotted giant bird. "Pierre, we go." He vaulted onto its back, The great bird unfurled its wings, and in an instant transformed into a winged steed. And the rider astride it was none other than Gonfall, the sky knight banished long ago by Enel. Enel's speed was astonishingly fast. Having consumed the rumble fruit, he elementalized and soared toward Angel Island's coast like a bolt of lightning. Noah's brow furrowed slightly. He had brought a group with him only to be pinpointed by Enel's heart network with the power of the rumble fruit. As a wielder of wind and thunder, Noah could sense the extremely subtle electronic-like special energy in the air that others could not see. This was also how he judged that they had been discovered, and not merely because he was aware of the original story. If one could strategize just because of the original story, that would be sheer foolishness. Enel did not keep Noah waiting. This fellow who considered himself a god was very eager to learn about the monkeys from Qinghai. As a god, Enel believed he could not be confined to the trivial land of Skypea. His Arc Maxim was under construction, and once completed there would be no place he could not go. Qinghai should also kneel beneath the feet of a god. With this thought, Enel stepped onto a massive rock, his indifferent face revealing a playful glint as he looked down. So many monkeys from Qinghai. Interesting. Enel laughed. On the coast, his sudden appearance startled the pirates. However, they quickly regained their composure. A devil fruit user? Nami glanced at Enel with surprise. If she hadn't mistaken, he wielded the power of lightning similar to Noah's mythical beast type. Ajin and the other officers sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Enel, each growing alert. Enel cast a disinterested glance at the pirates before focusing on Noah, who was clearly in the leader's position. Seeing Noah look at him with a mocking expression, Enel frowned. Mortal, your gaze makes this god very uncomfortable. He coldly snorted derisively, saying, indeed, just a monkey from Qinghai, unaware of a god's majesty. Hey, what the hell are you saying? Rock shouted, annoyed. If it weren't for Noah being in front, this audacious long-eared man would have been punched into the air. Enel's forehead twitched with a vein and his expression twisted slightly. He glared at Rock. It has been a long time since an ant dared to speak to a god like this. You are remarkable. Saying this, Enel arrogantly raised his left hand. Die, you scum, and accept the wrath of the god. With that, Enel's left hand transformed into a lightning bolt shooting out like a spear. Raijin. Enel's cold and arrogant face remained unchanged as the lightning bolt darted towards Rock. The speed was so incredible that even Kuro, who was the quickest to react aside from Noah, could not comprehend it. As Rock's pupils dilated, the lightning bolt was about to pierce his heart when the pirates finally reacted. At that moment, a hand casually reached out. Like grasping the head of a writhing snake, it seized the lightning bolt, preventing Enel's move named Raijin from advancing. Noah drew the drizzle sword and calmly said, to strike upon meeting is overly arrogant, it comes with a price of life. Enel scoffed, mortal, although I do not know how you caught the lightning of a god if you think this can deal with a god. Yeehaw! Enel burst into wild laughter, his expression quickly shifting to one of arrogant mockery. To despise a god's majesty, you shall die too. Enel struck his shoulder drum with his solid golden staff. 30 million volts, Raijin. A booming sound echoed. From Enel's shoulder drum, a gigantic phoenix-shaped thunderbird suddenly flew out. It rushed toward Noah at an incredible speed, almost like teleportation. Noah squinted slightly, thinking to himself, I'm done playing with you. He had wanted to see if Enel could be reasoned with, but it seemed better to abandon that idea. This guy was too extreme, he was not suitable for his team. A dark-armed color of Haki surged from his right hand, instantly wrapping around the drizzle sword, making it dark and shiny. Noah's gaze flickered. Just as the thunderbird was about to approach him, he lightly slashed from left to right with his sword. A flash of black light flickered. Enel's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? His unstoppable thunderbird was actually sliced in half by a single strike, falling as two broken bolts of lightning, with only its struggling remnants illuminating the ground, proving it had indeed existed moments ago. After the shock came sheer terror. Enel suddenly sensed an extremely terrifying crisis, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing into his body. That kind of pain instinctively made him think of fleeing. Just one stroke to chop off his head would be good. A voice appeared and he stared wide-eyed. Noah, who had been below him, had already vanished. The other pirates looked at him with the gaze of why. Enel was furious as a god. When had anyone dared to look down on him like this? Yet the sense of crisis within him was reaching its peak. Enel instinctively emitted lightning all over his body, with an electric ring appearing around his neck. At that moment, a slender blade swept past, carrying the sweeping tide of ocean waves. In an instant, Enel seemed to hear the ocean roaring in fury, the deafening sound of crashing waves. The blade grazed Enel's neck, leaving Noah slightly startled. This strike felt unreal. Did Enel use elementalization to evade? Lightning metallurgy. Enel's right hand emitted a sizzling sound. The solid golden staff instantly transformed into a golden trident. Enel gripped the trident tightly, thrusting it directly at Noah's forehead. Noah merely tilted his head slightly, easily dodging. At that moment, Enel heard another voice. This strike aims. Just as Enel heard this voice, a black blade was thrust toward his heart with a speed that he could barely react to. If he hadn't heard the movement with heart network, Enel would have likely been pierced. He had no idea whether his divine body would be harmed if struck. Yet his instincts told him that he must not be pierced by that. Elementalization activated once more, needing only a thought. Enel willingly created a hole at his heart position. As expected, the black blade once again struck empty. And you cannot harm me, a god, ye ha. Enel simultaneously struck the drum behind him. The two sounds of dong resonated together. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A colossal thunder dragon entirely constructed of lightning roared forth. It charged directly at Noah. Given Noah's proximity, there was no way to dodge normally. However, who was Noah? Shave continuous flash. Noah's eyes sparkled with a golden hue. A cracking sound erupted beneath his feet. Then the thunder dragon swept past with Noah's figure repeatedly flashing in and out of sight around Enel. Yet the thunder dragon seemed to have eyes relentlessly pursuing Noah. Yeehaw! Enel laughed maniacally, his fierce face shouting, "Ant, you may have some strength, but before a god all is an illusion." Discharge. Blinding lightning erupted from Enel's body, and the dangerous aura made Ajin and the other pirate's hair stand on end. Enel watched Noah flickering continuously, although he called him an ant, the fear within him grew ever more intense. To eradicate this loathsome fear, Enel ceased holding back. 200 million volts. The lightning flashed, illuminating the dark sky. A massive amount of lightning radiated, and Enel roared, "Let it be buried in the majesty of the god. God of thunder." The thunder gathered, and a thunderous roar erupted. The entire populace of Angel Island was roused from their slumber. Ganfeur, sitting on the back of his beloved Pierre, focused his gaze. In the distance, a colossal, thunderous giant appeared, as if the god of thunder had descended. Just from a distance, his entire soul trembled, uncontrollably yearning to bow down and worship. A gigantic thunder giant appeared, and Ajin immediately transformed into an 11-meter-long pink dragon. After consuming the artificial Qinglong fruit, his growing familiarity with its powers allowed him to unleash more strength in the beast form of the Qinglong fruit. Locke placed his hands forward, causing the air ahead to slightly distort in an instant. Baloo had transformed into Iron Man, his arms encased in shield-like iron shells. Claw's cat-like claws were entwined with armed color. Having shed much of his inner turmoil, Click, now at ease under Noah's command, had finally comprehended the armed color Haki a few days prior, and now he dyed his colossal war spear in a glossy black steel hue. Nami crouched among the pirates, quietly drawing out the Black Star flintlock pistol. The pirates stood in a defensive formation. Enel cast a glance and disregarded her entirely. Just a group of ants not worth paying attention to. The thunder giant he had transformed into turned its gaze towards Noah, who was flickering constantly. Its massive left hand clenched into a fist, and suddenly smashed down towards Noah. Its speed was truly as fast as a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it descended upon Noah. Boom! The earth collapsed and dust swirled. Debris scattered in all directions, and from the dust cloud a figure emerged. Noah held the drizzle, his body completely unblemished by dust, appearing utterly unharmed. "This is impossible." Enel roared in fury. "A frog in a well dares to measure the world." Noah's voice was cold as a swirl of silver-white wind began to encircle him. The wind swirled around Noah's body, visibly coalescing into clusters of silver-white feathers. These feathers floated beside Noah, rotating, each one involuntarily adhering to him. In an instant, a cluster of silver feathers appeared. "Playing tricks." Enel shouted angrily as the gigantic thunder fist once again charged towards Noah's cluster of silver feathers like a lightning column. Boom! Once more large amounts of dust flew into the air, and the earth cried out in collapse. Ganfeur was unclear about what had transpired here. He only saw Enel in a rage clashing with someone. He focused his gaze. In a huge crater lay silver-white light. It was silver-white wind. A multitude of silver feathers scattered as a formidable figure waved casually. A gentle breeze blew away the dust, revealing a magnificent silver body. Noah's golden eyes looked towards Enel. The silver wings behind him fluttered slightly. Enel transformed into a giant of thunder, displayed a human-like astonishment. "What is this?" Without waiting for his reaction, Noah flapped his wings, and the clusters of lightning flickered around him. "This? How could you possibly wield the power of a god?" Enel shouted in frustration, losing composure. Noah transformed into a streak of silver lightning appearing above Enel, his left hand aimed at him, showing no intention of explanation, his expression cold and indifferent, as he said, "Eye of the heavenly realm." In an instant, the colors of heaven and earth changed. A dazzling silver-white wind transformed into a vortex that emerged abruptly from Noah's left hand. It grew more intense, and in just a moment this wind vortex aimed entirely at Enel expanded to over 100 meters. With another blink, it had become a gigantic eye of wind over 1,000 meters. The fierce wind mercilessly shredded the earth. Trees were instantly broken and pulled upwards by a force, the ground shattered, as if losing gravity, swirling upwards. Ajin and the others realized that this time, they were completely unaffected, as if nothing had happened where they stood. Yet 10 meters away, a layer of soil was overturned by the raging wind flying towards the terrifying eye of wind above. Ganfeur in the distance immediately called out to Pierre to fly further away, thus escaping. However, they remained unscathed. The gigantic thunder giant at the center could not control its own form at all. Enel attempted to escape by elemental transformation, but the surrounding silver-white wind turned into a rotating, shredding force, as if countless giant ropes were tightly binding him. Even in elemental form, he was inevitably pulled into the center of the vortex. Once there, it resembled a black hole. The terrifying shredding force instantly tore Enel into countless pieces. Yet even so, he found that he was surprisingly unharmed, merely split apart. This horrifying phenomenon could not damage. Mortal is merely immortal no matter how hard they try. Enel mocked loudly, but just as the sound emerged, a silver shadow disregarded the wind force, as if entering an uninhabited realm. A hand gently reached out, as if grabbing a chick, and Enel was terrified to discover that his body was forced to coalesce together, unable to transform into an elemental form. Noah grasped Enel's neck. "Laugh, do you not like to laugh?" Noah said coldly. Enel's pupils jolted violently, wanting to say something, but his neck was firmly gripped, preventing him from uttering a sound. The sensation of suffocation made it hard for him to breathe, and he began to feel dizzy. The scenes in his eyes gradually grew dim. In his two still open eyes, a black knife lightly grazed his neck. Enel did not feel pain, only a sensation similar to water flowing over, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Bang! A terrified head was tossed to the ground by Noah. The headless body lay quietly to one side, its smooth-cut neck silently oozing blood, staining the yellow earth slightly. With Enel's death, the giant silver wind vortex resembling a black hole came to a stop. Countless shattered soil, stones, and trees fell from the sky like rain. In the distance, Conqueror widened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face. The god Enel, was killed. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the invincible Enel could actually be killed. Conqueror swallowed hard, his throat making a gulping sound. "Here, we should hurry." Before he could finish his sentence, a streak of silver lightning had already flashed to one side. The silver resplendent wings gently waved as Noah looked at them with a semblance of a smile. After watching for so long, why not sit down? Conqueror felt an intense fear in his heart, goosebumps rising. All Pyr, who had consumed the horse fruit, trembled, even more frightened by Noah, and his Pegasus-like form was immediately reverted to that of a bird. Pyr's entire skeletal structure felt as if it had been pulled out, and he fell weakly. Noah lightly lifted a finger, and a gust of silver-white wind formed a cushion beneath one person and one bird. Noah looked at Conqueror, whose face was filled with fear. He took the one person and one bird back to the coast. Upon reaching the coast, Conqueror glanced at the head lying unattended. Until now it felt as if he were dreaming. Yet the smell of blood beneath the head was painfully clear. Before long, the 4 divine officials arrived with the so-called divine soldiers and the white beret troops. Each of them wore anxious expressions, fearing that their delay would anger Enel. They knew that Enel would not go easy on them. Just these so-called divine officials were merely servants in Enel's eyes. Noah glanced at them casually, waving his hand as he returned to his normal size. "It's up to you now." Upon hearing this, a gene transformed into a pink dragon and charged towards one of the 4 divine officials, unleashing a fiery dragon breath. Locke wore a fierce expression. "Brothers, let's slaughter them." As he spoke, his right-hand blade distorted the air, striking towards the belly of one of the 4 divine officials, Shadaley, who resembled a snow-white ball, the tester of the sphere. Klo and Click also faced off against the other 2 divine officials. Valu confronted the tall leading commander of the divine soldiers, Dashan. Meanwhile, Dashan's 2 deputy commanders, Xiao Wu and Zhong Wu, were intercepted by the Cat brothers. Zhang Yao waved his hypnotic ring blade, engaging in battle with ordinary pirates against the enemy. Noah sat indifferently on a chair brought by Nami, quietly observing the battle ahead, as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Compared to Noah's struggle against Enel, it was a bit more challenging. For a Gene and his companions, dealing with these priests and divine soldiers, as well as the white beret troops, was much easier. A Gene faced one of the 4 priests, Azura, the master of the trial of the rope, who held the title of Celestial Knight. Azura sat cross-legged on the giant bird, and when a Gene transformed into the pink dragon and unleashed his dragon flame breath, his expression changed. He quickly patted the giant bird beneath him, and the bird opened its mouth, releasing a pillar of fire that intertwined with a Gene's dragon flame breath. A Gene's dragon face changed. Is this ugly bird also a phantom beast? After acquiring the devil fruit encyclopedia, Noah had already introduced the categories of devil fruits to the crew. Zoan Paramecia Logia. Normally Logia is the rarest, and before mastering Haki one can only find weaknesses or use sea stone to harm its true body. However, there are 2 other rare types that are not inferior to Logia, the ancient types and the phantom beast types within Zoan. Ancient types possess greater strength and speed than ordinary Zoan fruit users, along with faster recovery. Phantom beast types on top of that possess special abilities. As far as a Gene knows, Noah's abilities are wind and thunder, while his own are wind, fire, and thunder. This ugly bird before him. As a Gene pondered, the giant bird flapped its wings and soared high, while Azura, holding a spear, dived towards a Gene with the spear, transforming it into a flaming spear as it rushed forward. A Gene was even more startled upon witnessing this. The spear was clearly visible, and without a flamethrower, how could it emit flames? As the spear was about to hit him, a Gene twisted his dragon body and easily dodged the flaming spear attack. But at that moment, Azura seemed to have read a Gene's thoughts, and the spear, as if having eyes, smoothly thrust to the right. The flaming spear tip jabbed at a Gene's head, the scorching flames making him quite uncomfortable. "It seems you can read my thoughts." A Gene's pink dragon head glimmered with blood as a ring of dark steel-like texture enveloped the entire dragon head. Even though his evasion route was seen through under the defense of Haki and the natural defenses of his dragon head, a Gene only felt as if a mosquito had bitten him. It was merely a bit itchy. This? Azura was shocked, realizing that his full force attack had failed to break through a Gene's defenses. Before he could dwell on his astonishment, Azura suddenly leaped off the giant bird he had been sitting on. Just then a dark shiny tail swept past, but missed completely. A Gene retracted his dragon tail, surprise flashing in his eyes. Could this guy wearing goggles truly see through his thoughts? With this in mind, a Gene's dragon claws were enveloped in Haki. Azura landed lightly, ready to call the giant bird to catch him, but suddenly his expression changed drastically. Because Ajin had not pursued him, but instead chose to attack the giant bird. You can read my thoughts, but I don't believe this ugly bird can do the same. Ajin's blood intent coalesced, and his two dragon claws came together like two sharp fangs. The blood intent formed into a phantom long snake. Ajin raised his dragon head, and suddenly charged forward. Whoosh! A streak of blood light flashed across. By the time the giant bird sensed the immense crisis approaching, its body had already been torn in half, unable to let out even a scream, as its broken remains fell from the sky, blood mist mixing with its innards. The old face of Gonfu air flashed with shock. Looking back at that streak of blood light, even though Azura used the mind net to sense Ajin's attack route again, by the time he reacted there was only a streak of blood light charging towards him. When he finally saw clearly, it was a blood-colored long snake opening its mouth wide, easily biting through its own body. Azura's eyes widened as he frantically scanned his surroundings. Aside from the blood-colored long snake, there was also a half-body, standing in place, continuously spewing blood. It turned out, it was himself. One of the four priests. Azura was dead. The battle between Ajin and Azura did not take long. In total it was only a matter of a few minutes. In contrast to his relaxed demeanor, Locke furrowed his brows. Every slash he made was effortlessly dodged by Shadley, the master of the Trial of the Sphere, who held the title of Forest's Great Enlightenment. Locke looked at this opponent. With long hair and a yellow hat, he ignored the characteristic wings of the Sky Island people. The spherical plump body easily jumped away from all of Locke's attacks. Roar, roar. Shadley sneered. With just you can't harm me. Shadley suddenly leaped beside Locke, his gloved right palm accumulating power. He then slapped forward. A wave of impact erupted from Shadley's palm, directly striking towards Locke. Locke frowned and slashed with his right hand. The blade was infused with twisted power. With one slash, this so-called impact was instantly shredded into pieces and scattered. Shadley felt a shock in his heart. What kind of power is this? His impact shell was concealed within his glove, but Locke was holding a sword, wearing a coat that revealed his chest covered in thick chest hair, and shorts looking nothing like someone with a special shell weapon. As he pondered, Locke's left fist struck toward Shadley. Shadley had a premonition, his plump body slightly tilted, allowing Locke's fist to miss. Taking this opportunity, Shadley retaliated with a palm strike to Locke's chest. The impact shell in Shadley's glove unleashed its power again, and a shockwave erupted with a loud bang against Locke. However, the scene Shadley had anticipated, where Locke would be sent flying and spitting blood, did not occur. In fact, Locke didn't even move an inch. Shadley felt an ominous premonition, his body covered in cold sweat, issuing a deadly warning. Iron block. Locke's face contorted, and he casually uttered two words. At the same time, the area on his chest turned a rich, dark steel-like color. You have something hidden in your gloves, right? Locke grinned. He could feel the unusual sensation from the impact shell and Shadley's glove pressing against his chest. Shadley's perception made him feel as if the person before him were a fierce beast about to open its mouth to devour him. He couldn't help but feel a surge of fear and wanted to withdraw his hand, but he noticed a twisting sensation at his arm. It was as if his hand had entered a meat grinder. Shadley's eyes widened in terror. Crack! The sound of bones being violently twisted echoed, an excruciating pain shot through Shadley's brain. Chunks of rotten flesh mixed with twisted bones were scattered everywhere. Shadley's arm was grotesquely broken. He wanted to escape, but a rough, large hand tightly gripped his neck. It was Locke grinning. Want to escape? It's too. The twisted power manifested in his hand. With a snap, Shadley's neck, which had been twisted countless times, broke, resembling a bloody string of flesh connecting his head to his body. Thus one of the four priests, Shadley, was dead. Two priests had fallen in succession. The remaining priests and divine soldiers of Enel, along with the White Beret troops, were also not faring well. Clove faced one of the four priests' own. Compared to Ajin and Locke, he was the most relaxed one. Not because his strength surpassed that of Ajin and Locke, but because he was the fastest among the disaster pirates, second only, even though Ohm possessed the mind net and basically ignored the bizarre silent steps. When the technique called Shovel Death, this technique already mastered by Clo, underwent a new breakthrough under the influence of Shave, causing the area where Ohm stood to shimmer with countless blade-cutting marks. It was as if countless blades were simultaneously slicing this area. As Ohm continued to evade, he was caught by a cat-paw's 10 blades, which ruthlessly grazed his body, due to a half-second delay in reaction. The last priest, Gadaz, caused quite a bit of trouble for Klyak. The ability of Mind Net was a significant restraint on Klyak, who relied solely on powerful singular attacks. However, after witnessing the other three being easily killed, his mind was thrown into chaos, which rendered his observation Haki, a power that required calmness to use, ineffective. Klyak seized the opportunity, wrapping his spear in Haki, and with one thrust shattered the last priest's head. As Klyak killed the last divine official, Gata, the leader of the divine weapon squad, Dashin, was turned into a sieve by a barrage of half-meter-long iron spikes released by Barrow. Subsequently, the two vice leaders, Xiao Wu and Zhong Wu, fell one after another at the hands of Sam and Bougie. One learned Shave, while the other mastered Iron Block from the 6 techniques, taught by Noah. The remaining techniques were still being comprehended, but both displayed remarkable talent in these two skills, significantly enhancing their strength. After all, the Heart Network is not omnipotent. How can one remain calm when allies, especially high-level fighters, fall one after another to the enemy? Moreover, how could these divine officials and divine weapons compare with the disaster pirates who trained and strengthened themselves almost daily? Conqueror fell silent as he watched the one-sided battle. The divine official and divine weapon troops that used to follow Inaru across the lands now seemed so weak. Noah raised his left hand slightly, saying enough. His voice was soft yet firmly reached the ears of everyone on the shore, including not only the disaster pirates, but also the remaining divine weapon troops of the White Beret. As these people looked at Noah, they saw a somewhat familiar head rise from the air. When that head turned to face them, they were instantly shocked, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The god is dead. A man from the divine weapon squad murmured, disbelief filling his tone. Surrender, and you won't be killed, Noah stated indifferently. Continuing to fight wouldn't yield much experience, it was better to take these people in to fill the ranks. Noah wasn't just here to hide in the Sky Island, he aimed to seize gold and expand his crew. With Inaru and the senior divine officials wiped out, it wouldn't hurt to incorporate these remaining members. Upon hearing Noah's words, the already broken divine weapons and White Beret troops immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. Akin Clique, take these people down for unified management. Klo informed them of our rules. Yes. Akin Clique and Klo responded in unison. After handling these matters, Noah turned his gaze to Conqueror, who was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He had witnessed Noah's terrifying combat power, even more so than Inaru's. What do you wish to do? Conqueror couldn't help but add a respectful tone. Noah smiled. Don't be nervous. I came to the Sky Island for two things. First, to collect gold. Second, to recruit. From tonight onwards, the entire Sky Island will be under the control of my disaster pirates. He looked at Conqueror. Do you have any objections? Conqueror wore a pained expression. None. During Inaru's reign, he could only be driven away, and how much less could he do against the stronger disaster pirates now? The next day, Noah occupied Angel Island, displaying the heads of Inaru and the 4 divine officials, as well as the heads of the 3 leaders of the divine weapon squad, in the most conspicuous location. Conqueror lowered his head and silently followed Noah. The people of Angel Island stared in shock at the 8 heads, swallowing hard, their expressions filled with disbelief. As Noah's golden eyes scanned the faces of those who cast their gazes upon him, they trembled, fear rising from their hearts, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. As the disaster pirates entered, Angel Island fell under Noah's dominion. Akin Clique Barrow. Noah pointed out the 3 stepped forward, bowing their heads and waiting for instructions. Akin will lead while Clique and Barrow will command Team 1 and Team 2. You are to collect all the gold from Apaya to the last piece and move it onto the ship. Yes. The 3 nodded. Conqueror continued to follow Noah. He felt relieved that Noah hadn't resorted to thinking of the Sandia tribe in Apaya. The kind-hearted Conqueror hoped that Wapol and the disaster pirates would not come into conflict, and he immediately spoke up. Lord Noah, may I accompany you? Noah glanced at him. The reason I kept you around is that you can keep the people here a bit more compliant. That doesn't mean you can voice your opinions in front of me. Conqueror quickly lowered his head, his mind racing as he explained the Sandia tribe in Apaya is known for their bravery in battle. Aren't you here to recruit troops? They might be to your liking. Noah pondered upon hearing this. In the original story, the Sandia tribe, led by Wapol, was indeed quite impressive. Wapol in particular was a super tough guy, and Noah admired him. Noah waved his hand. You can accompany me to persuade them to surrender. If they remain obstinate, rest assured I will persuade them well. Please give me the head of Inaru. Go fetch it yourself and bring the other 7 along. Yes. Conqueror breathed a sigh of relief. Although the pirates from the Blue Sea before him were not as brutal as recorded, committing acts of rampant looting, they still appeared quite disciplined in his eyes. Yet beneath that discipline lay an aura of dominance that threatened death to those who stood in their way. He knew that Wapol and the others were quite powerful. However, the 3 Noah dispatched were even more monstrous, killing divine officials and leaders without sustaining injuries, something even he, a former divine official, could not accomplish. Before long, Conqueror followed Akin and the others away. Noah took over the center of Angel Island, choosing a large building to reside in, welcomed by well-meaning people. Klo. Noah sat atop the gemstone throne, moved from the ship on the roof of the building. Captain Klo responded, take Zhangao and go collect shells on the Sky Island. Be gentle, after all we will be here for a while. Don't create panic among the people. However, if someone disobeys, handle it as you see fit. Yes. Klo adjusted his glasses with his palm. Last night he had learned about the special shells unique to the Sky Island from the divine officials and divine weapons. Impact shells, repel shells, slash shells, flame shells. In addition to these combat use shells, there were also shimmer shells, lantern shells, wind shells, water shells, sound shells, and other auxiliary and daily use shells. These strange shells truly opened Klaus' eyes. Likewise, as an intelligent pirate, he quickly realized the significance of these shells to their crew. Thus Noah entrusted the task of collecting shells to Klo and Zhangao. After Klo departed, Nami, feeling bored, informed Noah and went out to explore Angel Island under Rock's protection. The remaining 2 junior officers, the Cat brothers, managed the new members with wings. The entire rooftop was left with. He glanced at a transparent panel that only he could see. Fighting against Inaru's group had yielded little experience. The only aspect Noah was somewhat satisfied with was the experience of that one skill. Experience gained Kinbunshiko Haki, 341. This experience was somewhat useful to Noah, but the increase, having comprehended Kinbunshiko Haki, his innate talent, and the powers of the devil fruit allowed this skill to rise rapidly, and he was now not far from the intermediate level. Noah was confident that he could elevate it to an intermediate level within a month. However, this experience boost had little effect on him. It was far more significant for his subordinates. The Heart Network, or Kinbunshika Haki, was much harder to comprehend than Busashoka Haki. Even based on loyalty, the experience gained by embedded characters was proportionally minimal, making it a long way to achieve the beginner level of Kinbunshiku. Yet this experience could serve as a catalyst, inspiring those already talented subordinates to comprehend and master it independently. Noah had no intention of relying solely on the system. If it were truly like that, it would be hard to predict how long it would take for both him and his subordinates to genuinely enhance their strength. The first half of the Grand Line. A massive azure dragon soared through the sky, and on a deserted island Kaido transformed back into his human form and took out a Den Den Mushi from his pocket. Jean, have you received any news from Don Quixote da Flamingo? The Den Den Mushi shook its head. Brother Kaido, Don Quixote da Flamingo said there hasn't been any news from the disaster pirates for the time being. What? Kaido's face darkened. My Silver Hawk has just lost track like that. It seems so, they appear to have. Hidden away, that's what Don Quixote da Flamingo said. This useless fool can't even handle such a trivial matter. Kaido was furious and nearly crushed the Den Den Mushi, but he held back. What if there was news? I've been searching here for a month. I must find the disaster. Kaido transformed into a dragon and flew into the sky. Lost track. He'll search that sea area thoroughly. At this time in the Marine headquarters Marineford, in the office of the Marshal, a man with a lewd expression lounging with his legs crossed, dressed in yellow attire and draped in a marine justice coat, lazily lifted his head and pouted. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. How could such a monster appear in paradise? It's truly terrifying. He was Kizaru, one of the 3 Marine admirals. Sengoku glanced at this unfocused guy. The appearance of such a dangerous figure in paradise likely has significant implications. Kizaru, go take a look. Alright. Kizaru stood up, scratching his head. A golden glow enveloped him, transforming into specks of golden light that drifted outward. At sea on an unremarkable pirate ship, the pirates' faces were filled with fear. Pika and Gladius were overseeing the group of pirates, while Don Quixote da Flamingo, with a dark expression, commanded 2 pirates to fight each other. Watching the blood splatter, Da Flamingo recalled the call he had just received from Jean. That disaster guy actually disappeared. Da Flamingo clenched his left fist tightly, causing the 2 controlled pirates to stop fighting, but their bodies made cutting sounds. The unfortunate pirate was instantly cut into several pieces and died on the spot. Da Flamingo's forehead veins throbbed like worms, and cold sweat continuously seeped from his scalp. Kaido couldn't find that disaster guy, or it couldn't be because of himself, could it? Thinking of this, Da Flamingo's heart trembled. If that's the case, this matter must not be known to outsiders. Otherwise, the capricious Kaido would definitely come looking for trouble. But now that I have no news of the disaster, where the hell has he? At this moment on the Sky Island, led by Akin, with Krieg and Barrow assisting the disaster pirates' first and second combat, teams entered Appiato in a grand manner. With Inaru and the priestly forces no longer present, there was naturally no need to undergo the so-called trials of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Conqueror followed closely behind Akin, feeling quite curious about the well-trained pirates. Pirates are usually a lawless bunch, indulging in pleasure and living recklessly as recorded. Could it be that the pirates from the Blue Sea have now developed into a regular army? He couldn't help but feel curious. As nearly 200 people entered Appiato, the warriors of the Sandia naturally noted. The leader looked tall and thin, wearing sunglasses with a signature mohawk hairstyle. He was Kamachili, the strategist of the Sandia warriors, the leader of Sandia, known as the War Demon. The gaze behind the sunglasses was quite serious. At a glance, none of them had wings. And the former god Gan, for whom the Sandia people still had some good feelings for, surprisingly looked like a guide. As one of the few intelligent people in the pirate world, Kamachili thought of many things in an instant. However, he quickly became shocked along with the others who were hiding in the dark with him. The disaster pirates continued forward. On the outermost side, 8 pirates carried 8 heads at their waists. That's Inaru. A Sandia warrior couldn't hold back, letting out a voice filled with shock and hatred. The voice was small, but Akin caught. He stopped in his tracks, and all the pirates received the command to stop at the same time. What happened? Krieg asked. Akin turned his head towards the source of the faint voice. After consuming the artificial azure dragon fruit, his strength was not only growing rapidly, but also increasing day by day. His senses in all aspects were significantly enhanced. Kamakili's expression changed drastically. The 8 heads he had just rubbed his eyes to look at several times were definitely Inaru and his priests. If that's the case, wouldn't these people be more terrifying than Inaru? He immediately raised his hand to silence everyone. Awapel was leading his men to secretly investigate last night's events on Angel Island, and he couldn't let anyone get caught here. Everyone held their breath, afraid that any movement would attract attention. Clever yet foolish move, Akin commented briefly. Unbeknownst to them, he had already held 2 round-head canes in his hands. Krieg raised his spear high while Barrow grinned, turning into a black Iron Man. The other pirates held their guns and knives ready for battle. Kamakili's expression changed drastically. Not good run. A group of terrifying individuals carrying Inaru's heads, even without fighting, would be something they couldn't handle, especially since the other side had more than 200 people. Kamachili issued the command to flee at an extremely fast speed. Just as the word run came out, there was a bang, like an explosion. Soru, a blood-colored man, looked at him with a gloomy face. His eyes were extremely cold, as if he were looking at a dead man. Kamachili was greatly shocked. Beside him, a stout man with a yellow and white striped chef's hat, dressed in a grass skirt, and wearing leopard print armor on his shoulders, aimed a rocket launcher-like weapon at Akin. He was one of the Sandia warriors, the powerful Jebo. Upon seeing Akin's sudden appearance, he instinctively lifted the iron cannonball rocket launcher, the only one he could wield among the Sandia warriors. Bang! A flash of fire erupted and a solid iron cannonball was violently shot from the cannon. Akin glanced casually, not even feeling the need to dodge. He merely spoke coldly, "Iron block." Boom! The explosion produced thick black smoke. Yet a thin man emerged unscathed. Jebo and Kamachili, along with the other Sandia warriors, changed their expressions drastically. What kind of monster is this? At that moment another bang echoed. A gigantic iron war spear swept towards Jebo. Jebo instinctively used the iron cannonball rocket launcher. With a loud thud, Jebo was shaken by the immense force, causing his hands to split open, and the cannon barrel struck his hefty body, sending him flying. Pretty quick reaction, Krieg remarked, slightly surprised. He hadn't held back at all. The priest he was fighting didn't have the strength to compete, but this chubby guy was quite strong. Jebo! Kamachili exclaimed in shock. The long spear in his hand immediately swept towards Krieg. He shouted, "Burning sword." The long spear unleashed high-temperature flames, transforming into a flaming great sword that slashed towards Krieg. Yet Krieg merely sneered at this. Kamachili, confused, poured more power into the long spear. At that moment a pitch-black iron arm appeared, forming an iron shield to block in front. The burning sword left a massive scar on it, even penetrating the steel slightly. However, even so, it couldn't harm Barrow, who was rushing over. Akin nodded. They are indeed the warriors of Sandia. They certainly possess some strength. Behind Gonfer rushed forward. He shouted, "Don't engage, don't engage." Angel Island. 3 shadowy figures were lurking about. It was Waiapa who, after discovering Enel and the priests going out at night, called upon his fellow core warriors of the Sandia, Braum and Raki, to come here together. The 3 were unaware of what had transpired the previous night, but following the traces from last night, they kept moving to the coast of the White Sea. The 3 hid at a distance, their eyes caught by the trees and debris in disarray caused by unknown monsters. The stench of blood was still strong and remnants of unclean corpses lay scattered on the ground. What has happened here? The 3 were shocked. Looking out towards the White Sea, 5 unfamiliar pirate ships had appeared. On the shore, remnants of the Divine Army and the White Beret troops were being managed by 2 cat-like men, one thin and one fat. Those are Enel's Divine Army and the White Beret troops. How could this be? Raki's lovely face displayed disbelief. With Enel's arrogance, how could he allow someone to manage his troops? What on earth has happened here? The speaker was Braum, a tall and robust figure wearing a long hat that obscured his eyes, dressed in a green fur-collared coat that exposed his chest with a red-orange sash around his waist and a leaf skirt below. He held 2 guns in his hands. In the original story during the Sky Island arc, he had fought fiercely with Zoro, even managing to suppress him at one point. He was calm and showed no mercy in battle. He gazed at the chaotic environment ahead, where trees were shredded and dirt and stones were buried. Suddenly a gust of wind. Raki tightened her thin crop top, her deep green eyes showing confusion as her vibrant pink lips parted slightly. She gently nudged Waiapa, the leader of Sandia, causing him to furrow his brow. "What's wrong?" Waiapa cast a puzzled glance. At that moment, he also suddenly shuddered. His brow knitted tightly together as he looked around. Unbeknownst to them, a translucent, yet somewhat opaque, white wind gently brushed past them. This wind was unlike any ordinary breeze, carrying an eerie and bone-chilling cold. When Waiapa felt the strange wind, Raki and Braum were already trembling. "No, something's wrong." Braum stammered, his teeth chattering. "We need to leave here quickly," Raki spoke. She had come along this time not only due to her own strength, but also because as Waiapa's childhood friend, she was basically the only one in Sandia who could persuade him. Braum, being calm, could assist Waiapa in analysis. Although Waiapa was fierce in battle, known as the War Demon, it did not mean he lacked intelligence. Waiapa nodded gravely. However, just as the thought of leaving crossed their minds, a bland voice abruptly pierced their ears. "Since you're already here, wouldn't it be a waste to just leave? I'm in the central area of Angel Island, come find me." As the voice echoed, Waiapa and the others exchanged glances, each seeing the shock in the other's eyes. "Did you hear that too?" Braum said bitterly. Raki nodded, fear evident on her face. Waiapa's expression darkened to the point where it seemed like it could drip water. "What should we do now?" Braum looked to Waiapa. It was time for Waiapa as the leader to come up with a plan. That voice just now was not Enel, Raki reminded. Enel is extremely arrogant, and it seems he doesn't possess such ability. Everything was beyond comprehension. Raki's mind was in turmoil at that moment. To go, or to ignore it. Waiapa was deep in thought. The voice they had just heard reappeared. "Enel has already been killed by me. The entire Sky Island will become my territory, not just Angel Island, but also the place where you reside. I need warriors, strong warriors. If you can satisfy me, I can return your homeland Sandora to you. I'm only interested in the gold above." In the center of Angel Island, Noah sat on a gem-encrusted throne, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Enel was using the power of the Rumble Fruit to monitor the entire Sky Island. If Enel could do it, why couldn't Noah? With the combination of wind and the all-knowing eye, Noah could even achieve long distance. So despite appearing to do nothing while sitting here, nothing escaped the wind and his gaze. Hearing the voice reappear and proclaim such shocking news to Waiapa and the others. No wonder the Divine Army and the White Beret troops on the coast were being managed. It turned out their god had been taken down. Waiapa hesitated for a moment, glancing at Raki and Braum. The 3 nodded simultaneously, looking towards the inner island of Angel Island. Clearly at that moment all 3 were eager to meet and see who this person was. Having made up their minds, the 3 immediately set off. Considering Noah's words, they no longer concealed their presence, instead striding boldly into the charming streets of Angel Island. This was the most central and prosperous area of the entire city of Angel Island. Upon seeing Waiapa and the others who were clearly of the Sandia tribe, the residents of Angel Island displayed fear and rejection. Waiapa stopped, a cold smile appearing on his face. This group had robbed them of their homeland, yet dared to show such expression. Raki was much calmer. Seeing many people avoiding them with fearful expressions made her somewhat restless. Brom noticed that although the residents of Angel Island were afraid of the three, they did not come out to drive them away. Where was the Angel Island guard? Thinking this, Brom followed closely behind Waiapa and Raki as they passed a fruit shop. At the shop's entrance stood an orange-haired girl next to a 3-meter-tall bald man with a beard. Brom noticed that the shopkeeper only showed a slight fear when glancing at the three. However, in front of the orange-haired girl and the giant, while forcing a smile, the shopkeeper was sweating profusely. That fear far surpassed that towards the three. This realization caused Brom to pause slightly. Noticing that he slowed down, Waiapa and Raki turned back following Brom's gaze, and they too saw the girl. Waiapa and Raki frowned as they realized that the residents of Angel Island were merely afraid and rejecting them, which was nothing compared to the fear directed at the two in front of the fruit shop. Raki couldn't help but look at the orange-haired girl. The girl was picking and choosing from the fruit store, selecting a bit of each type. The giant showed a bored yet helpless expression, responsible for carrying the fruit basket, as a laborer easily grabbing a whole. Then the girl reached into a pile of apples, and with a slight furrow of her brow quickly withdrew her hand. What's wrong, Nami? Locke looked at Nami's hand. She was the navigation officer treasured by the captain, and either Akin or himself was responsible for her protection. The moment the thunder fruit appeared, a gust of silvery wind swept through the lovely street. This wind seemed to come from nowhere. Once it appeared, everyone felt a blinding whiteness before their eyes, completely obstructing their view of what was happening around them. The three of them, standing still to watch the scene, immediately sensed a great danger approaching. It wasn't just a tingling on their scalps, their hair stood on end, and they quickly gripped their weapons, entering a state of readiness for battle. Nami and Rock seemed unaffected. After merely sensing a familiar breeze gently caressing their bodies, a figure appeared. Noah reached out and took the thunder fruit from Nami's hand, which looked exactly like the one in the devil fruit encyclopedia. As he looked at the patterns on it, a joyful expression broke across his face. Even among the natural-type devil fruits, this one is top tier. Before he obtained the Wraith Fern, he had contemplated acquiring this devil fruit, yet now it presented itself to him. Noah, is this the thunder fruit? Nami asked. The cadres of the Calamity Pirates had all seen the devil fruit, and Rock with his muscle-brained mind didn't remember, but Nami remembered quite clearly. Thus, she understood the classification's rarity and power of the devil fruits. Natural-type fruits inherently possess elemental transformation abilities. Without Haki Sea Prism Stone or attacks targeting their weaknesses, it is nearly impossible to inflict harm upon their users. A top-tier natural-type devil fruit would be sufficient to directly forge a powerful warrior for their Calamity Pirates. As he thought this, Noah directly peeled away the skin of the thunder fruit and presented the spiral-patterned flesh to himself. Nami. She pointed at her face. Are you giving this to me? Yeah. What else? Noah countered. In the entire Calamity Pirates, or rather in the entire pirate world, aside from Enel, whom he had already killed, Nami was the most suitable for this devil fruit. It stands to reason that the thunder fruit would reincarnate here. The silvery wind continued to blow through Lovely Street. It felt like a white light breeze enveloping the people in this area in a world of white wind. Nami met Noah's serious gaze. She looked at the thunder fruit, feeling some resistance to the idea of being unable to swim after becoming a power user. However, as all members of the Calamity Pirates grew stronger, it wasn't good for her to remain a burden. Moreover, she felt an intriguing attraction to this devil fruit. Without further thought, Nami took the thunder fruit and took a bite. In an instant, that awful taste shot through her taste buds, making her face turn a mix of green and purple. Nevertheless, even in discomfort, she continued to eat. After all, neither Akin nor Rock left a morsel behind when they ate. Once finished, Nami nearly collapsed in Noah's embrace, her pained expression making Noah want to laugh. After Nami consumed the thunder fruit, the white wind that had been swirling around Lovely Street dissipated entirely, allowing everyone to regain their normal vision. The three of them stood in a defensive formation, alert to their surroundings. Brom was the first to notice the figure that hadn't been present before. Wapapa and Raki also turned their attention to Noah. Noah calmly turned his head. Central Street. Balcony, they'll be waiting for you three. After saying this, Noah first took out money to pay for the fruit. Then a gust of silvery wind surged from nowhere, swirling around Noah, Rock, and Nami, lifting them away like a tornado. It's him. Wapapa's expression turned extremely grave. Noah didn't possess Enel's arrogance or disdainful gaze, yet just standing there he sent waves of fear coursing through them. It was a sense of dread they hadn't even felt in the face of it. Wapapa gritted his teeth. Even though fear gripped him, he wouldn't retreat. He was Wapapa, the leader of the Shandians. On the rooftop of the largest inn in the central district of Lovely Street, Noah and the others landed steadily. Noah sat down heavily on the gemstone throne, holding Nami in his arms. Resting against his sturdy chest, Nami's face turned slightly red. She quickly extricated herself to stand. Noah looked at her, feeling better. Nami nodded. She couldn't help but complain. Noah, Rock, how can you both manage to eat this awful thing without leaving anything behind? Rock scratched his bald head, not wanting to miss out on the powerful abilities of the fruit. Noah shrugged and smiled, not responding. His thoughts were quite similar to Rock's. Better safe than sorry. Captain, who were those three just now? Rock asked. He had already noticed the three of them outside the fruit store, their styles clearly different from the residents of Angel Island. These three seem to be locals unlike us, and the locals are quite hostile towards them. Nami said. Known for her keen observation, she had a detailed understanding of the situation. Noah nodded. They are residents of Apiato, the Shandians, a group of brave and skilled warriors. He held a favorable view of the core warriors of the Shandians from the original story. Moreover, these individuals were relatively young, mostly in their 20s, and some even under 20, showing great potential. The Sky Islands have significant strategic value. This value is not only in the altitude, but also in the various sea creatures that inhabit them. Various sea creatures can be artificially cultivated, including the flame slash and impact types, as well as the powerful, but also self-harming repulsion type. There are even laser sea creatures, though they seem to be extinct now. Using these creatures to bolster his pirate crew would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of his Calamity pirates. However, to achieve this, Noah must first gain control of the entire Sky Island. Moreover, the Sky Islands are not limited. In the original story, there are numerous Sky Islands, not only in the Grand Line, but also across the four seas. These special sea creatures only grow in high-altitude environments. What Noah needs to do is send his subordinates to each Sky Island, not necessarily to conquer them, but to collect those creatures used for attacks. Similarly, Noah would recruit soldiers on the Sky Islands he visits, expanding the influence of his Calamity pirates. This process might lead to conflicts, but he believed his crew's strength was sufficient to handle these matters. This process would undoubtedly yield some experience. Not long after, the three of them announced Noah's name and arrived at the rooftop under the guidance of the pirate guards at the inn. At this moment, Nami, who had consumed the thunder fruit, felt a mysterious power coursing through her body. She recalled the scene when Enel battled Noah. Her large eyes blinked. She raised her right hand high. Suddenly, a loud crackling sound erupted, and a 5-meter thunderbird burst forth from Nami's arm. The three of them widened their eyes in shock. However, that was not the end. Nami, seemingly in deep thought, retracted the thunderbird and stepped slightly away from Noah. Imitating Enel at that moment, she shouted, "Thunder God!" In an instant, bolts of lightning erupted from Nami, illuminating the entire lovely street. A towering female thunder giant constructed entirely of lightning and standing 100 meters tall suddenly appeared. As if a deity descended, the people of Angel Island couldn't help but kneel. Oh! Seeing Nami directly use Enel's Thunder God technique, Noah's eyes lit up with excitement. Nami, transformed into a thunder giant, stood with her hands on her hips full of pride. However, soon a wave of fatigue washed over her. The thunder giant form immediately shrank back to her original size, her body going limp as Noah gently waved his hand to summon the wind, bringing her into his embrace. "Noah, I feel so tired," Nami said, her expression weary, her eyes barely able to stay open. Noah sighed and lightly tapped her forehead, saying, "You can't just unleash a powerful technique right after eating a devil fruit. The use of a fruit's abilities consumes the user's stamina." Nami, who typically doesn't exercise much, although boosted by the battle system experience, was still unaccustomed to such exertion. Using such a stamina-draining technique all at once drained a significant amount of her energy, and her body simply couldn't handle it. "From now on, practice more whenever you can." Noah tapped Nami's forehead again. Conveniently, he intended to teach the heart net of the Sky Island, which is the observation Haki, to every officer under his command. Nami was the one who needed to learn the most. For Logia-type users, the use of armament Haki isn't as essential, but the foresight of observation Haki can elevate their combat power by at least one tier. In the original story, Smoker never mastered anything effectively. His armament Haki was decent, but his use of Logia abilities was average, and his observation Haki was nearly non-existent. He could barely match the strength of an elite vice admiral, but that was the extent of it. Noah wouldn't let Nami fall into such a predicament. Training through a clear direction is the way to maximize combat power. Nami had fallen asleep. The young girl ultimately couldn't withstand her fatigue. Noah gently caressed her hair, then shifted his gaze to the three from Wapol. His black eyes shimmered with gold. With an almost imperceptible aura, a mere glance was enough to make Wapol and his companions feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy, causing them to involuntarily step back. This man before them was on an entirely different level than Enel. The three of them instantly reached this conclusion. Noah had no intention of standing up. He merely sat on the gem throne, leaning back, yet emanating an overwhelming sense of superiority. After a while, Wapol, with a serious expression, stepped forward and looked at Noah. "Who are you? What do you want?" Noah chuckled lightly. "I am the captain of the Disaster Pirates for Noah. That is my name. You may call me Captain Noah or Lord Noah, I can bear it. As for Enel and his priests, they have all been defeated by me and my subordinates." "You really killed Enel?" Wapol still found it hard to believe. Noah didn't want to elaborate further. Waving his hand casually, he said, "What has happened has happened. Enel's abilities came from consuming a devil fruit, and now those powers have transferred to my crew. Now it is time for you, the Scipians, to make a choice." Noah's eyes instantly transformed into golden vertical pupils, and the Conqueror's Haki surged from his body, generating a dark wave of energy that plunged the surroundings into darkness. Wapol and his companions faced this overwhelming pressure. Laki and Buraham felt their heads spin, but managed to stay conscious. Wapol was in the best state, but he was drenched in sweat, his straight back bending, as if he bore a heavy mountain. Noah declared, "Submit to me, and your homeland Apiato will be under your control. As for Sandora, aside from the gold, you can build it however you wish." "What if I say no?" Wapol gritted his teeth. Noah merely looked at him calmly. Those without value naturally have no need to exist, don't you think? Wapol's heart trembled. This young man who was only a few years older than him spoke, plainly, yet uttered words far more terrifying than those of the brutal god Enel. Let's end it here. Go back and restrain your people. I can give you 3 days. Noah waved his hand. While he appreciated the other party, everything revolved around his own goals. The Scipians were more suited to be warriors, they had no use for the cultivation of Sky Island's produce. Since they were not beneficial to him, they posed a potential threat that needed to be eliminated. Before long, Wapol and his companions walked out of the lovely street in a daze. Even after leaving Angel Island, the 3 of them had yet to recover. Until a cold wind blew by, the 3 of them trembled. What should we do, Wapol? Haki asked, shivering. Let's go back and ask for everyone's opinion. This concerned the survival of the entire Scipian race, so even as the leader, he dared not make a decision lightly. Soon the 3 returned to Union Village. However, as soon as the 3 returned, they saw Kamachili approaching with several Scipian warriors. Wapol and his companions noticed that Kamachili's expression was not good. Burahem frowned and asked, Kamachili, where's Jebo? I am here. Jebo's weak voice came from behind. He was wrapped in bandages, and besides him, several Scipian warriors were also bandaged up. What happened? Wapol. Kamachili's face was grim, and he sighed deeply. With a wave of his hand, someone immediately brought up 8 things. Wapol and his companions looked, and saw the first thing was Enel's head, which they longed to smash. This is... Wapol and his companions' previously settled fears surged back. The disaster pirates defeated the priest forces led by Enel last night. Now this place belongs to them. They said we have 3 days to submit, or they will annihilate us. Kamachili said, his face pale, as he clenched his bastard. Wapol cursed. In the location of the Golden Country, Sandora, Akin Creek, Barrow, and the other pirates of the disaster pirates were all stunned. They had come here to move gold, as per Noah's orders. Initially they thought they would need 2 teams, 200 people to transport. Now at a glance the area was filled with shimmering gold. Creek and Barrow swallowed their saliva, their eyes almost dazzled by the golden glare. Ganfuer was astonished. Oh, were these things considered extremely rare treasures in the eyes of the people from the Blue Sea? Akin took a deep breath and shouted, stop dawdling. Captain Noah's order is to move the gold. Creek, Barrow. Creek and Barrow straightened their expressions. Yes. You 2 each lead a team, scavenge and move, and don't leave a single piece behind. Yes. Creek and Barrow exclaimed, immediately leading their jubilant pirates to begin a thorough search. Akin transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky. He landed on the most conspicuous, giant golden bell. This good thing would surely please Lord Noah. Akin thought to himself when a massive shadow suddenly appeared covering the sky above him. My. Akin turned to look. It was the deep green giant snake Nora, known as the master of the sky in the Golden Country, Sandora. After 2 full days of hard work, all the gold from the Golden Valley of Dolan had been loaded onto 5 pirate ships. The shimmering gold made the members of the Catastrophe pirate crew ecstatic. Even if Noah did not distribute this fortune according to the norm, they believed that with their captain's generosity, they would definitely not receive less. Noah held a thin blade in both hands, executing movements as precise as a robot's. The entire process was identical in power and speed. The air struck by the blade crumpled for a moment before being sliced apart. Beside him, Chloe said, Captain, the shells you mentioned have all been collected. Next, Noah opened his eyes and replied, arrange for the locals to conduct uniform feeding. We must be disciplined. Peaceful coexistence is the only way to ensure there are no accidents, but those who disobey must be dealt with. Some people are simply treacherous by nature. Thus, while our Catastrophe pirate crew must show a friendly side, we must not lack a thunderous means of control. Understood. Chloe nodded and stepped back. Before he left, he cast a glance at Nami, who was surprisingly doing basic training on the other side of the deck. He had learned yesterday that this woman had consumed a top-tier Logia-type devil fruit, and he felt an overwhelming envy. If he could eat it, his strength would surely rival, or even surpass that of Akin. After Chloe left, Nami put down the weights she was using, drenched in sweat and out of breath. No, I'm so tired. Even if you're tired, you must train. Noah continued to swing his sword without looking back. To grow stronger, one cannot simply do nothing. It was noon when Akin, Crick, and Baru returned to report. Akin said, Lord Noah, all the gold has been moved. Among it, a large golden bell has been brought onto the ship, and I've had it blocked to prevent it from ringing. Well done, Noah nodded. This was something he had instructed beforehand. As trusted core members of Noah's crew, they all understood the purpose of bringing them to the Sky Island. Evade, strength, and gold. The first was to evade. Although they did not know how strong one of the 4 emperors, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, was, Noah must have brought them to hide here, which suggested he was a formidable monster. Where's Gonfor? Noah asked. He remembered that Gonfor was with Akin and the others. He is in the cloud village of Akin Yado, persuading the Shandians to surrender. Akin replied. Noah nodded. He did not stop his movements. His black pupils immediately transformed into golden vertical slits as an invisible wind swept across Skypea. In the cloud village, Gonfor sat on a small slope in his armor. The Shandian warrior advisor Kamachili frowned and said, Gonfor, are you afraid we will escape? Gonfor gave Kamachili a deep look. You should know that is not my intention. A chilling cold wind blew. Gonfor shuddered, a sense of fear growing in his heart. Kamachili's face turned pale instantly. Gonfor took a deep breath and said, I just want to inform you that the people of the Catastrophe pirate crew are not wild beasts, nor are they like Inaru. They simply work under him and can provide you with what you desire. Why not take advantage of it? At the very least, There is no threat to your lives. When Inaru was alive, he was capricious, and every few days someone would suffer from his so-called divine punishment. The Shandians hated him not just because Inaru occupied their homeland. Lead the way, Conqueror. Behind him, Wapol, fully armed, approached with the Shandian warriors. Conqueror sighed. As a peace-loving person prior to Inaru's arrival, he had always wanted to resolve the blood feud between the Shandians and the people of Angel Island, not wanting that hatred to continue. As the former ruler of the Sky Island, he hoped that everyone could live in peace. Don't do anything foolish, Noah. Captain, he is a monster more terrifying than Inaru. Conqueror stood up to advise. Wapol had a cold expression. You don't need to worry about this. I never expected you as a god would actively come to act as a mediator. Conqueror shook his head and walked forward. Wapol brought a considerable number of Shandian warriors this time, including core fighters Kamachili Braham, and Jebo, who was still wrapped in bandages, along with other warriors, essentially mobilizing the entire force. Upon exiting Cloud Village, a cold wind blew from an unknown source, causing Wapol and the others to shiver. The atmosphere was oppressive as they followed Conqueror heading toward Angel Island. As Conqueror stepped onto Angel Island, a gust of wind stung his face, making him stop and frown, changing direction. They were not heading into the city of Angel Island, but toward the coast. Wapol and the others noticed this, but said nothing, simply continuing to follow. Soon they arrived at the shore of White Sea, where 5 pirate ships were docked. A group of 400 to 500 pirates had been divided into more than 20 small teams for training. As soon as Conqueror and Wapol arrived, these individuals immediately stopped their actions. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on the more than 20 of them, creating immense pressure. In front of the pirates stood Noah with the crew members, excluding Nami and Chloe. Noah smiled, arms open in a welcoming gesture. Have you made up your mind, Wapol? Wapol stepped forward a few paces, wearing special sliding shoes made for Shandian warriors, with a burning cannon slung over his shoulder. With a Shandian-made cigarette between his lips, Wapol showed no fear in his eyes, but rather a hint of provocation. If you want us Shandians to join you, it's simple: defeat me. Wapol fixed his gaze on Noah. As the leader of the Shandians, he could not recklessly lead everyone to their deaths. If this was the case, a reasonable way out was required, which was a step down. Noah looked at Wapol. In the original story, this ruthless man had used the recoil-inducing reject shell multiple times, fighting to a standstill with Luffy during their first encounter. At that time, Luffy had already passed through Alabasta with a bounty of 100 million berries, and this bounty was largely credited to Smoker for defeating Crocodile. Otherwise, Luffy's bounty at that time would have easily reached 200 million. Therefore, Noah felt indifferent toward Inaru and the priests, but was quite interested in Wapol and the others. Moreover, one point was that Wapol and his group were quite young, only around 20, with vast potential. Noah casually raised his hand, and Akin silently stepped forward. This is Akin, the second strongest in my catastrophe pirate crew. You want to challenge me? You're still too early. Akin held a round-head cane in each hand, his expression as gloomy as ever. His shadowy gaze fell upon Wapol. Noah said, if you can defeat Akin, everything I mentioned earlier will be yours, and from today on I will no longer trouble you. If I lose, the Shandians will become people of your catastrophe pirate crew from this day forth. Wapol declared, raising the burning. Incoming. Waipa didn't hold back with Akin. Hearing Noah say that as long as he could defeat the man with the round-head cane in front of him, he would be free from threat, Waipa was undoubtedly tempted. He aimed the burning cannon directly at Akin. Bang! A shell was violently fired out. Akin frowned. Was this the only attack method that Lord Noah valued? He did not dodge, allowing the shell to explode on him. With a loud boom, black smoke billowed. Did it succeed? Brahm's expression brightened. No. Kamakili's expression grew serious. As the black smoke dissipated, Akin frowned even more. Just using the iron block, he easily blocked such an attack. Is this all you can do with such toys? Akin shook his head in disappointment. Waipa frowned, biting into a chewing tobacco stick, his gaze sharpening. With a cold laugh, he declared, since that's the case, I won't hold back. Waipa opened the middle of the cannon, placing a shell. Akin didn't know much about these shells, but Noah was clearly aware. He wouldn't remind him, as Waipa wasn't yet at the level he was in the original story 2 years later. He still needed a lot more firepower to hit Akin. Akin, lacking interest, did not dodge, merely watching. Then the burning cannon Waipa carried emitted a faint blue glow. Moi. Akin was puzzled. Virum. A wave of faint blue light surged from the cannon's mouth. This shockwave made Akin feel a slight threat. However, it wasn't enough to make him dodge. Iron block. Akin stood his ground, allowing the shockwave to slam directly into his chest. The heavy impact caused Akin's feet to sink, almost embedding him into the ground, the tremendous force plowing 2 long, deep grooves into the earth beneath his feet. Yet even so, Akin only retreated 5 meters, and he suffered no injuries. Brahm and Lackey's expressions, the Sandia warriors who had witnessed it before, were still struck with fear even upon seeing it again. What kind of terrifying technique was this? Steadying himself, Akin looked forward. However, he found that Waipa, who had just been holding the cannon, had vanished. Suddenly a sound of wind rushed past him. It was Waipa swiftly gliding across the ground, beside him lifting a hefty shield with his left hand, the burning cannon resting on his shoulder. I don't believe you can block this hit. The burning cannon was only 30 centimeters from Akin. The faint blue wave buzzed ominously from the cannon's mouth. Is that a repulsion shell? Noah whispered. The power of the repulsion shell was 10 times that of the shock shell, and its backlash effect was equally significant. An ordinary person using this could be killed by the recoil. Waipa at this moment was still younger than his age in the original story, so he could probably only manage to use one. The faint blue light wave trembled as a blinding light erupted from the cannon's mouth. Boom! A terrifying shockwave was unleashed, the immense reaction force shattering Wyapa's shield and completely dismantling the burning cannon, while Wyapa himself was sent flying rolling across the ground for several laps. In the place of the explosion, a massive pit appeared shrouded in thick dust. Wyapa got up from the ground, wiping the blood from his forehead and mouth, disregarding his own disheveled state as he charged into the dust cloud. He had a hunch that even the impact of the repulsion shell wouldn't be enough to completely defeat that shadowy man. Just as he rushed into the dust cloud, a voice sounded from within. Wind kick. As the words fell, a white light suddenly appeared. Wyapa was struck by the blade-like air of the white light, his body sent flying out. Akin sprang out from the dust cloud, stepping on the air. The air emitted a loud bang, and to the astonishment of the Sandia warriors, he actually soared into the sky. Then Akin forcefully stepped on the air. Moonstep, flying cloud cut. Akin instantly executed the moonstep, while layering the cut technique, flashing directly to Wyapa's side from the high sky. Noah had mastered 4 of the 6 styles and taught everything he learned without reservation to all the officers. Unfortunately, so far besides Akin, only Kilo had learned this combined technique under Noah's instruction. Struck by the cut, blood gushed from Wyapa's chest, but he did not lose his fighting spirit. As he flew back, he saw Akin suddenly appear beside him, and without thinking aimed his bandaged right hand at Akin. No, Wyapa! Haki and Kamachili shouted in alarm. There was a repulsion shell in that bandaged hand. Using the cannon to fire and blocking with a shield was a completely different concept from using his hand directly. Wyapa's expression turned fierce. He could be called a battle demon, not only for his fighting ability. The madness hidden within his blood, soul, and body was fully revealed at this moment. The air shockwave materialized from the palm of Wyapa's bandaged right hand, spreading out in circles like waves of light. Akin held the round-head cane in his left hand, swinging it down like a hammer. The armed color Haki wrapped around and hardened, and the shockwave emitted by the repulsion shell erupted, yet it seemed to be blocked by an invisible force from the round-head hammer, with both sides standing firm, refusing to back down. Akin wore a look of surprise. He hadn't foolishly taken that previous shockwave hidden, but had dodged. Now facing off directly, he found that it could match the power of his armed color Haki. What a repulsion shell! Noah praised. However, this power was still beyond what Wyapa could endure. A backlash wave spread from Wyapa's right hand up to his arm, and then throughout his entire body. Puff! A cloud of blood mist erupted from Wyapa's body, though under this immense backlash force Wyapa's eyes rolled back, and he crashed to the ground like a sack of cloth. Wyapa, Haki, and the others rushed forward. Akin then put away the round-head cane, glancing at Wyapa, who had only been seriously injured and fainted. He nodded in appraisal, saying, his strength is quite decent. Although it had only been a few simple exchanges. Wyapa's speed and power were impressive, making him a good candidate for learning the 6 styles. Noah thought the same. The Sandia warriors generally possessed strong physiques, making them worthy of cultivation, especially the core 4 warriors led by Wyapa. Once they learn the 6 styles and Haki, becoming officers will not be a problem. Noah signaled the doctor of the disaster pirates to come forward. Upon seeing clearly that it was medicine and other items, Kamachili immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As the strategist of Sandia, Wyapa's brain, Kamachili, who could be considered the second-in-command of Sandia, took a deep breath. Seeing Noah and the other officers approaching, Kamachili knelt down on one knee first. Seeing this, Brahm and the others, though unwilling, followed his lead. Noah laughed heartily and said, from today onwards, you Sandia people will be members of my disaster pirates. Rest assured, I, Noah, keep my promises. From today onwards, the Apaya will belong to you Sandia people. I won't interfere with what you want to do on it, and I will be responsible for your food and clothing. As for the other Sandia people, I won't force them. It's entirely voluntary. But all of you must join my disaster pirates. The Sandia warriors led by Kamachili replied in unison. The people of Shandia have submitted under his banner, and the empty island of Skypea is truly under Noah's control. He summoned all his officers to the rooftop of the charming and he regarded as his stronghold. It is worth mentioning that Ganfuer is also here. Of course not because he is an officer. To be precise, Ganfuer has not joined the disaster pirates. He simply followed to prevent Noah from slaughtering the residents of the empty island. Now he has been summoned here by Noah. Both of them share an unspoken understanding and did not clarify the topic. Noah wants Ganfuer to assist him, while Ganfuer needs to be cautious, at least to avoid unnecessary conflicts. In Ganfuer's view, Noah's intentions are clear. Although he is a pirate, he does not indiscriminately kill the innocent, which is particularly important. Noah said, Ganfuer, look for all the people in the empty island who are connected to the Heart Network and gather them together. The empty island is somewhat similar to Daughter Island. One has a systematic teaching process for Kinbunshika Haki, and the other has a systematic training for Busashoka Haki. Noah can teach Busashoka Haki, but he is still confused about how to instruct Kinbunshika Haki. Unlike Busashoku Haki, Noah estimates that he can grasp the intricacies of Kinbunshika Haki, and teaching others requires a high level of proficiency. Thus it does not have the convenience of being taught by the people of the empty island. During the teaching process, he can also absorb relevant experiences. His eyes are not for show. Understood, Ganfuer nodded. From Noah's series of arrangements, it is not difficult to see his intentions. Noah turned to Akin and the others. You have 3 tasks ahead. Those who have not mastered Busashoka Haki should first learn it. Meanwhile, the Heart Network of the empty island, which is Kinbunshika Haki, must also be mastered. Finally train for a month. After a month you will split into 2 teams and set sail for the empty island outside Skypiea. Noah's gaze was primarily fixed on Nami. Nami huffed. Why are you looking at me? Noah replied. You have already eaten the rumble fruit, so you don't have to practice Busashoka Haki. I won't force you on that, but you must learn Kinbunshika Haki. Natural types combined with Kinbunshika Haki make for the best pairing. The attack power of natural types is sufficiently strong. For instance, the magma fruit of Marine Admiral Akainu is said to possess the strongest offensive capability. Even one of the 4 emperors' Big Mom Charlotte Lean fell into magma and was left uncertain of her fate. If even the most defensively strong Big Mom among the 4 emperors is susceptible, it shows that natural types do not rely heavily on Busashoka Haki. Of course, excluding the smoke fruit smoker is indeed more of a side character. In Noah's view, Kinbunshika Haki is even more perfectly suited to the rumble fruit. Once Nami learns Kinbunshika Haki, he can entrust the task of monitoring the entire empty island to her. Got it. Nami pouted. Although she was unclear about what Kinbunshika Haki was since Noah had arranged it, she had no reason or authority to refuse. Noah then looked at Kuro. Kuro, pay more attention to Bai's situation, but do not neglect the improvement of your strength. Ganfuer, after you gather the people connected to the Heart Network, assist Kuro with Bai's breeding. I understand. Ganfuer had no objections to this. As long as they could coexist peacefully, it was just a small matter. Noah then detailed the division of several tasks. Both Busashoka Haki and Kinbunshika Haki need to be trained, and the 4 styles of the 6 powers cannot be neglected. Lord Noah, should we also teach those from Shandya? Akin frowned. Although Vapor had not harmed him much, he was quite optimistic about Vapor's potential. If he grows, he will undoubtedly become a strong officer, and if he does not submit, he will pose a significant threat. No worries. Noah waved his hand. Noah smiled. With me here, and with you all here, what? Are you still afraid that your progress will not match his? You're joking. Akin's previously shadowed face revealed an unprecedented confidence. After consuming the artificial azure dragon fruit, his strength was increasing day by day. The strength of the disaster pirates has always been divided into several tiers. Noah ranks first, and Akin is the unparalleled second tier. Although Locke is working hard to catch up, and Creek and Kuro, who have learned Busashoka Haki and the 6 powers, are advancing rapidly, Baru, who has consumed a devil fruit, is taking great leaps. However, compared to Akin, the others are still 1 or 2 transformations behind. After the orders were given, the officers immediately began to take action. Noah did not idle, taking Nami to the side of the temple where Enel once resided. A strange-looking ship is being constructed with the efforts of numerous workers. The ship is a massive arc shape with a golden human statue at the bow, and the hull has rotors and a propeller along with a row of oars on either side. This ship, known as the Arc Maxim, was built by Enel, and in conjunction with the rumble fruit, it can release thunderclouds, allowing Enel to better unleash the devastating technique Thunder Arrival, which is capable of destroying nations. After Noah killed Enel and incorporated the Divine Soldiers and the White Beret troops, he immediately took control of it. Before the side of the Arc Maxim, there was a character for God which Noah had directly ordered to be changed to the same pattern as the windmill and orange tattoo on Nami's arm within these 2 or 3 days. Indeed, this ship will be Nami's exclusive vessel. Noah, can we change this? It's so ugly. Nami pointed at the golden human statue. Noah glanced over. Indeed. Enel's taste is akin to that of a lunatic. Or rather, the entire Arc Maxim is quite... Let's modify these after the ship is finished being built. Noah shrugged. The construction of the Arc Maxim is very necessary, and until it is completed, there is no time to waste. Fine. Nami reluctantly nodded. 3 days later, Vapor, wrapped in bandages, was supported by Raki as he arrived at the coast of Angel Island. At a glance, it was clear that various areas had already been delineated. All members of the Heart Network from the empty island were gathered in the core area, surrounded by the officers of the disaster pirates. In the outer area, ordinary pirates were training hard. Although they were called ordinary pirates, they are elite among elites in every region. In the disaster pirates, unless it is logistics, no one can escape daily basic training. When Vapor arrived, he found that Kamarichi and his other friends were also being arranged for basic training that they had never done before. Seeing that the members of the disaster pirates did not discriminate, Vapor felt relieved. Akin, upon seeing Vapor's arrival, approached and said, "Your body has not yet recovered. Wait until you have fully recuperated before you start training." Vapor stared at Akin, and from the corner of his eye he saw a figure flashing like a cat. Vapor recalled the move Akin used during their battle. He asked, "Will you teach us those moves?" Akin nodded. Of course. Lord Noah said that as long as you join the disaster pirates, apart from the distribution of spoils, basic training and skill teaching are all treated equally. If you can learn everything, that is your own ability. For a full month, the Tianzai Haizei Tuan remained upon the Skypiea Sky Island, undergoing rigorous systematic instruction in Giant Wentz Baki observation Haki. The first to master it was not, as Nuaya had expected, Ajin, nor the somewhat promising Kaluo, but Na-Mei. Perhaps it was the Xianglei Fruit Thunder Fruit, or perhaps Na-Mei's own innate talent. In merely 10 days, she had seized mastery of Giant Wentz Baki, and was advancing at an astonishing pace, now seeming on the verge of the intermediate tier. After nearly a month of physical conditioning, Na-Mei's slender waist and abdomen were beginning to show muscle. Her stamina had risen significantly, her development of the devil fruit abilities had progressed beyond intermediate and was approaching advanced. In sheer combat capability, she already possessed some 70 to 80% of AI and I lose strength. On the Veðrfölnir, she could easily command a bounty of 3 to 400 million belly. In a fight to the death, even a Jean might not be certain to defeat Name. Aside from Name's command of Giantwens Baki and her startling rate of growth, a Jean and Kuluo both achieved comprehension as anticipated, but only barely, just scraping the elementary level. The other officers, using their experience from the previous battle settlement system as a springboard, had all gained some insight. Yet much like Kuli Kes' earlier grasp of Wuzwansa Baki armament Haki, they remained just short of true mastery. For so many senior officers to make such great strides in so little time genuinely astonished Conqueror Wa Ipa and the others. Especially Name, the girl who seemed like Nua Ya's prized ward, displayed an almost unbelievable talent. She would sometimes call down lightning, leading Conqueror and Wa Ipa to think Ai and Ilu had returned. The officers improved greatly, and many ordinary crewmen also showed marked gains in strength. Of the 6 techniques, the most commonly learned were Tai Kwai and Ti, taught under the guidance of a Jean, the combat chief, and Luo Ku, the vice chief. Among the Shanjia warriors where Wai Pa belonged, the 4 core fighters had all mastered Tai Kwai. Individuals, such as Wai Pa and Ma Kachi Li, had even learned Ti. Now Wai Pa was pondering the Lan Jiao technique. A month earlier, a Jean's kick had left a scar on his abdomen that remained to this day. Mastering that move would be far more useful than that slashing shell trick. As he trained with determination, a silvery white wind blew in from the distance. Everyone froze and looked up together. Upon a thin cloud woven of that silvery wind, the Baoshi Wangzhua, the gem throne, stood tall. Seated upon the Baoshi Wangzhua was a seemingly languid young man. He wore black shoes, black trousers, a white shirt, and a black coat. Atop his tousled hair rested the crown gifted in friendship by the king of Mei Lume Yagua. Beside him stood an orange-haired girl in a maid's outfit, her face impatient. Nuaya leaned against the throne and gazed down at the more than 800 pirates below, his heart swelling with pride. A Jean. Nuaya's voice fell like a decree. A Jean stepped forward from among the pirates. You will take the lead, with Kuliku assisting. Led 200 men east into Sakaipia to seek new sky islands, concentrating on collecting rare items, devil fruits, Jiguang Bay laser shells, and Paiji Bay repulsion shells. Yes. A Jean accepted the order. Nuaya continued. Luoku. Luoku looked at Nuaya with excitement and expectation. You shall take command, with Balu assisting. Lead 200 north to search for new sky islands. Remember mission first, no needless detours. If you meet opposition, handle it as you see fit. Yes, Captain, rest assured. Luoku rubbed his hands. The sky islands possessed hot air balloons and flying ships powered by wind shells. This was why Nuaya dispatched parties to the east and north. They could gather rare, powerful shells while training their forces, and nothing would be delayed. Still, Nuaya judged that devil fruits Jiguang Bay and Paiji Bay would likely be hard to find. The former were exceedingly rare, and the latter two nearly extinct. He had sought out Ka Ma Chi Li before, in the original tale the only possessor of a Jiguang Bay. Yet so far there was no sign of it. He possessed only an ordinary fire shell, and employed his signature burning sword technique. Presumably he obtained it by chance. Nuaya had already ordered searches throughout Sakaipia. A Jiguang Bay could fire a laser. Such a rarity must be seen. For this mission, Nuaya had specially included the Shanjia warriors. Of the 4 core warriors, Wai Pa and Bulahamu followed a Jean, while Kamachi Li and Jiebo trailed Luoku. Soon the officers mustered 400 strong and departed in grand fashion. The senior cadres took the bulk of the force. The remaining men were placed under the charge of Koluo, whom Nuaya had recently appointed as strategist of the Tianzai Haizetuan. As for shell cultivation, Nuaya essentially handed the responsibility to Conqueror. The elderly former god preferred not to meddle too much in the Tuan's affairs. He had no desire to grow stronger, and Nuaya was unwilling to make trouble for the old man. Seeing Conqueror reliable, he entrusted the task to him, merely asking Koluo to keep an eye on things, a gesture that freed Koluo for other duties. This would allow Koluo to train and raise his own strength. With those matters arranged, Nuaya did not return to Kiai Street, but went alone to the pirate ship. A half-year on the Sky Island was intended to consolidate his subordinates' power, but that did not mean he would remain there forever. After a month, Nuaya thought Kaiduo should not still be lying in wait for him in the first half of the Veðrfölnir. He pondered this, and then withdrew 3 billion belly from his vault. His initial route through the first half of the Veðrfölnir would be Alabasi 10 Mo Gujin, the Sky Island, Shueji, do the Mo Gue, Senjiao area, and finally the Xiongwa di Kundao. From that route, he would enter the New World. Each destination served a purpose. Alabasi 10 was to recruit the forces of Koluo Kuda Air. If they refused, he would eliminate them and seize their Chi Wuhai title. Mo Gujin was for recruitment and expansion. At Shueji, he intended to build a ship that belonged to him Nuaya rather than rely on Kuli Kes Wei Zhanjin Jundao. Kaiduo had forced him prematurely onto the Sky Islands. A month had passed, and it was time to set the plan in motion. To prevent Kaiduo from still lying in ambush in the first half of the Veðrfölnir, Nuaya decided to go alone to Shueji to handle matters. Sakaipia is entrusted to you, Name Nuaya, you said solemnly. Leave it to me, she replied, patting her chest with burgeoning pride. Her Giantwens Baki combined with the power of the Xianglei fruit was enough to surveil the entire Sakaipia, as Ai and Ilu once did. Furthermore, Nuaya had left a Dianhua Chong transponder snail on her, so he could be contacted at any time. Nuaya hummed, set his crown upon Namai's head, and left the Baoshi Wangzhua aboard the ship. With a flick of his hand, the silvery wind wrapped around the crate of belly and lifted it up. The winds then enveloped Nidhogg, forming a vast white sphere that plunged down from the Bai high toward the first half of the Veðrfölnir. Beneath the waters off Mythical, a bright yellow metal submarine lay at rest. Its underside was pale green, and its flank bore an emblem, a yellow field with a black heart and crossbones. Inside, a polar bear-like upright creature blinked and opened its small eyes to say, "Luo ahead is Mythical Duo, Fu Lang Ming guest territory. Shall we steer clear?" The man called Luo flashed hatred in his eyes and replied calmly, "Avoid it. That man has been tracking me. We must not expose ourselves. For now we are no match for the Tang Jihida family." So they resolved to deter. Yet at that moment from the high heavens, a silver-white radiance descended like a meteor from beyond the skies. Unforeseen by the members of the Hongshin Haizei Tuan, it slammed into the sea before them with a thunderous impact. The roar of the falling object echoed across the waters. Vast sheets of seawater rolled skyward, and in that zone it began to rain seawater. Where it struck there lay a deep, vast chasm in the sea. The water did not immediately rush back. The Hongshin Haizei Tuan's GD Chinshui Hao submarine was tossed and flipped by the surging shockwave-driven waves. What just happened? A transparent light circle appeared on the sea, and stones flew into the water. In the blink of an eye, the stones transformed into the polar submersible of the Red Heart pirates. Boom! A wave of seawater surged up, and Law and the others inside the polar submersible steadied themselves. He climbed out of the ship, followed by Beepo, the polar bear-like fur creature. Beepo, speaking with a face full of terror, looked at the enormous white light spot that descended from the sky, creating a deep pit in the sea area, his entire bare face showing panic. Law's expression was grave. Merely gazing at the white light group made his heart race. The commotion was significant enough that many pirates in Magic Valley Town had heard it. However, the massive amount of seawater turned to rain, obscuring the view of what had happened in the distant sea. "Perfect landing. Seems like luck is on our side." A voice emerged from the light group. Law's expression grew even more serious, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword Kikoko. At that moment, another voice came from within the light. "If I were you, the first reaction when facing something that feels off should be to pull back, not to approach." Law and Beepo were startled. Within the white wind, Noah with great interest brushed aside the white wind to reveal his figure. He looked towards the peculiar pirate ship. First, there was a man holding a longer than usual blade, wearing a black and white spotted hat, with the Red Heart Pirates emblem on his chest, and both fingers tattooed with death. Trafalgar D. Waterlaw, captain of the Red Heart Pirates, the Surgeon of Death, a man who had consumed the Op. As a popular character from the original work, Noah naturally remembered him well. Besides Law, he also clearly recalled Beepo, the polar bear fur creature behind him. Similar to Chopper's role in the original, both were pets. Fluffy Noah felt an itch in his hands. Under Noah's wolf-like gaze, Beepo felt as if he were being stripped bare and couldn't help but shiver. "Law. No. This is bad." Inside the polar submersible, a man in a white jumpsuit with a black hat and yellow brim labeled Penguin in front poked his head out in fright and called to Law. Law looked at Noah's face, which seemed to smile, but was familiar, furrowing his brows. He glanced sideways, catching sight of Pekin, one of the veterans of the Red Heart Pirates. Pekin's gaze was fixed ahead, meeting Noah's pair of pitch-black eyes, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He opened his mouth wide, his tongue trembling. "Law, this man. He's the captain of the Disaster Pirates, Disaster Fernando." "Yeah." Beepo screamed, completely retreating behind Law, resembling a fluffy white ball ready to curl up. His small eyes were filled with fear, only daring to glance at Noah with the corner of his eye. "He's the one with a bounty of 450 million. Law's heart trembled. He was currently not as formidable as the Supernova with a 200 million bounty 2 years later, nor was he the Warlord of the Sea 4 years later. Though he had established the Red Heart Pirates and entered the Grand Line from the North Sea long ago, Law's bounty was still just 36 million, and none of his subordinates had any bounty. Law was confident that his strength was not inferior to that of pirates with bounties over 100 million, but this person before him. Law quietly drew his sword Kikoku, slightly, his gaze extremely serious. He wasn't overly worried for his safety, as he possessed a submersible ship. His opponent was an ability user, so. Just as he thought this, the figure ahead had disappeared without a trace. Only the flowing white clouds of wind remained, lifting several large boxes. Law paused abruptly, turning to look back, only to see Beepo frozen stiff like a robot that had run out of power. A hand ruffled Beepo's head. Beepo displayed an expression of comfort mixed with fear. Noah couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't be so hostile. I'm not some devil who kills anyone I see." Not long after, the trench created by the impact was filled with seawater, and the polar submersible returned to the depths. When the pirates from Magic Valley Town arrived, drawn by the scent, Noah and the Red Heart Pirates had long vanished from this spot. Below the sea, inside the polar submersible. "Thank you, what a polite child," Noah said gently. Beepo immediately turned red, shyly lowering his head, his ears drooping, his gaze flickering, but occasionally glancing at Noah. "Thank you, what a polite child," Noah said gently. Beepo immediately turned red, shyly lowering his head, his ears drooping, his gaze flickering, but occasionally glancing at Noah. Touching Disaster felt quite pleasant, and the person seemed rather nice. Law observed the calm Noah as those boxes filled with money were also moved into the ship by Noah. Noah said, "I hope you don't mind giving me a ride." He picked up a box and opened it. Immediately the box was filled with a staggering amount of berry, causing Law and Beepo, along with the others of the Red Heart Pirates, to widen their eyes. One box of berry was worth 100 million and Noah had brought in a total of 30 boxes. That meant disaster had brought 30 billion berry. If you take me to Water City, and then bring me back here, this 100 million berry will be yours. As Noah spoke, he closed the box and handed it to Beepo. Beepo stood there unsure whether to accept or decline, clutching the box in a daze. Law gave Noah a deep glance. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, all right. He couldn't quite grasp what Noah intended to do, but one thing he was certain of: disaster was extremely dangerous, and now that he was aboard their ship, a conflict would not be a good thing. At least for now, disaster seemed quite calm towards them. Do you have a newspaper? Noah asked Law. Law nodded. Beepo obediently handed a newspaper to Noah. Noah took the newspaper and patted Beepo a few more times. Beepo shyly hid behind Law, making Noah chuckle. Noah picked up the newspaper to read. It was essential to understand what had transpired on the sea over the past month. The most eye-catching image on the newspaper occupied more than half a page. The image depicted a giant man resembling a bear in shape, with a solemn and authoritative demeanor, an extremely robust physique, and shorter limbs, his heavy body resembling an upright giant bear. He had unruly thick black curly hair that flared up on the sides like bear ears. He wore a black jacket, a cream-spotted hat, with round bear ears and reflective sunglasses perched on his face. This familiar appearance, combined with the words Warlord of the Sea written at the top of the newspaper, left no doubt that this figure was Bartholomew Kuma, one of the Warlords of the Sea from the original work. Beside him was a description with the large characters Tyrant, which was the world's evaluation of him. Below this, there was another less sensational message. This year's supernova pirate Fire Fist, Ace, has officially joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Tisk, everyone is moving pretty fast. Noah clicked his tongue. He narrowed his eyes and put down the newspaper, looking at Law. Law, I think you're pretty good. Oh, would you be interested in joining my disaster? Law froze for a moment. Beppo and the other heart pirates, Penguin, Shachi, and the rest, stood equally stunned, then chorused in unison, eh. Law turned to Noah, who lounged lazily in his chair, expression nonchalant, as if merely tossing out a passing remark. Law assumed Noah was only asking out of curiosity, and replied coolly, I already have my own pirate crew. Noah swept his gaze across the Heart Pirates crew. In the original timeline, Law and Kid had jointly defeated one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, and each earned a bounty of 3 0 berries. Yet in the next arc, their crews faced off against 2 other emperors, Shanks and Blackbeard. One crew vanished entirely into the sea, fate unknown, the other nearly suffered total annihilation. Only Beppo and Law escaped alive. Put plainly, both the Heart Pirates and the Kid Pirates, rank and file alike, were vastly outmatched in strength and influence, utterly lacking the capacity to challenge an emperor. Still, core members like Beppo, Penguin, and Shachi possessed considerable latent potential. Even in that era of the original timeline, they were certainly capable of earning bounties exceeding 1 0 berries. Noah, however, held no expectations for their combat prowess. The entire Heart Pirates may join my Cataclysm Pirates, en masse. I happen to need a medical team. You're all welcome to enlist, whether as medics or frontline fighters, your choice. Impossible. Law refused outright. He had no intention of serving under anyone. Don't be so hasty, Noah smiled. Let me share something with you. Law frowned in puzzlement. Noah continued, my crew entered the Grand Line just recently, and having interfered with Doflamingo's auction house, he dispatched enforcers to eliminate us. Care to guess how it ended? Law fixed his eyes on Noah. At the mention of Doflamingo's name, murderous intent surged within him, yet outwardly he remained perfectly composed. How? He asked calmly. I captured 2 of his subordinates, Pika and Gladius, and used them to strike a bargain with Doflamingo himself. Noah grinned. That flamingo came personally, only to be sent packing by me. At those words, Law shuddered involuntarily. To him, Doflamingo, both in power and influence, was a monstrous, unreachable entity. The sovereign of the underworld. This title was no empty boast. Law had set sail at 16, founding his own crew. Yet even now he operated almost entirely in shadows, rarely appearing before the public eye. He sought vengeance for Corazon, but Doflamingo too had long been watching him, coveting the op no me embedded within his body. Law steadied himself. Years upon the Grand Line had forged his composure. What do you mean by that? Law demanded. He couldn't recall ever revealing his vendetta against Doflamingo. Noah spoke calmly. I'm simply stating that the Cataclysm Pirates possess sufficient strength, and as captain I can lend decisive support to my crew's ambitions. You merely repelled Doflamingo, not defeated him, Law countered. Just another Doflamingo, is he? Noah smiled faintly. In raw potential, Law far surpassed Doflamingo. But that wasn't the crux. The true distinction lay in accessibility. Law was infinitely easier to recruit than Doflamingo ever would. Had Doflamingo ever shown willingness to join Noah's ranks, Noah wouldn't have hesitated to remove Law as a latent threat. Now, however, the equation was inverted. Noah gazed at Law, and from within him welled a deep, shadowy ripple. With a thunderous pulse, like invisible gravity, it crashed down upon Law. Instantly, Law staggered under sudden crushing weight, staring at Noah in stunned disbelief. He was no Luffy, no ignorant novice. He'd known of Haki since childhood. Though he hadn't yet mastered it himself, he recognized this overwhelming, soul-shaking force, the rarest of all the Conqueror's Haki, as identical to what Doflamingo wielded. Noah declared solemnly, I intend to stand atop the world, to become its sovereign. A mere Doflamingo is nothing more than a stepping stone. Moments later he withdrew his Conqueror's Haki, merely letting Law feel its magnitude, grasp its sheer audacity. Law fell silent. After years at sea, the Don Quixote family remained an immovable colossus in his eyes, a network of spies permeating every corner of the ocean. At times he even questioned whether he could truly topple the Don Quixote family, or ever avenge Corazon. Noah pressed no further. Having made his point, he resumed reading the newspaper. Yet his right hand felt strangely empty. He beckoned Beppo over, and without hesitation reached up to stroke the bear's chin. Ah, perfect. A quiet smile flickered across his lips. The Straw Hat Pirates had their pet chopper. Why shouldn't the Cataclysm Pirates have theirs? Beppo? The more he looked at Beppo, the more he liked him. So much so that Beppo, relaxed and flustered by Noah's practiced touch, blushed deeply. 10 days later. The polar dive had taken 10 days to travel from Mock Town to Water 7, finally delivering Noah to the waters offshore. During those 10 days, the Heart Pirates had grown accustomed to Noah's presence. His demeanor was calm and amiable, making coexistence effortless. Still mindful of his staggering bounty, the crew treated him with deferential courtesy. We've arrived. The polar dive surfaced. Law climbed out onto the deck and stood atop the vessel. Noah stood beside him, gazing forward. Water 7, the world-renowned shipbuilding metropolis of the first half of the Grand Line, also known as the City of Water. Built entirely upon submerged foundations, its streets were a labyrinth of waterways. Each year, colossal tidal surges, dubbed the gods of water, pounded the city, gradually sinking its foundations and flooding vast districts. Famous for its aqua trains, linking neighboring islands, and Eni's lobby, the city's rail system was one of the Grand Line's greatest marvels. Shall we explore together? Noah asked Law. Law frowned downward where Beppo and the others stood, eyes alight with anticipation. Sailing the Grand Line meant spending most time submerged, an oppressive existence indeed. Law nodded. Beppo and the crew erupted into cheers. Noah leaned close and murmured, "If you join the Cataclysm Pirates, at least they won't have to hide like fugitives alongside you." Law's frown deepened. Over these 10 days, Noah had persistently whispered such propositions into his ear. Law had also learned why Noah had come here. To spend those billions of berries on commissioning the Cataclysm Pirates' true flagship. A gesture so grand it left Law and Beppo awestruck by Noah's sheer audacity. Penguin and the others guided the polar dive toward Water 7's designated pirate anchorage. Leaving a few crewmen aboard, Noah raised his hand, and 29 white wind hands seized the cargo chests. "See you shortly." Noah waved farewell to Beppo and Law before dissolving into a swirl of white wind soaring toward Water 7's heart. Law gathered Beppo and the others. This famed city was their first visit, and they intended to savor every moment. Moments after they departed, a local figure slipped into a shadowed alley, pulled out a den mushy, and dialed a call to Dressrosa in the New World. Dressrosa. Don Quixote Doflamingo wore a grim expression. "Are you saying that not only did we find Luo, but also the disaster that vanished for a month?" "Yes," the telephone bug in Doflamingo's hand respectfully replied. "They seem to know each other, having emerged from a pirate ship together." "Is that so?" Doflamingo's expression shifted slightly. Half a month ago, Kaido of the Beast had battled against Marine Admiral Kizar Borsalino in the first half of the Grand Line. That battle had directly sunk an island. Shortly after the island's destruction, another Marine Admiral known as Akiji Kazan had arrived on a bicycle to provide support, prompting Kaido to transform and flee. The first half of the Grand Line was after all the Marines' territory, and Kaido did not wish to be surrounded. Talking about wanting to die was merely talk. He wasn't truly seeking death. Doflamingo was aware of this through numerous spies in the underground world. He was surprised about where Noah had hidden, but never expected that this guy would actually be connected to Luo, whom he had been thinking about. Noah's previous actions angered him, but the opponent's strength was undeniable. A brief exchange had made Doflamingo aware of Noah's formidable power. But now Noah actually dared to make contact with Luo. This guy must not be allowed to live. Doflamingo's veins bulged as murderous intent erupted from his eyes behind his sunglasses. He ordered someone to inform the Flame of the news about Noah's appearance. Jean quickly relayed this information to Kaido. Kaido let out a deep, thunderous laugh. He took a large swig from his sake gourd. "This kid is slippery. I couldn't find him after squatting for half a month, and he turned out to have gone to Water City." "Brother Kaido, should I go take a trip?" Jean suggested. Kaido waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Since we didn't find him, we'll talk when he arrives in the New World. That kind of guy won't stay in paradise for long." Compared to this, Kaido grinned, his eyes radiating a deadly chill. The icy glare made the air feel heavier. That old man with monstrous strength really knows how to recruit people. Portgasty. "Ace." Kaido suddenly burst into tears, resembling a massive child as tears streamed from his fierce eyes. "My good brother, you're really a waste. Defeated by a mere newcomer, wah. But no matter how useless you are, yours." Kaido instantly stifled his cries, tears still streaming down his fierce face. "Jean, prepare. I want to see if that old man with monstrous strength can still fight like before." "Yes." Jean immediately went to make arrangements. As for whether the Beast's pirates could match the Whitebeard pirates, he didn't care about that at all. He simply needed to follow Kaido's orders. That was enough. In the first half of the Grand Line, Water City. In the office of the mayor of Water City, a capable woman dressed in a beige professional suit, wearing glasses, and with her blonde hair tied up, entered the office and silently placed a cup of coffee down. "Mr. Iceberg, someone wishes to see you. He is a notorious pirate," Califa said, her eyes still showing some shock. Just moments ago, a black-haired man had arrived here. He was a killer of the CP organization, also serving as an intelligence officer. Califa recognized him as one of the 2 hottest new pirates of the year. The Disaster. The Annihilator. Silver Hawk. Captain of the formidable disaster pirates Fernandez Noah. She informed Iceberg, the president of the shipbuilding company, saying, "It is Fernandez Noah of the disaster pirates." "It's him." Iceberg's hand holding the pen trembled suddenly. He furrowed his brow. "What is such a notorious pirate doing here?" "Where is he?" "He is in the waiting room," Califa replied. Iceberg immediately stood up and headed for the waiting room. A moment later, Noah, leaning against the sofa, met one of the famous shipwright Tom's disciples known as Iceberg Ace Bug. Califa stayed behind Iceberg while Noah directly ignored her. He stood up and extended his right hand. Iceberg paused for a moment and instinctively reached out his right hand to shake Noah's briefly. At their first meeting, this infamous disaster seemed far from the brutal image portrayed in the newspapers. Instead, he was quite polite. This was Iceberg's first impression of Noah. "Hello, I am Noah. President Iceberg should have heard my name," Noah said. "Of course, Mr. Noah is quite famous. I imagine few people at sea are unaware of you," Iceberg responded, gesturing for him to sit. Sitting across from Noah, Iceberg wore a professional smile. "May I ask what brings you here, Mr. Noah?" "Ha, President Iceberg, you are feigning ignorance," Noah said. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gust of white wind blew in through the open window, and several boxes flew into the room. With a snap of his fingers, Noah arranged the boxes neatly. Bang! A breeze swept by, and the clasps on the boxes simultaneously released, causing the lids to pop open and reveal them filled to the brim with berries. "Here are 2 billion, Mr. Iceberg. I need you to build me a ship belonging to the disaster pirates," Noah stated, pulling out the design blueprints from one of the boxes. These were made by someone Noah had asked for while in Skypiea. In fact, the people of Skypiea could also build ships. But after so many years of working on the Ark Maxim, Noah couldn't afford to wait. As Iceberg took the blueprints from Noah's hands, he frowned slightly upon examination. Noah continued, "The keel must be made of Adam's treasure tree. I believe it won't be difficult for someone of your status to acquire it. If there's truly no way, you can contact me. As for how I will acquire it, that is naturally by force." Iceberg's frown deepened at Noah's words. He looked at Noah, his tone becoming a bit more gentle and tactful when addressing such a notorious pirate. "Mr. Noah, your request is certainly not impossible. However, while this ship will indeed be magnificent in appearance, it cannot be equipped with weapons and cannons. Additionally, I calculated that excluding labor costs, the materials alone will fall short. I understand this is merely a deposit." Noah waved his hand, stating that the final payment would naturally be settled once the ship was completed. Iceberg nodded. Noah and Iceberg then discussed some details regarding the ship. With such a lucrative client arriving, Iceberg put aside other matters, showing Noah around his shipbuilding company and introduced him to the main team responsible for building his ship. Noah quickly met the slick and laid-back head of Doc No. 1 Barry. This guy had a cigar in his mouth, wearing blue overalls, and sporting brown goggles on his head. Despite his laid-back appearance, he was rather conservative in some respects. Upon seeing Califa following Iceberg, his face instantly flushed red, and he looked as if he wanted to look, but dared not, exclaiming, "Califa, your legs." "Legs?" Califa pulled down her skirt and replied expressionlessly, "What you're doing is sexual harassment." Iceberg coughed awkwardly. Iceberg apologized, saying, "Mr. Noah, please don't mind." Noah chuckled casually, finding this loyal disciple of Iceberg quite admirable. "Mr. Barry, I am the captain of the disaster pirates. Are you interested in joining my crew? I happen to need a shipwright on." "Huh?" Barry looked completely bewildered. "Hey buddy, are you seriously trying to poach someone right in front of my boss and master?" Bali the foreman was summoned by the Ice Mountain. The core shipwrights under Bali were also called over. One of them was wearing a white tank top and brown overalls with his black hair tied up. A white dove perched on his left shoulder was particularly striking. Ice Mountain introduced, "This is our key member from Doc No. 1 Aluchi. His skills are very solid in many aspects of your ship, Mr. Noah will be handled by him." Then another man wearing a cap with a square nose appeared. Ice Mountain continued, "Kaku, a ship appraisal expert." Noah smiled and nodded. In addition, there were also the foreman Lulu and Telsong. They are all talented individuals. Noah chuckled. "You all might as well join my disaster pirates. The logistics staff on my ship receive generous treatment." "You're joking." Ice Mountain forced a smile. Bali and the others also recognized this infamous pirate. 455 million berries. This is not a pirate who just reached the 100 million mark. Even in the New World, this bounty is not low for Ice Mountain and the others. He is an absolute big figure among pirates. Noah looked at Rob Lucci and Kaku. As geniuses of the CP organization, he was indeed very interested in them. 2 years after the beginning of the original plot, both had awakened their devil fruit abilities, demonstrating their talent. Not to mention, they definitely possessed the strength of the 7 warlords, making them silver medalists on the sea. Knowing the direction things were heading, Noah was not in a hurry. Currently, these CP9 members are loyal to the world government. Even after being hunted down post the Eni's lobby incident, they continued to serve the world government. Since they are all dogs, why not let him take a turn as well? After strolling around the dock, Noah left here under Ice Mountain's guidance. Ice Mountain's office. Noah sipped the tea he had requested, saying, "I am quite satisfied with Mr. Ice Mountain's shipyard. How long are you in a hurry?" Ice Mountain asked. Noah replied, "I am not in a hurry, but the faster the better. Each aspect must showcase the full strength of your Carrera shipyard. You can rest assured about that," Ice Mountain said. "Then it's a pleasure to cooperate." Noah extended his hand to shake with Ice. Then he stood up, asking, "Mr. Ice Mountain, you know where the underground auction house in Water City is, right? Can you tell me?" A bead of cold sweat instantly trickled down Ice Mountain's forehead. "Goodness, what do you want to do?" He fell silent while Noah quietly stared at him. For a moment, an inexplicable pressure filled the office. Not only Ice Mountain, but even Khalifa felt a hint of fear rising in her heart. On Noah's gentle face, his eyes, which were gradually becoming indifferent, seemed to lose their patience. Khalifa said, "It's in the East District behind the Eluan Casino. You can inquire there, but entry requires capital verification." Noah nodded and turned to leave. Once he completely vanished, Ice Mountain leaned back in his chair, gasping for air. Khalifa's fair forehead was also dripping with sweat. After leaving the Carrera Company, Noah didn't idle around. Since he was here, it would indeed be a pity not to engage in some black market dealings. The underground auction house requires capital verification, huh? He'll just gather some. Noah's gaze fell on the unfortunate pirates. That day, a person known as the White Demon appeared in Water City, specifically targeting pirates. For a moment, the pirates were in a state of panic. At night, Noah reunited with the Heart Pirates who had been playing all day. Beppo held a piece of water meat, happily munching away. Rob glanced at the large bag Noah was carrying and peeked inside. Wow, gold jewelry and berries, everything one could wish for. You are that White Demon, right? Rob replied somewhat speechlessly. This disaster seems to be someone who cannot sit still. Even when idle, he goes around punishing evildoers. Noah reached out to pat Beppo's bare head, making the latter shyly lower his head, but he still didn't forget to take a few bites of the water meat. Feeling the soft furry sensation in his hand, Noah smiled and said, "I've already found out the location of the underground auction house. It's inside the Eluan Casino in the East District. Are you interested in joining me?" Not interested, Rob coldly shook his head. This underground auction house is likely related to Don Quixote da Flamingo. If we encounter something we want, I will go for it. Are you not planning to cash in? Noah's lips curled into a half smile. Hearing the name Don Quixote da Flamingo, Rob looked up at Noah. "All right, I'm in." "Beppo, you all stay home," Rob instructed. "Oh." Beppo nodded. Pekan and the others returned to the polar diving. Rob looked at Noah, and Noah said, "You go ahead. I need to take care of something first." Rob's head floated. "Wait, you asked me to come along, and now you say you have something to do." Noah paid no mind to Rob's thoughts and handed over the large bag, which was worth about 200 million berries, to Rob. Then with a push of his toes, he directly vanished like the wind. Rob. Suddenly he regretted whether he should have come. Somewhat helplessly lifting the large bag, Rob merely took a glance inside. With his experience, he roughly gauged how much the items he was carrying were worth. Should I say Noah trusts himself too much? He isn't afraid of me taking this thing and leaving by boat. He shook his head and walked toward the place Noah mentioned. Curious in his heart, Noah wondered what he was up to. At the Carrera shipyard, Lucci held a din mushy, reporting the events of the day to the CP9 commander Spandam. "Don't worry about him. Your top priority is to continue infiltrating the plans for the Pluton," the din mushy said. "I understand." Lucci ended the call. Behind him, Kaku stood in the corner, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, the cap pulled down, obscuring his face. "Let's go. It's best to return early and not raise suspicion," Lucci said to Kaku in the corner. Kaku straightened and nodded. "Leaving just like this? Not going to stay a bit longer?" A voice suddenly interjected. Lucci and Kaku's expressions stiffened, and they exchanged a glance, tacitly looking up at the night sky. They saw Noah descending lightly from the rooftop of a building. He landed soundlessly on the ground, wearing a gentle smile as he looked at Lucci and Kaku. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Kaku's forehead. He glanced at Lucci, who nodded imperceptibly. Bang! A sudden explosive sound erupted beneath Kaku's feet. "Chafe!" Kaku flickered to Noah's side, his expression devoid of the gentleness from the daytime, replaced instead with a cold demeanor, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Kaku raised his right leg high and kicked fiercely toward Noah's chest. Noah's body leaned back, effortlessly avoiding the attack. Razor wind. Kaku unleashed a sharp arc of air with his right kick. Noah raised his left hand, gently grasping it, and the arc of air was directly seized. With just a squeeze, it burst. Seeing this, Kaku's pupils constricted. How is this possible? Finger pistol. A finger appeared behind Noah, aiming for his heart, as if to pierce through his back. It was Lucci. He did not simply watch. When Kaku acted, he had already taken action. Taking advantage of Noah's attention on Kaku, he chose to ambush from behind. As he saw his finger about to touch Noah's back, he revealed a triumphant expression. However, when his finger finally made contact with Noah's back, the anticipated scenario of puncturing through like paper did not occur. Instead, his finger encountered unprecedented resistance, as if a steel needle were being driven into a thick steel plate. That minimal penetration power was simply unable to affect the steel plate. In fact, Lucci almost felt like his finger. He hurriedly retracted his finger, retreating swiftly. The cold expression on his face could no longer be maintained, revealing an unprecedented seriousness. Is this what a pirate with a bounty of over 400 million berries is like? Indeed, he is completely different from the small fry encountered in the past. Lucci felt completely at a loss. Their infiltration mission was primarily to search for the blueprints of the underworld King Pluto. Thus, during these days of concealment, he and Kaku had never cultivated to avoid exposing any flaws. If things got too loud, aren't the CP organization members supposed to be so kind? Noah smiled as he looked at Lucci and Kaku. The pupils of both men shrank sharply. Even when they made phone calls, they had never exposed their organization. Lucci glanced at Kaku, signaling with his eyes. This person cannot be left alive. A murderous intent erupted in their eyes. This was no longer just a matter of exposure. It seemed the opponent had their eyes set on them. Kaku once again used shave, but instead of approaching Noah, he leapt into the air. With the moonwalk technique, he stepped on the air, his body spinning violently. Storm Foot Chaotic Blade. A multitude of arc-shaped air blades were kicked out by Kaku. They were erratic like a tangled mass of threads. Noah's figure swayed as dozens of air blades whistled past him. Each air blade carved deep grooves into the ground. As for Lu Chi, since they had already been exposed, he would hold nothing back. He was a user of the animal-type cat fruit leopard form. Although he had consumed the fruit for some time, ever since infiltrating Water City, he had not used his powers. At this moment, a flicker of excitement and exhilaration flashed through Lu Chi's heart. He was inherently a bloodthirsty person adhering to a dark sense of justice, craving justified killings. Having endured in Water City for nearly 2.5 years, he no longer suppressed himself. His muscular body began to swell, fingers transforming into claws, his head morphing into a fierce leopard head, and a long tail protruded from behind. Noah cast a glance, and it was indeed Lu Chi who had transformed into his leopard beastman form. Lu Chi's legs bent, and with a bang, he left a phantom in his wake. As the strongest among CP9, he was hailed as a genius that emerged once every few centuries. His mastery of the 6 styles was exceptionally profound. Finger pistol pattern. Lu Chi's claws thrust forward, turning into a flurry of phantoms, with each claw sharpening into a piercing steel spear aimed at Noah. Noah's eyes sparkled with golden light accompanied by strange red dots. He moved leisurely, his figure swaying gently, as if blown by the wind. Despite Lu Chi's finger pistol creating hundreds of phantoms, none of them could hit Noah. Paper drawing. Kaku exclaimed in shock. It's not paper drawing. Lu Chi's expression turned grave as he stepped back a couple of paces to distance himself from Noah. With both claws swinging sharply at the empty air, he declared Storm Foot Bird of Prey. The air sliced into a bird-shaped attack, exuding the brilliance of sharp blades as it charged towards Noah. Noah extended his left hand, unflinching, as he directly reached out to grab it. To Lu Chi's astonishment, this bird-like air slash was caught effortlessly in Noah's hand, unable to harm him in the slightest. Cold sweat trickled down Lu Chi's forehead. He immediately unleashed a new technique developed over nearly 2 years, even though he had not used his fruit ability. Paper drawing martial body. As the words fell, Lu Chi's robust upper body rapidly shrank, still in beastman form, but leaning more towards a normal human physique. In this state, Lu Chi's power would diminish, but his speed and evasion would increase dramatically. Noah's evasion was too high, and as for defense, he had to first consider whether he could truly attack the opponent. This thought flickered through Lu Chi's mind as he had already darted to Noah's side. Kaku silently lurked in the shadows, waiting for the right moment, not recklessly intervening to disrupt Lu Chi's rhythm. Chafed, Lu Chi stepped on the void, delivering a rapid flying kick towards Noah, while air blades also flew towards him. Noah sidestepped, and Lu Chi's eyes gleamed with triumph. The air blade flew past Noah, and instead of piercing the ground to leave a mark, it suddenly seemed to gain awareness, turning back to slice towards Noah's back. With his observation Haki, Noah naturally anticipated this. He reached back with his left hand, and just as before, directly caught the air slash in his grip. He extended his right index finger, and under the shocked gazes of Lu Chi and Kaku. Finger pistol pattern. Noah spoke calmly. Lu Chi's pupils trembled. As dozens of finger pistols approached, he had no choice but to employ the most difficult technique to master within the 6 styles, paper drawing. His entire being transformed into something akin to paper, blown and twisted by the gust generated by Noah's finger pistols, allowing him to evade all of the attacks. Even so, the shock in Lu Chi and Kaku's hearts was far from quelled. Both were now in a state of chaos. Especially Lu Chi, who had just used his own technique a second ago, only to see it employed by Noah next. If it were just this technique. Just as he thought this, he saw Noah leisurely lift his left foot. Impossible! Lu Chi exclaimed in shock. Shave. Noah's figure vanished and reappeared behind Lu Chi. Bladed. With that word, Noah delivered. Air blades like arrows shot towards Lu Chi. He hastily dodged, but the blades returned in a straight line, just like his own earlier shave, shooting back towards him. With no escape, Lu Chi's body tensed up. Iron block. The air blade struck Lu Chi the immense force, pushing his body backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground. Not bad in terms of strength, Noah offered a fair assessment. Lu Chi clutched his chest, a trickle of blood seeping out. He ultimately couldn't fully withstand Noah's attack. Feel free to show me any other techniques you have. Noah raised his right hand, waving his forefingers inward. Lu Chi's anger flashed across his face, the feeling of being underestimated causing veins to bulge from his forehead to his neck. If you have the guts, don't dodge. Lu Chi, disregarding any sense of image, instantly released paper drawing martial body, and with fists clenched he moved to Noah's front. A tremendous impact erupted from his fists, far exceeding the destructive power of the repulsion wave Noah had witnessed on Sky Island. 6 Kings. Gun. Almost roaring, Lu Chi's fierce face was already filled with bulging veins as he fiercely struck Noah's chest. Noah merely stood still, just as Lu Chi had said, not dodging at all. Kaku's face revealed a look of joy. This was Lu Chi's strongest technique. Even if it were him or Gabra, taking just one hit would either result in death or serious injury. Indeed, this person was powerful and strange, but facing this technique, he would surely be severely injured. Kaku thought, his eyes focused intently. He watched as the massive impact fully collided with Noah. Boom! With a muffled sound, a wave of air swept outward, swirling dust and debris around Lu Chi and Noah, creating a unique arena for the two. However, Lu Chi, who was attacking in the arena, couldn't help but show a look of shock. This is impossible. He nearly There's nothing impossible. Noah smiled lightly, raising his right hand in a claw shape. That gesture. Kaku's pupils widened in shock. Storm foot bird of prey. With a soft voice, Noah swiped his right hand towards Lu Chi's chest. A dazzling air blade took the form of a great bird, crashing into Lu Chi's chest and sending a large amount of blood splattering. Lu Chi. Kaku immediately rushed out, delivering a powerful kick. Noah casually grasped the air, causing the blade-like force to disperse, and Kaku's right calf was caught. After catching him, Noah slammed Kaku to the ground. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Kaku spat out blood, his body feeling as if it were about to fall apart. Noah lifted his foot for a swift kick, causing Kaku to bend over, his eyes rolling back as he flew out, rolling on the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Having easily dealt with Kaku, Noah turned his attention to Lu Chi. The latter's chest was already drenched in blood, and his body had reverted from its beastly form. Though he had not yet lost consciousness, he was on the brink of it. Now he stood only by the last remnants of his will. Noah's golden eyes flickered, and the 6 techniques Lu Chi had used were completely imprinted in his mind. With his goal achieved, Noah naturally would not strike the final blow, fully intending to take the lives of both Lu Chi and Kaku. How about we make a deal? Noah chuckled lightly. Lu Chi struggled to keep his nearly closed eyes open. I won't expose you, nor will I interfere with what your CP organization intends to do here, but... Noah looked at Lu Chi, his words carrying an unrefusable tone of command. Come aboard my ship. After your mission is complete, join my disaster pirate crew. I will reserve a spot for you. After saying this, Noah's eyes flickered slightly. He smiled, instilling an unprecedented sense of terror in Lu Chi, and waved, saying someone is coming. Farewell, and don't forget, if I can't find you, I will be angry. With that, Noah lightly pushed off the ground, surrounded by white wind, and vanished like the wind. He had barely left for a minute when Barry and the other ship workers rushed over. The first thing they saw was the bloodied Lu Chi, followed by Kaku, who was still breathing, but collapsed nearby. They looked at the cuts on the ground, made by sharp blades, then at the wound on Lu Chi's chest. Barry, filled with worry and anger, saw Lu Chi's eyes fluttering, about to lose consciousness. He hurriedly asked Lu Chi who did this. I won't let him go. Lu Chi exclaimed. What? Barry responded, confused. Nothing happened. Lu Chi said before fainting entirely. Damn it. Barry shouted, quickly call a doctor. In the eastern district of Water City, outside the Aluan casino, Luo leaned against the wall, watching the affluent crowd of nobility and business tycoons enter the casino. He contemplated whether to go on a killing spree or destroy the underground auction inside. In any case, it was worth considering. Since he was already here, he was determined to confront Don Quixote da Flamingo. Oh, what are you thinking? A hand suddenly slapped Luo's shoulder. Luo shuddered, a drop of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He turned to see Noah beside him. Despite appearing contemplative, he was fully aware of his surroundings. Noah seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, completely undetected. Let's go in, Noah said, walking towards the casino and gesturing for Luo to follow. Luo carried a large bag filled with gold, jewelry, gems, and berries. He somewhat regretted bringing it. Following behind Noah, he felt like a mere lackey. As soon as they entered the casino, they were immediately eyed by others. Noah walked in, and a burly man blocked their path. Gentlemen, ahead is our casino's restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Noah waved his hand, signaling Luo to show their assets. Luo's cold expression almost broke. He whispered into Noah's ear, I'm not your lackey. Yes, Noah. Luo clicked his tongue, spreading out the large bag to display its contents. He said expressionlessly, we're here to buy things, and this is worth around 200 million. We have the right to enter, right? The burly man immediately displayed a sycophantic smile, saying, oh so, it's esteemed guests. This way, please. He promptly called over a beautifully dressed woman in revealing attire. The woman, in high heels and dressed as a bunny girl, swayed her chest as she walked. Luo followed expressionlessly, while Noah grinned mischievously, saying, do you think something will jump out? Luo. He slowly formed a question mark in his mind, thinking, what are you talking about? Seeing Luo's bewildered expression, this world is like this. Those who are lecherous are openly, so while those who aren't are like ascetic monks, entirely devoid of such thoughts. Noah felt he should belong to the former category, possessing the ability to appreciate beauty. Although he currently had no thoughts about it, it was unavoidable to admire beauty when it was right in front of him. Otherwise, why would he have Nami wear a maid outfit? It wasn't just for role-playing. Under the guidance of the bunny girl, who kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, Noah and Luo sat at a relatively quiet spot. By this time, the auction had been ongoing for a while. Although it was nighttime, the auction hall was brightly lit, resembling a luxurious hotel. Noah elbowed Luo lightly. Luo turned to Noah, asking, what is it? What do you plan to do? Noah inquired. Luo was speechless, thinking, isn't that what I should? The sparkling green diamond was captivating, stirring the hearts of many nobles and wealthy individuals in the hall. Noah was no exception. Of course, he wouldn't wear it. The sparkling green diamond was captivating, stirring the hearts of many nobles and wealthy individuals in the hall. Noah was no exception. Of course, he wouldn't wear it. He already had a crown, and this would be perfect for Nami. He nodded subtly. The item was purchased by a portly merchant, and the auctioneer immediately presented the next item. Although it was an underground auction, it was still a trade fair. Noah had yet to see any rare items like devil fruits, which he found slightly regrettable. As the auction was nearing its end, Luo straightened his posture. Noah whispered in Luo's ear, later you kill someone, and I'll take the item. Luo shot a glance at Noah, his expression seemingly saying, you want to monopolize it. I just want the green diamond crown, the rest is yours. Okay. Luo nodded silently, which was more agreeable. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, exuding a dangerous aura. Meanwhile, Noah had quietly distanced himself from him. On the auction stage, the host passionately declared, "Dear esteemed guest, the next item is a very special and rare item." Upon hearing this, including Noah and Luo, the arriving guests all looked towards the stage. Suddenly the sound of chains clanking echoed, and a slender, formidable fishman was dragged up. This fishman had curved sharp horns on his head, red hair, and dull red eyes devoid of spirit. His skin was dark brown with a row of hard dorsal fins along his spine, and the gill slits common to fishmen were visible on either side of his neck. His hands and feet bore webbing. Though he was tall, his physique was evidently weak, with sunken cheekbones resembling a malnourished appearance. The auctioneer tapped his small gavel on the wooden table before him, saying, "Any guest interested can bid to take him home. We have already made arrangements to easily control him, and even if you don't use him..." The auctioneer tapped his small gavel on the wooden table before him, saying, "Any guest interested can bid to take him home. We have already made arrangements to easily control him, and even if you don't use him as a bodyguard, it's still a remarkable item to show off." As soon as the words fell, an abrupt and piercing voice erupted. "What a bunch of inhumane beasts." Luo, still young, lacked the maturity he would have later. He stood up calmly, drawing his sword. "Sit down, please." The auction guards immediately pointed their firearms at Luo, their expressions unfriendly. A scornful smile appeared on Luo's stern face as he curled his left fingers and slightly parted his lips. "Room." A transparent hemisphere instantly enveloped the area. "You scum, all go to hell." Luo's blade sliced through the air violently. The underground auction house of the Water City still possesses a degree of strength. However, for Luo, who has already begun to display some of the character's charm from the original work, they are merely a bunch of rabble. As soon as the special semi-spherical space of room opened, Luo slashed through the air. Everyone within this space, except for the red-haired fighting fish merman on the stage, was split in two. "What is this?" Their upper bodies flew into the air, staring in horror at their bisected forms. The only good news was that they did not feel pain for the time being, and no blood flowed from the severed bodies. Luo looked at this group of scum, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes under the lights. Meanwhile, a shadow flickered in the backstage of the auction house. With 5 fingers clawing gently, several bird-shaped air blades flew out. The guards guarding the auction items immediately screamed in agony and fell bleeding. The remaining guards hadn't even reacted when a single finger pierced through their hearts and throats. After effortlessly resolving everything, Noah waved his hand, enveloping all the treasures in a white wind. Like a rope pulling them, the items wrapped in the wind floated behind Noah. Returning to the main auction house, a strong smell of blood invaded the nostrils. Luo's movements were faster than Noah had imagined, and he showed no mercy. As he walked towards the stage, Noah's footsteps caught the attention of the red-haired fighting fish merman. Seeing the dull, lifeless eyes, Noah drew his sword light rain. With a gentle wave, the thick chains binding the red-haired fighting fish merman and the mechanisms on his neck were cut and fell to the ground. "Is everything ready?" Luo wiped the blood from the ghost cry sword clean and approached. "Yes," Noah nodded. He tossed a large pile of items to Luo, keeping only the green shining crystal crown to wear on his head. Although this item had a hint of green, it was indeed beautiful. Luo carried the items and walked out with Noah following behind. After taking 2 steps, Noah stopped and glanced back. The red-haired fighting fish merman's dazed gaze turned towards Noah, his thin face having deep-set cheekbones resembling a puppet. Noah furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you coming?" The red-haired fighting fish merman's red eyes flickered, as if having been infused with a soul, and nodded. He said nothing, silently following Noah. Luo walked ahead, and when they reached the casino, it was deserted with guards lying in pools of blood. These were naturally the results of Luo's handiwork. By the time he reached outside the casino, the surrounding people had also vanished. After all, a vicious pirate was committing heinous acts here. Who would dare to approach except those specifically scouting for intelligence? "This is quite convenient." Luo walked expressionlessly. He looked back and found Noah was curiously leading the red-haired fighting fish merman. Noticing Luo looking over, Noah said, "I'll get him something to eat. You head back first." All right, Luo had no objections. He walked towards the street, while Noah took the red-haired fighting fish merman to an unknown tavern. This tavern was merely a random place Noah found. Upon entering, the bartender and the man who looked like the owner immediately shrank, their pupils a bead of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Years of a hidden life had kept Bruno calm. One of the members of CP9, disguised as the tavern owner, Bruno respectfully asked, "What would you 2 guests like to drink?" Noah glanced at Bruno with slight surprise. He hadn't expected to run into this guy in a place he randomly chose. However, he was not here to cause trouble. He casually tossed a gold coin to Bruno, pointing at the red-haired fighting fish merman. "Get this guy something to eat, something easy to digest, and quickly." Bruno wanted to say that this was a tavern, but he could only obey Noah's words. After all, not long ago, Khalifa had informed him about how the disaster had almost crushed him and Lucci based on Kaku's reluctant awakening. Bruno was well aware of his own strength. Among CP9, Lucci was the strongest, surpassing the others by at least 1 tier, while Kaku was slightly weaker than Gabra, but showed potential for surpassing him, being the youngest. As for himself, he was still quite far from those 2. Bruno quickly went off to get busy. Noah then looked at the red-haired fighting fish merman, who had silently followed him, yet remained taciturn. "What is your name?" Noah asked. Hearing Noah ask for his name, a spark of light returned to the red-haired fighting fish merman's eye. He rasped, making a sound like bone scraping. "Baruka." Baruka looked at Noah saying, "Read Baruka, that's the name my grandfather." Noah scrutinized Baruka, closely noticing that although he was as thin as a stick, he exuded a certain youthful innocence. Noah asked, "How old are you?" Upon being asked his age, Baruka seemed to come alive, shedding his previous lethargy. 17 years old. His voice still rasped like bones scraping, but it carried a hint of excitement, as if being asked by someone brought him joy. Noah nodded, harboring a hint of doubt. Being captured by human traffickers at only 17, he seemed quite unfortunate. But are the human traffickers in the Water City really that powerful? Noah found this surprising. Fishmen have 10 times the strength of ordinary humans on the surface, and 20 times underwater. Each of them can utilize their fishman bloodline's power completely different from the strength on land. Baruka is standing over 4 meters tall, if wealth shouldn't be weak. How could those traffickers have captured him? You should follow, Noah stated. Baruka's eyes flickered. He looked at Noah, neither refusing nor agreeing, just staring. Noah asked him. After a while, Bruno came out carrying a basin of food. This guy at least was running a shop and occasionally The aroma wafted through the air, and Baruka, who had hardly eaten since being captured, felt his stomach rumble loudly. He looked at Noah, who smiled and nodded, "Go ahead and eat." Baruka then took the basin of food and began to eat heartily. He finished the food in a few bites, licking the basin clean. "Make some more, make a lot more," Noah instructed Bruno. Bruno dared not say otherwise and immediately returned to the kitchen. Baruka watched Bruno, then he turned to Noah, and under Noah's astonished gaze knelt on both knees. Noah frowned, asking, "What are you doing?" Baruka's head knocked against the ground. "Sir, I would like to request something from you." Meanwhile, Luo arrived at the docking location of the Polar Diving, receiving exclamations from Beepo and others as he loaded a large amount of gold and treasures aboard. Just as he was about to board the ship to rest, a group of people marched towards him from not far away. The leader, biting a cigar, was dressed in blue overalls. Many of the people beside him held knives or guns, their angry gazes directed at Luo. Barry looked at the knife at Luo's waist and recalled that someone had just mentioned that a loon had pirates rampaging. The description matched this man perfectly. "It's you bastard. What did Lucci and Kaku do that you dare to harm them?" A rope appeared in his hand out of nowhere, seemingly coming alive as it lunged towards Luo. Luo asked, "And who are Lucci and Kaku?" As night deepened, when Noah brought Baruka to the Arctic submarine, he discovered the shipwrights who were supposed to build his ship sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The leader had messy blonde hair, and his windproof goggles were partially shattered, the left side being the only casualty. Luo kicked Bari away, his breathing somewhat ragged. After all, he had killed those people in the underground auction house earlier, and now he was dealing with Bari and his vengeful shipwrights. The surgical fruit was indeed useful, but it consumed a significant amount of stamina. At least before the awakening of his fruit, Luo's endurance was not sufficient, let alone now, when he was not yet the version of himself from 2 years later. What are you doing?" Noah saw Luo drawing his sword, intending to eliminate these troublemakers, and immediately stepped forward to intervene. Luo frowned, "Get out of the way." Bari, clutching his stomach and spitting blood, seemed to want to continue fighting. Noah waved his hand casually, a gust of white wind sending him flying. Forget it, these guys are the shipwrights who will build my ship, spare their lives." After finishing, he looked at Bari and the others. "Aren't you leaving yet?" The shipwrights, still somewhat conscious, immediately woke up those lying on the ground and carried them away. Once they had left, Noah curiously asked, "How did you get into a fight with them?" Luo looked bewildered. "Who knows? They came at me without explanation, claiming revenge for Lucci and Kaku, but I have no idea who those Lucci and Kaku are." Cough. Noah awkwardly coughed. Maybe they knew some friend from the casino or auction house. Anyway, it's tough for everyone." Noah laughed it off and called Baruka to board the Arctic submarine together. After finishing up, Luo summoned Beppo and the others to leave the area. After distancing themselves from Water City, Noah said, "Don't rush to Magic Valley Town yet. Let's take a trip to Grape Island." Grape Island. Luo frowned, thinking, "Is that the ordinary island known as the hometown of grapes?" "That's right," Noah nodded. He glanced at Baruka. "His name is Baruka. He is not a resident of Fishman Island, but a fishman who has been lost since childhood." "I see," Luo said, looking enlightened. "Fishman Island is 10,000 meters under the sea, and those slavers aren't that powerful. They mostly capture fishmen or mermaids who sneak out." Luo knew a bit about Fishman Island. Thus Baruka's situation made sense. The auctioneer was just bragging. After all, capturing from Fishman Island is far more challenging than capturing from an ordinary island, making it more sensational. Beppo looked at Baruka with curiosity. He too had been lost since childhood. Although it was due to searching for his brother, his situation was not much different from Baruka's. Thus, looking at Baruka, his sympathy and shared plight led him to develop a fondness for him. He took the initiative to say, "I am Beppo, nice to meet you." Baruka appeared to have gained a lively aura compared to when he was being auctioned. "You? Hello." Baruka spoke softly, lowering his head in shyness. "In Water City, at the Carrera Shipbuilding Company." Iceberg snorted coldly. "Who told you to go looking for trouble on your own? Luckily you met Mr. Noah, otherwise Lucci and Kaku would have been in danger, and you would have died there first." Bari and the others were each wrapped in bandages, silently listening to Iceberg's scolding. Iceberg looked at Bari and the others with a disappointed gaze. He was not angry about their seeking revenge, but rather about their failure to call for help and not notifying him. Thankfully, Noah intervened. He shook his head. "Mr. Noah is completely different from the description in the newspapers. He is a man of integrity." Califa rolled her eyes internally, thinking Noah was the real culprit. In the New World, Dressrosa. What did you s-" Doflamingo's veins bulged as he gripped the transponder snail, nearly crushing it. Luo, it's you again, you damned guy. Where is the disaster? Where's that guy? Did he not make a move? Oomph. Doflamingo crushed the transponder snail with one hand, the fluid bursting all over his face. Veins bulged grotesquely on his face. At that moment he felt like his lungs were about to explode from anger. 5 hours after this call ended. On the sea outside Water City, a whale shark fisherman leaped out of the water as it approached the shore. This whale shark fisherman had blue skin, a lightning scar over his left eye, an exposed chest bearing the symbol of the Sun Pirates, and wore a light gray kimono with black dot patterns. It was none other than Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Sea Knight. Is Baruka the child who was captured? Jinbei suppressed his anger. The fortune teller Charlie from Fishman Street had predicted that there was a fishman child lost since childhood on Grape Island, who would lead the fishmen to glory. Jinbei was somewhat skeptical of Charlie's prophecy. After all, in this world fishmen could only shrink back on Fishman Island, and they even needed to fly the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates and bear their identity as a warlord to avoid being targeted by petty criminals, but even so it was far from sufficient. Although Charlie's prophecies had always been accurate, he found it hard to believe that a child could lead the fishmen to glory. In this world humans were the strongest. Even the giants, the strongest race, had to step aside. Holding on to a why not try mentality, Jinbei visited Grape Island only to find out that Baruka had been captured by slavers. Regardless of whether the prophecy was true or false, Jinbei would not allow such a thing to happen. He entered Water City and after a warm greeting from a fist quickly arrived at the Alun Casino, where someone was cleaning up the aftermath. He quickly caught hold of the temporary manager, knocking him to the ground with a punch. Tell me, where is Baruka, the red-haired fishman you captured and sold here? He was rescued by someone, the Death Surgeon, that terrifying guy. Death Surgeon. Jinbei's deep voice was filled with. Before long, he learned information about Luo from the man beneath him. Kicking the man aside, Jinbei left and headed. If Baruka was rescued, where would he go? Jinbei leaped into the sea, and with no leads he first thought of Grape Island. Putting everything else aside, at least that was the most likely destination. The next day in the morning, the Arctic submarine arrived at the hometown of Grapes. The island featured an old European-style town. As Noah stepped onto the island, the wind had already brought him the scent of this grape town. It was the sweet aroma of grapes mingling with the sea breeze, carrying an ancient and heavy feeling. The town, mostly composed of 2-story buildings, had many estates planted with grapes. As soon as they landed, Baruka became excited, running swiftly toward the northern part of the island. Noah, Luo, and Beppo followed closely behind. The arrival of outsiders did not instill fear in the town's residents. A few curious children cast inquisitive glances, most directed at Beppo. In the northern part of the island, they arrived at an old 2-story house. The grapevines from the estate behind were scattered on the ground, and the plump grapes had already been crushed, leaving only a few intact. Most eye-catching was a slightly raised small mound not far away. The mound looked quite new, with a wooden plaque standing on it inscribed with the name read. In front of the grave there were lilies placed. When Noah saw the small mound, Baruka was kneeling motionless in front of the grave, seemingly in a daze. Is that little Baruka? An elderly man approached Baruka with a cane, gently stroking Baruka's hair. Good child, this is not your fault. I read hope most for you to grow up healthy. As the old man appeared to comfort Baruka, Noah's eyes flickered as he looked back. A crowd gathered behind, consisting of the residents of Grape Town who had been observing them. Men and women, old and young, a multitude of townsfolk had arrived here. The townspeople wore expressions of sympathy and pity. Noah and Luo instinctively stepped aside, not wanting to intrude. It seems Baruka is quite well liked, Luo remarked. After all, he is just a boy, Noah sighed, shaking his head slightly. Among the townsfolk, the first elder to comfort Baruka approached Noah, and the others leaning on a cane. Are you the ones who saved this child, Baruka? I truly thank you. The elder bowed to Noah and Luo. Beppo waved his hands awkwardly, and Noah asked, Elder, could you tell us about Baruka? The elder nodded, sighing deeply. Baruka was picked up by Reed during a voyage with a merchant ship from a deserted island. Without Reed, Baruka, who was only 2 years old at the time, would have surely perished there. After being brought back, many had their doubts about Baruka's appearance, but the child is very gentle, always smiling at everyone, and often helping others. Over time, everyone accepted him. Little Baruka is very filial, always wanting to assist Reed, but Reed, seeing his young age, often let him play with the other children in the town. Reed wanted Baruka to have a carefree childhood, and hoped he could make more friends. Reed often told him, Little Baruka, when you grow up a bit more you will be able to help your grandfather. This child has always wanted to grow up quickly, the elder chuckled as he spoke. Every year as he grew older he would run to the town to boast, perhaps thinking he could help Reed. The elder's cheerful tone turned somber. His words were filled with regret. He looked at Noah and Luo, pleading, I wish to ask you to take Baruka away from here. That group of despicable human traffickers has set their sights on him, which led to Reed's tragic demise. If Baruka remains here he will likely suffer the same fate as before. Noah waved his hand reassuringly, saying, You need not worry. Baruka has joined my pirate crew, he is under my protection. So you are pirates? The elder was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Being pirates was one thing, in this world surviving was already a challenge. The elder had clearly been through a lot. He expressed his gratitude again to Noah and the others. Noah nodded in response, and many townsfolk stepped forward to thank them. My. Noah suddenly spoke, a look of surprise crossing his face. What's wrong? Luo asked, looking at him. Noah's eyes sparkled with golden light. An interesting character has arrived. Noah patted Luo on the shoulder saying, I'll leave this to you, I'm going to check it out. Huh. Luo was puzzled. When he turned back, Noah had already vanished. Luo felt somewhat helpless. Why did it feel like he had become a subordinate? This guy Noah was just ordering him around. At the western coast of Grape Island, the sea surged as a shark man in a light, gray Japanese kimono leaped ashore. It was Jinbei, and as a fisherman, he was incredibly fast underwater. The western coast of Grape Island had a sandy beach. Jinbei had been here once, having roamed Grape Island, and clearly knew where Baruka's home was, heading directly in that direction. However, wearing black wooden sandals, he came to a halt after just a few steps on the beach. His eyes glowed red as he gazed at the trees on the cliffs far away on the beach. He saw a striking young man dressed in black pants and a white shirt with a long black coat draped over him. The man's eyes were an exceptionally rare golden slit, and he had a long sword at his waist. Their mindset shifted quickly, and they moved into action at once. Watching them, Noah stepped into the captain's cabin. A Jean laid a sea chart out on the table. Noah exclaimed, the famous warlord of the sea actually recognizes me, a nameless nobody. I'm truly flattered. Jinbei frowned. Coldly he said, you are no nameless nobody. The name Calamity has echoed across the seas. What is someone like you doing on Grape Island? I would like to know what you're doing here, Noah replied with a smile. This blue giant was currently the strongest combat force among the fishmen that he knew. In the ocean, he could probably unleash an emperor-level combat capability. But no one would dare to fight fishmen in the sea. Jinbei, Noah called out. Jinbei's frown deepened, nearly twisting into a knot. Noah drew his blade the light rain and proposed, how about a wager? If I win, you join my Calamity pirate crew. Jinbei felt the dangerous aura emanating from Noah and became wary, his heart tensing. Jinbei coldly replied, monsters abound in the sea, and I don't know how many can defeat me. Even if you defeat me, I will not join your pirate crew. And if I remember correctly, it was you who killed Arlong and his group, right? When Jinbei learned of Arlong's demise, anger surged in his heart, but quickly subsided. After all, he knew what Arlong and his crew had done. In a place like the East Blue, even without Noah, they would likely have been exterminated by other marines or pirates. However, as fellow fishmen and former comrades of the Sun Pirates, Jinbei took a deep breath. At the very least, teaching Calamity a lesson would serve as an outlet for his anger. With this in mind, Jinbei looked at Noah. Be careful, Jinbei warned. He adopted a fighting stance while Noah put away his playful expression, becoming serious, and the blade of light rain was immediately enveloped in armament Haki. As a long-standing warlord of the sea, Jinbei's strength was undoubtedly formidable. Based on his past life observations combined with current experiences, Noah estimated that Jinbei's armament Haki and Kinbunshika Haki, along with his martial arts, were all at least at an advanced level. Among them, both armament Haki and martial arts should be very close to the top tier. This was an excellent opponent. Noah grinned, and Conqueror's Haki surged violently from within him. Buzz! An invisible dark wind swept through as if resonating through the area. A flicker of surprise crossed Jinbei's face, but his hands did not pause. While reminding Noah, he swung his right hand. The air condensed into numerous droplet-like water beads. Water strike. Jinbei clapped his palm, sending these water beads flying toward Noah like bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Noah's golden slit pupils flickered red as he dashed forward, narrowly avoiding all the water beads. So it's Kinbunshika Haki. I can use all three types of Haki. Jinbei raised his left arm, and armament Haki immediately wrapped around and hardened. A sharp black blade slashed through the air, making a clear sound as it struck. To block this strike, Jinbei's right arm had already been enveloped in armament Haki. He slammed his right arm fiercely into Noah's chest, nearly trapping him between his arms. Big Shark. The immense strength gripped Noah tightly, making him feel as if he was encased in heavy shackles, unable to break free. Jinbei was about to exert more strength to incapacitate Noah in battle. However, he suddenly felt a force comparable to his own emanating from his arm. It was Noah. His left arm had transformed into a beastly silver eagle arm, and the eagle's claw was about to clamp down on Jinbei's right arm, pushing it back straight. Is this all you think will defeat me? You underestimate me. Noah looked up and smiled coldly at Jinbei. Jinbei sensed a crisis approaching and quickly released Noah, retreating. After retreating, Jinbei saw a silver-white wind swirling rapidly around Noah, with numerous dazzling and luminous white feathers scattering in chaos. Among those white feathers, a beastman appeared. His black hair had been dyed silver-white and flowed down to his shoulders, with silver wings spread on his back. Silver feathers formed shoulder armor on both shoulders, and his arms, legs, and waist were adorned with scales resembling silver feathers. Looking at the black blade surrounded by white winds and thunder, it exuded a chilling sense of deadly danger. Is this the power of a mythical Zoan devil fruit? Jinbei took a deep breath. The brief confrontation made him realize that this person known as the Calamity was indeed difficult to deal with. However, he was Jinbei. Jinbei pushed off the ground, instantly flashing in front of Noah. All his strength converged into one point, his right fist wrapped in armament Haki, swirling like a black mist. Sharkwave Justice Punch. A massive shockwave erupted from Jinbei's punch. In addition to his own formidable strength, combined with Fishman Karate, this punch also featured a high-level application of armament Haki, with external manifestation and internal destruction. Even Noah, in his beastly form, felt the danger approaching from such a punch. He angled his blade, and the sound of a crashing wave erupted at that moment. Jinbei's pupils constricted as he saw a massive tidal wave looming behind Noah. As Noah swung down his blade, the sound of the tide exploded directly in Jinbai's mind. Tidal break. The blade struck toward the shockwave, and two enormous forces collided, making it difficult to determine a win. Jinbei planted his feet firmly on the ground, leaning slightly forward, preparing to execute a throw. Ocean Current one-handed, over-the-shoulder throw. To deal with a devil fruit user aside from Haki seawater was also effective. Jinbei drew the sea behind him with his Fishman Karate's unique technique. A massive surge of seawater surged forward like a rolling tide towards Noah. Already locked in a contest with the shockwave, the additional force of the sea caused Noah to weaken considerably. Boom. The ocean current mixed with the shockwave, and the double force crashed into Noah, slamming him against the coastal cliff, causing him to sink into it. Cracks spread from the edges of the indentation. The impact of the seawater receded, flowing down the rocks into the sand below. From the deep indentation, Noah emerged looking somewhat disheveled, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What incredible strength. I am growing more fond of you, Jinbei. Noah laughed broadly, his disheveled hairstyle not making him look pathetic, but rather enhancing his audacity. Jinbei's face was grave. The two attacks he landed on Noah only caused him to bleed from the corner of his mouth. Wasn't that akin to being bitten by a mosquito? With his arms wrapped in armament Haki and hardened with internal destruction techniques, Jinbei charged at Noah. Come at me. Noah laughed. Taste my blade. The wind and thunder intertwined around the blade, the edge carrying the essence of the tide. It was still Noah's blade technique. Tidal break. Break tidal. The speed surged like wind and thunder, the blade flickering as it approached. Even with his observation Haki fully activated, Jinbei could not dodge it in time and could only raise his arms to block. Plum Blossom Skin. This powerful defensive technique could withstand the attacks of a Yonko. Noah's full power strike only managed to create a shower of sparks on Jinbei's arms. After blocking this move, Jinbei swung his left arm to disperse the rain of blades. His right fist struck Noah's chest, 5,000 wave justice punch. The force caused Noah's back to arch, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Noah countered with a left punch. Wind and thunder intertwined, and a bright sphere of light flickered above. Noah's punch struck Jinbei's face. Empty fist. Bang! The blue fishman's figure spat blood as he was sent flying. Noah laughed heartily. He suddenly stomped down, creating a sonic boom. His figure flashed to the path Jinbei was flying back on, slashing down. Jinbei, still reeling from the punch Noah delivered, grabbed the seawater to envelop himself. Noah's blade severed the water, the blade entering deep. Jinbei had already steadied himself and countered with a shark wave justice punch against the blade. The two forces caused both to be pushed back. Noah's golden vertical pupils flickered, reflecting Jinbei's image on both lenses. With light footfalls, his figure left numerous afterimages in the air. Jinbei's eyes darted left and right, his head suddenly lifting high as he punched upward. He had pierced in, but was knocked back, sensing danger approaching from his left. It was Noah, who had discarded his blade. A surge of white breath erupted from his body, strengthening his upper body significantly. Try my new move. Noah clenched his fists together and charged fiercely at Jinbei's waist. Six King's Gun. With armament Haki, the Six Powers technique originating from Lucci, but far surpassing Lucci's power, emerged at that moment. The shockwave was launched from Noah's fists, aimed directly at Jinbei's side. Seeing this impact approaching, Jinbei's seemingly plump blue figure suddenly turned. A large foot stepping in wooden sandals came swinging in with Jinbei's advanced armament Haki technique. This was 7,000 wave spinning kick. Boom. The two massive impacts collided, neither Noah nor Jinbei showing any intention of retreating, both their Haki and strength fiercely infused. For a moment it was difficult to distinguish between the two, a stalemate. On Grapes Island, Baruka frowned as he gazed toward. He was not deaf. With such a huge battle noise, how could he not hear it? After thanking each villager who came to comfort him, Baruka approached Ro. With a puzzled look he scanned the surroundings. Where is Captain Noah? His previous request at Bruno's tavern was to return home for a visit to see Grandpa Red once more. Now that his wish was fulfilled, he naturally wanted to follow through on his promise. Moreover, staying in Grapes Town posed a significant risk to the local villagers. For both emotional and rational reasons, Baruka knew he could no longer stay here. Where did that guy go? Ro pointed to the. Just then a massive rumble shook the entire Grapes Island. Captain Noah must be fighting someone. Baruka's face showed concern. We must hurry to help him. Saying this, Baruka ran towards the west. Ro, with Noah's strength, you would only cause chaos by going. Ro kept this thought to himself, and quickly followed with Beppo and the others. Not long after, the group saw Noah and Jinbei locked in fierce battle. Both were exchanging blows, with Jinbei using Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, while Noah utilized the Six Powers, neither showing a clear advantage. Baruka's arrival immediately drew Jinbei's attention. He glanced over and caught sight of the frail Baruka, his face contorted with anger, causing Jinbei's heart to tighten. Fighting me, and still being distracted? Noah scolded. A glowing fist infused with wind and thunder crashed heavily into Jinbei's abdomen. Jinbei's blue belly rippled as he coughed up blood. Noah then grabbed with his left hand the silver wind, swirling back in a fine rain, and with the sound of the tide, the tidal break struck again. The cold gleam of the blade flickered, and from then on Jinbei lay bleeding on the ground. As Baruka and Luo arrived at the western side of Grape Island, their eyes immediately caught sight of a figure clad in silver feathers wielding a knife. Although it looked quite different from the norm, the attire and knife were familiar. Baruka could sense that this was Noah, the one who had saved him. The chubby blue fishman battling Noah appeared to belong to the same race as himself, but anyone who fought against Noah could not be a good person. Captain Noah, are you alright? Veruca immediately asked. Noah returned to his original form, cleaning the blood off his blade and sheathing it. Luo and Babwo were stunned as they looked at the fallen blue chubby fishman. 7 warlords of the sea. The sea hero Jinbei. Luo was so shocked at this moment that he didn't know what to say. To him, the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, was a truly colossal entity. Not only was Doflamingo powerful, but the numerous forces under his command often filled him with an overwhelming sense of despair. Yet now one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Sea Hero, had surprisingly been defeated by Noah right in front of him. In that moment, he began to reconsider the invitation Noah had previously extended to him. Don't just stand there, heal him, Noah called to Luo, pointing at Jinbei. Neither side harbored any intent to kill during this battle. Even when exerting their full strength, they didn't seek to take each other's lives. Moreover, if it weren't for Veruca, Jinbei would not have been caught off guard by Noah. Though he wouldn't go easy, this kind of fight clearly didn't align with Noah's intentions. Luo and Babwo quickly took action. Since they all followed Luo the doctor, they possessed some medical skills. Now treating Jinbei's injuries was a piece of cake. Although Jinbei had taken a solid punch from Noah and endured a knife wound, he hadn't lost consciousness yet. The reason he hadn't gotten back up to continue fighting was still due to Veruca. While Luo treated Jinbei's injuries, Babwo came to Noah's side, applying medicine to him and wrapping a bandage around Noah's head. After grappling with Jinbei, Noah was covered in injuries with a bleeding head and bruises all over his face. Overall, it seemed they were roughly evenly matched. Of course, this was considering that neither side had used any special techniques. Now tell me what brings you here. No, the blue chubby fishman sat up on the beach, his abdomen wrapped with several layers of bandages and his head similarly bandaged. Jinbei looked at Veruca. Noah thought to himself that this was indeed the case. Although the death of Arlong and his crew had understandably caused Jinbei to hold some grievances against him, Jinbei wouldn't personally come to hunt him down. The only reason for their encounter here was solely because of Veruca. Veruca, come back to Fishman Island with me. That is your hometown, your home, and I will personally teach you. Jinbei's tone was gentle. Veruca, however, looked at him with great vigilance, stepping behind Noah as if trying to hide. Noah said, Jinbei, Veruca has already joined my disaster pirates. It wouldn't be good to poach him in my presence. Jinbei frowned upon hearing this. He had gathered that Noah was the one who saved Veruca, which was why Veruca had joined the Such things were quite common at sea. As a person saved choosing to join a group they felt they should repay, or that provided them with a sense of security, was entirely normal. He sighed deeply inwardly. He had arrived a step too late. Seeing Jinbei silent, Noah smiled and said, since you came for Veruca, why not join my disaster pirates as well? With your strength, I can offer you a top executive position. Currently, the disaster pirates had not yet had anyone become a top executive. Even the likes of Akin and Nami were merely senior executives. However, Jinbei was worth it. Aside from his strength, Jinbei was a very loyal person. Once he joined, his loyalty would likely quickly reach the required 80 points. Noah's observation, Haki had reached an intermediate level, and now there was a position open. Jinbei's normal strength had already hit a ceiling and was difficult to improve, but if he could open that system, he would certainly make great strides. If he could truly join the disaster pirates, he could potentially become the first emperor-level powerhouse in his crew. Jinbei, however, shook his head. Reflecting on the prophecy, he said seriously, Noah, may I take some time to teach this child? The prophecy from Shirahoshi was something he was very concerned about. If Veruca could truly lead Fishman Island to glory, why not do a good deed at least to prevent Veruca from harboring too much resistance against Fishman Island and to foster positive feelings? Noah had no objections. He turned to Veruca and asked, this is the strongest of Fishman Island, the sea hero Jinbei, whose strength is currently on par with mine. Do you want to train with him for a while to strengthen yourself, Veruca? Veruca blinked his red eyes, pondering for a moment, then silently nodded. All right then. Noah said to Luo, let's leave here and go to an uninhabited island. Staying here too long might pose a danger to the residents of Grape Island. Sure, Jinbei readily agreed. Luo also found it acceptable, but soon he noticed a problem. Why was Noah ordering? He looked at Noah with some displeasure and then met Veruca's gaze. Shaking his head, he thought, forget it, just consider it a good deed. The group quickly arrived at the port of Grape Island. As Veruca was about to board the polar submarine, many residents of Grape Island arrived. Everyone. Veruca's eyes were filled with tears. Noah patted his shoulder and walked into the ship. An elderly man with a cane waved at Veruca with a smile, live well. The other residents of Grape Island also smiled and waved Veruca off. I will. Veruca wiped his tears and shouted, I will live well and make my name resonate in heaven. Go for it, Veruca. The residents of Grape Island shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the sea. Veruca, weeping, boarded the polar submarine. Luo gestured to Peijin and the others, and the polar submarine dove underwater. Soon the ship completely vanished from this sea. After spending a whole day, the polar submarine docked at a certain uninhabited island. This will do, Noah said, looking at the lush, uninhabited island. Jinbei had no objections and signaled for Veruca to follow. Veruca looked at Noah, who nodded. Go ahead, I'll be watching from the side. Veruca nodded and followed behind Jinbei. Noah and Luo also landed on the island. Walking behind, Noah smiled at Luo and said, since we have nothing to do, Luo, would you like me to teach you how to use Haki? Luo raised his head sharply at this. He had established his own pirate crew at the age of 16 and had spent so many years in the first half of the Grand Line searching for the power of Haki. Unfortunately, this thing had no guidance, or rather those who had not experienced this power in their bodies could not comprehend it on their own. What do you want? Luo didn't believe in free lunches from the sky. Noah approached Luo, wrapped his right arm around his neck and grinned. Who are we to each other? Aren't you my ship's doctor? Helping the crew strengthen their power is something a captain should do, don't you think, Babwa? Babwa, is this my business too? I don't recall ever agreeing to join your disaster pirates, Luo said, somewhat disgruntled, forcefully breaking free from Noah's affectionate gesture. Noah shrugged. You have already agreed, you just didn't say it out loud. He chuckled, placing his hand on Babwa. The fluffy white bear felt comfortable to touch. Babwa shyly lowered his head while Pekin and the others remained silent. As members of the Red Heart Pirates, they only needed to follow Luo's orders. As long as Luo was willing to join the disaster pirates, they naturally would not defy that order. They entered an empty area deeper into the uninhabited island. Jinbei had already begun to position Baruka on the side. To learn fishman karate and fishman jujitsu, one must start with the basics. Noah stopped looking at Luo and his crew. The learning of Haki is not limited by the number of people. Babwa, Shachi, and Pekin, do you want to join as well? Can we also learn with you? Babwa pointed at himself in disbelief. Of course. Noah smiled and said, Luo is the chief ship doctor of our disaster pirates. You will all become part of his team. Although it is logistics and healing, one must also have the ability to protect oneself. Hey, I already said I have not joined your pirate crew. Luo shouted. Noah acted as if he didn't hear. Not just you, anyone else who wants to learn can join. I will teach you all without holding back. The other members of the Red Heart Pirates' eyes lit up upon hearing this. In previous battles, most of the work was handled by Luo, with Babwa, Shachi, and Pekin occasionally lending a hand. To be honest, they didn't want to hold back. Seeing everyone looking at him with anticipation, Noah said, alright, it will last for a month. After 1 month, we will go to the Magic Valley Sea. During the time Noah was to teach Luo's Red Heart Pirates, Magic Valley Town is located at the upper area of the Sky Island. Skypea, the Angel Island. Akin, who had already harvested a large number of shells from outside, and luckily found a repulsion shell and a laser shell, led his crew of pirates to a new Sky Island. In a month's time, Akin's strength had changed. Since following Noah, he had hardly stopped training his body. After consuming the artificial Azure Dragon Fruit, he followed Noah's guidance, incorporating the fruit abilities into his training. Now Akin's Devil Fruit abilities were nearing the intermediate level. His progress in armament Haki and martial arts was not obvious, only steadily enhancing, while his observation Haki was becoming proficient. On the specially designed airship of the Sky Island, Akin led the members of the disaster pirates. Wapol and Braram were the two whose strength had improved the most after Akin. Even Creek was slightly inferior. Of course, this was just improvement. In terms of strength, Creek still outclassed them. Among the two, Braram was better, while Wapol would challenge Akin whenever he had the chance. Now they were on their way to the new sky. Wapol had already mastered the use of Soru and Jeppo, and regarding Moonwalk, this technique was indeed quite difficult, and he had only just scratched the surface. However, with his significantly increased strength, he was brimming with confidence. Akin, come and fight, Wapol shouted. Akin was currently in the cabin of the airship. His body was covered with cloud-like flames, and his skin was covered with numerous pink dragon scales. 2 fierce dragon horns protruded from his head, and a shadowy face now fully displayed a dragon's visage. Even the pink color could not conceal his fierce aura. At first glance, the beastified Akin bore a striking resemblance to Kaido's beast form. The difference was that Akin in his beast form stood only slightly over 3 meters, far smaller than Kaido's physique. Hearing Wapol challenging him from outside the ship, a surge of bloodlust flashed through Akin's body. He set down the various heavy equipment piled on him and returned to his original appearance. He pushed open the door of the ship, where Wapol was biting on a chewing tobacco and looking at him with a provocative gaze. Akin's expression was cold, carrying a hint of ferocity. Wapol, perhaps I should teach you how to be more polite to your superior. Less talk. If you knock me down, you can say whatever you want. Wapol was not going to fall for that. He basically challenged Akin every 3 days, getting thoroughly trounced each time. He was the war demon Wapol. The words give up were not in his dictionary. Come and fight. Wapol charged towards Akin. Since learning 4 of the 6 styles, he removed all his equipment except for the repulsion shell. As for why he kept the repulsion shell, it was naturally because the impact shell could not harm Akin. He thought about defeating Akin, hence he challenged him repeatedly. It wasn't like he enjoyed being beaten, so he needed to have something that might give him a chance to win. And the repulsion shell was what Wapol considered to be the key to possibly defeating Akin at this stage. The impact of the impact shell was not large enough, but the repulsion shell definitely had that capability. As long as he could seize that slight opening of Akin. Wapol's eyes were fixed on Akin as he swept in with a Jeppo kick, but Akin calmly ducked to avoid it. A punch aimed at Wapol's chest. Iron block. Wapol's eyes lit up. As long as he could withstand Akin's punchy bang. A punch reinforced with armament Haki struck Wapol's chest hard. Wapol spat out a mouthful of blood. His body instantly went limp, and his eyes rolled back. With one punch, Wapol, like a boneless fish, slid down from Akin's fist and lay on the deck, unable to rise. Akin expressionlessly said, Braram, take him down. Braram, one of the core 4 warriors of Sandia, hurriedly stepped forward to skillfully drag Wapol away. As a friend of Wapol, he felt quite helpless. Wapol just didn't learn from his defeats, having been knocked down by one punch so many times. You are getting stronger, truly a fearsome guy. Creek walked over with his arms crossed. At this moment he was different from before, or rather he now resembled his appearance during the original work when he fought against Luffy. His body was clad in steel armor infused with a significant amount of gold along with his weapon. Now he shone brightly with golden light, and his gigantic steel spear had transformed into a golden spear. It's not that I am getting stronger, but that you have become complacent, Creek. Akin said faintly. Creek rolled his eyes at this remark. You have a mythical beast type, you think you're so great. He followed Akin to various sky islands without a moment of slack. Creek was also a proud person. How could he allow so many people above him? However, there was indeed a difference in talent. Now Creek had the strength worthy of a bounty of over 100 million in the Grand Line, but compared to Akin, he was indeed lacking significantly. After all, in the entire disaster pirates aside from Noah and Nami, Akin ranked third. In just a month, Nami's observation Haki had astonishingly improved, now reaching an intermediate level. After spending some time on physical training and developing the abilities of the Thunder Fruit, Nami's strength had changed the most in the entire disaster pirates. Thinking of this made Creek feel a wave of envy. A Logia-type devil fruit, he wanted that too. Akin, Captain Creek, a new sky island has been discovered ahead. Akin and Creek walked towards the bow of the ship upon hearing this. As they looked out, they saw the new sky island. Soon the group landed on this new island. Wapple held his stomach, his face twitching as he followed Braram behind Akin. Not long after they landed on this sky island, in the side hall of the temple at the back of this sky island, a tall figure with a dense black beard opened his eyes. Lord Ulki, the gods request you to go to the main hall for a meeting. A soldier dressed in distinctive uniform said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Ulki tightly embraced the enormous prismatic iron rod placed beside him, which resembled a giant pencil. His action indeed brought immense pressure to the divine soldiers who had come. Before long, many priests with immense white wings distinct from the usual inhabitants of the floating island turned their attention to Ulki in the main hall of the island's temple. However, most of the priests displayed looks of discontent towards him, all appearing as if they were eager to see him make a fool. The priests of this island adhere to a principle of abstinence. In simple terms, as servants of the divine, they must abstain from lust, alcohol, and all forms of desire. Most of the priests here resemble monks, and if it weren't for their uniform, white priestly robes, one might mistake this place. After arriving here, Ulki carelessly leaned his massive prismatic iron rod against the side. The ground of the temple seemed to tremble under his immense strength. Many priests felt a shiver run through them, secretly thinking that this fellow was indeed a monster. Ulki! A dignified yet amiable voice emanated from the highest seat deep within the temple. It was an elderly man with bright eyes and a solemn face, gazing at Ulki with disappointment. Ulki immediately bent down in respect. Master. Ulki, you have broken your vows again. The elder was extremely displeased. He had initially held great expectations for Ulki, even believing he could succeed him and become the next god. However, the divine qualities that should be maintained by a god were utterly absent in Ulki. Drinking, indulging in pleasures, and climbing mountains. Ulki completely disregarded the divine decrees that have existed since ancient times. Since Ulki joined, he often broke the rules. Many other priests and divine soldiers reported his actions here. In this temple, Ulki was undeniably an outsider. Ulki grinned, clasped his hands together, and shook his head, saying, all things are impermanent. Existence is suffering. If one does not enjoy life in a timely manner, how can they achieve true enlightenment? This is sophistry. A priest could no longer tolerate it, and loudly reprimanded. Many priests were equally furious. It is clear that you do not adhere to the divine edicts, unable to resist worldly temptations, yet now you speak so grandly. Ulki, you are unworthy of being a priest. Master, I believe that Ulki, having repeatedly broken the vows, should be expelled from the temple. Upon hearing this, many priests responded in agreement. In this austere place resembling that of ascetic monks, Ulki was truly an anomaly. Every interaction with him caused these priests immense discomfort. Now that he had broken his vows again, engaging with women, it was the most disgraceful act imaginable. They could no longer bear it. Ulki ignored these people, clasping his hands in reverence and gazing earnestly at the elder. The elder sighed deeply. Ulki simply could not comprehend the essence of Zen, or perhaps his wisdom had yet to awaken. Very well, letting him leave this place might allow him to find his own path. As the elder was about to speak and expel Ulki from this place, a divine soldier rushed in a panic. Not good, Master Esteem. There are invaders landing, attempting to seize our land. What? The elder, as the god and leader of this floating island, immediately stood up. He looked at Ulki. The main reason he valued Ulki was due to his terrifyingly inhuman strength. Ulki, lead the men immediately and drive these invaders from our island. Ulki had no objections, grinning, leave it to me. Not a single capable fighter on this island. Hopefully, I will encounter someone slightly interesting this time. He immediately picked up his exclusive weapon and walked out of the temple. Soon the priests and divine soldiers gathered together. They stood as the gods of the floating island and messengers of the divine. The elder was naturally among them, walking towards the direction of the invaders, surrounded by a group of priests. Before long, in a small town, the local mayor trembled in fear, standing to the side. Akin was waiting with a group of the Calamity Pirates. Floating islands like this typically have some sort of deity or official forces. They only needed to defeat these foes to take control of the island. Thus Akin chose to wait, avoiding the need to seek them out personally. Before long, a grand force from the temple arrived. Akin's gaze fell instantly on the towering man, nearly 4 meters tall. The hexagonal iron rod, which was even more exaggerated than Kleek's golden war spear, was easily wielded, indicating the presence of an exceptionally powerful individual. The divine of this floating island scanned the surroundings and noticed that the invaders had not caused any damage to the town, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He wore a solemn expression. Invaders leave now, and we can pretend nothing has happened. Such words are rather disrespectful. Cleek stepped forward shouldering the golden war spear, casting a sideways glance at Akin. Akin stepped forward positioning himself at the forefront of the pirates. His cold gaze fixed directly on the deity. I am Akin, the battle commander of the Calamity Pirates. From now on this place is governed by my Calamity Pirates. The Calamity Pirates. Ulk's interest peaked. The dangerous aura emanating from Akin caught his attention. The long-dormant cells within him seemed to be rejoicing as if thrilled to encounter an opponent worthy of a fight. He burst into a wide grin. I find your Calamity Pirates quite intriguing. How about we make a bet? The elder, being a deity, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The other priests, initially expecting Ulki to immediately act against the foes, were taken aback by Ulk's words. One by one they wore expressions of anger. If it weren't for the enemies in front of them, they would have chastised Ulki, who was breaking his vows in their presence. Akin had no interest in making any bets. Kleeku gestured to Akin with his hand. Seeing this, Akin crossed his arms and fell silent. Kleeku still wanted to give him face, as he was a senior officer like himself. Akin was the battle commander, while Kleeku was the battle chief. Regardless of strength, they were of equal rank. What kind of bet do you wish to make? Kleeku asked curiously. Ulki glanced at Akin and then at Kleeku. It was not difficult to see that this pirate crew was led by these two. Ulki smiled and said, it's simple. If I win, you become my subordinates. If I lose, I will join you. How about that? He was not foolish. He could tell that the priests and even the god who had been protecting him were already quite dissatisfied with him. Likewise, he did not wish to be constrained by the rules here. Even if the gods did not expel him, he would leave this place on his own. The Calamity Pirates seemed quite interesting. It would be good. After all, he was invincible. Urki. Upon hearing this from Urki, Creek and Akin had not yet reacted, but the elder, the god of this island, showed a clear anger towards Urki for the first time. Urki casually waved his hand. If I were to be defeated, would you be able to stop the opponent? Urki's smile faded and his cold gaze turned to the divine officials and soldiers behind him. At the sight of that gaze, all the divine officials and soldiers instinctively took 2 steps back. Seeing this, Urki nodded with satisfaction, his smile returning as he turned to Akin and Creek. Creek said, I'm afraid we cannot agree to that. Are you scared? Urki mocked. Akin replied calmly, neither Creek nor I are the captains of the disaster pirates, and we do not have the authority to make such a decision. Urki shook his head in disappointment. However, Akin suddenly changed his tone and looked at Urki. But if you can defeat Creek and me, we will abandon this place and recommend you to meet our captain. How strong is he? Urki asked casually. Creek and Akin both smiled. The members of the disaster pirates behind them, including Waiapa, all laughed. Akin, with a face full of reverence, proudly stated, Lord Noah is 100, 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than I am. He has never been defeated. Is that so? Urki's interest was piqued. New things were incredibly intriguing to him, someone who had been here for 43 years. He was already eager to witness the Noah Akin spoke of. But before that, he needed to take down the 2 in front of him. Let's change places. I don't want this place damaged. After all, Urki was still a divine official, and this was his hometown. He didn't want it destroyed. Sure. Akin agreed. He had also developed some interest in Urki. Noah had always been interested in talents, in which, for example, the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo and the warriors of the Shandians. The monk divine official in front of him might also be a talent. Since that was the case, why not recruit for their captain? After a while, the 2 groups arrived at an open space outside the town. Urki looked at Akin and Creek, saying, who among you will go first, or shall we go together? He wore a proud expression. Even though Akin gave him a very dangerous feeling, he remained unafraid. A dangerous glint flashed in Creek's eyes. The large bearded man before him was a bit too arrogant. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Akin, I will deal with him. Creek stepped forward, hefting his golden war spear and beckoning Urki with his finger. I am the chief combat commander of the disaster pirates. Try to defeat me if you can. Hey, Urki grinned, lifting his 6-sided iron rod onto his shoulder. I'm coming. His smile grew increasingly wild as his legs bent, his large, burly body shot forward like a bull. With a howling wind, a massive 6-sided iron rod was swung down by Urki towards Creek. The wind generated by the rod struck Creek's face first, instantly alerting him. Holding the spear with his right hand, he slanted it across his left shoulder as the enormous 6-sided iron rod crashed toward him. Clang! A painful resonating sound echoed from the collision of the rod and spear. The tremendous force made Creek feel for the second time that someone could actually suppress him. His feet uncontrollably retreated in order to counter the massive power of Urki's iron rod. Seeing that Creek had only taken a few steps back, Urki was momentarily stunned. Then he laughed, saying, your strength is impressive. Creek furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and immediately anger welled up within him. Underestimating him. He was Creek. Creek's right arm bulged with power as he unleashed his armed Haki. The golden war spear was instantly wrapped in a bright black steel-like hue. Urki felt Creek suddenly become dangerous. Nevertheless, he maintained his smile and charged at Creek. Creek did not shy away from the confrontation and attacked with his spear. The massive 6-sided iron rod and the gigantic golden war spear clashed in a flurry of blows. It was essentially a contest of strength between Urki and Creek. However, for Krieg, his proud strength was clearly inferior to that of his opponent, relying solely on armed Haki to resist. Erki even became more and more excited as he fought. He no longer held back his power, and with a fierce charge he sent both Krieg and his spear flying. Damn! Krieg's expression turned fierce while flying backward. He had not yet lost in the direct confrontation. Under the shocked gazes of Erki and the divine officials behind him, Krieg stomped hard on the air. Bang! A circle of white mist emerged from beneath his feet. Waiapa watched enviously. This was the moonwalk that he had yet to learn. Once the moonwalk was executed, Krieg leaped into the air, holding his spear aimed at Erki. In Awaken's eyes, Krieg's body pressed down, channeling all his strength into the black steel war spear. The armed Haki gathered at the tip of the spear. Take this! Krieg shouted angrily. Inferno! The tip of the spear sliced through the air, generating an intense heat, as it fell, radiating a fiery red light. It was as if Krieg was holding a blazing sun crashing down from the sky. Erki, seeing he could not dodge, directly wielded his exclusive weapon, exerting force with both arms, and violently swung it towards the large fireball above. Boom! The ground shattered, and a large cloud of dust rose. A wisp of black smoke seeped out from the dust amid the flames. Both the divine officials and the members of the disaster pirates nervously stared into the smoke. The divine officials, being on Erki's side, hoped he would not lose. As for the disaster pirates, it was needless to say. At least in their team, Krieg was the second strongest. Waiapa challenging Akin did not mean he was stronger than Krieg. The two were on different levels. Within the smoke, the sounds of iron clashing echoed again, and the sound of something heavy smashing against iron rang out. Soon after, a man clad in cracked golden armor covered in blood was thrown out. The enormous golden war spear had its tip visibly twisted into a bent shape. Captain Krieg. Many members of the disaster pirates were in disbelief that their incredibly powerful Captain Krieg had actually lost. As the smoke dissipated, a massive figure was revealed. Compared to his previous height of nearly 4 meters, he was now almost 5 meters tall, bearing numerous injuries, but his signature smile still remained on his face. You are quite strong. Erki laughed heartily, but I am even stronger. After finishing his laugh, he looked at Akin, completely disregarding his injuries. You should be stronger than him, come. Erki beckoned Akin with his hand. Akin glanced at Krieg. Krieg was spitting blood, and the fragments of armor on his body were cutting into his skin, making him look quite miserable. Erki beckoned Akin with his hand. Akin glanced at Krieg. Krieg was spitting blood, and the fragments of armor on his body were cutting into his skin, making him look quite miserable. It's true. I can still fight, he exclaimed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet still enduring the pain throughout his body, trying to stand up. Even though his spear had already bent and was unusable. Leave it to me. Akin stepped forward. With Akin having spoken, Krieg could only respond. He reminded, be careful, this guy gets stronger the more he fights. I can see that. Akin spun his 2 canes in his hands. Erki's physique had clearly changed significantly from before. Moreover, he had initially been evenly matched with Krieg, yet later was able to completely suppress Krieg with his strength and physical intensity. Was he a devil fruit user? This is interesting. A spark of battle intent erupted in Akin's eyes. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he encountered a formidable opponent. Hopefully, you can let me have some fun. Akin exuded a blood-colored aura, and his physique, which seemed not tall, and even somewhat slender, gave Erki a interesting. Erki grinned widely. As Akin took the stage, the members of the Calamity pirate crew fell silent. Captain Noah had never lost, so how could Akin be any different in their eyes? Although this Erki had an astonishing physique, they had seen true giants before. How could they be intimidated by someone merely 5 meters tall? Go, Captain Akin. Show him the might of our Calamity pirate crew. One pirate cheered him on. The rest followed suit, echoing his encouragement. Erki paid no mind, easily swinging the hexagonal iron rod with both hands. Despite his size becoming even more massive, his speed remained unchanged as he moved. It was as if a massive cannonball was shot directly at Akin. The enormous hexagonal iron rod aimed straight for Akin's chest and abdomen, displacing the air and creating shockwaves. Akin stood his ground, not evading. He raised his right cane, vibrant red swirling around it. The round-head cane, imbued with armed color domineering, struck horizontally against the incoming iron rod. Bang! A wave of force erupted, whipping a furious wind in all directions. Akin and Erki's clothes flapped violently in the gust. The immense power surged from the weapon into his palm, then transferred through his body. A look of astonishment flashed across Erki's face. The power he wielded now could not even withstand the man clad in golden armor with a golden spear. This Akin, who appeared so slender, had actually managed to block the attack and remained completely still. Without a doubt, his strength was truly astonishing. Erki was astonished, but so was Akin. His attack was infused with armed color domineering, which was distinct from that of Krieg and the others. Recently, he had experienced a breakthrough in his armed color domineering. According to Noah, Akin's armed color domineering had already reached the intermediate level. The quantity and intensity of his armed color domineering far surpassed that of the beginner stage. Additionally, having consumed the artificial Qinglong fruit, his strength was increasing day by day, even without transforming. With all these enhancements, he could only match Erki in strength. Akin's desire to recruit Erki grew stronger. Such a talented individual should join the Calamity pirate crew and serve the great Noah. With this thought, Akin's mind stirred. Originally in front of Erki, engaging in a contest of strength, Erki suddenly sensed the power before him dissipate, causing his body to lean forward uncontrollably. A faint sound of footsteps emerged from the side. Urki released his grip on the hexagonal iron rod with his left hand and swung fiercely to the left. His fist and arm swung through empty air only to feel a heavy weight on his left arm as Akin stood atop his massive bicep. Urki's pupils contracted as he saw a blood-red roundhead hammer come crashing down with a dull thud against his flesh. Wow! He suddenly felt as if his internal organs were shattering, a sharp pain overwhelming him as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the effect of the blow, Akin followed up with another roundhead hammer, striking Urki hard. Crack! The sound of his jawbone breaking echoed, turning the priest's face pale. Blood gushed uncontrollably from Urki's mouth, and he lost all sensation in his jaw. His massive body was sent soaring into the air like a dragon rising. After landing 2 solid hits, Akin stepped lightly on the air, using the force of the moon step to gracefully touch down. In contrast, Urki crashed heavily to the ground, creating a sizable crater and sending up a cloud of dust. Seeing Akin display such prowess, the members of the Calamity pirate crew erupted in cheers. Long live Captain Akin! Long live Captain Akin! On the side of the priest, however, there was a morose atmosphere, their faces ashen. Urki has been defeated, whispered one priest who had a deep-seated rivalry with Urki. Don't be ridiculous. As the priest of this place, the elderly man fixed his gaze tightly on Urki. He has not yet been defeated. Suddenly, the seemingly defeated Urki sprang back to his feet. Even with his jaw bloodied and battered and clear indentations on his chest, he stood upright. You're quite strong. Urki said, blood spilling from his mouth, but he seemed unfazed. This terrifying sight was fearsome. Akin nodded. Your resilience is commendable. Urki's expression darkened at this remark. He self-deprecatingly said, I was underestimated. Then he roared. A terrifying aura surged from his body. Urki clenched his fists, his legs propelling him forward. Karma. Retribution. His 5-meter frame surged again, growing to 6 meters. Compared to Akin's less than 2-meter height, he was a crushing presence. 2 massive fists pierced the air, carrying with them the force of the wind. Akin, eager to gauge Urki's current strength, raised his right leg and kicked out fiercely. However, the moment Urki's fist connected with Akin's right foot, Akin's expression changed drastically. An enormous force surged from his foot through his entire body, sending even Akin flying. Captain Akin. The pirates of the Calamity pirate crew displayed incredulous expressions. But Urki knew that his strike had yet to crush his opponent. Knees bent, he gathered strength and leaped into the air. Akin's eyes turned golden and white flames erupted. Pink dragon scales quickly covered his entire body. His previously slender form elongated to 3 meters, transforming his frail physique into one of muscular strength. A pink dragon-scaled tail sprouted from between his legs. Akin's head transformed, revealing fierce dragon horns that soared high as if they could pierce the heavens. He stomped on the ground, cracking it beneath his feet, and turned his body to stabilize himself. What is this? Urki's pupils contracted. The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. Akin's beastman form from the artificial Zoan Fruit was being revealed for the first time to the public, even among the Calamity pirate crew. Facing Urki's fists charging at him again, Akin wielded his dual canes, unleashing an unprecedented power of thunder and fire. The right cane swung out, moving faster than Urki. Before Urki could strike him, this violent force infused with thunder and fire crashed into Urki. In an instant, the colossal figure of 6 meters was sent flying. With thunder and fire lingering on his chest, they continued to gnaw at Urki's body. This should take him down, right? Yet Urki stood once more, his 6-meter frame towering even taller by over 10 centimeters. I cannot be defeated. Urki laughed broadly. Then let's try this move. Akin's body erupted with a surge of blood energy. Instantly, a dense blood wind erupted from Akin, transforming into a sticky blood mist that swept outward. The entire sky and earth were stained crimson, turning into a bizarre and terrifying world. A blood-red dragon-human monster leaped out from this viscous blood mist. Akin held his dual canes firmly in both hands. He gazed at Urki, no longer holding back his strength. If you can survive, do your best to live. Like a ghost, a massive blood-colored phantom emerged from Akin's body. This phantom, resembling a serpent, yet like a dragon, bore cruelly red eyes, as if it sought to consume everything. Urki met its gaze, and a primal fear surged from his soul straight to the crown of his head. On an uninhabited island in the first half of the Grand Line. Are you saying that Akin has recruited a master named Ulki for me? Exactly. Akin said that the other party is quite strong, even defeating Kureha is not a challenge. Noah, when do you plan to return? In a few more days. Noah held the transponder snail in his hand and turned to look at a group of Red Heart Pirates members practicing the 6 forms. To learn the armament Haki, one must not only gather their spirit, but also have a certain level of physical strength. The 6 forms are simply an excellent training method. For ordinary people, once their bodies reach a certain level, learning the 6 forms is the fastest way to enhance their strength. After ending the call with Nami, Noah's eyes glimmered with golden light. He did not pay attention to the Red Heart Pirates members who were training, or to Law and Beepo, who were practicing their punches, having already grasped the basics of armament Haki. He arrived at the edge of the uninhabited island where the coast resembled a beach. Jimby was meticulously imparting all his physical techniques to Baruka. If you can't remember, then experience it with your body. To facilitate training, the location was chosen close to the sea. It must be said that Baruka's talent exceeded Noah and Jinby's expectations. In less than a month, Fishman Karate and Fishman Jiu-Jitsu began to take shape. The weak body, previously malnourished, gradually became sturdy with the substantial intake of meat over these days. Baruka's current appearance was completely different from the near-skeletal form before. Firstly, in terms of height. Originally just over 4 meters, now possibly due to training, he was nearing 5 meters. His bright red hair flowed in waves, and 2 sharp fish horns gleamed with a cold sharpness. His physique had become robust with muscular arms and thighs, and visible abs on his waist. Wherever he stood, an immense sense of oppression could be felt. Even Jinbi standing beside him looked like a chubby kid. Upon seeing Noah approach, Baruka paused momentarily, but Jinbi frowned, and scolded him, prompting Baruka to resume his punches immediately. After these days of training, he had already regarded Jinbi as his teacher, and held great respect for this elder. However, despite his respect for Jinbi, the person he held in the highest regard remained Captain Noah. After briefly observing Baruka's basic training, Noah nodded silently and left. To become stronger, one must establish a solid foundation. Specializing in one area will not get you far. In this world, a hexagonal warrior is the optimal solution. Noah walked alone to an open space. After his battle with Jinbi, he had gained new insights into armament Haki. With a thought, a large rock was brought before him by the white wind. Noah placed his right hand against one side of the boulder. He closed his eyes, and a dark aura began to gather in his hand. Noah focused his spirit, condensing this armament Haki into a sphere, imagining it being released like a cannonball. Armament Haki, aside from wrapping and hardening, can also be used advancedly for external release and internal destruction. What Noah was practicing now was external release. Once the external release is mastered, one can even truly use their entire body as a cannon to emit Haki, forming an invisible defensive circle. In the original work, during the Marineford War, the 3 admirals easily blocked Whitebeard's attacks using external armament Haki. One must understand that this was Whitebeard, and even though he was gravely ill, one could imagine how powerful the attacks utilizing the Tremor Fruit's ability would be. With his mind completely focused, Noah could clearly feel the Haki rapidly withdrawing from his body and gathering in his palm. Bang! A circular transparent gap appeared on the boulder. Noah opened his eyes and let out a slow breath. Armament Haki external release mastered. After learning this advanced technique, Noah began to practice frequently. Law, drenched in sweat from his punching practice, arrived here and saw a boulder targeted by Noah's hand from a distance. A black energy sphere pierced directly through the boulder, creating a circular hole. This boulder already had dozens of transparent holes punctured through it. Meanwhile, only a bead of sweat trickled down Noah's forehead, as if he had merely warmed up. "What is this?" Law asked in astonishment. It didn't look like a devil fruit ability, or rather it seemed like armament Haki. "As you thought, this is the power of armament Haki." Noah turned around. Haki can do such things. A huge wave surged in Law's heart. There are many things that Haki can accomplish, Noah said with a smile. Armament Haki, observation Haki, Conqueror's Haki. Each one mastered to the peak can unleash terrifying power. He looked at Law. "Law, your progress is rapid and you have considerable talent in armament Haki, but relying solely on this won't be enough for revenge." He walked beside Law, patting him on the shoulder. "Think carefully, join the disaster pirates, and come with me to overthrow Don Quixote da Flamingo, standing together at the pinnacle of the world." At night, the night sky over the sea sparkled with stars. Law lay on the shore, hands behind his head resting on Bepo's soft belly. This polar bear mink was already fast asleep, with white bubbles emerging from its nostrils, clearly enjoying a deep slumber. Looking at his carefree crew member, Law sighed deeply. Having spent a long time with Noah, he had grown accustomed to this person being by his side. The power Noah displayed was also something he desperately needed. Should he join his disaster pirates? A month had passed more quickly than he had imagined. At the docking point of the uninhabited island, the polar submersible, Jinbi stood half submerged in the water. He looked at the now robust Baruka and with a relieved expression said, "It's time to part ways, Baruka." Baruka nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, teacher, I will take good care of myself." Jinbi nodded and turned. Noah crossed his arms. "Baruka is my crew member, you don't need to worry about that." After saying that, Noah asked, "Jinbi, are you really not planning to join my disaster pirates?" Jinbi shook his head. "I have no intention of joining any pirate crew for the time being." He looked at everyone. "Farewell." After speaking, Jinbi dove into the water and swam away. Noah and the others entered the polar submersible. "Let's go to Magic Valley Town," Noah said. Law nodded at Pagine. The two immediately took action, and the polar submersible departed from the small island where they had stayed for a month. Inside the ship, Noah sat on a chair and casually brought up his attribute panel that only he could see. Over the past 2 months, there had been significant changes in his strength and the loyalty of his subordinates. Name for non-Noah: swordsmanship, intermediate martial arts, intermediate armament, Haki, advanced observation, Haki, intermediate conquerors, Haki, intermediate devil fruit ability, Zoan type, bird fruit, mythical beast form, Veðr, intermediate character, embedding, 78 akin, 97 rock, 96 Nami, 91 Kuro, 91 Baruka, 91 Don Krieg, 90 Red Burgundy. Indeed, it has reached advanced level. Looking at the reality of advanced armament Haki, Noah was not surprised. After all, he had already mastered the external release of armament Haki, and he was beginning to grasp internal destruction, which wouldn't take long to master. However, due to the increase in Haki, one of the already filled slots after taking in Baruka had opened up again. This caused Noah to shift his gaze to Law. This promising talent was something he had coveted for over a month. On the way to Magic Valley Town, the polar submarine was sailing on the sea. Although this ship could dive, it could not remain submerged. Noah bought a newspaper from Newsbird and looked at the accompanying bounty notice. Luo, your bounty has increased to 51 million berries. Congratulations. Noah smiled as he held the bounty notice. The robbery and massacre incident in the City of Water had all been attributed to this infamous surgeon of death. As for Noah, he had remained invisible throughout. Luo took the bounty notice and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his usually cold face. The bounty was indeed the face of a pirate. Beppo, Pekin, and Shaki congratulated Luo. It was quite a feat for Luo to have such a high bounty while continuously evading Doflamingo's watchful eye. After all, Luo was not a villain, he had never taken the initiative to commit heinous acts. Noah continued to read the newspaper in his hands. The battle of the two emperors occupied the front page. The Beast Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates have clashed. The world's strongest man has struck back, pushing back Kaido of the Beasts. Noah felt a twinge of regret after reading this. If he had known in advance, he would have definitely joined in. Perhaps he could have even grasped powerful techniques like future sight and Haki. As he pondered this, fragments of experience related to swords, fists, 6 styles, Haki, and devil fruit abilities suddenly appeared in Noah's mind. He glanced at his battle settlement system. Not much experience entered his body, but it provided him with some enhancements. He didn't pay it much mind. This occurrence was common ever since he had arranged for Akin and Rock to lead teams to scour for treasures in the nearby Skypea Islands. It was part of his plan. Although the experience gained from each battle settlement was not much, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, this accumulated experience could serve as a catalyst for breakthroughs at certain bottlenecks. Not only Noah, but also the hero units embedded in the battle settlement system under his command experienced the same. Otherwise, would Akin and the others truly have such high talent to become strong so quickly? Among his subordinates apart from Nami, the others had talent, but it couldn't compare with Luo and his crew. The experience from the battle settlement system was the key to breaking their limitations. It didn't take long to reach Magic Valley Town. At Noah's request, the polar submarine directly entered dive mode upon arriving in the waters of Magic Valley Town. Noah smiled at Luo, saying, "We are about to meet our companions. Are you feeling nervous and excited?" Luo replied expressionlessly, "I haven't agreed to join your disaster pirates yet." Noah shrugged nonchalantly. How could he let him escape now that they were already here? Luo looked at Noah's carefree demeanor and felt quite helpless. This guy seemed to be certain of himself, though clearly no matter how he responded, he was destined to go along with Noah. He snorted coldly. "Just so you know, if your disaster pirates don't satisfy me, I will leave." Yes, that's under a kid. What did you say?" Luo's face immediately turned red. Beppo and the others covered their mouths laughing. Meanwhile, a prompt sound entered Noah's ears faster than he had anticipated. "Congratulations, host. The loyalty of the hero unit Trafalgar D. Water Law has reached 80. The conditions for embedding a character with 80 loyalty have been met. Do you want to embed this character? Once embedded, this character will share a portion of your experience after battle settlements calculated separately, not counted towards your experience allocation. Current embedding slots 78. Noah's eyes lit up as he looked at Luo, his gaze increasingly resembling that of someone admiring its Sundara, and he couldn't help but click his tongue repeatedly. Luo's face turned red from being stared at, and he placed his hand on the hilt of the Ghost Cry sword. "You bastard, what kind of disrespectful gaze was that? I'm going to cut you down." It was still Beppo and Baruka who held on to the struggling Luo. Noah chuckled inwardly and embedded Luo into the battle settlement system. He thought that with this thing perhaps he could take revenge for Luo without having to lift a finger himself. As night fell, the polar submarine emerged from the depths of the sea. Noah walked directly outside the ship, followed by Luo, Baruka, and Beppo, who stood on the deck. They were all curious about what Noah would do next. "Have you heard of Sky Islands?" Noah asked Luo. Of course Luo had heard of them. He was momentarily stunned. Was the legend true? Could it be that? That's right. Noah gently raised his arm. A white whirlwind appeared from nowhere surrounding the polar submarine. It lifted the entire ship. Then, like riding an elevator, the white wind rapidly ascended with the ship. Luo and Beppo were immediately startled. It took them a while to adapt. Beppo looked down with wide eyes, realizing how far the sea was below him. He quickly pulled his head back, patting his chest, as his heart raced wildly. Before long, the polar submarine entered the cumulonimbus clouds, plunging into the white sea, and then shot upward at high speed, breaking through the clouds. Luo looked around, seeing the polar submarine resting atop a thick layer of clouds. In the distance was a coastline resembling land. "Is this Sky Island?" Beppo gazed around in amazement. Baruka had also heard of the legend of Sky Islands, and was shocked that the legend was indeed true. Pekin and the others also came out of the ship, each gasping in awe at this previously unseen sight. As the ship approached the coast of Angel Island, 5 pirate ships flying the flag of the disaster pirates appeared before Luo and the others. It was then that a sudden flash of lightning lit up the night sky. Luo and the others looked up in surprise. How can there be thunder in this weather? He had heard that the weather in the New World was even more treacherous, but this should still be part of the first half of the Grand Line. As he thought this, the blue lightning struck right at their location. "Not good, we're going to get struck by lightning," Beppo exclaimed, cupping his cheeks in terror. "Don't worry." Noah smiled and extended his right hand. The lightning that fell from the sky struck Noah's hand directly. Before Baruka could shout, "Be careful," the lightning actually condensed into a delicate hand and clasped his. Then a girl with orange hair wearing a red short top, blue low-rise jeans, and high-heeled shoes materialized amidst the light. The girl's expression changed from joy to a cold snort as she said, "Noah, you finally decided to come back." Luo and the others stared at her in shock. Luo swallowed hard his usually aloof face, showing astonishment as he exclaimed, "A Logia-type thunder fruit." Noah smiled and nodded, releasing Nami's hand and ruffling her hair. That's right, Nami is a user of the Logia-type thunder fruit and is our genius navigator in the Disaster Pirates. Upon hearing the words genius navigator, Nami proudly lifted her head. Beppo looked at her enviously. "So you are the little thief cat, Nami. That's amazing." While Nami as the captain's pet received a bounty of 30,000, he had not received a single berry. "It's not that amazing." Nami smiled while covering her mouth. Then her expression stiffened as she suddenly realized, and her pupils dilated as she shouted, "The bear just spoke. This is the fur tribe. All members of the fur tribe are like this." Noah smiled as he patted Bebwa, who responded with a comfortable grin. Nami then turned her gaze to Baruka, who had remained silent behind Noah. With crimson hair and light red skin, he bore gill slits resembling those of a fish, and his hands and feet were not fully separated, not to mention the large fin on his back. A surge of anger rose in Nami's eyes, and her body involuntarily erupted with blue lightning. Baruka sensed the aura of danger and immediately looked at Nami with vigilance. He had not yet learned the observation Haki, but instinctively he found the orange-haired girl before him to be extremely terrifying, sending shivers down his spine and putting him on high alert. Seeing this, Noah immediately raised his hand to stop Nami, placing one hand on her shoulder. "Don't get agitated, he has nothing to do with Arlong and his crew." Noah quickly explained Baruka's predicament to Nami. After he finished, her anger dissipated, and she expressed her apologies to Baruka. Although she instinctively felt repulsed by him, she deeply sympathized with Baruka. Soon the polar submarine docked. When this ship appeared in the White Sea, the members of the Disaster Pirates had already noticed it. Now that they were close as Noah and his group disembarked, the pirates immediately gathered without considering rest. "Captain, you're back." Chloe approached with the Catman brothers behind him. "Where are Akin and Rock?" Noah scanned the pirates and found only 400 of them. After they returned a couple of days ago, they set out again with a new batch of crew members, Chloe explained. This was also a rule set by Noah. It was impossible to always let Akin and Rock lead just the initial 400. The total number of the Disaster Pirates was over 800. Every time Akin and Rock returned, they would exchange a batch, even swapping the pirates they led. To enhance their strength, relying solely on training was insufficient. Practical combat was a crucial component. Noah nodded, acknowledging that his subordinates executed these matters very effectively. Ro looked back at Chloe and the Catman brothers behind Noah. He naturally took note of the officers of the Disaster Pirates and immediately recognized Chloe, the cunning one, along with the fierce cat Sam and the ferocious cat Bougie, all of whom were experts with bounties in the tens of millions. Noah also directed his attention to the more than 400 pirates, noticing that each of them exuded an aura of ferocity. As pirates, they were surprisingly not causing chaos, but appeared orderly instead. They hardly resembled pirates. Instead, they seemed like elite Navy soldiers, which truly astonished him. While he was observing Chloe and the others, Klo's gaze also fell upon Ro, Bebwa, and Baruka. Among them, Ro gave Chloe a sense of danger, while Bebwa and Baruka had rather peculiar appearances. Furthermore, Baruka stood a towering 5 meters tall, resembling a small giant, creating an overwhelming presence. In contrast, Bebwa looked quite silly. The clever Chloe immediately categorized him as a pet, just like he did with Nami before. "Let me introduce you all." Noah turned to point at Ro and the others. "This is Ro, the captain of the Heart Pirates, who will be joining our Disaster Pirates from today onward. Don't underestimate him. Ro has a bounty of 51 million berries and possesses formidable strength." Chloe and the others were taken aback upon hearing this. In a way, bounties represent strength. While not an absolute measure, typically those with bounties in the tens of millions are not to be underestimated. Noah then pointed to Bebwa, saying, "This is Bebwa." Bebwa bowed nervously and awkwardly to the pirates. Noah gestured toward Baruka. Pekin, Shaki, and the others were introduced as well. After the introductions, Noah continued, "I have good news. Ro is a doctor known as the Surgeon of Death. So from this moment on, Ro will be our head ship's doctor in the Disaster Pirates, while Bebwa, Pekin, and the others will join this small team, which will be called the Heart Team. As the head, Ro will also become a senior officer of our Disaster Pirates, while Bebwa, Shaki, and Pekin, you three, will be junior." Ro had no objections to this arrangement. From here, he also perceived Noah's considerable ambition. The position of highest officer in the Disaster Pirates seemed to have been vacant for a while. It was only during the invitation to Jean Bay on Grape Island that Noah had mentioned it. Truly an ambitious man, Ro thought to himself with a slight smirk. After arranging the members of the Heart Pirates, Noah did not forget to assign Baruka a role. "Baruka, you'll take a junior officer position for now and act as my bodyguard." "Understood." Baruka nodded silently. He was naturally taciturn and rather introverted. "Alright, that's settled. When Akin and Rock return, you all can take a break." Noah waved to disperse the crowd. Chloe utilized his role as the steward to arrange accommodations for Ro and the others. As for Noah, he naturally picked up Nami and returned to the inn located in the heart of Angel Island, where the lovely street was situated. The next morning, Ganfu arrived to report to Noah, updating him on the breeding situation of the laser shell over the past 2 months. Regrettably, although laser shells and impact shells had been collected from other sky islands, they had become extinct. The good news was that a laser shell which should have been acquired by Karmachili in the original work was found in Skypea and had now been delivered to Noah by Ganfu. This is indeed a fine item. Noah weighed the laser shell in his hand and casually tossed it to Nami to play with. "Nami, this is for you." Nami personally placed the dazzling red gem crown upon Noah's head, while she herself wore the green crystal diamond crown that Noah had acquired from Water City. At first glance the two crowns seemed to complement each other. I'm going to draw a sea chart now, Nami waved as she left. Noah reminded her, don't forget to train. Got it. Watching her retreating figure, Noah felt a gust of wind beneath his feet. In no time he had soared to the coastline. Early in the morning Ro had led his subordinate team members to follow the pirates' predecessors for basic training. Baruka was among them. You few. Noah pointed out Ro's officers, and called Chloe and the Catman brothers over. You all will train with me, Noah stated. The training content for ordinary pirates could at most help them maintain their status. To become stronger, they needed more intense training methods. Thus after 7 days Ro and Babwa along with the members of the former Heart Pirates, the current Heart Medical team, had integrated into the Disaster Pirates. As a former pet of the Heart Pirates, Babwa had now become a pet of the Disaster Pirates. Coupled with Babwa's adorable personality, many people were eager to pet him. This however troubled Babwa. Originally he enjoyed rubbing against humans, but with so many people he could hardly endure it. Noah had to issue a command that in the future only those who achieved merits or became officers could take the initiative to pet him. Upon hearing this command, Babwa was instantly moved to the point of wanting to cry. Captain Akin and Rock have returned. In the forest Noah was contemplating the sword path in the gentle rain when Chloe approached softly. Have they finally returned? Noah sheathed his sword. Ro the supernova from this era of extreme evil was already within his grasp, and he had considerable interest in Urki, another supernova, who performed well in the original work. As he walked toward the coast with Chloe, 2 large airships were flying in from the front and back, propelled by wind shells. Noah glanced back at the airship. At the bow of the ship besides his trusted aide Akin stood Urki, who was known as the Monk of Oddity in the original work. The 2 ships quickly landed on the White Sea, and teams led by Ajin and Locke stepped onto the shore. Welcome back, Noah opened his arms. Ajin and Locke immediately bowed respectfully. Luo's gaze was fixed on Ajin and Balu. Among the disaster pirate crew, these 2 were the ones with the highest bounty after Noah, and they were also the 2 officers in the pirate crew whose bounty surpassed their own. Ajin had a bounty exceeding 100 million, already hailed as this year's pirate rising star. Luo was quite interested in these 2. Sensing the gaze of the newcomer, Ajin glanced toward Luo. In that brief moment Luo felt as if he were being targeted by a malevolent spirit emerging from a blood-soaked abyss, but fortunately the feeling dissipated quickly. Noah smiled, and gave a brief introduction of Luo and Beepo to Ajin and the others. Upon hearing that Luo had a bounty of 51 million, Locke and Crick couldn't help but have some thoughts, but they temporarily kept them to themselves. After some small talk, Noah finally turned his gaze to the attentive Urki. This person had been following Ajin as a lackey ever since being defeated by him. Are you the captain? Urki scrutinized Noah with his eyes. The young man before him stood 2 meters tall, handsome, and wore a gentle smile, looking nothing like a pirate. Moreover, with the ruby crown atop Noah's head, he resembled a king from some nation. What? Do I not look like one? Noah smiled at Urki. Ajin looked at Urki with dissatisfaction. Ajin scolded. You must use honorifics when addressing Lord Noah. Urki wore his usual smile. Captain, I heard you're 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times stronger than Captain Ajin. Can I see for myself? Upon hearing this, many people burst into laughter. Crick mocked. Newcomer, you really overestimate yourself. Locke approached with a fierce expression. If you want to challenge the captain, you're not qualified yet. Defeat me first. At that moment a bolt of lightning coursed through the sky, and quickly condensed into a ball landing beside Noah. It was Nami wearing a green diamond crown with her hands on her hips. Is there a good show to watch? Noah waved for Locke to step aside. Noah nodded. I heard you're quite strong. Since you want to fight me, come over here. Noah walked to an open space. Urki lifted his exclusive weapon, a hexagonal iron rod, facing Noah. The crowd formed a circle, creating a special arena for the 2. How many attacks do you think this guy can withstand from the captain? Balu grinned. The captain is invincible. This guy definitely won't last a single attack. Locke straightforwardly stated. Anyone who disrespects Noah should be taught a harsh lesson. Unfortunately, Captain Noah didn't assign this task to him. Over the past 2 months he had made considerable progress with the devil fruit, and combining it with his own strength, Locke felt he had the capability to challenge Ajin. So how will you defeat him? Regarding Noah, who had defeated Jinbei, Luo was eager to understand just how powerful this captain he recognized was. Skilled fighter. So how will you defeat him? Regarding Noah, who had defeated Jinbei, Luo was eager to understand just how powerful this captain he recognized was. Unfortunately, he had only seen the conclusion of the battle with Jinbei, and during his training, he could only feel the increasingly unfathomable, terrifying power of his opponent. He hoped that this Urki would be strong enough to give him a glimpse of Noah's power. Come on, show your strength. Noah beckoned to Urki. Urki wasn't upset about this. If Ajin hadn't lied to him, he knew he was definitely not a match for this man before him. Thus, from the very beginning, he had no intention of defeating his opponent. He wanted to see if this man had the strength worthy of. Grabbing the hexagonal iron rod, Urki aimed it at Noah, and with a thunderous crash shattered the air as he charged. Luo's pupils contracted so fast. He saw Noah's left hand extend forward, gently blocking the attack, and the hexagonal iron rod created a wave of air as it struck Noah's palm. However, neither Noah's feet nor body, nor even his hands wavered in the slightest. Urki's spirit trembled, and he immediately wrapped his arms tightly around the hexagonal iron rod, sweeping the air with a force that caused it to howl and explode. Noah simply raised his left arm and murmured, "Iron block." Bang! A dull, yet resonant sound echoed, still displaying the same scene as before. No one doubted Urki's strength, but now the seemingly frail Noah before him was an absolute monster. Not bad strength, decent speed, Noah commented. Urki's arms bulged with veins while his forehead, face, and neck were covered with protrusions. His reddened body emitted a hint of steam under the sweat. Yet even so, Noah's left arm remained as unyielding as a wall of size, and a chasm never wavering in the slightest. Noah looked up at the robust monk-like figure forming a fist with his right hand. Swish! A fleeting shadow passed. A fist imprint neither too big nor too small was deeply branded on Urki's abdomen. Waves of flesh cascaded from Urki's midsection. Puff! Blood surged backward, and the heart-wrenching pain made Urki vomit, collapsing to his knees, as if this place had been specially reinforced several times due to training. Otherwise, just this one strike would have cracked the ground where Urki knelt. The hexagonal iron rod fell weakly to the ground, and Urki supported himself with both hands, sweat dripping heavily. "Do you want to continue?" Noah asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Urki forced a twisted smile through the agony. He suddenly stood up, a surge of power erupting from within him. After Noah's punch, he directly transformed into a 6-meter-tall mini-giant. What is this? Many were witnessing Urki's transformation for the first time. Luo's mind flashed with the words. Thus Urki began to unleash his true strength. "Take this." Urki shouted, his massive right fist smashing directly towards Noah's head. Karma. This punch caused the air to ripple around the fist, and vaguely a hint of black was about to coalesce. This was the armed color Haki taught to him by a Jean. A Jean, being the combat captain, had been on the ship earlier. After gradually mastering the 6 styles of Wapol and Brahm, a Jean felt it was time to teach the 2 armed color techniques. Coincidentally, Urki was present, so he taught him as well. It must be said that this rising star, who performed decently in the original work, indeed had some talent. Although he was not young, he quickly grasped the key points. Now facing Noah, Urki subconsciously concentrated his will and spirit into his fist, revealing the embryonic form of armed color Haki. Noah did not evade. For those who held themselves in high regard like Urki, to subdue them, one must use absolutely overwhelming strength. Thinking this, Noah calmly extended his left hand palm upright, ready to resist like before. However, before Urki's fist could touch Noah's left palm, a terrifying impact surged from Noah's left hand like a volcanic eruption. A wave of black energy roared like a beast, transforming into a black shockwave that violently crashed into Urki. That force felt like an enormous hammer striking down upon Urki. Everyone witnessed Urki charging with his fists, only to be sent flying, blood spraying from his body. By the time he hit the ground, he lay there with his eyes rolled back, unconscious. Not bad. When he wakes up, let him be the captain of the 3rd combat team, Noah said calmly. Do not think about practicing any of the 6 forms armament Haki or observation Haki right now. Remember, as a fishman karate and fishman jujitsu are the most suitable skills for you. Noah earnestly spoke to Baruka on the coast of Angel Island. As the first fishman under his command, and possessing considerable talent, Noah held great expectations for Baruka, aiming to cultivate him into a figure who could surpass Jinbei and become the first true all-round commander in the pirate world. It has been a month since Urki challenged him. Under his arrangement, the entire disaster pirate crew steadily enhanced their strength and expanded their influence, with the number of crew members swelling to over 1,000. Under the leadership of Akin and Rock, they have collected a significant number of combat shells, such as the slashing shell and the imp. They have also gathered 5 or 6 of the rare laser shell and repulsion shell. Aside from Wapol holding 1 repulsion shell and Kamakiri with a laser shell, Noah has not yet distributed these 2 types of shells to anyone else. Of course, the main reason is that most of the cadres of the disaster pirate crew have little interest in these 2 types of shells. After all, no matter how powerful the shells are, they cannot compare to their bodies and techniques honed through rigorous training and combat. Moreover, while the laser shell is manageable, the repulsion shell requires high skill from the user due to its backward impact. Using this item is less convenient than a single gale kick attack. Notably, a month ago, the day after Akin and Rock returned, Noah unreservedly taught the complete 6 forms he obtained from Lucci to the cadres, who then taught the other pirates. Among the 6 forms, the technique Life Return, which Noah comprehended while using the 6 Kings Spear, has become the favorite among the cadres. After many cadres learned this technique, their demand for food increased significantly, with astonishing amounts consumed at every meal. However, the benefit is that eating more accelerates their growth and strength. Additionally, through experience gained from battles, the overall strength of the disaster pirate crew sees significant improvement. First is Nami, who now possesses strength comparable to Enel. It must be said that the compatibility of her Thunder Fruit is, in just 3 months, Nami's Thunder Fruit has reached an advanced developmental stage, and with its characteristics, her intermediate observation Haki under its enhancement rivals advanced levels. Its range compared to Noah's is only slightly smaller, yet still easily covers the entirety of Skypiea. Next, Akin has made tremendous progress. Perhaps due to the power of the artificial Azure Dragon Fruit, Akin's armament Haki, observation Haki, unique techniques, and physical skills have all reached intermediate levels, along with the artificial Azure Dragon Fruit developed to an intermediate level. On the surface, it might not seem particularly remarkable, but the artificial Azure Dragon Fruit is a top-tier mythical beast type, providing immense enhancement. This allows Akin's attacks to rival advanced armament Haki, while his physical capabilities also reach advanced strength. Adding in the techniques he comprehended on his own, he essentially mirrors a smaller version of Noah. Now Akin can even hold his own against the Sword King in battle. In addition to these two core cadres, both Law and Urki, the new additions to the crew, have also seen significant improvement. Both have fully mastered armament Haki and observation Haki, and their momentum of advancement is impressive, completely surpassing Zhongyao and the Cap brothers, as well as the core 4 warriors of Sandia. Besides, these two, Krieg Barrow and Kuro, have also improved significantly, albeit in different directions. Krieg has comprehensively learned the 6 forms mastering techniques like Life Return and the 6 King's Spear, and has fully integrated them into his battle strategy. Barrow has delved deeper into defense, striving to enhance his development of the Iron Fruit's abilities, incorporating armament Haki as well. He has now far surpassed the previous user of the Iron Fruit Rog. Kuro has made new breakthroughs with the Silent Steps, especially in observation Haki, now surpassing Akin. If it weren't for Nami's assistance with the Thunder Fruit's abilities, he might have been hard-pressed to keep up. Each of these cadres, when placed on the Grand Line, possesses the combat strength worthy of bounties exceeding 100 million. However, none of this is what surprised Noah the most. He instructed Baruka to continue building a foundation through physical enhancement training and step deeper into the forest. Upon entering deeper into the forest, Noah immediately felt a distortion sensation as he approached the threshold of advanced physical strength. He continued to stride inward. Before him lay a clearing of 100 meters where the ground, air, and light were all distorted into a bizarre sphere. At the very center of this sphere was a 3-meter-tall burly man with a full beard engaged in physical enhancement training. With each push-up, the seemingly invasive manner towards Skypia erupted with a wave of distorted strength from within his. This strength did not go out of control as it left Rock's body. Instead, it reinforced this strange space, deepening the distortion within. Above in the sky, sunlight was obscured by clouds. When the clouds moved away, a beam of light pierced into this peculiar sphere. The light instantly bent as if entering water, transforming into a thread that wound around Rock. Such light was not scarce, or rather it was abundant. It spiraled in a serpentine manner, surrounding him in an eerie fashion, unwilling to depart. Sensing a gaze upon him, Rock clapped his palm against the ground to stand upright. Upon seeing Noah beyond the distorted sphere, he immediately bowed his head and said respectfully, "Captain." Noah waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Don't mind me, continue." If the progress of Nami and the others was within his expectations, slightly exceeding them, then Rock's transformation was the most astonishing. After mastering Life Return, he seemed to have unlocked a new understanding. Not only did his appetite change significantly, but his development of the Distortion Fruit's abilities has accelerated tremendously. Armament Haki, observation Haki, and physical techniques have all reached intermediate levels, while the development of the Devil Fruit abilities has surged ahead to advanced levels, a realm that Noah has yet to reach. Of course, his divine mythical beast fruit is not so easily enhanced. One need only look at Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit, which has not awakened, yet the increase in strength is evident. In terms of advanced development of the Distortion Fruit, it is only comparable to the intermediate level of the Azure Dragon Fruit. This reflects the difference brought about by the enhancement of fruit abilities. However, it indicates that at present Rock's strength is likely not far behind Akin. If Noah were to evaluate, he would say that the Distortion Fruit can exert power similar to that of the Shock Fruit. Thus Rock now is akin to a flawed and impoverished version of Whitebeard. Speaking of which, Rock, where's your sword? Noah asked. Previously, Rock had always carried that large sword from his days as a pirate underlings. The disaster pirates have been in the Sky Island for 5 months. While the world believed that they would storm the New World and challenge the 4 emperors, no one expected that the disaster pirates suddenly vanished without a trace. It was as if they had never existed. Dressrosa. Don Quixote da Flamingo frowned as he listened to the reports from his spot. 3 months ago, aside from spotting Noah and Luo in Water City, there had been no news since. Could it be that this guy disbanded his crew to avoid Kaido? Da Flamingo couldn't help but think this. However, Noah had previously unleashed a Conqueror's Haki that rivaled his own, as someone with such power would not easily settle for hiding. Where could he have gone? Doflamingo's eyes glinted with murderous intent. It was absurd that the assassins he had invested heavily in were left with no opportunity to act. On the Moby Dick, where Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, resides. A man with a scruffy beard and missing teeth held a bounty notice. Captain Ace, your bounty surpasses that disaster. Ace grinned widely upon hearing this, taking the bounty notice from Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach, one of the future 4 emperors. The surrounding crew gathered around, and a man dressed as a chef laughed. Ace, are you satisfied now, huh? Stop making sarcastic. Ace snorted in response. His bare back was already adorned with the flag emblem of the Whitebeard Pirates. After joining the Whitebeard Pirates, he was soon promoted to the captain of the 2nd Division, thanks to his remarkable talent and rapid mastery of armament and observation Haki. Ace pulled out another bounty notice bearing the name of the disaster. Previously, his bounty of 400 million was 55 million less than Noah's, and he had been ridiculed by the crew for being inferior. Now holding his own bounty notice, the 480 million reward made him chuckle. Whitebeard shook his head at this scene, taking a swig of his drink. Young people are always so competitive. However, it's strange that this disaster has had no news for 5 months and hasn't caused any major incidents. Could he have died somewhere? Such occurrences are not uncommon on the seas. After all, the Grand Line is known for its unpredictable weather, and the conditions in the New World are particularly harsh. Even powerful pirates who once contended with him in the New World have stumbled in sudden storms. Speaking of which, that guy has been plotting big things ever since he escaped from the underwater prison, still dreaming of world domination, yet no one knows where he has gone. Whitebeard took another few swigs of his drink, laughing heartily amidst the worried scoldings of the beautiful nurses nearby. And at that moment in the Sky Island, due to Rock suddenly having a breakthrough, he was forcibly placed in Skypiea to solidify his foundation. Now Rock, who had greatly enhanced his strength, finally returned to his crew. Crow, who took over his position, returned to Skypiea to continue serving as his advisor and steward. He preferred his role as a steward over fighting. On the ship, Rock held a 3-meter-long naginata that matched his height. Beside him were his 4 officers, Baru, Zhangao, Kamachili, and Jebo. Kamachili and Jebo had shown remarkable performance in recent months, having mastered the complete 6 forms passed down by Noah, significantly improving their strength and being appointed as junior officers. Aside from these 5 officers, there was another presence on the ship that Rock could not afford to overlook. Nami, wearing an orange top and blue jeans, had her green diamond crown sparkling in the sunlight. "Miss Nami, your orange juice." Baru smiled obsequiously as he handed her a glass of orange juice. Originally, the plan was a normal outing to continue collecting various attack shells to bring nearby Sky Islands under their flag and to see if there were any capable Sky Islanders to recruit. However, Nami the navigator had spent too long in Skypiea and got bored, so she deliberately came out for some fresh air. Baru dared not be negligent towards her. Before eating the thunder fruit, Nami had garnered admiration and recognition for her professional navigation skills among the other pirates. After eating the thunder fruit, her combat power skyrocketed, and now she subtly held a second seat. Even Akin had to move to the back. It is no exaggeration to say that Nami was the highest combat power on this ship. Not only was Baru obsequious, but Rock also had to treat her with respect. A Sky Island cluster has been discovered ahead. A surprised voice came from Zhangao, who was looking ahead through a telescope. However, his expression was strange as he said, "This Sky Island cluster. Why does it feel like it's moving?" The others. Rock took the telescope from Zhangao and looked ahead. It was indeed a vast cluster of aerial islands. As Zhangao said, he noticed that these islands seemed to be moving, albeit very slowly, but it was evident upon closer. Moreover, Rock also discovered that the distant Sky Island cluster appeared to be very different from the ones they had encountered before. It lacked the natural feel of Skypiea, resembling a place more like the Land of Gold where the island of Moria was located. Simply put, the Sky Island cluster ahead resembled islands on the sea, vastly different from the native Sky Islands. This point, however, was not deeply explored by Rock and his crew. Perhaps these Sky Islands also traversed from the sea through soaring currents. "Everyone prepare for battle," Rock shouted, gripping his naginata tightly. The over 200 pirates on the ship immediately armed themselves. The disaster pirates' ranks are divided into many categories: trainee members and formal members. Following that are elite pirates, squad leaders, and captains. The captains already belong to junior officers, with Kamachili and Jebo being captains. As long as one becomes an elite pirate, they can receive a set of attack shells for free. Cutting shells, impact shells, and flame shells are all included. Common shells such as wind shells and sound shells can also be received for free. Noah would not allow these items to gather dust. Therefore, as soon as Rock's voice transmitted, some squad leaders within the disaster pirates had already strapped their favorite cutting shells to their hands, weapons, or guns. Well-trained, some squad leaders could even execute a move or two from the 6 forms. In the EC, they would all be on the level of captains. Before long, the slowly moving Sky Island cluster came fully into view for Rock and his crew. They disembarked onto the islands and marched in a grand procession towards the interior. This island featured a vast forest. Nami curiously surveyed her surroundings. Upon landing, her body instinctively flickered with lightning, which then transformed into waves of electromagnetic pulses radiating outward. At that moment, in a massive palace, a man with a ship's helm stuck in his head was resting when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. How dare insects invade my territory? Interesting. As Nami utilized her abilities combined with observation, Haki, Rock and the others quietly waited nearby. Noah possessed the ability to monitor the entire Skypiea, and after consuming the thunder fruit, Nami also gained this power. Therefore, a plan was set earlier for Nami to scout ahead. While waiting, Nami extended her left hand towards the left forest. The others were puzzled, but soon the ground began to tremble. It seemed as if a massive creature was pounding the earth, or perhaps a monster was stomping above. Rock and the others looked to the left. A gigantic mantis wielding 2 blades resembling enormous sickles flew towards them. This mantis was so large that it was unlike anything the group had ever seen. However, it was merely a larger monster, and even the lackeys of the disaster pirates paid it no mind. Upon seeing Rock and the others, the gigantic mantis immediately flew over in a frenzy. Rock raised his naginata, ready to strike. "Captain Rock, why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken?" The speaker was Zhangao, wielding a unique circular blade. With a powerful stomp, he shot directly at the mantis. The gigantic mantis was startled, slashing its blade to the left, only to see Zhangao casually appearing, directly grasping the blade with his left hand. A black metallic texture instantly wrapped around his hand, and despite the gigantic blade being as sharp as a real sword, or even sharper, Zhangao effortlessly held it. The gigantic mantis hastily swung its right blade, but Zhangao merely raised his circular blade, and with a clang, a shower of sparks flew from it. "You big guy, aren't you a bit rude?" Zhangao turned his body, and with a loud bang he vanished. This was the technique known as Soru, one of the 6 styles. When he reappeared, Zhang swiped his circular blade across the triangular head of the gigantic mantis. The massive head fell to the ground, and Zhang laughed, twisting his body as he danced back to the group. Feeling pleased with himself, Zhang said, "Be careful, there are many strange creatures here, and they are all quite large." Nami suddenly said, "Also these." She was about to explain the situation she saw with her Thunder Fruit ability combined with observation Haki, including the massive palace and the obvious presence of a pirate crew. But at that moment she felt a sense of foreboding. A red light flashed from her eyes as she hurriedly looked up. The moment Nami raised her head, Rock seemed to sense something and looked up as well. The others who had yet to grasp observation Haki were confused and followed suit, looking up. Suddenly a figure appeared it was a man tall and dressed in a bright yellow kimono with both legs severed at the knees, replaced by 2 sword blades. What captivated Rock, Nami, and the others was that this man, clearly a formidable warrior, had long golden hair that radiated an impressive aura like a lion's mane. Although he had a comically inserted ship's helm on his head, no one dared to underestimate him. Gold Lion. A squad leader from the disaster pirates with a blade tied to a flame shell shouted in alarm. Gold Lion. Rock and the others frowned. This name sounded familiar. It's him. The legendary pirate on the seas who once cornered Pirate King Roger, the captain of the flying pirates, Gold Lion Shiki. The squad leader who just spoke exclaimed in terror. This squad leader had been recruited by Noah from Whiskey Peak and was previously a bounty hunter, thus he was aware of Gold Lion. Not just him, but several other members who had also been recruited from Whiskey Peak showed expressions of fear. Gold Lion was a figure famous alongside Whitebeard and Pirate King. Such a terrifying existence. Just a remnant of the old era. Rock snorted coldly, his face grave yet twisted with ferocity. The full-bearded man had a hint of bloodthirst in his expression at that moment. Nami, sensing the gravity of the situation, looked at Gold Lion, completely taken aback that she had just set out with the crew for a breath of fresh air and encountered such a major figure. The others were not well acquainted with Gold Lion, but seeing his majestic descent from the sky, they realized he was a powerful being and did not dare to underestimate him. Instead of running upon seeing me, you raise your weapon, say. Kia, haha. Gold Lion laughed heartily as he descended, his 2 blades pointing directly at the ground. Rock glared furiously. He was not afraid of the opponent. What Gold Lion or Yellow Lion? Captain Noah is the strongest. A failure from the old era dares to act wildly before him. Just right, I can take down this old man and present him as a gift to Captain Noah. Thinking this, Rock boldly declared, Gold Lion, I am the combat vice captain of the disaster pirates. Since you are a legendary pirate, your strength must be considerable. Oh, join the disaster pirates and be my partner. Gold Lion was taken aback by Rock's words. Wait, you want to invite me to be someone else's subordinate? The disaster I have never heard of it. Gold Lion laughed in anger. The young people nowadays really have such audacity. With a motion of his right leg, the blade beneath his foot suddenly slashed towards Rock. A sneak attack. Rock sneered. He raised his naginata and struck back. But the moment the naginata made contact with Gold Lion's blade, an indescribable immense force surged through the naginata and struck Rock's entire body. Rock's eyes widened in shock as Gold Lion exerted force with his foot. Rock's towering 3-meter frame along with the naginata was sent flying, crashing through a cluster of trees, stirring up a cloud of dust. Boring little brat, just a bit tough with your words. Gold Lion squinted his eyes. As he spoke, Zangeo's circular blade was suspended by a thin string, swaying back and forth as he lowered his hat, facing Gold Lion. Making sounds, he called out, 1-2 Zana. As the words fell, Gold Lion suddenly felt a strange dizziness, but that was all. Instantly clear-headed, he was surprised. Interesting little gadget. As he spoke, the blade beneath his right leg swept toward a massive slash of light erupted from the blade. Gold Lion's eyes turned lifeless, wave slash. Baloo, witnessing this, immediately stepped forward, transforming into a 5-meter iron shield man under Gold Lion's slightly astonished gaze. Though Gold Lion's flying slash was executed casually, it had a terrifying range of several dozen meters. Sensing the threat of this move, Baloo released all his Haki to strengthen his defense. Then, amidst the piercing screech of tearing flesh, Baloo was forcefully pushed back several dozen meters, leaving a long trench in the earth. Attack, kill this old man. Baloo, who had been forced back by the flying slash, shouted. In fact, there was no need for him to say it. The pirates had already launched their attack, starting with gunfire aimed at Gold Lion. The booming sounds echoed continuously. Before the bullets and shells could approach Gold Lion, he merely extended his hand, and the air seemed to solidify, causing the bullets and shells to halt midair, astonishing the pirates, reminiscent of their captain's methods. Gold Lion was about to wave his hand to return these projectiles to the pirates of the disaster pirates. He seemed to sense something, raising his head to look skyward where ominous clouds were gathering. His pupils constricted immediately. A girl with orange hair crackling with lightning stood above. Nami shouted, take the... Amidst the storm clouds, raging thunder surged violently, forming a gigantic thunder dragon that struck Gold Lion with the speed of a lightning bolt akin to divine retribution. At this moment, Rock's spitting blood that stained his black beard wore a ferocious, bloodthirsty smile. With both hands gripping the naginata, a ball of white light infused with an extreme sense of distortion, and Rock's Haki surged forth on the blade. Rock laughed menacingly. Old man, do you really think you know who I am? With that, he slashed directly at Gold Lion's waist. Sky Island, Skypea. On the inner coast of Angel Island, Noah stood bare-chested, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and body. He wielded the rein, striking repeatedly with no exertion, merely repeating this monotonous action. With each swing the air seemed to stretch around the blade of the rein, creating strange folds. After months of training, Noah's strength had undergone a significant transformation. Noah sheathed the rein, and several maidens dressed in Angel Island attire hurried over to wipe the sweat from his body. As the captain of a ship and the ruler of Scipia, Noah did not behave like a tyrant, yet exercising a little privilege to summon a few maids for trivial matters drew no objections. In fact, the sight of Noah's muscular physique made it hard for the maidens to resist the urge to touch him. They bit their lips, swallowing hard, and restrained themselves out of respect for Noah's authority. Noah took a brief respite, his gaze drifting towards the changes in his strength over the past few months. Name for Nons Noah. Swordsmanship Intermediate. Body Techniques Advanced. Armament Haki Advanced. Observation Haki Intermediate. Conqueror's Haki Intermediate. Devil Fruit Abilities Zoan Type. Bird Fruit Mythical Beast Form Intermediate. Character Embedding 99 Akin, 97 Lock, 96 Nami, 91 Crow, 91 Baroque, 91 Don Krieg, 90 Red Baruch 90 Trafalgar D. Water Law, 82 Bepo, 80. A breakthrough in body techniques occurred half a month ago, increasing the character embedding quota by 1. Just as Bepo met the requirements, Noah decided to use it on him. As the first mink of the natural disasters pirates, if Noah were to recruit more minks in the future, Bepo would serve as a leader of that race, just like Baruka. In addition to the extra character embedding quota from the improvement in body techniques, many of Noah's abilities had hit a small bottleneck. Swordsmanship and observation Haki. These two abilities were just one understanding away from advancing to the next level, or required 1,000 experience points to reach advanced. At this moment, Noah sensed that his Conqueror's Haki seemed to have also reached a bottleneck. It is well known that Conqueror's Haki cannot be enhanced through training, it can only be passively improved, as one even without the powers of the Devil Fruit, Noah could barely be considered at the level of the 7 warlords, relying solely on his body techniques and advanced armament Haki. Perhaps engaging in a life-and-death battle much like his earlier encounter with the sword-drawing King Bogart would allow him to break through these bottlenecks and step into a new realm. Endless training could only lay a solid foundation. True enhancement had to occur in the heat of battle. After all, practical combat is the best teacher. 2 years of foundational training cannot compare to a single battle that awakens foresight, the 3-stick binding, and the awakening of Devil Fruit powers. With this in mind, Noah donned his attire and walked towards Baruka, who had been focused on intense training for nearly 4 months. Just as he took a few steps, Noah suddenly halted and turned his gaze to the upper right. A shadow flickered swiftly through the air. Crow held a transponder, Snail his expression grim. Noah frowned. What's wrong? You seem flustered, Crow. It's bad, Captain. Miss Nami and Locke are in trouble. Crow rushed to Noah's side, handing him the transponder Snail. This transponder Snail was light green with black spots. The face of the transponder Snail exuded an overwhelming air of dominance and madness. In Noah's understanding, none of his pirates would dare to show such an expression towards their companions or him. Upon hearing Crow's words about their trouble, Noah did not panic excessively. At least on the attributes panel of the battle settlement system, Nami, Locke, and Baroque were all still accounted for. If they were dead, the slots occupied by the 3 would naturally vanish. So while Crow said there was trouble, they were at least still alive. With an unchanged expression, Noah took the transponder Snail and calmly said, "Who are you?" "Kek, huh?" The first sound from the transponder Snail was a maniacal laughter. Noah frowned slightly. This laugh, "You are the captain of that arrogant bald man and the lightning girl, the natural disasters, Fernand's Noah." The transponder Snail spoke again. Noah replied calmly, "That's me. Release them, state your demands." In a two-known scenario, even the likes of Doflamingo Moria or Jean Bay would find it difficult to cope, not to mention the assistance from Baroque and Zango. In a two-known scenario, even the likes of Doflamingo Moria or Jean Bay would find it difficult to cope, not to mention the assistance from Baroque and Zango. He couldn't help but wonder who exactly was this person. Demands. In the palace of Sky Island, the Golden Lion sat on his throne, laughing maniacally. "Kek. Huh? Kid, who do you think I am?" He planted the blade of his sword into the ground, producing a ringing sound, then glanced to the side, where the cadres of the natural disasters pirates, each one shackled with iron chains, were present. Among them, Locke, Nami, and Baroque were sprawled on the ground, as if their strength had been drained, clearly subjected to additional sea prism stones in their chains. At this moment, all 3 were covered in blood, with Locke bearing the worst injuries, numerous deep cuts crisscrossing his body, a gash running from his forehead to the corner of his mouth deep enough to see bone. As Locke glared fiercely at the Golden Lion, the wounds that had just been treated began to bleed anew. The Golden Lion held the transponder Snail. Laughing wildly, he said, "Kid, I am the Golden Lion. I see some potential in you. Join me, and under my command we will dominate the world." "Kek. Huh? Golden Lion." On the coast of Angel Island, Noah had an expression of realization. No wonder that laughter sounded so familiar. "What do you think? Follow me, and if your strength is sufficient you can become my first mate." The Golden Lion laughed as he touched his abdomen with his left hand, where a bandage was wrapped around, blood seeping through it. The reason he had kept Locke and the others was that the pirates of the natural disasters were not weak. In the past he had subordinates of similar caliber, but everything had perished in that battle. With his head stuck on this damn ship's while his subordinates were caught off guard by the Raja pirates. It was in that battle that he withdrew from the ranks of the 3 legendary pirates of the New World. Now seeing Locke and the others again, the Golden Lion's mind began to stir. Though he had many pirates under him, most were nothing but useless fish. Among the cadres, he was relying on an orangutan to serve as the second-in-command. Previously, the Golden Lion had felt indifferent. But the moment Locke and the others appeared, his desire for strong subordinates surged uncontrollably. He laughed maniacally, waiting for Noah's response. Noah's lips curled into a cold smile. Old relics of the bygone era should be buried there, Golden Lion. If you wish to subdue me. Noah's calm face revealed an intensity that rivaled the Golden Lion's madness. Who do you think I am? I am the natural disasters for Nons Noah. Let the battle begin. Defeat me, and if I survive you shall be my captain. Interesting, are you declaring war on me? The Golden Lion laughed heartily. He looked ahead as the palace gates opened, and a multitude of pirates streamed in. Listen up, ready for battle. A chorus of pirates raised their blades in excitement. Ignoring the blood gushing from the wounds on his face and the weakness caused by the sea stone, Locke forced a sinister laugh, saying, Captain Noah is invincible. Golden Lion, you are doomed. Ha ha. The Golden Lion showed a glimmer of appreciation, saying, once your captain is defeated you will belong to me. After laughing, the Golden Lion casually tossed the den mushy aside. He was somewhat looking forward to the surprises Noah. At this moment on the coast of Skypea, after receiving the order, Akin immediately brought his men back at full speed without regard for their exhaustion. It was afternoon when they arrived. All members of the disaster pirates except for Locke and the other captured pirates gathered here. Even Conqueror arrived riding his beloved bird Pierre. In front, Noah faced the numerous pirates with a solemn expression. The major officers stood at the forefront closest to Noah. Rose's face darkened as he heard the name Golden Lion, and his mood became extremely grave. This man was a legendary pirate, once on par with the pirate King Roger and the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. Beppo had never heard of the Golden Lion, but he was very nervous and excited to participate in the disaster pirates battle for the first time. In these 3 months since arriving on Sky Island, he had significantly improved his strength under Noah's training. Though he had yet to master observation Haki, he had grasped the shave iron body and armament Haki from the 6 powers and could use them quite proficiently. You little ones, a mere remnant of the old era, dares to let me and my disaster pirates join him. He scowled, and even imprisoned Locke and Nami, showing no respect for me. Follow me this time, let's crush them. Noah shouted as he drew his sword. Has everyone equipped themselves? Noah asked Clo. Clo nodded. Captain, we are ready. Good. Noah turned around and waved his hand. Instantly, a large amount of white wind flowed like clouds beneath the feet of all the pirates present. Noah looked at the only elder not included, saying, Conqueror, this place is in your hands. Conqueror nodded. Rest assured, Lord Noah, I will take good care of Skypea. These past few months had been the most comfortable for him since his divine position was stripped away. He didn't have to worry about matters in Skypea. Noah was rational and measured in his actions. The previously hostile Shandians and Scypians were now coexisting peacefully under the disaster pirates, with even some Shandians opening shops on Sky Island. All of this was what Conqueror had long wanted to achieve. Long live martial arts. Conqueror bowed and Pierre beside him followed suit. Of course I won't lose. Noah turned his head as the white wind swirled like clouds, instantly lifting him and over 800 pirates into the sky. Noah took out a torn white piece of paper from his pocket. This paper slowly moved towards a certain direction. It was Nami's. Previously, Noah had made life papers for the officers of the pirate crew, saving himself the trouble of searching for a route. Thus, the white wind cloud extended like a curtain, with a large amount of wind swirling around the pirates in astonishment. Akin and the others felt as if they were filled with white cotton, their bodies fixed by the white wind. All around in every direction was the solidified white wind. Noah fixed his subordinates' forms, no longer holding back his power. Holding Nami's life paper in his left hand to discern the direction, he pointed forward with his right hand. In an instant, this massive white wind sphere that enveloped everyone shot out like a meteor, leaving a trail of white light in the sky. Conqueror watched from the coast below. He was quite confident about this trip. After all, Noah had easily defeated the previous. In his eyes, Noah was the strongest of the current era. Floating Island. The Golden Lion sat on his throne. His capable assistant, the ship's doctor and scientist of the flying pirate crew, Dr. Indigo, stood on the left side. On the right side was the second strongest fighter of the flying pirate crew, the Beast Brigade. This Beast Brigade commander had hearts in his eyes at this moment. Under his pink outfit, he resembled a red gorilla, swaying his body and instinctively leaning towards Nami. At this moment, Nami, heavily injured from her previous battle with the Golden Lion, was far from the fighting spirit of Locke and the others, and was still in a state of unconsciousness. Unaware of Scarito's intentions, Nami was about to be touched when Locke felt a surge of strength rising within him and began to struggle. Stop it, you filthy gorilla, don't touch Miss Nami. Locke glared fiercely at Scarito, his eyes bloodshot. Zongao twisted his body and angrily shouted, Golden Lion, Miss Nami is our navigator of the disaster pirates, the one Captain Noah values the most. If you let this filthy gorilla touch her, Captain Noah will not spare you. Baru also wanted to curse angrily, but due to the effects of the sea stone, he couldn't do what Locke did, and could only glare at Scaridu with rage. Even Kamachili and Jebo glared at Scaridu angrily. In just a few months, the Shandian warriors had already integrated into the disaster pirates. Naturally, they shared in each other's glory and misfortune. Scaridu was startled by the furious gazes of Locke and the others, but the red gorilla immediately revealed a cruel smile. The Golden Lion glanced over and said, Scarito, stop. Scaridu reluctantly let out a growl at the command. The Golden Lion's voice deepened his smile, turning cold. Scaridu immediately lowered his head and quietly approached the golden lion looking dejected. After all, he was one of the few cadres, so the golden lion's tone softened a bit. As long as I defeat the disaster, they will all be your companions, so don't be so rude. Skaridu whimpered a couple of times as a response, his eyes occasionally glancing at Nami with unabashed lust. Inside the palace, it was quite quiet for a time due to this interruption, until the sky gradually darkened and night was approaching. The golden lion, who had been pretending to sleep, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up from his seat, grinning wide, saying, "Here they come." He stepped out of the palace on his double blades. Indigo and Skaridu immediately followed behind. A large number of pirates filed out. The golden lion looked up at the darkening sky, and the others followed suit. In the distance, a white light appeared in the sky. The golden lion showed a look of surprise. He actually had no idea when, but he had a premonition that this man would arrive very soon. However, he never expected the other party to come so quickly. And a gigantic white wind mass, like a colossal sphere of light, charged forward with unstoppable force and crashed down onto the ground in front of the golden lion and his crew. Boom! A cloud of dust and ethereal winds like white fluff rose up. As the dust settled, Noah drew his sword. Akin, Ro Urki, and the others revealed themselves from within the dust. Noah's gaze was fixed ahead. Facing the golden lion and the thousands of pirates behind him, Noah grinned maliciously, saying, "Golden lion, I'm here. Little brat, are you the calamity, Noah?" The golden lion's gaze swept over the officers beside Noah and the pirates behind him. With decades of experience, he could immediately tell that these pirates were an elite force. His gaze returned to Noah, and the golden lion grinned, "Kek. Huh? Little brat, if you surrender now, I might go easy on you otherwise. I won't care whether you live or die." Noah scoffed disdainfully. "Old fool, the remnants of the old era should be buried in the seas of the old times. At your age, why don't you find a place to retire peacefully instead of trying to act tough?" "Kek, haha." The golden lion laughed maniacally, his two sword blades welded to his legs, radiating a cold, sharp aura under the dimming sky. "Is that so?" Noah replied coldly. The two locked eyes at this moment. Akin and the members of the Calamity Pirate. "Is that so?" Noah replied coldly. The two locked eyes at this moment. Akin and the members of the Calamity Pirate crew stared at the vast number of pirates, over 5,000 strong. Although the numbers were nearly 6-1 against them, not a single member of the Calamity Pirate crew felt fear. After all, they were members of the Calamity Pirate crew. "Come at me, little brat." The golden lion initiated the attack. His towering figure stepped on the two sword blades and instantly zipped forward, his lion-like golden mane leaving a sparkling trail of light. A red glow flickered in Noah's eyes as he fiercely swung his rain blade upwards. Clanged. The golden lion's airborne figure pressed down his famed sword Sakura 10, clashing against the rain blade. The golden lion glanced at Noah's sword, a black aura wrapping around it, transforming the rain blade completely into a black sword. "Little brat, your domineering aura is far stronger than that bald-headed guy's. But it's still not enough." The golden lion's other foot, named Magoku, suddenly kicked out. Cutting wave. Instantly, a massive surge of sword energy erupted from the Magoku sword. Noah braced his sword horizontally. A tremendous impact surged from this flying slash, forcing him backwards. He found himself unable to adapt for a moment, and his body was sent flying. Seeing this, Luo and the others changed their expression slightly. Akin remained calm. "Kill." He led the charge, and wasn't panicked by Noah's initial setback. With his dual crutches in hand, he rushed towards the mass of pirates ahead. "Boys, slay these guys and rescue Miss Nami and Captain Rock." Creek pointed his golden spear forward. Immediately, the Calamity Pirate crew charged towards the flying pirates. Scarlito glanced at the members of the Calamity Pirate crew. Considering himself the second strongest of the flying pirates, he focused directly on Baruka. There was no other reason except that Baruka was the largest and tallest, standing over 5 meters tall, the most robust among the Calamity Pirate crew. Indigo confronted Klo, who had already equipped the Cat Claw 10 Blades weapon. They were both civil officials, making them evenly matched opponents. The Golden Lion ignored the battle below. After sending Noah flying, he could feel that Noah had merely been knocked away and had not sustained any other injuries. Harnessing the power of the float fruit, the Golden Lion transformed into a beam of golden light and sped towards Noah. "Little brat, don't run," he laughed maniacally. After taking my blow without consequence, Noah's strength was evidently beyond that of the bearded bald man and the orange-haired girl, qualifying him to be my first mate. However, let's see if you can survive first. The Golden Lion's eyes glinted with killing intent. As he sped forward, the blades beneath his feet swung out once more, unleashing a flying slash. This time he was no longer just testing. Lion Thousand Cuts Valley. A multitude of intersecting flying slashes surged towards Noah like a dense net. Noah slapped his left hand behind him. With a bang, an air shockwave erupted, halting his backward flight. A sinister and grave expression appeared on his face. The old fool has some strength. Seeing dozens to hundreds of sword lights flying, and Noah held his blade with one hand, a white wind swirling around him. The intention of the crashing waves coalesced around him as the already entwined and hardened rain blade revealed a shimmering black watercolor. Facing the hundreds of sword lights that had already flown in, Noah swung his sword, cutting tides. Amidst the buzzing sound, the Golden Lion's eyes seemed to witness towering black water waves rising, exuding an unmatched might that shattered his signature sword technique. Seeing this, the Golden Lion laughed loudly. "Kek. Haha. Little brat, you have some skills, but that's still not enough to save you." The Golden Lion raised his hand forward. Lion's might earth roll. A Upon hearing this, Noah immediately felt an inexplicable tremor from the ground. He quickly focused his gaze downward. He saw the ground ripple like waves, and the pirates from the two battling crews subconsciously looked towards the disturbance. They heard several terrifying roars as enormous earth lions vividly emerged from the ground. With their claws bared, they charged towards Noah. Noah swung out a black watercolored flying slash, striking one of the massive earthen lions. Yet as he cleaved it in two, the earthen lion immediately restored itself. At that moment, the remaining earthen lions had already approached Noah. One massive lion barreled straight towards him, its impact akin to that of a meteor. However, this time was different from before. Noah had adapted his entire body wrapped in armed color resembling a black. Though he was knocked back by the tremendous force, it felt merely like a light tap from a small hammer. To Noah, it was hardly a concern. However, after being struck by the giant lion, the other approaching earthen lions used their claws and teeth, intent on tearing and devouring Noah. Noah's eyes sparkled with golden light. As these earthen lions charged, white energy flowed from all directions. The white wind sphere spun around Noah, absorbing a massive amount of air currents. Noah softly declared, "Divine Feather Shield." Instantly, a multitude of whirlwinds coalesced into white light points. Noah was enveloped in brilliant white light, transforming into a shining white sphere. Boom! The earthen lions crashed into the white sphere, scattering a multitude of earth fragments. White light shot out from the center, shining brilliantly. The golden lion squinted his eyes. Within the blinding white light, a dangerously potent aura surged forth like a white tide. A black sword pierced through the white light, carrying a wisp of white wind and blue lightning. Bang! The white light dispersed, revealing a silver figure. A pair of metallic silver wings unfolded as Noah stood on the void. He gazed at the golden lion. "Golden lion, if this is all the strength you possess, your head is mine." "Little brat." The golden lion's eyes glinted ominously, his face twisted with malice. "If you can do it, come and take it." As he finished speaking, a flash of silver light appeared before him. The golden lion's pupils constricted. A black sword touched his neck, piercing the skin and drawing a trace of blood. Swish! Under the flickering black blade light, the golden lion reared back narrowly, avoiding the blade that threatened to sever its head. Nevertheless, a thin line of blood remained on its neck. Noah raised an eyebrow, and the blade struck again. The golden lion's eyes flashed with a red glow, while the helm embedded in its head felt like a steel blade drilling into its brain. The excruciating pain allowed the golden lion to grasp only fleeting information. The sharp blade pierced, sending a jolt of pain through its nape. Hastily, the golden lion ducked its head as the blade carried some flesh and golden hair into the air. "Your observation, Haki, is quite weak," Noah said coldly as blood dripped from the blade. "You little brat." Anger flared on the golden lion's face. With a swift motion, the blade swept beneath its legs. Wave slash. The blade light surged. Yet Noah no longer dodged. He extended his left hand and caught the massive blade light with his palm. The fierce force continuously impacted Noah's left hand, but having fully unleashed the power of the Veðrfölnir fruit, his beastly form had already reached near the pinnacle of physical strength. With the addition of advanced armament Haki, even the powerful slashes from the golden lion, a master swordsman, could not breach his defense. Noah squeezed with his left hand, and the blade light immediately twisted like a snake attempting to struggle. However, as Noah exerted more force, the massive blade light shattered with a loud bang. It can only be said that attacks devoid of Haki are like this, unless it's magma extreme cold with elemental attacks, or laser-like techniques with extreme penetration power. Otherwise, relying on his advanced armament Haki and the defensive capabilities of his beastly form adorned with silver feathers, the golden lion couldn't hope to injure him in the slightest. With the boost from the Veðrfölnir fruit, his overall attributes had escalated to a higher tier. Attack, defense, speed, armament Haki, and observation Haki were all barely reaching the pinnacle. "Old man, if your power is only this weak, you won't have a third chance." Lightning began to flicker around Noah as silvery winds coalesced into radiant wings around him. In that moment, Noah appeared divine and magnificent like a deity, descending both dangerous and beautiful. Suddenly, Noah's right arm moved with great force. Noah's youthful body moved at an incredible speed, leaving the golden lion unable to capture it with merely its eyes. The golden lion attempted to activate its once supreme observation Haki. But as he merely summoned this power, the helm on his head exerted force once more. The pain of steel needles piercing his brain and swirling rapidly left the golden lion drenched in sweat. In that fleeting moment, Noah cared not whether the golden lion felt pain. Even if he knew, he would only increase his grip. The shadows of immense tidal waves surged from all directions as a white figure resembling a deity stood atop the colossal waves, as if commanding the ocean. These giant waves crashed toward the golden lion, which began to swing its legs. After consecutively slicing through several giant waves, a phantom wave revealed a black blade within. The blade shimmered with the essence of dark tides, surging forth with the might of a thunderstorm. It was Noah wielding the drizzle, grinning menacingly. "Golden lion, your era has ended." He raised the blade high and struck down at the golden lion's chest, which could no longer evade. Breaking tide. The endless ocean waves surged violently, and this slash carried Noah's will, invoking a terrifying storm akin to that sweeping across the sea. Slash. Blood gushed from the golden lion's abdomen, its previously imperious gaze gradually dimming. Ever since the helm pierced its head, the golden lion's Haki had been significantly weakened. As time passed, the Conqueror's Haki, armament Haki, and observation Haki The once supreme three-color Haki could no longer be used, even in scant fragments. Whenever it attempted to activate, the helm would inflict immense pain. Below, Indigo watched as the golden lion, having only fought for a short while, was struck down bleeding profusely as it fell from the sky, displaying an expression of disbelief. "Are you actually getting distracted while fighting me?" A cold voice pierced Indigo's ears, snapping him back to reality. In that instant, Clo had silently placed his clawed blade against Indigo's neck. "Be more cautious in your next life." Clo's clawed blade dug into the flesh, almost severing Indigo's throat. Feeling life slipping away quickly, Indigo's right hand swiftly reached into his bosom. Sensing danger, Clo immediately used his other hand's clawed blade to sever Indigo's hand. As the severed hand flew away, a peculiar button was pressed by Indigo. With half of his neck severed, Indigo's face contorted with resentment. "If I die, you won't live either, ha ha ha." "Shut up." Clo coldly severed what remained of Indigo's neck, sending the head crashing to the ground, revealing resentment and unwillingness. Meanwhile, on Baruka's side, he was initially tense, facing Scarlito. After all, this was his first battle against an Yo-yo. Scarlito extended his long arms and struck his chest heavily, producing a dull thud. Baruka's expression grew serious and his red pupils warily focused on Scarlito. Suddenly, Scarlito moved. That seemingly clumsy red body moved with astonishing speed, appearing before Baruka in the blink of an eye. With bulging arms, Scarlito aimed a massive fist at Baruka's abdomen, striking fiercely. Baruka did not dare be careless and tightened all his muscles. The immense force from Scarlito's punch crashed into Baruka's abdomen, creating a wave of flesh. Scarlito wore a cruel smile. "Now you understand how powerful I am." However, when he looked up, he saw Baruka displaying a strange expression. "Is that all the power your fist has?" But to Scarlito, it was a blatant insult. Scarlito roared, transforming both fists into a barrage of relentless attacks against Baruka's body. Aura, aura, aura. Scarlito's fists unleashed dozens of afterimages. Each punch carried immense power, rivaling, or even surpassing that of a cannon. Every hit to Baruka's abdomen sent waves of flesh rippling. Yet though it seemed every punch landed solidly, it felt more like striking against a sponge, absorbing the force. No matter how Scarlito attacked, Baruka didn't even budge an inch. Scarlito looked up in disbelief. Just then he caught sight of the golden lion having been struck down and plummeting. Baruka moved, having spent 3 months on the Sky Island solely training fishman karate and fishman martial arts. Thanks to his innate talent and the occasional boost from experiences, Baruka, at this moment, was an entirely different person from who he used to be. He raised his left hand forward, his feet slightly apart in a squat to stabilize his stance, while his right fist was clenched at his waist. Virum. A wave of air burst forth from his fist. Baruka held nothing back. He aimed his fist at Scarlito's head. Sharp-toothed fist. He launched a punch, breaking through. By the time Scarlito reacted, Baruka's massive fist had already landed on his gorilla-like face. Crack, snap. The immense force instantly ripped Scarlito's head apart, turning him into a headless corpse.